actually, yes, they did believe. Because it's by your actions that you're judged, right? By the fruit of your actions. So if someone says, I love you, but then they go around mistreating you or whatever, they don't love you. But someone could equally say, I hate you. Like, your boys, they go, I hate you, you're such an asshole, all this kind of stuff, how men like to talk, which is always the best. But then behind your back, they're like, he's so good. They'll catch your bar tab when you can't afford it, all these kind of things. He says one thing because he's trying to make a point, or maybe he doesn't know, but yet his actions are one of an actual believer. And I think maybe that could be a middle ground, or something that that Raul, if I said his name correctly, could maybe understand where I'm coming from a bit better. And maybe I should have mentioned it earlier, but it only just came to my mind.
I'd like to make a comment on the judgment after Barrel Rider, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to pass it to him.
Okay, I just wanted to ask North a question. North, are you still around?
I'm here.
North?
Yo.
Yelled out?
I'm here, man.
You're there, North? Okay, I just wanted to ask you, where scripturally does it show Christians, how they're supposed to bury their dead? Where they're supposed to put them, are they supposed to put them in a certain place at a church, or is there any scriptural?
Not my point being, not only are they not taking care of them and, letting them go to the other denominations such as the Catholic Church for help when they need help, or to some Baptist food shop or something like that, those things are in scripture just let me respond, please. I won't take very long. Okay. I won't monologue for like 2 minutes. Okay. So in scripture, there are men appointed to take care of the needs of the needy and the poor within the gathering. That they're appointed for that, right? Well, this organization doesn't do that. And they rail against and tell you not to read any of the books or associate with the people that you're going to be buried with, because they don't want to spend the money, because they're going to build that, what they call a kingdom hall. They build the kingdom hall with the money that they're given by the people who attend the kingdom hall. And then they sell that kingdom hall for the benefit of they themselves, for the corporate, and not for the people. And so they grab land, they buy land, they get the people to build the place, and then they sell the place, and they make the money, and they invest in hedge funds, they invest in many things that they preach against. So does the Bible say that the things they're doing are wrong? Yes, most indeed, yes.
So do you have a scripture that shows, it talks about where, a congregation, what they should do with their dead?
No, I don't have a New Testament verse.
I read you a scripture.
Yeah,
I read you a scripture then.
Yeah.
To read from Luke 9, 59, 50. Yeah. I'll start at 58. Jesus said to them, foxes have dens and birds of heaven have roosts, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay down his head. Mm-hmm. He said to another, my follower. The man said, permit me first to leave and bury my father. Right. He said to him, let the dead bury the dead. You go away and declare abroad the kingdom of God.
So you know what the context is, right? It's kind of like the context of your priorities. And so it's the same kind of phrasing is used when they appoint the men to take care of the needy. The apostles say this. They say, we're not going to leave the preaching of the gospel to go serve tables and take care of these needy widows and people. They say, listen, you take 7 or 8 men that are filled with the Spirit to do this work, and you appoint them to it. Stephen was one of those men who were appointed to that work. So Stephen was a man who was appointed to taking care of the needy, right? And so I see that the context you're speaking of is a priority issue. Are we going to spread the gospel? Is there an order to spreading it? Should the apostles be the ones, since they're leading the way? Of course, it's an orderly fashion. And so a lot of the orderly fashion and the context of, the priorities that's being set in place That's a lot of times missed when you're just reading that and saying, well, let the dead bury the dead. Well, what does that mean? Can the dead bury the dead? Who are the dead? Who's going to feed the people? Not the apostles, because they're not going to leave spreading the gospel to serve tables. So they appoint men who are filled with the Spirit. What Spirit? The same Spirit the apostles have. The same Spirit worketh all in all. But there is an orderly fashion, and there's different appointments for different men. But it all accomplishes the same goal. And so, yes, do they do things that are out of step or out of accord with what the scripture teaches? Yes, many things. And even what they teach. They teach you not to, buy tobacco or alcohol, but they invest in it. So they make money off of it. Is that not a hypocrite? Do you know what a hypocrite is?
Not somebody who makes it into the kingdom.
And what's someone who blatantly says the text never says something and you show it to them more than once and they never change it?
You didn't really show me any. You didn't really show me any text. You were railing on about how they don't, that they don't follow some prescribed method of burying their dead or where to put them in a yard somewhere.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You did. You said.
No, I didn't.
Did you say then?
I didn't give you a prescribed method. I never said there is a prescribed method. I simply stated the fact that there is a graveyard for the elite in the Brooklyn headquarters. There is a graveyard there, but at each individual building that these people attend, where they call it the congregation, the Kingdom Hall, at all of these places there is no graveyard, for the simple fact that that place is eventually going to get sold. Now the people aren't told that, and the people aren't told that they're going to live forever and they're never going to die. Of course they're going to die. They have family members die every day, and they bury them in graveyards at a Catholic church where they're really not even supposed to step foot in. They get buried in a Baptist church in the backyard where they're not supposed to step foot in. And they're told never to go there and never to listen to those people. So I think it's highly disrespectful of your dead family member to put them in a place that you would even never step foot in or talk to the people on that land. It's highly disrespectful. It may not be in the scripture itself, but all the other things along with it just show the blatant disregard for the written text they hold and they say they go by.
Just to back up what you're saying real quick. So hold on, the scripture is Numbers 19:16, and there's other scriptures like this that actually say that if you go into a cemetery or a graveyard, if you come in contact with the dead or anything that's near the dead, you do become unclean for 7 days. And it would behoove you to not build a graveyard at where the called out assembly gathers together every week or every day. To not build a graveyard in the midst of the called out assembly would be contrary to what the scriptures teach. That's all.
Can I say something more? Yeah, you didn't, North. You didn't show me any scriptural thing about people. How people should bury their dead. I know there are things in number. Now hold on. Let me talk here. Don't interrupt me.
Wasn't trying to.
Okay. The thing is that I was a Jehovah's Witness for many years. I'm not now, and I don't support the Jehovah's Witnesses. When I was a Jehovah's Witness, I was aware of what the governing body did do in New York. I know it's changed a lot now because it's all gone online. I helped build kingdom halls, and I helped when they were sold. We sold them and we moved into another kingdom hall. The congregation was well aware of that. Money that was taken from the profits of the sale went to the governing body in New York, and when the congregation needed to build another kingdom, they would borrow money from that from the elders in New York. They would build another congregation, and then another
borrow
thing was
money. Wait a minute, borrow money from the elders? No.
They would take a loan out. Hold on a minute. Hold on. This is what they do: take out a loan from the guys in Brooklyn. This is how they used to do it this was probably 20 years ago when I was involved. And then they'll build a new kingdom hall with that. And from that, they tithe. They pass around a collection plate at the congregations, and they use that money to pay back the loan they got from the organization. And I don't know if it has interest on it or not. I'm not sure about that. I was never involved in the paperwork. Another thing is, too, is that they do take Jesus to be their savior and the mediator between God and man.
You want me to show you in the literature where they say he's not the mediator and that the governing body is the mediator?
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, what's your name? Who am I talking to?
Flow Rider.
Okay, Flow Rider. I will get that for you because I got a lot of the information that I can easily access. I'll get that information for you because I was just going over with one of the people who attend that Kingdom Hall. Now I would say this: you were in a place that was very I don't know many Kingdom Halls that pass around a collection plate. They all have these little boxes, and they call it the donation box.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
It's at
They
the
don't.
door.
They don't pass it.
Yeah, it's at the door when you walk in.
Yeah,
right?
they don't. It's not like a normal church. They don't do that, right?
Exactly. So they don't pass around a collection plate. That's.
They don't tithe. They don't. Yeah.
So here's the point. The literature teaches, and I said a lot of the people who attend it do not know that the mediator is the governing body. But most for surely, in the literature, that's what it says. Now, they're not going to teach you that from the podium. They're not going to teach you that, but that's what the literature teaches. Just like with the Daniel 10:13. Who is Michael the Archangel? They believe he is Jesus Christ. They believe that there is no Holy Scripture is the ranking of Michael the angel, which is an archangel, a chief prince, a foremost prince. They say it's never in the plural. But Michael isn't spoken about but about 3 or 4 times in Scripture. And Daniel 10:13 says he's one of the archangels, right? So if he's one of the, are they blatantly going against Scripture? Do they invest money in things that they tell you to stay away from that are wicked and satanic? Do they do those things? Do they take care of their own? No. So these things they're not doing for the least of thee, as Elisha was pointing out earlier. They're not helping bury your dead. They're not helping with the funeral costs. They're not helping with the people. And so I've seen that, right? And I'm telling you, I've seen it with people, and I've seen lives be ruined, families be ruined by religiosity, by this religion, by this cult. So, yeah, I'd be happy to show you those things and get them to you, man.
Yeah, if you could get me the scripture, I'd really like to see that.
It's not a scripture; it's in the literature. Daniel 10:13. Yeah, Daniel 10:13, and if you just go online to that JW site they have, type in the book, "What Does the Bible Really Teach?" Go to the paragraph about who is Michael the Archangel, and then turn to Daniel 10:13.
You're not going to get that for me? You're not going to show me that?
No, I'm going to get it for you. I'm just telling you quickly where it is before I access the other information because I don't have it on the top of my head. I do have, a few things on the top of my head, but I don't have everything on the top of my head, right? So the part about
I'm working out.
Yeah.
I'm working out right now, and I'm going to mute myself because I'm making a little noise. So when you get that, let me know.
Surely will, man. I'll do it this evening.
Yeah. So I'm just going to make a statement and I'm going to make something to eat. I can't believe what time it is. Oh, man. It's nearly 9 o'clock at night here. This is how much I love talking about this topic. Yeah. I need to make something to eat. But what I want to talk about is judgment, because what I went through a long time ago was this, and I realized this is not for everybody. And that's why I said this is a statement and this is not a debate. For my own peace of mind, through Eckhart Tolle's book, which is called The Power of Now, I had this profound sort of change where I stopped identifying with the thoughts in my head, and it was extremely freeing. And I didn't even realize it was possible. I wish they'd taught me that at such a young age. And I was thinking about it the other week, where it says, I think it probably says something, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, something like, judge not lest ye be judged, or something like that. And this is my experience, because the bread and butter, I don't know if that's an American thing, but the bread and butter of the ego is to blame and complain. this is how it reinforces this false, mind-made sense of self. Of course, our true nature is a spiritual being, and so once I stopped doing that, it just diminished. It started to, and it's still there, of course. He's still there. I'm only human, only flesh and blood over here. But it's just diminished very much. And I can't tell you how peaceful it is now. And I could talk about that a little bit more, but I'm starving, so I'm going to make something to eat. But I just realised that statement, judge not lest ye be judged. It has nothing to do, to me, with something outside of me. Some old man on a cloud with a beard, ready to punish or reward. No, it was an inner reality. So that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, Andy, I got to go pull an axle out and put one back in, but I'll tell you this. The context of that is if you're doing the same thing, right, don't be a hypocrite. If you have a certain sin like adultery, and you're going to go tell someone, you're going to go judge someone for, committing adultery, judge not lest you be judged, for in the same way in which you judge, you yourself shall be judged. But also the scripture, but also the same text, the same book tells us to judge among ourselves, even to judge among ourselves, and it tells you to actually, get rid of people. First. well, it tells you also to get rid of certain people from amongst you also, and to mark them, right? So there are many different instances, but yes, you do judge, and we make judgments every day, but we don't condemn. And that's another part of it. There's a difference between judge and condemn. Big difference.
That's a good point. People.
I love that.
We have to make that distinction in almost every poignant discussion we have, because in English, people mix up things like simple and easy and all this stuff all over.
Just talking to hypocrites, I love that statement to Jesus where he says something like, Why do you see the twig in your brother's eye but not the log in your own? It's so good. It's so true.
I have a quick question. Can any heterosexual explain to me how the huge big kilometers of craters on the moon never seem to have any pieces left of the very rock that supposedly hit and made that crater? Same with the craters on the Earth. Are these rocks like kind of like, I'm just making this hole and then I'm out of here, I'm just disappearing in thin air. Like, how does it work? How can you change the ground completely, but then you leave nothing behind, kind of like 9/11 and the Pentagon?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Clay. Probably because you started off by calling names. It's not very Christian of you. The Most High would not like that.
Which names did I call?
You called them heliosexual.
Yeah, I just said the heliosexuals. Yeah,
the Most High would not like that, dude. You know what you did. The Most High and you know what you did.
Description of the religion, though.
That's not a direct. It's not a direct attack in any case, but I don't even know why you pointed out. There's people using much worse words all the time, and you never pointed out. Why do it with me? That's pretty hypocritical, and that's what he also wouldn't like. Anyway, so let's get back to the point I was talking about. Where's all the stones left that hit and made these supposed craters? Can any of these heliocentrists, I'm using the correct term now, tell me how that works? What is the magic behind that? Well, that's just what I thought. No one's gonna address it.
Be careful if you're too sure of yourself. Some people might accuse you of being big-headed or something. Watch out.
Oh, would you rather?
But I fully agree with you, bro. Yeah.
Well, I was already.
Where's all the rocks? Where's all the? Yeah.
I was already accused of using profane words, even though I think he
was clean joking with you, bro. Come on, Jeremy was joking with you.
Oh, sorry, I'm German.
That was funnier than Jeremy.
I like that one.
That was good.
No, it's okay. I get it. Maybe it's actually the wrong word to use. it's a bit what is it called? A bit upsteering.
Jeremy, have you taken over the gas stations yet?
Have I done what?
Have you taken over the gas stations yet?
I don't know what that means.
Conversation we had yesterday.
Bro, no one's to. That's not even a good idea to try to take over a gas station. Who said that?
So.
No, you got to do it now before the shit hits the fan, so that when it does, you got the gas. You're ready to go.
So can someone give me
the gas in my shed?
Nah, but I'm talking about real gas.
Can someone in here, some flat earther, for example, or true earth or whatever, some of us give me the NPC bot answer to this? Does anyone know what do they say that there is literally no pieces left of the supposed moon rocks, space rocks hitting the moon and making these huge craters, or same on Earth?
I've asked them before. I'll tell you what they've told me.
NASA?
Okay. I want to hear it.
Sorry, SE, go ahead.
That's cool. You want to go or you want me to go?
Yeah, no, please go, man. I want to hear the great NPC story.
So the story that I've been told is they either sink inside and they disappear. And as far as, you know, like there's no skipping involved. Like they all go, well, they'll show you like one or two where you might see like a skip, maybe like what might look like a skip. So that's the answer. They disappear into the moon.
So it's kind of like the
that I get.
Can we call it the Pentagon phenomenon then? Is that a good term?
Yes.
Okay,
that's good.
That's nice.
One of two responses then, either obfuscation or Google.
Dude, the thing is, the globe is so dead. It's literally at this point, it's just amusing to listen to NPCs when they talk about this. That's all, you know. It's just I'm just taking it with so much humor at this point because like I don't even know how people can take the heliocentrist vision or imagination seriously of living on a spinning spaceboat flying through outer space while hurting around other planets being on a tilted axis.
Maybe they're just pod people.
I don't know what that is.
No, that's a reference. My bad. They don't have the ability to be themselves.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's just deny all science for the last 400 or 500 years.
Hey, no. You had your turn. But you didn't try to defend your centric view there. I was, you know, waiting for some real answer for this space rock phenomenon, but we came to the conclusion that it's now called the Pentagon phenomenon. So actually, a pretty nice term.
I just showed up and heard you deny all science for like at least the last 500 years.
Okay. Let's go back to real science here, okay? Okay, enlighten me, okay? Make me smarter, okay? I really want to learn from these enlightened people living on a spinning space rock. What is happening to all the rocks that hit the moon and made these big craters? Did they disappear in thin air? Same with the supposed craters on Earth?
Have you ever thrown a piece of mud at a wall as a kid?
Yeah, I did.
Answer the straight question.
And what happened to it?
It leaves behind stains of it, like little crumbles.
What happened to the big ball of mud you threw at the wall?
Oh, it smashed. Depending on depending on what it was, it left behind crumbles. Like if I throw like dirt on the wall, you will have dirt sticking on the wall. Like that answer is. I thank you for that answer because
it broke up into little pieces, right?
Yeah, I thank you for that answer because it's literally what I expected. You know, going back to like imagine a balloon.
Well, I'm trying to. You asked for a question, and here I am giving you an analogy that I think you will understand. That is called teaching. That's called learning. If you're interested, you would take that information.
Yeah. And I already challenged your information by saying if I do that in reality, I will have crumbles left sticking on the wall and crumbles left falling down onto the floor. So where are all these crumbles?
because it was
On the
gravity
moon.
took them on the moon. They're still on the moon, much smaller pieces. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. You entertain me very much.
Yeah. Then
Is
again,
there someone? Is there someone else with something more sophisticated?
They're hitting the moon with a little more force than your 5-year-old arm could throw at the throw dirt at the wall, but that's okay.
Oh, right. So they just basically just they make the Pentagon move, right? No plane, just disappear in thin air. No plane parts.
There we go. And now we're
yeah.
Of course, we have to get back to 9/11, right? Always have to get back to 9/11.
Yeah, it's just this phenomenon of things disappearing.
And this
in
wall analogy. Hold on, guys. And this wall analogy was a crater. Not overlook that, right?
Well, if you throw it,
if you want to like make analogies.
Well, then again, I bet your 5-year-old arm couldn't throw very fast. You know, definitely not as fast as the rocks that hit the moon were flying.
So you thought it was appropriate to add an ad hom in your response there?
There's no ad hom in there. This is an analogy. Do you understand what an analogy is, or is that?
Oh, because I thought you said 5-year-old arm.
Well, if you want to get there, then you can. No.
But anyways, let's not get into that, right? Let's not get into that.
I was when you were. I mean, I haven't thrown mud at a wall since I was 5 or so.
So you think if you'd throw mud at a wall today, you'd make a hole in the wall, an indentation?
If I had a tank and fired a shell at a wall, the sabot round. Are you familiar with those? They're just pieces of depleted uranium. They fire them really fast at a wall.
And you're gonna equate one of the strongest, compactly tight things we have on Earth. That's why they use it to penetrate. To mud.
Well, to a rock, it's similar to rock. The velocity is more similar.
Remember this?
These are all analogies, Essie. I mean, come on, analogies. You understand what an analogy is?
Remember this: if you throw the dirt just fast or the rock just fast enough, it will literally disappear, and will just leave behind a crater. It will disappear. Same as if you just fly a plane fast enough into a building, it will disappear. It will leave no traces.
It did leave traces like engines and landing gear and that kind of stuff, but that's okay.
On a Pentagon?
You can ignore that, but yeah.
Really?
Where's the science behind this for the moon specifically?
What's that?
It's moon magic. Things disappear if they just hit the moon fast enough.
Again, let's go back to the sabot round fired by a tank. What happens to the
let's go
metal
back
in
to the
sabot?
science on the moon.
Oh no, this is called an analogy. This is how people learn.
Yeah, but I don't want analogies.
You don't want analogies. I know you don't want analogies. You don't want to learn. I understand.
No, I said I don't want analogies because I want science on the moon. You brought up science. You said that we're denying science. The topic is the moon, so where's the science on the moon?
This is called. Then again, this is called how people learn. I have to go back to.
No, this is called. If you have a claim of science on the moon, then you should be able to present science on the moon.
What he asked was what happened to the rest of the rock, and I'm trying to point the analogy so that you will understand.
But what you did is for science on the moon. So where is the science on the moon?
This is called, how we do science here on Earth.
No, it's not science. What you did is you made a claim and you can't back it up because everything I would do on Earth will leave behind something. But on the moon, we see craters that are completely empty with anything that would suggest that your claim is right. So you're telling me everything that hit the moon was fast enough, coincidentally, to leave nothing behind, right? That's what you need to believe in. I don't buy your stupid story of a claim. Okay, it doesn't. I can't learn anything from it because at the end of the day, it's just a claim.
Guys. Come on, let's be fair.
Yeah,
I know.
Let's be fair. The way I tell him to relax, I gotta tell you guys. Come on.
So again,
go ahead, NASA.
When you take the sabot round from a tank and fire it at a wall or a rock or something, you make a crater and you don't have much of the sabot left.
Of what?
The sabot, it's a tank round. It's a piece of depleted uranium or steel.
So you tell me that it is possible to shoot any kind of round, or in this case, a tango at something, and we can make it disappear?
What do you?
So there's no science on the moon. That's all I'm
hearing. Dude, I'm out. This is just.
I know. It's an analogy, so I know you can't think that far. Neither of you can.
I mean, can you think about science on the moon?
Yeah, I can. Can you?
All right. Can you now do the science on the moon?
do the science on the moon. What do you want?
Well, science requires action. Otherwise, it's just nonsense. Pseudoscience.
Thank you.
If you're going to talk about it all day, then it's pseudoscience, right?
What's your background in science, by the way?
If you're not going to do an action,
what's your background in science?
And not going to present it in a way that people can review it and then perhaps go and repeat it for themselves to determine whether it has veracity or not, then all you're doing is making an assertion and analogies about something very inconspicuous, like nothing really there. It's just breath.
What's your background in science?
What's the relevance to the topic?
What's your background in science? I want to know what level I have to address you at.
What's the relevance to the topic? If you can bring relevance,
I want to know what level I have to address
you. You might get an answer.
What level do I have to address you at? What's your background in science?
What level of tanks?
What's science again?
What level of science are you? How much have you studied? Did you study anything beyond?
Are you like a white belt or a brown belt in science? Like maybe a blue belt?
Again, I ask you a simple question. I don't know what level I have to address you at.
But like a sabot is not a projectile.
What
right?
science?
A sabot is the projectile.
But it's a device that loads a projectile, not the actual projectile.
Oh, okay. The actual what they call it? They call the sabot round. What do you want to call the actual projectile?
Like a projectile shell, maybe.
No, it's not. It's not really a shell. I mean, I can look it up again. You're right. The sabot is actually the shoe, which is the thing that protects it. But
so it's not the shell. So what level of tank person are you?
I'm not a tank person. I'm just
okay. So don't make tank analogies.
Oh, so why don't you tell me, Mr. Tank person?
I'm
What's a shell?
Untanky. I'm very non-tank. It's just you were incorrect.
Well, everyone's redirected. I have to get back to it, man. Explaining.
He's so declarative about sabots, and then it was wrong. Do you know it from like some kind of video game or something?
And then tries to ask people what their level.
Sabot projectile. Is that better for you?
And then tries to come at people asking them what their level of science is, so that he can speak at a level in which they can comprehend while completely saying incorrect information about his analogy. I don't think the irony is left to, the room senses and understands the irony within that.
Yeah. Then again, so
instead of poisoning the well, do you have a legitimate rebuttal regarding the science when somebody asks you about the science?
But what level? I know what level I have to address you at, Napalm. But
so, can you do me a favor and not overtalk me? That'd be cool.
Oh, can you do me a talk and can you do me a favor and tell me what your science background is so I know what level to address you at?
Why do I need to tell you what my background is in science?
So here you are in a group talking about science, and you won't tell me what your background in science is. Got it.
Why do I need to? What's the relevance? Do I have to have some specific credential in order to be able to have a conversation?
Well, about science, it helps if you understand what you're talking about.
So what? Okay, so about science. So what is science?
Oh, so we're going to go back to that. There we go. Thank you. And so in other words, I have to address you at 5th grade level. Gotcha.
No, I'm asking you the question since you're so well versed on it. What is science?
If you want to do that, you can Google it yourself. I'm not here to teach you basic 5th grade science.
Well, you said you would address at any level, right? But then we're trying to start at the base level, and you seem to not have an understanding of the base level. So why would we even discuss science if you can't even start from the beginning of the definition of the term?
Seems like somebody needs to give their white belt back.
Right.
Now, hold on a second. I'm going to get some for you. Hold on.
Google the definition. That's cool.
Try get some science while they're at it.
Going to get you the, let's see, science for kids. Let's find something here that you'll understand.
So you can't actually define science without Googling it, what the definition is for children? So is that your level of understanding?
I know
so
what it is. You don't.
You,
So it's not to make. I'm going to get something.
we asked you.
Maybe I can get Sesame Street characters to explain it for you at your level.
We asked you what science was. So give it at any level you prefer to give it. Give us a definition of what science is at the highest level.
Not playing the definition game today. Not into the flurf. Let's play word games today.
Okay, then we'll just assume that
really winning.
You can assume whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we'll just assume that the thing that you said was going to be coming out of a tank and hitting something is correct, right? Because we don't want to actually figure out what words mean.
Oh yeah,
because we might be using them incorrectly.
Yeah,
right.
Let's play the definition game. So who's your flurf daddy? QE or?
Dude, why? First of all, why are you calling names?
I'm not calling names.
Why are you trying to imply that somebody is my daddy other than my father?
No, your flurf daddy, the guy who you flurf under.
People do not have flurf daddies. This is not a thing.
What do you we don't operate like the globe, homie.
Sure you do.
Like
No,
we don't have a leader.
You do. QE obviously is your leader because you're parodying his what is science bullshit.
This is called
asking a question about what is science is bullshit. And then allegedly trying to get somebody to define terms, trying to get people to define terms is following. Dude, if you're gonna continue to overtalk me, I'll give Ed Freeze temporary mod powers so that he can equally apply the rules.
Oh no, the rules are never equally applied in this room.
So yeah, there are many things that I disagree with QE on. Many things. There are tons of things that flat earthers disagree upon. And you know what they do? They actually hold each other's feet to the fire. Unlike people on the other side that will constantly allow somebody to say incorrect information and will not correct them.
Oh, that's a pun. That's funny. Okay, with
It
that
is,
laugh, that was really funny.
Isn't it?
Because you guys say incorrect things all the time and get away with it.
Cool. You're the king of self-sabotage. That's fine.
Oh, sabotage. Yeah, you know where that comes from?
Oh, now you want to define things?
Yeah, we're not playing the definition game.
I know this isn't the definition game. This is more of a.
We're not doing the etymology game either.
Okay. Entomology? That's bugs.
For the sake of rambling.
Not entomology.
Go take your white belt, hand it back, get your money back.
No, it's funny. It's funny. Why don't you guys sit here? Why don't you guys?
Your nervous laugh.
Nervous laugh. No, that was actually a very good laugh.
Why don't you go and do some science on the moon?
Science on the moon. They did that. 12 guys were there. Did some.
Yeah. Did they bring back some pieces of the moon that we could test?
12
did,
guys.
Actually. Yeah.
I'm talking to one guy. How many you be? Go and do science on the moon. We'll wait.
Oh, 12 guys have been there, and they did some science on the moon.
Said go and do science on the moon. Don't go and talk about it.
I would like to. Oh, I see. So we have to go to the moon in order to prove that it exists. You have to actually physically touch it yourself.
In order to conduct science on the moon, you would have to go to the moon to conduct.
And 12 people went there and did science. Thank you.
Well, can you go and verify that?
Can you go to China and verify that China exists?
Endlessly assert it without any.
Can you go to the top of Mount McKinley and prove that it actually exists?
Wait, are you telling me
sequiturs for like half a second?
No, that's your non sequitur.
Are you telling me in 50 years we've only sent 12 people to the moon?
Yep. Well, 12 people on the moon, 30-some to the moon.
What's the moon?
Okay, I'm leaving after.
And you're buying that? You're buying it?
Totally buying it. I've met 3 of them.
Wow.
Somebody's a fanboy. Are those your space daddies?
You know what?
No, actually,
I'm sure you met Superman as well, right?
Nope, I meet Superman.
Hands with him, took pictures.
I met 3 of the moonwalkers.
You got Spider-Man's autograph.
Nope, actually I don't.
Did you wait in line to have him sign?
You're in a poker club with Batman. You're all about that life.
Okay. Here we go with the insults.
Did you wait in line to have him sign something?
he considered that an insult. I don't know what world he lives in.
It's
Clearly
a question.
not the real one. He's gone. Let's go.
Just wondering if he got autographs.
Oh man, I totally want to hear a story about meeting those three guys.
He must have met them while he was on the moon.
He met a fourth of all of the people that have been to the moon. It's crazy.
I wonder if he had some cheese, some moon cheese on a cracker.
So we've been catapulting.
We can blame Clay under a seal for that one.
We've been catapulting mud at the moon for a while, I guess, is what's going on.
Something like that.
Yo, do y'all know the SpaceX rocket? It's called the Starship. I think it's called the Starship. Do any of y'all know
Is it a
that?
ship or a rocket? Can they not?
It's a rocket. They called the Star. I think they called it the Starship or something like that. Apparently, it had enough fuel to be able to go all the way to Mars. When they launched it, it blew up.
Starship. Silly.
It's just, I find it crazy that it says it has enough fuel to go to Mars, and when they launched it, it blew up. It was a SpaceX rocket.
And I'm sure Hillary had the votes to become president. Somehow, reality says otherwise. Imagine if the world, if Guinness World Record Book was full of people who said, "Look, I can do it," and that was it. They just walked. Show, don't tell. Especially if you're talking about amazing.
They're actually go to a star. You know.
I know that people went to the moon because I waited in line for 4 hours to have them sign a glossy 8x10 of themselves. Just like actors do.
They're not obvious. NASA's just a production company. Production house, whatever they call it.
That the moon is flat. What if I told you that?
What?
I don't think I might.
Evidence that the moon is flat.
Well, if you say you have evidence, drop that shit in chat.
I want you to go outside tonight, look at the moon, and tell me, where do you see a three-dimensional object?
Well, you said that you had evidence.
I have observable evidence. Yes.
Cool. Is it something that you can present in chat or anything like that, or articulate?
I have something way better. I have the real moon coming out tonight, right in front of our eyes. Go out there, look at it, tell me where you see a three-dimensional object.
Cool.
Do
so
you have a question?
So what if it's cloudy tonight
nice
for a
evidence,
lot
though.
of us?
If it's cloudy?
Can you articulate your claim that it's flat?
What makes something flat, right?
So
flat is the surface
lack of
I can't articulate it. You can just ask questions.
the lack of any three-dimensional surface on it. You can't even see anything that tells you it's three-dimensional. What tells you it's three-dimensional?
Why would you draw a conclusion about the dimensionality of something from a visual observation? Isn't that retarded?
I mean, we could take visual cues like shadows and things like that, right? We wouldn't necessarily know for sure without like physically interacting with the object, but it does seem as though we have visual cues of there being some sort of elevation change or lack of complete flatness.
Well, there's no evidence for any elevation change or any lack of flatness.
So
Unless you can present it.
changing shadows within what appear to be craters, what do you think that may be, if not some sort of indication as to an elevation change?
Now, you assume they're craters. Can you tell me why you assume they're craters or not just,
Sure.
different colored portions
So
of
like
land?
I said before, visual clues, right? Visual cues and clues that we can look for based on things that we can interact with, right? Now, the convexity or concavity of that object, not too sure, right? Because that can be an illusion. But it appears as though, I'm not claiming that this is what it is, right? It appears as though there is some sort of surface change when it comes to the moon, some sort of texture to it based on the visual cues that we get from shadows in what appear to be pockmarks on the moon.
Well, those are, like you said, those are illusions of craters, of depth, of elevation. Where in reality, it's a flat surface.
Cool. So within a flat surface, can you provide me evidence of these same visual cues, meaning these what appear to be either divots or elevation increases, where a shadow can change on a flat surface?
For example, look at a painting of the moon. It appears 3D. It appears like it has elevation, but it's really just an illusion of paint.
Sure. So within that painting, if the shadows changed, but it's a static object, would that lead me to believe that that paint is rising up from the canvas itself, causing a shadow within the craters? Or if it's just constantly static, meaning the shadows within the craters never change, then that might allude more to what you're talking about. But we don't see that with the moon.
Well, the shadows change because the Earth is blocking the sun, causing the shadows to change.
The Earth is blocking the sun, causing the shadows to change. So yeah, even if that's the case, right? If you want to say that there is an object blocking something, causing the shadows to change, I don't know how an object blocking the sun from there would make the shadows within the craters change, other than
Do you agree that the sun rays bend around the Earth, causing light to bend and changing, and it will change the shadows on the moon because of the bend, depending on the position of the Earth in relation to the sun and how the sun may bend around it?
I don't think light travels in rays to begin with, so no.
No? How do they travel? Photons?
No.
We could call it photons if you want.
No thanks.
What do you want to call it then?
We can call it a wave.
A wave's fine. Sure. So those waves, they bend around the Earth.
Why?
Why what?
What do you mean the waves are bending around the Earth? What are you talking about?
Well, as the sun hits the Earth, it's going to bend around it and give you different illusions on the moon.
I don't see it bending around. I see that the only thing that I see the sun do in interaction with the Earth, like we can have shadows here on Earth, right? Which could be analogous to shadows on the moon if we're talking about craters and things like that. And we see within craters here on Earth that the shadow within the crater will change depending on the position of the sun. And that shadow isn't the light bending, it's actually the light being blocked by some sort of physical obstruction. We see diffraction patterns, though, which would allude to it being a wave, which is why I say it's can be analogous to a wave. But I don't understand why this would give us evidence that the moon is flat. For some reason, it seems like that would be the opposite.
Well, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen another side of the moon?
Nope.
So how do you know there's another side?
Did I say there was?
Well, you said it was a 3D object, so a 3D object has multiple sides.
No, you didn't.
Did I say it was a 3D object?
Nope. You didn't.
So are you a flat mooner then?
He's not anything. Sorry, I'm getting excited. I can't wait to follow up with this.
If you don't have a side, then what are we arguing here? What are we debating here?
What do you mean if I don't have a side? If you make some ridiculous claim, I don't care what your standing is or what side you think you may be on or I may or may not be on. If you're going to make some claim,
But you're assuming the moon is a ball, right?
Did I say that?
Can you tell me what you're thinking instead of playing these mind tricks?
Yeah, you can ask me directly.
Go ahead. Tell me what you think the moon is. What shape? What is it?
I have no idea. It does appear to be a physical object to me, just in appearance. I don't have a claim as to what it is, but it appears as though it has some physicality to it, some undulations to it that do interact with what appears to be light from the sun. But that's
how many
me.
sides does it have, do you think, the moon?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you're on the fence. I got you.
It could be, yeah, in my opinion, it could be an upward divot in something. It could be a conglomeration of kind of like a holographic projection onto a surface. There's many different things that could be taking place, but I don't have a specific claim that I say that I have definitive evidence for.
Well, here's my logic. If the Earth is flat, then why would all these planets be round? They're all flat disks.
Well, why would you assume that the Earth has anything to do with what you say planets are?
Because in this system, in the solar system, in the galaxy, we all have one thing in common, right?
No, first of all, you're starting with assumption based on assumption based on assumption to then come up with what you think we should interpret these things to be. You said solar system, prove that. You said galaxy, prove that. And then you're equating lights in the sky that move slightly different as being part of a system that we are in and that we are analogous to one of those things. But when I look at those lights in the sky and I view them with a telescope, everything that I see within the telescope does not give me any illusion that it would be anywhere remotely close to the thing that I'm standing upon. So I would not make any assertion as to what I'm standing on based on things that I view in the sky that have no evidence of looking like what I'm standing on.
So just because you're on it, you're thinking it's going to be different than everything outside of it.
No, everything that I view here on Earth, I do not see any of that when I look at any of the quote unquote planets. I don't see anything analogous. So why would I think that what I'm standing on is even remotely similar to those things in the sky?
You don't see anything analogous. So
nope.
We're not all moving.
Nope.
At all.
Do you experience movement? I do not.
You don't have the senses to experience the movement.
Can you give me any indication as to our movement?
You need tools tools for
Okay.
experiments.
Cool.
Start with the pendulum.
What does a pendulum have to do with my movement?
It can show you the rotation.
How does the pendulum show me rotation?
How does a pendulum show you rotation? I don't know. It just does.
Can I mention something real quick, if I may?
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, he's assuming that the Earth is a luminary, even though the ancients understood that the luminaries were different from what we dwell on. We dwell on Earth, right? It's a separate class altogether than what we see in the sky. I mean, you can conflate the two. You can, but that again, it's an assumption that the Earth is a luminary or that the Earth resembles anything that we see in the sky. You'd have to build that, which is what science has done, right? That's a premise that you're standing on. The ancients understood that there's nothing in the moon except her light. That's all the moon is light. It's a
So
light
you're
source.
saying the moon illuminates itself?
I'm not saying that. I said that there's nothing else in her save her light.
But you said the moon is a
According to
luminary, right?
Enoch. Yes.
So that means that the moon illuminates itself? Is that the correct definition?
No, because even Enoch says that the sun pours its light into the moon, but not in the way that modern science depicts the moon radiating reflective sunlight. That's not how the moon works. The moon causes her own light, but it
Oh, so you're
does
saying it's
depend.
like a glow thing where it sucks in the light and then it turns on based on how much light it sucked in, like a glow light, like a glow thing, right? Like a
No,
green light.
nope, not like that. Like, the moon depends electrically on the sun. Without the sun, the moon would have no light, but it doesn't reflect sunlight.
I get you. Now, if it does do that, then how does the Earth block the light?
It doesn't.
What's a new moon or a half moon? How do you explain how that happens?
Kid, I don't want to
Wait,
get into
hold up,
the
hold
weeds.
up a second. Hold up. So you are under the assumption that the moon phases are caused by the Earth getting in between the sun and the moon?
Well, it's the same shape. So, fuck
So
my
it's okay.
assumptions,
Hey,
right? Excuse my language. Fuck my assumptions, but tell me how the new moon, half moon, quarter moons, how is that even formed
so
without
just to
that?
let you know, that's not even the claim within the solar system model, right? Like, it's okay. Like, I understand you might be coming into this fairly new to the conversation, but I actually made that incorrect assumption years and years ago before this conversation was even a thing on the internet, right? Which caused me to actually start a path of inquiry into figuring out what the sun, moon, and stars were and their relation to the Earth, because I made the same incorrect assumption that the moon phases were caused by the Earth getting in between the sun and the moon. That's not the case. The moon phases within their model, within the solar system model, heliocentric model, is that the unlit portion of the moon is just the portion of that three-dimensional sphere that is not being lit up by the sun. So when you see a full moon, you are viewing the whole entire side of that object in their model that is being illuminated by the sun. Now, as that changes, you are seeing the side of something that's illuminated the same way if you took a flashlight and you took a tennis ball and you shine that flashlight at the tennis ball, depending on your perspective of what's taking place there, you can walk around that tennis ball and see a portion that's fully lit.
Now you're talking about reflective light, not a luminary light, right? Because that's reflecting off the tennis ball.
I'm talking about the heliocentric model specifically.
Yeah.
That the claim of those moon phases is not an object getting in front of, but due to your perspective to that object.
I've never heard that. That's like the Glober's mainstream science view?
Correct.
Can you post it? Because I've never even heard of that. I thought it was the Earth blocking the sun.
That's only for eclipses. So eclipses would be the only time in their model that they claim that the sun, Earth, and moon are in syzygy, meaning they're in alignment.
Well, can I stop you right there? If you ever seen an eclipse, right? During the eclipse, you can see the moon phases happening before the full eclipse even happens. So you see the exact shape of the new moon, the quarter moon, the half moon, all happening really fast in the same shape.
Incorrect.
Until the eclipse happens.
That's not correct.
Let's pull up a video of an eclipse happening. If you want to trust that video, right? Is that going to be the rebuttal?
No, I just think you're grossly incorrect about your understanding of what the heliocentric model is claiming.
Well, I'll find a video of an eclipse. Let's just make sure that I'm wrong and you're right, and we'll move on.
Sure. Yep.
This is really interesting. National Geographic. Should we do that?
Yeah, go for it.
No, this is all CGI. If anybody else can find it before me, go ahead. Yeah, I think yeah. This is it.
If you're talking about a lunar eclipse, you can see a shadow, an alleged shadow come onto the moon and then exit the moon, but it does not follow the phases. It doesn't even look necessarily remotely close to that. But a solar and lunar eclipse is the only time that there is a claim that the three objects, like the solar eclipse is when allegedly the moon is blocking the view of the sun from Earth. A lunar eclipse is when allegedly the Earth is blocking the light from the sun going to the moon. Now your lunar phases that happen in 28 days, those have no relation to a body blocking light from another body. I just want to make sure we're on board with the same shit, or that you at least have that understanding before. And somebody else can take over if they want to. I mean,
does anybody agree with him? Because I heard about this before.
I'm pretty sure everybody from both sides would agree with me.
Yeah, everybody on both sides agrees. I don't think I'll line in one saying, but yeah, everyone agrees. That's their explanation in the solar system model.
You can fast forward to like 1 minute. Now we got a half moon, quarter moon, full moon, all happening. On the flat moon surface.
No, so the eclipse is not the moon phases.
No, I didn't say it's the moon phases. I'm saying that it's showing you all the moon phases while doing the eclipse. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you initially said that the phases of the moon were caused by the Earth being in between the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
One sec.
Go to Google and type in what causes the moon phase. Because I mean, I don't know if you actually believe that the surface of the moon is flat. It could just be kind of a trolley kind of thing you might be doing. But just to let you know, when you step in these arenas, like I've been pretty chill, but like people are gonna attack you and tear you down if you don't understand the model.
That's
Just
what I'm
an
here
FYI.
for.
Yeah. So in the heliocentric model, the moon phases are caused by the perception of the viewer on Earth to the object that's claimed to be the moon, and how the sun is reflecting off of the moon based on its geometrical angle to the sun. Based on a geometrical angle to the sun.
Can you post that? Because I'm getting Earth causes the shadow on the moon.
During an eclipse, that is the claim. But
So,
I mean, I'm in the middle of work, but I'll Google it real quick. What causes moon phases?
and also, if during the lunar eclipse the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon, and that shadow is what shape?
I mean, that is the claim, but here's the rub on that. The shape of the object that the shadow is on can be indicative of that, right? Or it could be, like you're claiming, that the moon is flat, and then you have a curved object intersecting a flat surface. So it can go both ways, because a curved surface and a flat, even like a straight edge, like a piece of paper intersecting like a tennis ball, the shadow or the tennis ball being illuminated by a flashlight.
Yeah.
The intersection of a flat, straight-edged piece of paper appears as though it is a curved shadow because the object is curved itself, being the tennis ball, and the tennis ball being analogous with the moon. So it can go both ways.
If the moon and the sun are above the horizon and there's an eclipse, is it possible that the Earth is casting that shadow?
If the Earth and the sun are above the horizon, then
If the
what?
moon and the sun
Are above the horizon
of the Earth.
On which side of the Earth?
No, for the observer. For the observer, okay, say there's an observer, right? And he's going to watch a lunar eclipse. And he can see the sun and the moon above the horizon. And a lunar eclipse happen. Is that the Earth? Should we assume now that's the Earth's shadow?
Does that ever happen?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot. It's called the Selenelian eclipse. It's actually called the impossible eclipse.
So the sun.
You got kind of dragged in the weeds here. What did it say when you Googled what are the phases of the moon caused by? What did it say?
I think he was right on that. Yeah.
So it is the perspective of the viewer.
So they say. I mean, you trust one thing, but
That's
you
what
don't.
the model says.
How do you choose what to trust these days, right? How do you know that's the correct answer and not the other?
Well, we're not claiming that is the quote unquote correct answer. What we're just doing is what's called steel manning the model that's being put forth, right? So if you ask somebody who believes 100% of the cosmology that we're taught in school, right? We're in a solar system, the heliocentric model, galaxies, all these planets moving around the sun, yada, 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 so on and so forth. If you want to accurately represent that model, that's called steel manning. So just because I'm putting forth what that model puts out or claims doesn't mean that that is my claim. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But so what is your claim then?
I told you previously, I don't have a definitive claim on what the moon is or the exact shape of it or what's taking place. But I did tell you previously that it appears as though it is a object that has some sort of elevation change on it, causing shadows, which seem to me to be coming from the light source we call the sun.
Okay. That's fair.
And there's many people that would disagree with me, many people that might agree with me, but wouldn't agree that I'm not being definitive about that. Because I don't know how to definitively back up my like a specific claim about that object, because there's many things that could be taking place, many optical illusions, all that kind of stuff. So
it certainly looks like what you described, so that's good.
correct. It could, but it could also like, and the reason I say has elevation change or whatever. Matthew, have you ever seen those like busts of people that are actually like plastic, but it's an indentation instead of sticking outwards?
Yeah, those are kind of cool. It's a optical illusion.
Correct. So I know that I can see something like that on Earth that tricks my eyes, and I know I can see the opposite of that, right? And both would give me an illusion of a three-dimensional object that I could make assumptions about based on my observation, but I can be fooled, correct?
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. And I have no way to like within those plastic bust things, you can get around to the other side and be like, "Oh, it's sticking. That's weird. I thought it was sticking out the other way." We don't have that ability, so I don't know. And the same shadows would take place. You could get same kind of effects. So is it an indentation in something? Is it the opposite of an indentation, whatever that would be?
So I'm kind of confused. You
Or is it
said
a full sphere? I don't know.
you said that the sun's electricity causes the moon to illuminate. Then
Torah said that, yeah.
then if it's hitting it at a certain angle and showing like a new moon, right? Why would it be showing a new moon if it's using the electricity to light the whole thing?
So just to let you know, there's no such thing as seeing a new moon. You would never see a new moon.
Why
A
not?
new moon you cannot see.
What do you mean? I see it all the time. It's like a little slit moon, right?
So that would not be the new moon is when none of it's visible.
Okay.
So then you get into like a waxing or a waning.
Well, yeah. Let's talk about the waxing slit. They call it a new moon. I don't know your definition. You said it was
new
all
moon is
dark.
when the moon's not visible.
Okay, let's say one. What's it called then when there's a little slit that they call a new moon?
A crescent.
Moon. A crescent moon, right? So how does that happen if there's light there, but not the whole thing? But it's using electricity, but not reflective, right? It's not reflective, so it's why would it light up that part and not the whole thing? If it's not reflective.
That's for you, Torah.
That's what?
That's the gentleman Torah. Is he not in here anymore?
Oh yeah, I see him.
Or wait, no, Torah, that wasn't you, was it? It was Lion. Somebody else in the room said that. The energetic thing wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Even though there could be some, it could be a possibility. I mean,
Well, do you think it's energetic or do you think it's reflective?
I don't know. It appears reflective to me.
Yeah.
But like I said before, like appearances can be deceptive. That's why I would never make like a true definitive claim just solely based off of an observation.
Because if it's based on the angle of the sun hitting the moon at a certain angle, then it's reflective, right?
Correct. Yeah, that would be a reflection, or it could be like this isn't my claim, right? But if I'm going to try to steel man what Lion might have been saying with the whole energetic thing, if it's receiving energy from one specific side in the same way that light would be energy that would be hitting it and reflecting off of it, you'd get the same effect. It just wouldn't be necessarily a reflection, probably, in his mind. It would just be that portion of the object would be what's receiving the energy and thus glowing in the same way that if you have a sword and you apply heat to one side of that sword, meaning like the tip or the handle,
yeah,
where you're applying that heat would thus then start to glow due to the application of energy.
Would you say the same thing about Earth? Like when the sun hits the Earth, you can see clearly that it's lit up. Is it reflecting or is it using energy from the sun to light up?
See, so this isn't my claim about the moon, right?
Yeah, I know. We're just playing with the ideas. I'm not saying it's your idea.
No, I mean, what I see is what we colloquially call a reflection of the light.
Yeah.
I call it illumination. What we perceive with our human eyes in the small spectrum that we can visually see is called illumination. To me, I don't call it seeing light because you're not necessarily seeing the light, you're seeing the illumination.
Do you believe that the Earth revolves around the sun?
I have no evidence that that's the case.
What kind of evidence do you have then? For what do you believe?
Well, beliefs, I guess, could be based off of evidence, right?
Yeah.
What I see is that the sun, moon, stars, and what you call planets move in the sky. So I think that that is what's taking place. And there has been no, I mean, even everybody within the fields of astronomy and astrophysics will readily admit that there is no way to determine solely based off of observation whether or not the Earth goes around the sun or all of those objects go around the Earth. There's many different models that work out the same kinematically, meaning observationally,
Yeah.
that you could claim is taking place solely based off of observation.
So, like, for example, if you were on the moon and you were looking at the sky, would you also think that you're not moving, but everything else is moving around you?
I have not seen anything from that perspective, so I would not know. I don't even know if the moon is something that you can go to and reside upon to get that perspective.
Well, hypothetically, if you go into space on an object, on that object to you, everything is moving around you.
Is it?
Well, yeah, the stars moving, everything. The sun
How
moving.
How do you know?
Because from our perspective, it looks like the sun is moving around us, right? From our perspective.
I wouldn't even say around. I don't
It's
know.
moving. It's just moving, right? Who cares which direction? It is moving, right?
The sun moves in the sky. Yep, that's blatantly obvious.
Yeah. So from any point of view, everything will be moving around you. From from Mars, from an asteroid, wouldn't you say that you would think that you're stationary and everything else is moving around you?
Yeah, that's why kinematically you can make whatever claim you want as to what's in the center. Geocentrism works just as good as heliocentrism based off of observation, and it actually works better when you talk about the dynamic side of the equation, because geocentrism does not require things like dark matter and dark energy to explain the movements. Go ahead and put this on here 3 fucking times. Did I lose you? Or is that a long note?
Right here, I'm here. I'm here.
What's next on your list?
I don't know, because you don't have like a definitive stance on anything.
What do you mean? You just haven't asked me a question on something that I can verify myself through falsifiability. So I don't know. What do you mean? Why would you have it?
Obviously, there's tests and experiments that people have done for decades that prove, the movement of the heavenly bodies.
Like what?
I'm not an expert. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't tested it myself. I'm gonna quote unquote trust the science here because after all these years, like somebody's gonna like say, hey, this is bullshit with proof that it's bullshit.
What are you talking about? What's bullshit? What do you mean?
The movement, that
Yeah, we do
we're
that all
moving.
the time. The problem is it doesn't go along with the philosophical beliefs that are pushed on us as alleged science. So those things don't necessarily come to the forefront. When you do start to talk about them, then people come at you rather aggressively. There's actually a growing group of people that most people call flat earthers that have questioned a lot of these things. And once they start to question a lot of these things, they come up to the realization that what they thought may have been established through the scientific method has actually not been done. We were just told that it was.
You're saying like they just used math and not real,
Is that what I
is that what
said?
you're saying? Like they did a simulation and they
What do you
said
mean?
this is what it is?
I don't know what your question is there.
You're saying they're making claims that they haven't proven. Are you saying they made them use like math and simulation models?
Yeah, like we were talking about before with the model itself, solely based on observation, you can have you can put whatever you want in the center and say that from this perspective, everything goes around it.
Yeah.
So you can build a model kinematically regardless of where you're at based on your observations, right? So other than observation, typically if you want to talk about what we would consider science, you would want to try to come up with some sort of question regarding what we observe in nature, and then you want to formulate some hypothesis as to what is causing the effect that we see, and then we prove that out through experimentation. I mean, that's just never really been fully vetted out, especially when it comes to something like the movement. We see things move in the sky, but we don't have any definitive things here on Earth that prove that movement is the case. There's claims about pendulums. There's also claims about ring laser gyroscopes, which deal with the Sagnac effect, which are dealing with which is dealing with light. So, yeah, there's many different claims, but no definitive proof, because there is no manipulation of the independent variable, which would be considered what is causing the effect, which would be the motion. Don't really have an ability to stop the Earth from moving if it was moving to claim that we have a definitive test for it.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's definitive tests for it. We just got to get an expert glober in here, right?
I just gave you the two claims that they may have. Matthew's an expert glober if he's still around. Oh no, he left. You would think in 2023 we would have something more definitive, right? Than just Foucault's pendulum from hundreds of years ago. Or the incorrect assumption in what we experience with ring laser gyroscopes based on the Sagnac effect. Because if that was the case, we would be able to detect the alleged orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and not just its rotation around its axes. But we don't detect that. And we see interesting effects come into play with the pendulums that are allegedly picking up the rotation of the Earth. We see anomalies with when eclipses take place. So if those objects are allegedly measuring the rotation of the Earth, does the Earth speed up or slow down during an eclipse? If so, where's the justification for that in the model? Where is that accounted for? And would we be able to feel the speeding up and slowing down? Because then we would get out of the alleged velocity, and then we would have an acceleration and deceleration, which is what you would feel if there was an acceleration and deceleration.
What are your thoughts on the Earth? Is it
I think it's awesome. I think it is a fantastic place that was given to us to experience a ton of symbiosis with ourselves and nature itself. It's a great place of abundance that we've been convinced is a place of scarcity. Yeah, but I think the Earth is awesome.
What about the dimensions of it or shape?
Dimensions, no clue. I have not had the ability to measure it, nor do I think anybody has fully measured it. Shape, you'd have to be able to fully measure it to get a shape. Just to let you know, if you're going to be in these arenas and you think that flat is a shape, you should reconsider thinking that, because flat is not a shape. It is a surface description. So write that one down too.
Do you think that there is a container?
Do I think there is a container, like
around the Earth? Over the Earth?
Around the Earth? I don't know.
Over the Earth.
There seems to be some sort of containment, whether it be physical or quasi-physical. In nature, yeah.
If there's a container on Earth, would you say that pressure would be equalized?
If there is a container on Earth, pressure would be equalized. What do you mean?
Well, you know how there's barometric pressures around the Earth, over in the Earth, on the Earth. If there were a container, wouldn't the pressure be even everywhere?
I wouldn't think so. Why would you? Do you think that that would be the case?
One question I always wonder is, where does the gas pressure come from?
Where does the gas pressure come from?
Where did it start?
Well,
I don't know.
that's another question. But like, if there's a container and there's gas, doesn't the gas equalize?
To an extent, but you still see a gradient even within containers here on Earth.
Plus, we live in a dynamic system. It can't equalize. It tries to, but that's what creates the gradient.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because
it's anisotropic, right? Is that the term?
Well, all the gas comes from the ground level, like mostly the oceans. And it's funny because the oceans, you know, it's 14.7 psi at sea level. So, I mean, it's maybe a coincidence that that's where all the gas is coming from.
14 psi at ground level, right?
Sea level, not ground level.
Sea level.
Which is also where most of the gas comes from.
And the pressure as you go down in the water greatly increases because you're in more of a dense medium. So, which would also tell you as it rises in a less dense medium, being produced, you know, underwater or underground, and it reaches that sea level and then tries to rise up. Some of it goes faster and slower. Helium seems to rise quickly, and then it gets turned into different things. That's what's meant by the dynamic system. Some comes back down in the form of water. Some goes up and turns into other things. I think helium turns into a superfluid. I mean, you know, of course there would be a gradient. Even on small scales in containers, like if you're a welder, you know this, or if you cooked, you know, with a bottled butane or whatever, propane, sometimes you have to turn it upside down or shake it or whatever because it, you know, different gases settle or condense or become liquid, or it just depends on temperature and pressure, and you know we have that. So of course it's dynamic. Of course it has a gradient. It would be weird if it didn't.
So what about I just Googled this. Pascal's principle, where pressure applied to an enclosed fluid is transmitted equally in all directions throughout the fluid.
Read it again and then answer your own question.
I didn't have a question.
Okay, read it again. You're just going to read Google to us? I'm fine with that. Read it again.
Pressure is equal in all directions in a container.
What are they talking about?
Not.
Yeah, in
It's
a
not.
perfect world, but
well, hold on, Rocket. Not even in a container. Okay, but that's not true because I've had Kosho and all these guys argue with me that there's a gradient inside every container.
well, I think he's talking about in a perfect world where the gas is being introduced into the container at every point, right? And then it travels in every direction. I would agree with that. But if you introduce a container of different gases, I mean, you'd have to specify what gas, but you put a valve at the bottom and you introduce, you know, and it builds pressure up, then that particular gas is going to act a particular way. But if you introduce the same gas in at all points, then it's going to act a different way also. Google, I mean, you know, they're just trying to standardize.
I mean, like the sun is hitting the earth at different points, causing heat and pressure changes, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, heat would be one thing, heat induction. Yeah, of course the sun, but then you have cloud cover, so one area might get more direct heat than the other. You know, that's going to cause different mixtures. I mean, that's why you have cloudy days on some days and non-cloudy days on other days, or fog at the ground level or whatever. It's dynamic. I mean, it proves itself. Do you agree that it's dynamic? That's what I'm confused with. The Earth, if it is
Yeah,
contained,
it's definitely
that's a
dynamic.
big.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, then there you go. Of course, it has a gradient there.
Is there such thing as gas pressure without containment?
Not that I know of.
I can't say yes or no. I'm not an expert, but I can Google it.
Gotta get away from Google.
Yeah, well, think of it logically. Like, think about it. The word gas pressure, what does that mean? It means like it's pressing off of something, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like gas pressure, the antecedent to gas pressure would be a container. Would you think with that logic? Does that follow?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Does the logic follow then to say the antecedent to gas pressure is containment?
Antecedent? I don't know what you mean by that.
In order to have gas pressure in the first place, you must have a container.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I told you. I mean, what I would call the container is the atmosphere, right?
Well, what is the atmosphere made out of?
Different. Every layer has different makeup of the. Again, I'm not an expert in the atmosphere either. I'm just saying.
There's like oxygen, right? Nitrogen, right?
Yeah.
Those are what are
But the
those?
ionosphere, all that, stratosphere. Look
Well,
into
those
that.
are different layers of the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, if we're on the base, like we're on the ground right now, this atmosphere that we're in has things like oxygen, nitrogen, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are those considered?
What are those considered? What do you mean?
Yeah, like what is oxygen or nitrogen?
Molecules?
Are they gases? Would that make sense to call oxygen a gas?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that atmosphere that you're talking about is gas pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how could you said the atmosphere contains the gas pressure, but the atmosphere is made of gas pressure, so that's why I'm confused.
What is the last layer of the atmosphere made up of?
In what? On the heliocentric model?
Does the other model have atmosphere layers?
Well, I mean, I don't know if anyone's making a definitive claim because I don't know. Have we measured anything above 150,000 feet?
Not sure. So I'm seeing the last layer is the exosphere. So let's see what's that made up of.
Well, in my experience, like helium and hydrogen are like gases that go up high. So could it be that those are up there?
Let's find out. One sec. Yeah, hydrogen and helium, correct.
So you see how we could logically deduce that just by we've been to a birthday party and we've seen a helium balloon, right?
Yeah.
So that helium, you're saying that last layer of atmosphere is sitting next to, at this point in the heliocentric model, a vacuum of space, right? So it'd be like a decreased pressure gradient.
Yeah.
So what is keeping the pressure gradient?
Let's ask
why isn't it equalizing into the vacuum?
I'm finding out right now.
Downward bias.
Earth's gravity, solar wind, magnetic field of the Earth. That's what they're saying. It keeps it in place.
So there's no container. The gravity and the magnetic field are the container.
Well, they're saying it's not a containment. It's more of a, I guess, a pull from the magnetic field and gravity, pulling it towards the Earth, creating that layer.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would definitely cause a gradient, right? If there is like a downward bias that we notice on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to have gas pressure in the first place, don't we need the container?
Well, isn't that what the magnetic field is?
I don't know. Is there an experiment of like gas pressure just being held together by a magnetic field?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, real simple way. Like I deal with refrigerants, and just like Rakia was saying about propane, is there's liquid in the bottom of your propane container and gas at the top of your propane container. So we see this gradient everywhere in all kinds of containers.
Just quickly, I'd also like to see somebody demonstrate helium and hydrogen being attracted to a magnet or somehow affected by a magnet. The Earth's magnetic field is incredibly weak. It's like 6 Gauss or something. It's almost nothing. So I'm not sure how that would be attracting or containing anything at 30 miles distance.
Well, there also is atmospheric escape. They're saying is a natural process. So the atmosphere does escape into space, and it could be accelerated by human activity such as launching satellites, sending rockets, etc.
You realize you just read a sentence off of Google and you said, "So this is the case."
Right. I'm just saying what they're saying. Like everything you're saying is also what you read or watched on a video, and you're repeating, right?
Is it?
You didn't
Actually,
come up with.
I brought you through the logic of how we could have figured that helium and hydrogen would have been up there, and then you Googled and confirmed it, and I had no idea that
Oh yeah,
helium and
you
hydrogen
guessed.
would.
You were right. You're not going to guess everything, right?
No, obviously not. I'm just saying, like we can like come to logical conclusions as well, right?
Yeah, sure.
So that little bit of gas that goes out into space, like how long you think until all of it's going to go out into space? Like, why is it doing it at a slow rate? Like, have you ever introduced like gas pressure to a vacuum? Because every time I do it, I pull vacuums on air conditioning systems, and then I have to release Freon into those pipes. It happens immediate. It's like it violently matches the bottle of gas pressure that I have, the bottle of Freon tank, whatever pressure's in that goes into the system like within a couple seconds.
Yeah, let me just quickly expand on that. So let's say the very top layer only has a pressure of, we're just talking PSI, 1 PSI, and that's really low. And so that expands into, or that escapes into the vacuum. So all the 1 PSI area has escaped into the vacuum, which then leaves a 2 PSI area, which has got more pressure. Therefore, it would be more prone to escape in. It should produce a cascading effect, like you're talking about with your refrigeration system, where the atmosphere should almost instantly just go zhoosh into the infinite vacuum of space.
but it doesn't. Like once that really low pressure area is gone, that leaves a higher pressure area which would be more prone to go. So logically, it doesn't make any sense that it just kind of dribbles off into space at a really insignificant rate. I hope that makes sense.
Is the moon outside of Earth's atmosphere? Is the moon in the vacuum of space?
You want the answer before 2012 or after?
The most current.
I think most currently they say that the moon's in the atmosphere of space, or in the atmosphere of the Earth.
Really? Because if it was outside in the vacuum of space, then why is it not being vacuumed away or whatever?
Well, no, a vacuum means like a area of low pressure, right?
Yeah.
So we're just discussing like the higher pressure because we see everything wants to seek equilibrium here on Earth. That we're just saying like how does a high pressure system or any pressure system exist next to an even lower pressure system?
The weight of the air is the answer.
Well, that's the same question I made where you just said that why isn't the pressure equalized out there, right? That's my argument for why isn't the pressure equalized on Earth. So you can use the same answer you gave me for the space. There's different things going on. It's dynamic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So like we have this like enough pressure to breathe here on Earth. We go up 30,000 feet in an airplane and they got to pressurize the airplane because we can't breathe up there. And then it gets slowly less and less and less and less and less. Like, can we replicate this basically then in a laboratory to confirm that this can happen without a container?
Yeah, I don't know. Here's what they're saying. I'm going to post it.
So do you agree with that?
Me?
Yeah. What you just posted. Do you think that that's reality?
Like I said, I don't know. This is what they're saying. That's why I wanted like an expert astrologer or something in here. Astronomer, not astrologer.
I mean, they'll just repeat the mantras.
True. True. But like somebody that's actually done the experiments.
What experiments?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. They would know what experiments. That's why we need an expert.
Like
Most
a
of
good
them don't even know what an experiment is.
I don't know what an
Yeah.
experiment is.
Well,
No, I don't know which experiment it is. That's what I don't know.
No, I
wouldn't
said
a
most
good
of them don't even know what an experiment is to begin with.
Oh.
Like
Yeah,
a
some
proper
of them.
scientific
So, yeah,
experiment.
I agree. Some people just parrot mainstream babble. I agree with that.
Wouldn't a good experiment be containing gas pressure without a container? Like making a pressure gradient and with no container? Like use a magnetic field to create gas pressure in a gradient. like
Yeah,
you
you would have
said.
to you would have to simulate exactly what's going out on outside of space. Maybe they can do it on a computer. I don't know if they could do it physically.
Yeah, I don't think they could pull a vacuum to the amount that space is on Earth.
Yeah.
But like, let's say we
It would have
had
to
a
be
big
1-to-1, right? You can't really trust a scaled model to do this experiment, probably, right?
Well, like, what if we had a big room, a big vacuum chamber room, like your bedroom, right? And because from what I understand, gravity is what holds the gas pressure to the Earth. That's the container the globe model says that is doing it. So if we take a full room, we pull all the air out, and we have a little shoebox inside that room with air in it, right? And we pull a vacuum, and then we open the lid of the shoebox without ruining the integrity of the vacuum or anything. Like, so maybe it's a mechanical lid or something that we could push a button and open that, right? Would the gas pressure in that shoebox stay in the shoebox?
No, but that's not like a 1-to-1 experiment, It's a
Well,
box with
isn't
a room.
the earth like what's causing all the gravity, and the box is going to be on the ground of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but the box itself doesn't have a gravitational force in the center of it. It's using the Earth's gravity, so it's I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me to do that.
Do you agree that if we open that box, the pressure would just fill the vacuum?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But not quite evenly. There would be a slight higher pressure at the bottom of the room than the top of the room due to the weight of the gas.
Yeah, correct. I agree. There'd be a pressure gradient again. There probably would have been a pressure gradient in that box before we opened the lid as well.
But over time, it would equalize. You're saying initially there'd be a gradient, right? Like in the first couple minutes, couple seconds.
I would say
No,
initially it
always.
would be, yeah, it would be more. I would say it would settle into a gradient. It would take time. I would think.
What are your thoughts on the Black Knight satellite?
I haven't heard of it.
They say some kind of black satellite just floating around for hundreds or thousands of years. I'm not sure how many, but
Like a moon, you mean?
no, it's like a little. It's smaller, around like a debris-sized satellite around low Earth orbit.
What's it made out of?
I don't know. Conspiracies say it's an unknown alloy that we don't know what it is. There it is. Matthew posted it. They're saying there's some kind of weird inscriptions on it. I never seen it though.
What's the confirmation of the existence of this thing?
I guess that picture.
Do you know who took that picture?
NASA. I think it's NASA.
So NASA claims that this thing exists? Do we have a NASA link to this?
I can check.
I mean, they make a lot of wild claims, so it wouldn't surprise me. And they also make some interesting images, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Do you know what part of Earth this picture is of?
The side.
I have no idea.
It's the side part. The edge.
No side part. You're always on top.
It's the side part.
It's the flat side.
It looks like the Mars side, the Devon Island area. You know, up in Canada.
Here's the this is from NASA.gov, the coordinates or whatever.
Oh, is it stationary?
It's near, well, the point at which they took the picture is near Africa.
Oh yeah, that looked like the Africa side part.
Yeah, I can see little Africans down there. If you zoom in a little bit.
When he was in Africa, was he in the lower part or in the higher part? Was he on the side?
Click on the link
Or was he?
I posted. It shows you the exact point.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think? What was his orientation? I'm just curious.
His
What do you think?
orientation, he looks like it's upside down.
So you're saying he's under the earth?
Under the earth? No, he's just upside down.
He's upside down.
Yeah. Well, the picture was taken upside down.
If you were to have a God's eye view of him, which part of the earth would he be on? Top, left, right, up, down. Which part?
Center, mid, center, bottom, kind of.
Which way is up?
You tell me, like, you know, are we going to orientate according to the poles?
I don't know. In my worldview, like, I can point up and I can point down, and I know that those are two definitive directions for everybody.
If you point up,
Mm-hmm.
you're pointing at the sky, right?
If I point up and you point up, we're pointing in the same direction in my worldview.
That, I think, is the key distinction and difference between all of these discussions.
So if you were on Africa pointing up, if you're in Africa pointing up and I'm in America pointing up, are we pointing up at the same thing?
What do you mean?
That's why I asked the question, where were you on the...
He's asking if they're parallel.
No, I posted exactly where they are. I'll post it again.
If you and I are both pointing up, regardless of the model, we're never going to be pointing at the exact same point.
Yes.
But
what was your point then?
Parallel?
Yeah, in my worldview, those would be parallel.
The point is up for me here in Canada and wherever you're at, is up the same orientation. That's the point.
Okay. That's correct.
And the answer is? What do you mean?
I think the answer is no.
I'm in Canada, right? I'm looking up now.
If you're in China and I'm in America and we both point up, are you asking if we're both parallel pointing up at the sky?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes. That's the question.
On a flat Earth, it'd be parallel. Yeah.
What do you think is taken?
No, I'm not. In your view, in your point of view, I'm saying in your world.
In my world, well, if my world were a globe Earth, then we'd be pointing in different directions.
So up is different directions. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, like if you take a basketball and you put an ant on one side of it and an ant on the other side of it, and they both point up, it's going to be opposite directions.
I don't know. If I do that outside right now, if I do that outside right now and the ants pointed up, they would be pointing parallel.
No, on a basketball, the globe model.
Mm-hmm.
If you put one on the other side, 180 degrees on the other side. They both point up. It's opposite, right?
If they both point away from the center of the basketball, then yes.
Yeah.
There you go, Matthew. Correct, right? But they would not be pointing up.
Why not?
Both of them. If it was actually a basketball here on Earth, right? You would agree with that?
Correct, but let's just put a basketball in space. You know what I mean? There's no up or down in space.
Why do we have to go into like some imaginary scenario? Why do you think
because
that
the basketball on Earth is not the correct way to look at it for what we're doing?
But why do you think that up is different for everybody? What leads you to believe that up is different?
No, that's why I said on a flat Earth it's all parallel. On a globe Earth,
I'm not asking you about the models. I'm asking you, why do you think that up is different for everybody?
Well, again, I'm not an expert, but I can see both sides. And don't you agree on a globe it would be different?
I agree that you're pretty difficult in actually answering questions when you are asked questions.
Hey, ask me again. I'll do it. I'll do it for real. Ask me again.
Okay, cool. Why do you think up is different for everybody?
Because if we're in space, there is no up or down. It's just your perspective.
Let me answer the question since he didn't. I believe that up is different here than it is in Europe because Arcturus, the star, is directly above some part of Europe right now, but it is lower in the sky from this perspective.
Cool. So if you and I are both at Costco, Matthew, and I'm standing at the entrance and you're standing at the exit, and we have those little those fire escape exit signs above our heads, and I point up to one at the entrance and you point up to one at the exit, are we still residing on a flat surface?
Yes, because the exit sign is a finite distance.
Cool. So if that ceiling happened to just rotate above us, would my exit sign eventually be above your head?
It would, but again, that assumes a close distance of that exit sign.
Cool. So would that exit sign, as it moved away from me, also appear to go down in my field of view?
It would.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure that the very things that we see taking place in the sky can actually happen here on Earth as well on a smaller scale. And we can
only if the stars are close enough.
Yeah.
And you can like tilt yourself and see how they react, how that exit sign acts to you tilting. Like say if you were in a helicopter or something, like going around a ball, how would you see that sign now? Wouldn't be the same, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Napalm, I guess I could adjust my answer and say that the star Arcturus appears directly overhead in Europe when it's not directly overhead here in California. And I think that it's very far away, so that it's not due to the perspective, it's due to the tilting of the Earth being different. So the exit is far away.
You just have no justification for that empirically. That's just your belief system, right? Even though we can do on a small scale what I'm claiming.
So you can do it on a small scale, but the stars seem to be very far away.
What does very far away mean, and why does that matter?
It matters because if we both point at the same star, then I would say that we're pointing in parallel directions because it's so far away.
No, that's debunked. I can get a candle, some fluorescent strings, all kinds of lights, and you won't know where one is from the other. And I can have a fluorescent string sitting 2 inches in front of your face and every other string invisible behind it, and you're going to say the fluorescent string's where? You're not making no sense, bro.
Yeah, so that's if it's close. No, you're right. If it's close, I'm saying.
No, hold on. The only one you can see is fluorescent, Matthew. All the other chords can be close and far and you can't see none of them. The only one you can see is fluorescent. So what distance is it compared to the next? You couldn't know. You're making weird stuff up, dude. Any claim you make about stars and lights being far and how that dude said there was distances last night, a brightness means distance, it doesn't make no sense. I can go get a LED, a headlamp, a car lamp, all this stuff and line it up in different places, and you're not going to be able to tell me how far it is because of the dimness.
Can't you tell? Can't you tell the distance by measuring light speed?
No. You can tell distance by measuring light speed from what, where?
It's very hard to determine the distance to stars.
Yeah, that means you can't do it. That means it's not really happening. It's not really hard.
No,
it's impossible.
very hard is different than impossible.
No, it's impossible. You're the one acting like it's very hard, and you can do it when you can't. You can't do it on Earth.
Well, let's find out how they determine the distance of stars. How do they do it?
For close
by color.
Parallax.
They use color or brightness. That's what the guy said last night. I asked him to show me 2 million miles, 93 million miles left to right, 24,000 miles left to right, 238,000, so I can get a comparison for these star miles we need to get equipped for. And they said it's a color. The brightness of white is their distance, or blue, or green. Does that make sense? Does that sound like it makes sense?
Are you saying there's no like celestial maps with keys and scales?
No such thing in the world's history of time. They can't tell you on Earth what 500 miles looks like left to right out in your horizon. Are you kidding me? Not on Earth. On your horizon, they won't tell you. Matthew, what's 500 miles look like left to right?
It depends on the distance. Just like if you look at a
you have no clue, right? So you couldn't tell us, correct?
I couldn't tell you.
Exactly. So stop acting like you can tell us something farther than the 6 miles away that you can't tell 500 miles from. It's kind of odd, right? When you're saying you're telling a distance in 200 million light years or a light year, get real.
In the same way, you can't tell me how far left to right a yardstick is.
A yardstick is 3 feet.
Right. And so how much angular resolution or how much?
It's 3 feet, buddy. It's 3 feet. You figure out what you need to. It's 3 feet. That's a fact.
Yeah, it looks smaller the farther you go.
But we can go back and tell you it's 500 miles.
I'm not moving yardsticks into space and calling them lights and stars, and I'm not telling you they're anything. You're doing all that weird shit. I'm telling you, nuh-uh. I didn't say I'm moving a yardstick back and doing weird shit with it. I know it's 3 feet. I don't have to act goofy. So when you know it's 3 feet, well, you can move it back and forth, and if you know it can grow and shrink, then what are you talking about with your star? It's moving right now, right? Same as a moving yardstick, correct, Matthew? So how can you get anything from something that's doesn't give you a reference frame at all, buddy?
Yeah, it's very hard.
So tell that to the mathematicians that think you live on a globe with 9 planets and they think they know what they're talking about when they can't produce 2 of them or 3 of them. So it's very hard is the answer to all globe science. There is no answer. It's called very hard. Very non-existent, religiously hard. It's hard to falsify religions, Matthew. You know that?
Would you say that the light has 1 speed?
No, I would say there's no such thing as any of that. I'd say that's a man-made concept of ignorance.
Well, hold on. Can I just ask you, like when you turn on a flashlight at a wall, doesn't the light hit the wall from the flashlight?
Does light hit the wall?
Yeah, does the light...
The light shines on the wall. I don't know if it hits it.
It shines on the wall, but doesn't it have to come from somewhere to get to the wall?
What's your point?
The point is there has to be a speed at which from when you press the button on the flashlight to when the light hits the wall.
No, that's not a speed of light. That's a speed of your timing pressing a button and the button reacting from the battery to the little light bulb that it lights up.
Okay,
now
forget the button.
Hold on, stop, please. You're comparing a flashlight with sunlight? Is that what you're trying to do?
Forget the button. When the light bulb turns on.
Which light are we talking about? Just tell me that. A candle light, a flashlight, sunlight. We got special light. Which light?
Flashlight.
Well, right? Flashlight aims in a certain direction, so I can point it at the wall. If I was to say light something else, maybe it wouldn't stay focused on the wall. Maybe it would flicker like a candle.
Nacho. How much time does it take from when the light bulb turns on for it to hit the wall?
Instantaneous. There is no time. It's automatic. Automatic.
There is an amount of time that your brain takes to interpret it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking
Are
about.
you
I think
saying
he's
when you
talking
turn the
about
light bulb on,
his
the
pulse
light
rate.
bulb, it just teleports the light immediately to the wall?
Hell yeah. Isn't that what you see?
Well, how
Or
much
you
time
see
does that?
something
How much
different?
time does that take?
How long is the delay is what you need to figure out. What's the delay from when you push the button and the light comes on and hitting the wall? That's what you need to figure out. You're the one trying to tell us
The
how it
button
works.
is
You're asking
irrelevant.
quiz me on it. You're quizzing me on it. Why don't you just give us the answers?
The button does. It's irrelevant for the button. Just the
It's
light bulb turns
irrelevant for
on.
the answers.
Hold on.
So instead of
So the further back I go, the longer it's going to take for this light to shine on the wall. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Really? Have you tried that?
You can't try it at a long distance. I mean, you
you
can with the
can't try
laser.
it.
With the laser light, yeah.
Yeah, so take your laser, go 2 inches from the wall, press the button, take the amount of time it took for it to gum up on the wall, now move 10 feet back. It should be
That's
definitely a lot different.
oh man. What if it's
Oh man.
what if it's 20,000 miles?
We don't know. You're the one ifing.
No,
What if
it
we
is
shine a laser from Earth to the moon?
The lights work different in your mind or something? The light's going to work the same as the flashlight you just shined, right?
Okay,
It's
does
not going
light
to work
travel?
different, is it?
Does light travel?
Is the light going to do different when you
Nacho,
back up or not?
you're trying to like
Hello.
win here, but I'm just trying to have a real conversation.
Well, no, you're not, because you can't answer your own goofy questions that you want to pose to people. Does the light hit the object as soon as you turn it on? Yes or no?
I don't know why you're getting emotional. Seriously.
I'm not. I'm trying to be specifical. If that hurts you, I don't know why you're being unspecific.
Yeah, specifical isn't a word, so it doesn't hurt me.
Yeah, it's my word. It's called be specific. Quit beating around the bush. What are you talking about?
If light
Take
doesn't
your
have,
point.
right?
What's your point? I still don't know. You're asking me what light does. I told you it's instant. Now you're going to keep asking me the same question. Are you okay?
How much time is instant?
It's the word instant. It's what we made as humans to agree upon a thing called instant. It can be instant like 1 minute mashed potatoes. It can be instant like right away, faster than you can imagine. Instant.
Oh, it's very, very vague. I don't understand like what instant means.
Instant is vague? Instant is vague to you.
Yeah.
Go read the definition. Maybe it'll be unvague.
What happens when you turn on a light bulb?
When he turns on the light bulb, there's instantaneously the light travels to the wall. There's 0 time.
Yeah.
Okay, 0 time. Okay. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, it's not waiting any time. I mean, unless you can show us the seconds that it's waiting, like the guy asked you, shoot it close, shoot it far, and show us how it takes a delay.
Well, dude, maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe light takes no time. I don't know. Have you tested it?
I'm just telling you what I see. I'm not a guy making up stories with cat toys. I'm not going to get a cat toy and tell you the cat toy tells you something different than my fucking eyes. I'm going to use my eyeballs and go with that. I see instantaneous.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's not like you guys think I'm being mean. It's just my voice just sounds that way. If you guys think that, I hate to just say that every damn time, all day till I'm dead. I'll be dead tomorrow, and my voice will still be the same, you guys. I just like to get to a point like we did. You understand what I mean now, right? As fast as you can, is whatever that means to you and me, like whatever that means, instant, as fast as that can be. That's what that is. I've never seen a light take a delay to hit the wall.
What about when they do super slow-mo experiments with the camera?
Slow-mo of what? Slow motion light? Let me see it.
I'll try to find it.
I've never seen slow motion light. I've seen instant light. I see you play a video in slow motion.
I know
That's not light.
they slowed the light speed with using a diamond or a crystal.
Then that's not the light, is it? How fast does it take for the light to hit the crystal? Instantaneous. Now, what are they telling you?
Well, it's the speed of light.
The speed of light through a crystal?
It's a trick question. The light was already on the crystal to begin with.
Exactly. So, like, shining through something, is that going to help you infer your instantaneous motion or your instant speed or your constant? Like, you're the one that needs a constant, right?
If something is going 186,000 miles per second, would that seem instant to you?
No, because I don't think you know what that means.
You can see
You're just saying weird shit. We could all say ifs and but. What if a giraffe's neck was 188,000 miles? Would that seem instant neck to you?
Even a hypersonic jet, you wouldn't see because it's too fast, and you would call that no time instant, right?
I wouldn't see a jet. I sure would.
You wouldn't even see it because your eyes are not capable of seeing it.
Why
That's just my
see it
point.
before it took off? Hold on a minute, man. Calm down.
Using your eyes is not a good frame of reference in this particular, discussion, because you can't really see the speed of light with your eyes.
So can you define like light then?
I don't know why that would matter.
Well, it seems like you're attributing a lot of like speeds to it, and what theory of light are you using to come to these conclusions?
What theory of light? What is
like, like corpuscular light theory, or what is light a duality? What do you think it is?
Light is light. That's what it is.
Do you think you're made of light?
Yes. I think we're all made of light.
So there's light everywhere then, essentially, is what you're saying, right?
I didn't say that.
So do you know of a place without light?
Right now, without sunlight? Is that what
like without electromagnetic radiation, isn't that what light is?
Yeah. Yeah, there's places without light, probably. I'm not 100% sure, but pretty sure there's like some deep space areas without light, right?
Deep space areas?
Okay, deep ocean maybe. How about, is that better?
So there's no like plant life on the bottom of the ocean?
There is, but they don't use light. You were asking for humans, right?
Well, I was just trying to understand like what your the light is. I thought we came up with a great experiment for you to test out the speed of light by going, close to the wall with your laser, and then further away. There should be a difference in time it takes for that laser to hit the wall, right? According to your theory of light.
Yeah.
So have you ever noticed that, like with a laser?
I've never done the experiment. But I know that light from a light bulb is traveling to the wall. Hold on, my phone's about to die. Like, there is a source of light from the light bulb, right? So it's coming from somewhere. So it has to travel.
Yeah, what would you say that source is?
The light bulb.
The light bulb, and then electricity gives it that source, right?
Yeah. Or it could be a fire.
So
at least for the light bulb.
Yeah, for the light. So I'm just wondering, like, the electromagnetic radiation exists all around us and also inside the light bulb, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds.
Yeah, but what about
the
fire?
Is the light bulb like exciting the electromagnetic radiation around us? Is that what's going on, or what's going on?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, what about fire? Like, maybe, maybe not. But my answer would be, okay, sure. I have a flashlight over here. It'll illuminate something over there. Uh, if there were like, if there was smoke in between, you could see the path of it. But I like what, regardless of what you would reason, it coming from you as it's holding the source, the flashlight, and it illuminating something over there. The bottom line is, dog, nobody can perceive how long that took. If that was the case, we don't know what's going on. Like, it's really nothing else to say about that.
What do you
I
mean we
mean,
don't know what's going
you can
on? What does
speculate,
that
Well,
but
mean?
they say it takes 9 minutes for light to travel from the sun to Earth.
we don't know that. No, no, no.
What about
no.
knowing how long
See,
it
'cause
takes the light to go from you to me?
when we have things like on Earth, it's just instant, like Denmark says. But
It's
when you
not
start
instant.
saying that, well, light takes like 9 minutes to come from, like, no, no, no,
Well, Elijah, real
no.
quick. We can measure. Hold on. We can measure if I go across the street, or you're on a golf course and standing at the length of a whole hole. You don't think we can time the light from me to you in a golf course?
Oh, well, nobody knew. So I guess if you want to do a lecture on that, you can go ahead. I'll go on mute.
Well, no, I don't want to lecture. I just say you don't think they know the speed of light because they can time it. Even they're very accurate measuring devices these days. They can measure the time it takes from a laser to be shot to something and reflected back. Do you not agree that they can do that? I mean, you don't. Laser radar guns are actually a thing, right?
I said you go ahead and you give a lecture on it. I really haven't thought about it. Don't really care.
Oh no, you sound like you care because you're like, hey, you know what? We have a light. It takes 9 minutes, so we don't really know for sure what it is. We don't know much about it, but we do know so much about it. We can actually take a laser gun and a receiver, and we can actually bounce it off something, and whether I'm moving or not, know the differential speed within amazing accuracy. I mean, that's a gross type of measurement. We have much more accurate devices that can measure the speed of light, but that's one of the ones you can buy off a counter in a drugstore.
Didn't you figure that out from trial and error, though? Not the understanding of the light itself, right? That was just like we tried and tried and tried, and we got closer and closer and closer and more accurate over time.
They did, yes. They did. Measuring someone's speed, for example, and whether you're stationary with respect to the other object or whether you're moving, it'll know exactly what that closure rate is or how far it is going away from you.
So
Yeah,
yeah, to
okay, that's
calibrate.
cool. I mean, obviously, we already knew about that, but you said you could time how long light took to go from me to say 2 blocks away or something like that.
Right.
That sounds interesting. Something I'll go and mute and listen to. But to go from there to a conversation about radar giving the speed of other things. I mean, okay, whatever. Heard it before. Not saying it's. I mean, yeah, radar works. Big deal.
No, both are radar. I mean, you can have laser radar. You can have other types of radar. Depends on the electromagnetic wavelength you're talking about. But light, in particular, lasers that are accumulated beams of light that can be shot from something that emanates it. It'll reflect off something, return back, and you'll know how long it took the light to return. It can be validated with scientific methodology and testing. It's never been in question. I don't think anyone in the world would question that. Now, you can say it's ether being illuminated or excited, as Whitsitt always says, but that can be disputed
Did
by.
you hear me question it, or did you hear me say it'd be
No, I
cool
said you want to
to
look into it.
point
I heard that.
to figure out how, like, say I'm sending light to someone who has a receiver, and we could time how long that took. That is very different. Something I would sit down and stay on mute for. I didn't question anything else about radar or anything else.
What's
I
radar?
didn't deny anything about radar or anything else.
That's light. Radar is light.
And
And it can be created from a point aimed in a certain direction or in all
I
directions,
know,
then you
I
can
know you
talk.
said that. I know you just said that like 60 seconds ago.
Okay,
Now
I didn't know.
you know that's different from what I said, right?
I'm. That's why I was talking through it.
Because you
I'm
know
not
it's
really.
only the two-way speed. That's the thing. All I'm saying is it'd be cool if we could get the one-way speed. Like, so let's just. I mean, that let's just leave it at that, bro. I mean, again, you can talk about radar and all that, and that's cool. If you're not going to talk about,
The one-way speed. You're more concerned with and interested in
I'm just saying that's what we
the
were
idea or
talking about.
concept. Hold on,
We're
hold on.
like, how long does it take for a light when before you came? How long does it take for a light to go from the person who's cutting the light on to the wall? That was the question. Clearly, there's no epistemology to answer that question. However, um, we have the two-way speed of light, so there's that. And okay, fine, sure, whatever.
Well,
That's
I
what
mean, it's
that's
not a
what
stretch to
people.
understand how light can be refracted, diffused,
I
reflect,
didn't
all
say it
those.
was a stretch, right? Like
Hold
every
on,
time I
hold on,
tell
hold on,
you,
hold on.
every
Let
time
me
I
just
tell
finish real
you
quick.
every time I
Can I just
tell
finish
you
my
what
thought?
we were talking about,
I know.
you just
I
go,
get it.
well, it's not a
I find it,
stretch to infer
Elijah, can I
based
just finish
on
my
this
thought,
other
please?
thing.
Can I just finish my thought?
It's so annoying, man.
No,
Like, what's
you
wrong
are
with this
actually
guy?
being annoying because you're not letting me finish my thought. I was being very
Well,
brief,
you're about
and I
to tell
understand.
me for a third iteration what you
No,
told me the first time.
no, I'm not. And if you want to think you know what I'm saying without me saying it, you have incredible powers. That's not what I was going to say. I was not going to say the same thing over and over again.
A
You're
third
concerned. You're interested.
iteration
And let me.
of what
Why don't you
you
just
said
try
the
it?
first
Try it,
time.
Elijah. Just try it for once. Just try it for once, and I'll be done. And you can say, "Yeah, that's." I thought you were going to say that. And then you got me. So what I was going to say is that yeah, you're interested in the one-way speed light. That becomes a fascinating topic. How do we measure something being emanated from a point to another point and see what that one-way speed is? But what I'm saying is that we have ways of
Thing.
understanding how light actually it hits certain objects and how it's reflected, and by that reflection and that principle of physics, we know that there shouldn't be any difference between the one-way traveling to the return trip traveling for no all logical. Now we're assuming a lot of things there, but that's kind of how we've accepted it, and we haven't been able to give any kind of hints of why that wouldn't be true. But I get your point.
Yeah, you said that the first time, and I
I said
said, yeah, I don't have a problem with
possible.
that. Whatever, it's cool.
Okay, I get it. So what would it? So if we could measure the one-way speed of light, what would that tell us, Elijah?
It would give us the answer to the question we were asking.
What
Uh,
can you rephrase the question in how you understand the question to be?
how long does it take for me to flash a light in someone's face and for it to hit their face? What do
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
I mean,
What does that accomplish?
Jesus
By knowing
Christ,
that, what do you gain? What knowledge do you gain by doing that?
we would know it.
Why do you want to know it? I'm not
I
trying to
don't know.
be
I didn't ask the question.
okay. I never mind. I'll leave you alone. I just thought you had some kind
Thank
of
you very much.
profound. I thought you might have an interesting reason of why you'd want to pursue that information.
What about sound? Does sound have speed?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can it also be articulated that it's a rate of induction?
We can hear the delay with that at least.
Yeah. Is sound traveling at a speed or is sound a rate of induction?
Sound travels at a velocity. Your term rate of induction is I've heard in these
So
conversations
what's
before. I don't.
what?
You might want to define the rate of induction to me, but I know what induction means. I know what rate means, but when you use them in the context for which you're using it, I want to get a better idea what you're actually asking. But sound has a velocity through different types of medium, and the medium is what
Sure.
causes. Yeah.
God, dude. So if I open my mouth and I say something and somebody's, the other end of a football field or whatever, it takes time to get there, right?
Yes.
So what is getting there?
A accumulation of multiple collisions of molecules that have been hitting each other along its path. All those collisions combined, the distance and the time will give you the exact time it took overall, the aggregate time it took for it to get from the point it started to where it ended.
So it's an amalgamation of a bunch of different collisions that are taking place. So it's not a single thing moving from my mouth to the ears of that individual.
No, it's taking stops
Right.
along the
So
way.
I would say it would be better described as a rate of induction, because the energetic pulse that I put into the air, or the agitation of the air that's created by my voice box, right, and is projected out of my mouth, that agitation within the air induces through the medium and eventually hits somebody's ears. And it takes time to do so, but it isn't necessarily a speed in a sense of I'm measuring the speed of a baseball or of a vehicle, because those would be measuring the speed of something specific. Whereas what I'm doing with my mouth when it comes to sound is creating or setting up some sort of energetic pulse within a medium, which is inducing across that medium at a specific rate. So I would say it's a rate of induction, just to give it some more specificity.
You think you need more specificity? You think you need more, or do they have enough?
Well, some people conflate a speed as something going from one place to another, as opposed to an energy being induced through something. So people can get confused.
I know what you're saying. I don't really have a problem with those ideas, and the fact that the energy starts at your mouth or throat, vocal cords, and you release this energy is transferred into motion, kinetic energy. Potential energy is in these vibrating vocal cords. It's released into the air, or hits a molecule, so that kinetic energy hits another molecule. It starts moving, hits another molecule, and so on, and it propagates across some distance. And of course, the more medium you have, the denser the medium is, it'll propagate faster. So that's why.
So it would be incorrect to be like, if I'm saying something and somebody else is hearing it at the end of the football field, it would be incorrect to say, how long does it take for something to get from sound, because what is sound? Sound isn't necessarily a thing in and of itself, right?
Well, but let's say you're yelling, you're in a sealed, insulated, soundproof box, and nobody can hear you outside of it, and you're screaming your bloody murder head off, and you want to know how long it takes that sound that you've generated. It sounds inside that box. It's all over, bouncing off the walls, hitting back into your ears. It's in that box, and then suddenly there's a little door opens up, and then the sound's released. How long would that take for that sound that was in the box to hit you 100 feet away?
Nothing has changed within this scenario, right? Because what I'm trying to say is there's nothing like a car can travel 55 miles an hour. A baseball can be thrown 90 miles an hour. But when we're talking about sound or we're talking about light, we're just talking about things that are inducing.
Right.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. It's not a thing. Sound isn't a thing, and it's not an object. You can't, it's a heavy mass. It's more of an idea. It's a propagation through a medium, and a speed at which it propagates through the medium is the speed of that particular sound. Whereas light's a little bit different. Right?
Did somebody ask me a question? Sorry, I was away. Or did the room just die? Mic check.
So we agree that sound has a speed, right?
Well, he wanted to call that propagation or a rate of induction. The way he described that definition, I don't have a problem with. And I said it's quite different than light. Light doesn't move, and it does have a velocity which is quite different than how sound propagates. The speed of sound Well, speed of sound is dependent and intrinsically dependent upon the medium for which it travels, or for which it propagates through, using your vernacular. Where light does not have that same issue.
Sure, it does. We see the slowing down of light as it enters glass, but then we also see it speeding up as it exits. You guys want to claim that it's just taking a longer path as it's going through that, which is good, right? It would be fantastic if you could actually prove that. But what we do see is a reduction in what you consider the speed based on the medium when it comes to light.
Don't you think that's exactly the difference? The fact that we can slow it down aggregately, that speed now changes, but from stop to stop, there's no reduction in speed. So they can prove that there's no medium needed. It's not interacting with the medium in that way, where the speed of light is kept constant.
We can agree. We can agree to disagree because there is no. Can you give me definitive evidence that light entering a medium such as glass maintains its current velocity, other than the fact that it exits at the velocity in which it entered?
That's true. And sound also can be light.
Hold on, Democ, hold on, man. There's a question on the table before you go off on a. Go ahead, Zanuck.
So there's ways of detecting what's going on in the glass, how light propagates through glass. So we do this all the time, every day, every second. In fact, we're actually responsible for this particular principle in our communications right now. Fiber optics, knowing how light travels through glass and different types of glass and qualities of glass, is intrinsically critical to understanding how to make fiber optic communications actually work, because you're actually sending light through glass.
So can you give
It didn't
me
answer us.
Yeah.
It didn't answer it.
I don't know the exact technology, but there's ways of measuring this interaction between the molecules of the substance, whatever the silicate or some type of whatever the glass is composed of, how the light reacts with at the atomic level, the molecular level.
Still didn't answer it.
Easy answer.
If it's an easy answer, just give me the answer then.
It's not an easy
answer.
answer.
It's not. I thought you said it was an easy answer.
Yeah.
What's up, Zanuck? We got Coriolis week coming up soon. Don't miss it. It's like Shark Week.
Can't wait. Can't wait. We're gonna go the Southwest travels.
Anyways, did you have anything else with that, Napalm? Or I would agree. They have no evidence that light's actually maintaining its speed when we see it slowing down. So. The globe's dead, bro. Globe Earth is dead. R.I.P.
I'm gone for like a few days, and suddenly it's all dead. What happened? I thought
Kosho
the baby
fell
was in good
off.
hands. Thought the babysitter was home. What?
You're probably gonna climb up a ranking in the Glober ranks because Kosho's sliding down fast. And what's going on with your boy? Light's a very mysterious thing. I mean, I don't know. You guys think you got it all figured out? I don't. I'd be disinclined to think that's the case.
Can we just move somebody past Zanuck to fill Kosho's spot?
It may happen. We're gonna have to just wait and see. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know how it's gonna play out yet.
What happened to Kosho?
I don't know. It's a good fucking question. I don't know.
Blow up?
He's He's not as good. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know.
Did he get over his head last week while I was gone?
He got a little cold, and then he came back, and it's just like he ain't right.
He was getting a little angry last week when I was listening to some of the interactions. He was getting a little frustrated for some reason.
Well, you know how it gets in here.
Well, yeah, the upward accelerating Earth, and he was spending time making GIFs and simulations, and I think people weren't appreciating his more delicate artsy side.
The upward accelerating Earth on a globe, like, no offense, but that notion is like it's retarded.
No, it's actually,
like that can't. It's impossible. Hold on, let me take that back. It's not retarded. It's physically impossible. It's a physical impossibility. How about that?
If the fabric of space time didn't bend or warp, you'd be correct. If it did
That
bend
don't
and warp,
save you.
of course. If it did,
Space time doesn't save you from this.
No, it does, because that's what gives the acceleration. Remember, it's not the distance that it moves; it's just a directional change. The fact that it's changing directions gives you an acceleration, and that's a hard one to really grasp.
It's not hard to grasp. Which direction is it going?
To the ground.
The ground is going to the ground?
The direction it's bending toward the ground.
The direction of the ground is going towards the ground.
No, the direction of the direction of the fabric of space-time is bending toward the Earth.
Okay, so how does this help with the Earth expanding up on antipodal and you don't have a changing radius?
Nobody said expanding. No one said radius. No one said any of that. All we said was change of direction. So when something's falling, if it's inertial, now it's free to follow its motion in space-time, meaning we're all moving through time, but something is going to get in your way, meaning the Earth is going to stop you from going in that direction, that particular vector, then you'll have a deceleration. The ground didn't get larger. It basically accelerated into you because the direction you got in its way. No different than how pseudo forces work in a car taking a turn, or slamming your brakes on, or accelerating. Simple acceleration without anything changing size. The Earth not changing size antipodally, just the direction change causes this acceleration.
Yeah, in case anyone's not up to speed, we have a free falling object, and the ground is that object static, and the ground's actually accelerating up to meet it. Is that a good steel man of your position?
I think you're right on.
That's right on. Okay, so the ground is accelerating up. We have movement in a direction. The ground is moving up. Now, if you have this happen antipodal on a ball, opposite sides of a ball, it necessitates that you would have expansion, even though you didn't say it. That is the necessity that would have to happen.
One small correction. You mentioned the word move. Anyone just joining us? See, first of all, there's about 2 weeks of coursework that these newbies have to go through to really understand what you and I are talking about. So that right
we
there.
Have the ground. We have the ground.
Real quick. So you mentioned the word move. When someone hears move, that means some type of change of distance. Just a change of distance is a movement, right? And that's not what we're saying. We're saying not that the Earth is moving upward, the Earth is accelerating upward.
Yes, and in order for something to be accelerating, it has to be moving, right?
No.
No?
No.
Can you give an example of a non-moving acceleration?
Mm-hmm. So tetherball.
Oh, my head.
It's not changing. It has an acceleration, but it's not. The motion has not changed.
Tetherballs move.
It's moving already. Yeah. It's already moving. The ball is moving. And suddenly, magically, it shoots out a spider.
How is it already?
Because I threw it. I threw this ball.
Hold on. So it's already moving. So I said, give me an example of something that's not moving. You said it's already moving.
The change in motion. So let's get a better description. A change of motion.
Give me something accelerating that's not moving, please. I can't believe I even said those words out loud. Unbelievable. This is hurting my head. Einstein got you all fucked up, bro. That's what's going on right here. You got the ground accelerating upwards. We got a direction. It's accelerating. That's a movement. Despite what the hell you just said about a tetherball.
Because we assume that everything is already in motion, like the Earth, your object, any object in free fall is in motion of space time, is moving through time and space. It has to be moving through time and space. It's inertial, and by being inertial, it could experience inertial forces. Inertial forces are those that would stop its motion, and that could be simply a change of direction.
Okay, just to make it clear, the ground. Hold on, the ground's accelerating upwards, but it's not moving.
Mm-hmm.
So what's with the upwards part? What's the ground's not moving up? What do you even? How can you say the ground's accelerating upwards and then the ground's not moving up?
Perfect segue to my next point. So yeah, the ground's not accelerating upward in that respect. It's moving through time and space, and it would appear to the object that the ground is now accelerating to it, because the lines of space-time are now curved into the ground, and now basically the ground, as it moves through space-time, it will run into the Earth. It'll run in and have a force impacting the Earth, which will be an inertial force, but the ground will have to push back on that object, and that's called a proper force or a real force.
So the ground's not moving up.
No.
Okay, but it is. So the ground's not moving up, but it is accelerating up.
As it would appear that way to the object that is inertial, because it's.
But that's not actually happening. What's actually happening is objects just follow the ground, right?
Looking at it from the ground, it looks like the object's accelerating to the ground. But we know
forget about where you're looking at it, Xanax. Forget about where you're looking at it from. What's actually happening in reality? Do you know what reality is?
Yeah, the ground accelerates up to the object.
But it's not moving up.
But it's not moving up.
But it's so. Do you have an example? Any other example anywhere in the history of mankind where something is accelerating and not moving?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
You're in your car, and you're in my race car. You and I got you in my passenger seat. I bolt that thing in. Now you got a passenger seat in there. We leave the belts off though, because I'm trying to play a cruel joke on you. And so we're going down Auto Club Speedway, 160 miles an hour, and I take that turn into the left, into the banking, and you are just minding your own business, sitting there looking at Xanax turn the wheel, and then suddenly your head smashes into the before your head hits, you look over to the wall and go, heck, the window is coming closer to my head, and then bam, your head hits the window. Now you were just inertial, but the window is accelerating to you. And nothing changed as far as geometry goes. I just changed the direction of the car.
In your race car example, what was the thing accelerating that's not moving? My head?
The window moving toward you. It didn't move toward you. It was just there. I can still see it. I'm basically bolted in. It didn't change this distance to me at all. But you saw the window accelerate to your face. Then you cracked the plexiglass. It hit it so hard it cracked. So that window accelerated to your face. To me, it didn't accelerate at all. And then when you hit it with a pseudo force, because a pseudo force is an inertial force. And the glass broke because it had to exchange the exact same force onto your face. So it cracked trying to produce that same force. And everybody's happy.
So my head is still. So my head is still, and the window hit my head. Yes. That's what you're saying happened?
Mm-hmm.
So it moved. It had to move to hit my head, right?
It would look like it was for your head. It looked like it was accelerating to you.
Zanuck, my head still. The
But
window
space
accelerated
time,
to hit my head.
the turn of the
Zanuck,
car.
Zanuck, hold on, bro. Hold on, please. My head still. The window accelerated to hit my head, and it hit me in the head. Right? Is that clear? Just yes or no? Because I got to follow up, please.
Yeah, it looked like the window accelerated to your head.
Yeah. So the window, in order for the window to hit my head, if my head didn't move, in order for the window to touch my head, the window had to move. That's how things that move, touch, and move work.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, depending on how you're looking at it, sure, I agree. But how come it didn't move with respect to me? The distance of that window didn't change from me to the window. It only changed from you to the window.
Okay, but this is not an example of something that accelerated and didn't move, because we know if the window, if my head still, and the glass hit my head, the glass had to move into my head.
What if the window blue shifted?
But it didn't, because I'm looking at the same window, and I in fact I have a yardstick, big old wood yardstick, like they used to paddle you when you're in fourth grade. Get that yardstick stuck to my helmet, and it's pressing on that window, and that yardstick measured 3 feet. Didn't
First of
change
all, everyone.
1 inch.
First of all, everyone knows in this scenario the window didn't move. My head was the thing that moved and hit the window. Second of all, if my head was, let's just say in this nutcase scenario that my head was still and the glass hit me in the head, the glass would have to move. Just period. I mean, there's nothing to really.
No, you're hitting the nail off on the head. Perfect. You're saying that you're saying it had to move. You said the window had to move, but we all know it didn't move because it's in the car. But the question is, if you didn't move, would that window have hit you in the head? So you moved, right? But did you really move? No, you didn't move.
Go ahead,
You were
Eli.
following an inertial. You were following somewhat of an inertial path, going straight as an arrow, going through the analogy of space time. You're going straight as an arrow, and suddenly this window smashed in your head because you didn't accelerate. If you didn't accelerate, how did the window hit you? It had to accelerate.
Shit is incoherent
And it didn't
gibberish.
accelerate. This is the greatest analogy I've ever come up with so far.
I saw this on Star Trek once. I'm telling you.
Jeremy, you got to admit, maybe
wrap it up. Trying to get in.
hold on, right, wrong, or indifferent. This is the greatest analogy I've come up with for this kind of thing for you. We all know that your head moved to the window.
I'm trying.
Okay, you're not gonna listen. The reason the analogy is so good. Can I finish the quick thought and just kind of
please wrap it up though? Be concise.
I am being concise. You just said that we all know that the head hit the window, but in actuality, you didn't. We turned the car. You were moving in a straight line, and the window hit you, because if the window wasn't there, and you weren't bolted in, you would just fly off out of the car, off into the track. So the reason that your head hit the window is because it accelerated to you, because you didn't accelerate into you, because you didn't feel an acceleration to go to the outside. You're just minding your business, going straight as an arrow. You didn't feel anything. Right. So that's why, hold on, I'll summarize with this. That's why they say that is an inertial force, that it seemed like you accelerated to the window, but you didn't. So the window accelerated to you, but it didn't, because I know I measured it, because the distance from, hold on, last 4 words. I know, because you keep on interrupting me. The window now is the same distance from me, the driver, as it was when we started. So you can't help yourself. You can't. I knew it had to be Elijah.
You are borderline. Hold on. In a second, Zanuck, hold on. You are bored. Hold on. You are like pretty much monologuing, just repeating yourself, sea lioning right now. I mean, let's let Eli get in, please.
I mean, I could have did Zanuck a service by saying, yeah, Jeremy, you basically concluded what Zanuck told you. Like you agreed with his scenario. That's the problem.
He didn't. He said, everyone knows your head accelerated to the window.
He did. Don't argue with me. You told him what the scenario was, and then he repeated it back to you as if he repeated something opposite to that. But you responded exactly. Why? Because he said the same thing you said. No, so now you're telling me he didn't. You can't even follow the conversation that you were having.
He clearly said, Elijah, if you were listening, he clearly said, everyone knows that the window, that your head accelerated to that window.
That was your point.
Everyone doesn't know that. Your point is,
Your point.
Elijah,
Your
did
point
the
is
guy's head accelerate to the window? Did the guy's head accelerate to the window? Yes or no?
your point is that
You can't answer it, can you?
you're moving. The window is not moving. He's saying, well, everyone knows you're not moving. That the window is not accelerating to you. But then you said exactly. It's just that he said two different things.
No, you missed it. You misinterpreted even what he said. I'll say it again. He
I
agreed.
agreed with you,
He
Zanuck.
said,
Zanuck, at first I agreed with you and said, okay, I'll play along. Let's pretend my head's not moving and the window hit my head. In order for the window to hit my head, it would have had to have moved. Otherwise, the glass doesn't hit my head.
Right.
Yeah.
So the window did. So the window did move. It hit your head.
But this was supposed to be an example of something accelerating, not moving.
It did. No, you keep on conflating.
Yes. No.
Movement with change
Duck
of
season.
movement. That's the problem. That's the problem. When something drops a ball out the window, it's said to be inertial. I mean, it has no forces acting on it. This can be demonstrated that it has no forces acting on it. Then it hits the ground. Well, then there's a force. There's a pseudo force, inertial force, and then a proper force. The laws of physics say that can't happen. That inertial object can't impart any force on anything unless it's a fictitious or a inertial force. And that's exactly what we see. So we have to say that the ground accelerated up to the object, not the object accelerating into the ground, because it didn't accelerate to the ground. It just was inertial. We know that because it had no forces acting on it. No different than your head that is smashing into the window didn't accelerate to the window. The window accelerated to you, but it didn't move with respect to the driver. I'm the driver. I'm looking at my window. It's still the same distance it was when it hit your head. Because I turned the car. I changed the direction.
Seconds.
All that. Hold on. Last
10
thing.
seconds.
I changed the direction. I steered the car. I changed the direction. I was causing this analogy, which is the bending of warping of space time by turning the car. All I did was change the direction. I didn't do anything else other than that. Velocity didn't change. Nothing changed. Only this.
Are you a Gemini?
Only the direction.
Time's up.
No.
Time's up.
Leo.
Well, what's your sign, Zanuck?
All right.
Leo.
Oh. Yeah, y'all talk a lot too.
Happy birthday,
Gemini.
Zanuck.
Talk a lot.
Thank you. Hey, what are you, Elijah? Just curiosity.
Let's ask.
Elijah, what sign are you? What sign are you, Elijah?
No, I said Gemini. I said we talk a lot too.
Oh, you are Gemini. Okay, got it. Thank you for the show.
It's nice.
Well,
it's
happy
nice.
birthday,
No problem, man. I was taking a lucky guess, but it's nice when we can find connections in a place like this.
Yes.
Romantic connections.
It is.
But
the deepest conversations you probably ever have, right? These are the deepest conversations you ever have. Most of the people won't want to have these conversations that you during the day. Your friends, what are you even talking about? It's so boring, so stupid. But here we talk about this kind of deep stuff. This is kind of interesting, actually.
That's why me and Zanuck think.
Zanuck never got in a fight with a guy because every time he tried, he got lost in his eyes.
Me and Zanuck, we think a lot alike because it's the same. I feel the same sentiments you just expressed, Zanuck. That's right. You can't talk about.
Okay. Let's see how you feel about this one. All right, let's see how you feel about this one. Can we have something accelerating and not moving?
I typed something out in the chat because it sounded like you guys were disagreeing with Zanuck. I think what's in the case of the head in the car, the head is moving at a constant velocity, so it's in a constant motion. I mean, it's not changing its motion. The car's changing the motion. The car's accelerating, and the head hits the car. Clearly, that's what's happening. I don't know why anybody would disagree with Zanuck about that.
So the head is moving into the glass, you're telling me?
The head was in a constant motion. The car is what it's accelerating. The car is what's changing the direction. So you can describe it however you like to describe it, as long as you agree with what I said.
Well, we're trying to figure out which one's moving here. Now, Zanuck says that...
Space.
Down a second. Zanuck says that
therefore space time is the car, man. Like, what's so? Am I wrong?
No, I'm not. I mean, it doesn't take 20,000 years to get. I mean, shit. Okay, next.
This is a completely ridiculous scenario. I mean, think about it this way. There's two fighter jets that are both moving at the same speed next to one another. One's slightly ahead of it. The one slightly ahead of it deviates in its path. The other plane runs into it. Who cares? Your scenario,
Perfect. No,
Zanuck,
but what happened?
Zanuck, your scenario did not lay out how something that's not moving can be accelerating, because that was the question. And then you went to the same sorry excuses that you use all the time that don't actually get to the root cause of what you're trying to claim, which is that something is not moving. So you give us a moving car and moving person residing within the car, and then a change of direction of one of the objects that's moving. They're both moving.
If anybody,
Who cares?
if anybody
Right.
was paying attention, you gave it.
Non-moving.
If anyone's
situation.
Napon, if anybody's if anyone's paying attention, you just actually give the answer away as we did. So this fighter jet that turns in front of the other fighter jet, and you hit it. Did the back fighter jet when it hits the front fighter jet?
Moving. The question was regarding acceleration.
Yeah, they're both moving.
Without
there's no
movement.
They know. So Einstein, and Newton said this too. That there's no connection between two objects that are moving at the same velocity versus to the.
What two? Okay, so let's go back.
I think you cut out there, Napon.
Yeah, you were roboting.
Yeah, in the car, the car is moving. You're moving. Technically, the window's moving. You change direction. Next thing you know, even though everything is still moving, you're gonna hit the window. It's gonna appear to be hitting you though, and that's what they're
If my head
claiming. We're experiencing as things falling down. But I mean, obviously, how does that work? Like, all 360 degrees of the Earth, especially with its different vectors of motion around the sun, around the blah 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 blah. But also, like,
All right.
what about clouds?
Hold on,
In this
real
scenario?
quick. All right, before we get into clouds, which I love clouds, but before we get into clouds,
No, I'm just saying they're not
there's
doing
my
anything
head.
with all this acceleration and all this space time curvature going on.
They are actually.
Yeah, sure,
They are.
sure. But go
Okay,
ahead.
so
Joe.
we're in a
Sorry,
car. We're in a car. There's my head in the window. You said my head doesn't move. The glass accelerated into my head. So my head does
your
move
head
to
didn't
hit.
accelerate.
Does my head move to hit the glass, or did the glass move to hit my head? Something had to move.
The glass moved to hit your head.
Okay, but the glass was supposed to be an example of acceleration without movement.
Wait,
yes.
Earlier you said the glass appears to hit your head, but it's your head hitting the glass. That's what you said earlier.
No,
I can't.
The glass hitting your head.
That is what he said.
No,
Did he
Elijah
really?
had it backwards for a
No.
second.
Derby, did he not say that it appears like the glass is hitting your head, but you're hitting the glass? That's not what he said.
Dude, he said so many things.
It appears that
He's double spoke like
backwards.
3 times in the past 10 minutes.
No, I didn't.
You just told me the glass.
It appears that the glass.
Let
me say it that way. That way you can just erase whatever you thought you heard. You can watch the replay if you wanted to. It appears that the glass is going to hit you. It's accelerating to you. Right? Or maybe, sorry, maybe I just misspoke. It appears that you are accelerating to the glass. You're going to smash. Oh my God, I'm accelerating to this glass. But in actuality, you're not. So maybe I said that. I was mistaken. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Let me just be clear. There's my head and a piece.
What actually is happening?
They're 1 foot away
The
from
glass
each
is
other.
hitting you now.
Zanuck, I don't know if you can
No, I know that the glass didn't.
Dude, hold on. You're over talking, Jeremy. I would just like to point out that you double spoke in your explanation of trying to explain how you didn't double speak. You actually spoke within.
Exactly. You're right. I did because you got me kind of twisted up there. I agree with you, and I'm sorry for doing that. But I was just kind of.
Oh yeah, it's
I'm trying to find all these different ways of explaining.
It's the rest of the room.
All right, thank you for exposing me. I'm the bad guy. I'm the one that's wrong here. Yeah, hang me out to dry.
So I was right about 5-10 minutes ago when I said Jeremy agreed with you, but you thought that wasn't the case because you actually meant something else.
That was a different
No,
a
it's the
different type
same.
of
It's the
topic.
same thing.
I
We're
was
talking
clearly
about the
talking
glass in the
about
window. He
motion.
summarized what you said.
Elijah, can I have a second? I clearly was
All right,
talking
whatever.
about the head. I've been saying this over and over again, that you are not accelerating to the glass. The glass is accelerating to you because you are inertial. I've been very clear in the script about how this is possible. And so how the analogy makes sense is that the ground is accelerating up to this object because it is inertial also. And those fictitious forces or inertial forces are the forces that your head would impart on the glass. Not real, because you wouldn't.
Okay,
You're
but Xanax,
inertial. You're not, and we know this. Hold on, we know this because the
we got
glass
to put the
does.
timer on Xanax.
Last second,
We
10
got to
seconds.
put the timer
5
on him,
seconds.
Gio.
5 seconds. We know this because the driver, me, was looking at that glass, and it did not change distance from me to it. So I know it didn't move relative to me. It only moved to the guy. It accelerated to the guy's head.
You just be going on and on saying the
I
same
won't.
thing over and over again.
He's just chopping up
Because
shit that I'm
he's
saying and
saying
mixing it
this.
up.
He's still talking. Oh my God. He's saying the same thing, but within what he's saying, he's taking both positions as he's saying it twice and 3
Listen,
times.
let's just keep
switching
it real
between-
simple. Go ahead, my bad.
Wait, well, we might have really been delayed there because I definitely stopped when you started talking.
I know, but I didn't mean to cut you off. Just go. I'm going next because
I
this is
was
too.
done. I was done. That's what I'm saying. You started talking when I was already finished, so there must be a delay.
All right, listen, this is real simple. There's a piece of glass in my head. They're going to come in contact with each other. Which one moved?
Okay, I was going to go next. I just want to say this. I think I can clear up this Abbott and Costello thing that's going on here. Okay, it's because we're talking about this thing, movement and acceleration and motion, and we're mixing words together. And it's kind of, and I think that's why it's getting confusing. Because of course,
Answer his question, bro.
of course, in the case of the head and the glass and the car, anything's moving depending on what frame you're talking about.
So the glass head moved? Is that what your answer is?
The question can be more. It can be specified more if you just describe what's accelerating.
Didn't the glass stop moving though, and then you went into the glass? Because the car is crashing, right? The car crashes, the glass stops, but you keep going into the glass.
That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Is your head, the motion of your head is what's constant, and so you can describe that as either not moving, or you can describe it as constant velocity, whatever you want to do. And yeah, it's a car that's actually changing its motion. It's the one that's accelerating, and the head's continuing to move. It hasn't changed its motion. And so you can describe that as the car's motion, the car's acceleration being the actor, and the head is just basically continuing what it was doing.
Well said, Kosho. Well said.
Moving, continue to move. When we asked Zanuck for an example of something that's not moving.
Yeah, but that's my point, though, is that the motion of the head in that case can be described as like the way he's describing it is not wrong because it's motionless in its frame. It's motionless in its frame because it's not changing its velocity or changing anything. In reference to the acceleration of the car, yeah.
Okay, so the head's not moving. Is the head moving or is the glass moving? Which one's moving in this scenario of acceleration without movement?
They're both moving, Jeremy.
Moving. It just depends on the frame.
Well, the glass
of
stops
reference.
moving, and then the head continues to move, right?
No.
The
car makes a change in the head.
Yep, I said it already. Everything is moving, but then there's a difference in the direction of one frame, and so the head just kind of on the same trajectory bumps into the glass. But it appears to you, which is what Zanuck was saying, like the glass is actually hitting you versus you accelerating towards the glass. That was his whole point.
But that requires perception, and if we're talking about inanimate objects that don't have perception, then it would be irrelevant.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about perception. In the frame of your head, in that frame, it's not changing anything. What's changed?
What is the frame
of the head? The frame. I'm saying it out loud. I'm saying in
All I'm
English,
saying is,
4-letter word, head, in the frame of the
yeah, I
head.
know.
In the frame of the
No,
head,
what,
it's
what,
not changing.
all I'm saying, guys,
We got to go one at a
think
time, guys.
about this. Think about this. What they're describing is exactly what we experience. There's nothing to argue about. It's just that the premise can't be proven. There's no reason to even argue because, in a poetic way, they're basically using words to describe a scenario that, in effect, doesn't look any different from what we experience if we weren't
With one
moving and
small
something was
change.
falling.
With one small problem, Elijah. We know that
No,
these objects
there's
are
no
not.
small problem.
Yeah,
What are you
can I tell
talking
you what
about?
it is? You don't know what it is until I tell you.
Hold on, Zanuck. Hold on, Elijah. Just let him. Were you done with your thing, Elijah?
I don't like him to come behind me and say there's no. Listen, in
He's
effect,
gonna respond.
there's no
He's trying to
difference
respond to what you
between
said.
something falling on the
He won't let
ground.
me.
That's the ground
You're
not
gonna
moving being.
right when he's done. You're gonna hold on. No one interrupt Elijah. Elijah, when you're done, pass the mic back to me and say, "Okay, Jeremy, go," and then I'll instruct who's gonna talk next. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll ask you the question, Jeremy. Is there a difference between the earth not moving and something falling to the ground versus the earth moving and the curvature of space-time bending, in effect, the way make it seem like something's falling to the ground, but actually it's not that? Would you be able to tell the difference?
I don't know. Zanuck, you're up.
Thank you, Bubba. So yeah, that's very perceptive of you. You're interesting when you think about it. But the way you can tell is that the object that you think is accelerating, if you want to pick one or the other, they should have some type of force acting on it. You can't have an acceleration without a force. So if that object, the head, for example, didn't feel anything when they start making the turn, it just continued in its same direction. It was inertial. But the other object, the wall or the window or the ground, it's now we can measure the acceleration of it going to you, and it has forces acting on it as well, because that's what causes that velocity change. So we know that the difference is in the forces.
You done?
Yep.
Okay, Elijah, did you want to respond to that?
No.
I'll respond to something.
All right.
You guys hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
All right, cool. So we have a leaf that is neutrally buoyant within a river, and that river is flowing, and there's a rock residing within that river. And as that leaf is sitting there neutrally buoyant in the river, is it accelerating? Zanuck, that's for you or Kosho.
Yeah, I don't really understand the scenario, but is accelerated with respect to what? Remember, acceleration is a respect to something else. So, like,
To the stream.
falling off a building, we see a change. Right,
stream.
It's in the stream and it's neutrally buoyant and it's floating in the stream and the river's moving.
Yep, it's moving.
And the rock is not
perfectly
moving.
along with the current. It's neutrally buoyant.
Right. So that's a good one. So let's say the rock is inertial and the river is when it's moving. So the leaf could hit the rock, and the pseudo force would be.
Would you just let me lay it out without you trying to fucking come in and tell me what I'm trying to say?
Sure.
I just asked you if the leaf was inertial.
No.
No. So in the flowing stream with a neutrally buoyant leaf that is moving along at the same rate as the river, it's not inertial.
The river is accelerating it.
In relation to what?
Relationship. I mean, the river is a constant force acting on the thing, right? So
okay,
I would think that.
So between the river and the leaf, that's all we're talking about is the river and the leaf. The leaf is flowing along down the. So the leaf is inertial.
With respect to the water, not beneath. You have the rock.
It hits the boulder. It hit. Would you just listen to me for just a second?
So the leaf hits a rock and becomes attached to the rock. So it is effectively moving, has no forces acting upon it in relation to itself, right? The river. It comes in contact with a rock that is not moving. The rock is not moving.
Okay, that's a good. I like this analogy. I had to think about it for a
Yeah,
second.
but the stream in this analogy is acting almost kind of like a force like gravity would be acting, like a continuous force acting on something.
Kosho, he's kind of talking about.
Yes. Now you're getting it, right?
Yeah,
So this downward flow, if something is accelerating, quote unquote, at the same rate in which the flow that it is residing upon, and we look at this energetic flow as it goes down towards the ground, it doesn't have to come into impact the same way that water would, quote unquote, impact the rock, but something residing upon it that would be moving at the same rate in which it is moving would appear as though no forces are acting upon it.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. I think it's a great
There
analogy.
you go. Perfect.
So your rocket and river analogy is just like an object being thrown off a building. It's in space time. It's inertial, and then the rock that's stationary. And when that leaf hits the rock is like the Earth. Now, the rock imparted the proper force into the leaf, but the leaf ran into this rock that got in its way, and that's what we're saying the ground of the Earth is.
Yeah.
The Earth.
Well, here let me break down why I gave you the analogy, because we're residing upon the rock. The rock is stationary. That's what we're residing upon, and there is a flow. Don't tell me no. Don't tell me no about my own analogy.
I'll tell you what your analogies are about.
We are. Yeah, exactly. You are my analogy.
No, yeah, the rock is the Earth. Right, got it.
We are residing upon this Earth, right? And we do have this downward flow that's measurable, right? That's all we're saying is taking place. And something that falls at the same rate in which that flow takes place would appear as though there's no force acting upon it, if that's the force that we're claiming is allowing it to reside
here's the problem.
Area, right? Remember, so when that leaf is just sitting there stuck upon the rock, we could take that leaf, we could pull it away from the rock and let it go. And in relation to the stream, it would have no forces, it would not be moving, and the rock would appear as though it's coming up to hit it. But that's not what's taking place. Boom.
Okay,
there's your stream leaf analogy that completely
Napalm, you keep on stopping. Let me get a word in. So real quick,
I'm getting ready to stop for good. I'm getting ready to start up some equipment. So then
I know. I want to get in before you leave. I like your analogy. You forgot one thing though. Is the leaf accelerating to the rock? When you measure the distance it travels and the rate at which it travels, the change of velocity, is there a change of velocity, or is it a constant velocity hitting the rock, the leaf? And this is very critical. You have to get this one right. It's not accelerating. I'll give you the answer already. It's not, because I know you got to go. It's not accelerating. So it's a close analogy, but it's not a great analogy because you're not having acceleration involved with your leaf and the rock. In our analogies, we do have an acceleration. That's why you need to have like that's why you need a curving river. If you did it on a curving river and did the analogy, then it would make more sense. And then you get my point.
No. My analogy is analogous to. Sorry.
It's not, because there's no acceleration.
My analogy is actually analogous to what we experience here on Earth with objects, quote unquote, falling.
It's not.
Your analogy of the stupid race car and the window is not analogous.
Well, let me show you how stupid this is, Napalm. You're forgetting. I just got done giving you the bait. You didn't take it. You're not giving the bait. The answer. Giving the hint. Your leaf is not accelerating with respect to the rock. That's the critical problem in your analogy. Very critical problem. Not going to work. Analogy fails. What we experience on Earth, we drop the rock, and it accelerates to the ground. Hold on, real quick. When you drop the rock, it absolutely accelerates.
Now you're going back on the ground accelerating to the rock?
Well, there has to be some acceleration. I can break down that for you based on forces, but we don't need to. Your analogy is missing acceleration. Mine has an acceleration. We measure the acceleration of the Earth rock to the ground or vice versa. We know there's an acceleration. Your analogy does not have an acceleration. Critical component missing.
The leaf is accelerating, dude. We can measure
it. It's not.
If we're residing upon the rock and we lift the leaf up, it accelerates backwards, right? But in relation to the stream that it's flowing in, it's no forces acting upon it. The same scenario you have where you claim you can just think of the Earth as accelerating up towards the rock when you drop it because there's no forces on it. So therefore it's inertial. So it's actually the ground that's accelerating up towards it. I give a perfect analogy. There's no way for you to wiggle your way out of it. Thank
I
you very
wouldn't
much.
say.
Going to close my
I
mic.
was gonna. I was gonna tell you it was a good analogy, but it's not a perfect analogy because in both
It's just an
scenarios,
acceleration.
it's much more dynamic than what we're describing. Like in the stream, like the feather's not really accelerating, especially if it's following the stream. The stream is accelerating it, but it's not really changing its velocity
It's
if
not,
it's a constant stream.
Kosho, I think you're maybe having a mind fart here. It's not accelerating. It's going constant motion with the
What
water. It is not accelerating by
exactly? That's what I'm
definition.
saying. That's what I
So
just said.
there's no acceleration. And if it leaves the rock, it doesn't accelerate to get up to the speed of the water. But once it gets to the speed of the water, it's inertial. It's not accelerating anymore. So there's no accelerations involved, which is a critical component of our analogy.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's not a good analogy, is because it is accelerating it when it hits the rock. That the stream is still pushing it, and so it's now stopped, but the stream's still pushing against the rock, and that's like the gravitational force in the surface. But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's not a good analogy. It's because both these descriptions, gravity and the stream, they're too dynamic to be describing the same thing. Like they're not really describing the same thing that's happening. But it's a good analogy, but it breaks down. It breaks down whenever you talk about it in these ways, because like Xanax said, it's not really accelerating the feather. Well, I mean, I'm done talking, dude. I got to tell you this, dude. This is what pisses me the fuck off.
You're just repeating the same shit.
I'm just saying what I'm saying because I can't fucking finish what I'm saying, dude. Just fucking have a fucking day, dude. You guys have a fucking day, dude. I'm gonna fucking get out of here.
All right. I'm literally like saying I have a little time, and it's like, well, actually, it's not accelerating. So let me tell you that it's not accelerating, because when it's not accelerating, I'm going to say that it's pretty good because it's not accelerating. So when it's not accelerating, then we can talk about it not accelerating, dude. Like, you guys repeat yourself 6 fucking times. It's a perfect analogy in relation to gravity.
It's not, because it's not accelerating.
Blows all your bullshit. Blows all of your bullshit. You just wait until I talk to fucking start going. I'm done.
You got it.
Peace out.
No, I don't want to cut you off. I thought you were done.
All right. So, Xanax, define acceleration for me.
A second derivative of distance with respect to time. What the
second derivative? Yeah.
Distance with respect to time. What, the English version of that?
Yeah.
Change of velocity.
Change in velocity. Okay. Is there anything that doesn't have velocity on it in your paradigm?
Does anything doesn't have velocity?
Is there anything that doesn't have velocity? Is there anything that's not in motion in your reference, in your paradigm?
Well, in an inertial frame, there is. Well, we're trying to change a velocity, but everything has velocity. Everything moves.
Yeah, let's try to be concise, guys, please. We all may do that a little bit. So let's just try to be concise.
If you can't understand the problem, the analogy of a leaf, a stream, a rock versus me dropping an object out the window, you're making the critical error of not giving or showing an understanding of the concepts. When I show the guy in the car hitting the window going on a turn, I am demonstrating clearly a pseudo force, an inertial force, where there is an acceleration. We have to, because acceleration is a change of direction or a change of magnitude in the velocity.
All right, what's your definition for acceleration again?
What, the first one or the second one?
Whatever you think acceleration means.
The second derivative of distance with respect to time.
So basically, you're just saying any change in velocity, right?
Change of velocity. Velocity has two components. Velocity has a magnitude and a direction. So any change of that, either one of those two components can be an acceleration.
Okay, and velocity is the speed of something in a given direction.
Yes.
Okay, so it's definitely, if something's accelerating, it's definitely going to be moving, because if it's a change in velocity, velocity is the speed of something. So it's definitely going to be moving if it's accelerating.
Correct. Correct.
Sure.
You. What do you mean, sir? You just got done. For this whole thing has been. Oh my god, let me calm down. This whole thing's about how something can accelerate and not move, dude. What the fuck,
No,
Xanax?
I mean the change of velocity. We're talking about constant motion. Jeremy, both Kosher and I said very clearly
That's why I
you cannot differentiate between two objects
hold on.
the same
Hold on,
velocity.
That's why I had to lay this. That's why I had to ask that question, because in their paradigm, nothing's at rest, bro. Everything's always moving, even if it appears not to be moving. So you can never have something. You can never have something at rest with acceleration. It's only in their reference frames where they fuck you.
And that's the only way, like I said, that's the only way that you can poetically describe what we experience whilst it being something different in a thought experiment.
Not really. I gave you the one critical element of that question. And the answer to it was I'll give you the answer. You're not going to let me give you the answer. The answer is, are there any forces?
What it was in one word.
What is it? Tell me what the answer. You give me the answer then. Go ahead. What can you detect? What can you determine?
You said a force.
Has to have a force.
That's what you said the first time when I said this. So there's no need to argue. You didn't have to go into a whole fucking thing. Yes, it's a force. Is it not a force now? I mean, because Jesus Christ, these clips will be very yummy.
No, if it's going to be accelerating, it has to have a force acting on it.
Okay, thank you. So I surmise what you were going to say in like 2 minutes in one word.
Yep. It's a force.
And I said you were back. So that's all.
The type of force is very critical to this basically discussion.
Right.
So are you saying when we drop things, they don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared? It's actually the ground's raising up.
Correct.
So things don't drop at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, because if they were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, they'd have to have forces acting on them. And there are no forces; they were inertial.
So how the fuck does that happen in both? How does that happen in both the southern and northern hemisphere?
Because all we're doing is changing direction of space time.
No, how does that simultaneously happen?
You missed the whole 2-week dissertation of what a change in distance. Hold on, change of position. The geometric size of the Earth is not a factor here. We're not talking about the ground actually changing distances, radiuses increases. What we're doing is we're seeing the lines of space-time curving down. You can't listen to me if you're talking over me.
I know. Hold on, Xanac. Elijah, you can go next. But let him finish. Xanac, please be concise.
Okay. So you have. There's no question that we're not talking about the increase of radii. No change in geometry of the Earth. What we're saying is space-time is being bent. The directions of your travels through space-time, even inertially, are bending toward the center of the Earth. That's what the special general relativity, bending space and time.
From two antipodal vectors, right?
No, the vector, the change of direction, not the size, not the radius changing, but the
space-time, two antipodal vectors, right?
Vector. Picture all the lines going toward the center of the Earth.
Because it had to be curved or whatever in a way that both you're experiencing the ground going up towards an object in the north and the ground going up towards an object in the south. Your words. The ground moving up.
Space-time is bending toward the North Pole, if you're coming from the north, or anywhere or near the North Pole. And anything around the South Pole, those lines would bend toward the South Pole, meeting up to the North Pole.
That's cute.
All right, can I get in here?
So hold on 1 second. 1 second. So it's not the Earth that's moving up; it's the space-time that's moving down upon the Earth.
Yeah, the ground is actually accelerating up to the object, even though there's no increase in radius of the surface with respect to the center of the presupposed.
So that's why I said what I said, because the only way for that to make any sense would be the space-time coming down upon the Earth instead of the Earth moving up.
Yes. So when you drop something,
you're
now allowing it to be inertial again. because it was following space-time, but space-time was bent downward where the Earth stopped it. Suddenly you dropped it where it can actually continue its path that it was originally on, and it's now going to hit another ledge or some fixed part of this Earth mass, and it will stop again, and then it'll impart a force. It'll be a pseudo force.
How'd you come to accept that, though, man? Like, how do you sleep at night accepting this?
It's really simply, and I can pose the same question to you. Think about the object, and any way you want to measure it, you can measure there's no forces acting on it. How can you explain some object apparently accelerating to the ground and making contact when there are no forces acting? How does something accelerate without a forces? So that's why it's a paradox. It's a total paradox. And the answer
there's no force.
You know, you can put all these objects in a box. Put a lead ball, feather, water, mercury, gold, everything, gases, everything in this box. You drop it. Hold on, let me just finish this real quick. You drop it, everything will float. So there's no force preferential to anything. The densities don't matter. Nothing matters until it makes an impact. Then it makes sense. All this. So while it's dropping, there are no forces acting on it. Why? Because it's inertial. And the fact that it's got no forces, yet this box is accelerating, we can measure it accelerating, is the paradox. And so my explanation, not mine personally, but I accept, this one you said it's so hard to accept, is that the bending of warping space-time is the cause. You can tell me whatever else you think, but that's the best guess I got.
Real quick, throwing out apology to Napalm. I'm sorry for snapping at you, man.
Sorry for interrupting you. I was just trying to. I'm doing shit. I wasn't going to be able to respond, so I was just trying to get you wrapped up.
I know how that is, man. I know how that is. Actually, the funny story, I got banned from 24/7 last week for doing what you're doing right now. So, because I couldn't talk and I was fucking mowing my lawn. So, but my bad. So let's just get back to it.
So I have a question for Zach. You said you've kind of double spoke a couple of times. You've admitted to a couple of things, but you said the Earth was rising up towards the object. So you take off from wherever you're at in an airplane. I take off antipodal to you in another airplane. We get up to 30,000 feet, antipodal to each other, and jump out. Are we going towards the Earth, or is the Earth coming towards us?
The Earth would appear to coming toward us.
I didn't say appear. I said, is it?
Is it? Yes. By all mathematical constructs and transpositions, it is coming toward. It is accelerating toward.
You cannot explain that physically, how the Earth, antipodal to each other, remember, is going in two different directions, and your mind accelerating also.
Yeah, because we already got done talking about, you might have missed it, that the Earth.
No, I didn't miss. I've been listening. We've heard this over and over again.
Okay, we're not changing. The radius is not getting larger, and how it basically is accelerating toward you is space-time is bent toward the Earth.
That's not. I didn't ask anything about space-time. I asked the Earth. Is the Earth coming towards you? And you said yes.
Ground is coming towards you. Is accelerating toward you. Yes.
That's the Earth, the ground.
Yes, the Earth, the ground.
It's going in two different directions towards the people falling out of the plane.
Perfect. I like the fact that you said direction. Yes, the direction has changed.
Two different directions.
Yes.
The physical Earth, the ground.
Yes. Yes.
It would have to be expanding.
Not a gotcha. You think it's a gotcha, but it's not, Rakia.
No, I'm saying it would have to. I don't care what you say after this. For everyone listening, if that is true, then the Earth, the ground, would have to be expanding and going in two different directions. If not, then the people above the Earth jumping out are going towards the ground without the ground coming towards them. It's not a both gotcha theoretical nonsense inertial reference frame. It's not. It's reality. People jump out of the plane and go towards the ground. If they're antipodal, if it is a sphere, then they're both just going towards the center of the Earth in their ridiculous claim of that. But if it's a flat plane, right, there is no antipodal, and you just go above the ground, you jump out in it, you try and reach the ground again, because that's how things just are. There's different flows, there's different forces that act upon people, you know, on objects or whatever. You can do the same thing with a rock in a river, you know the deal. Thank you.
Okay. Then how do you explain
Yeah,
these
you're
objects?
Somebody flip this out for my friend. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
can that happen? The last just the last five. What Rakia with Rakia?
What about it?
I just want that part clipped out. Can anybody do that?
I'm not good at clipping stuff, but it is on YouTube right now. So, Earth
All right,
Awakenings on
post it.
YouTube.
Oh, you know what? I already here. That's what it's called, right? I'll do it.
Earth Awakenings, yeah, same as the server. I just wanted to mention that, all this talk, all these mental gymnastics you have to go through in your head to try to comprehend Xanix's explanation of what we experience every day, which is very, very interesting. It's cool, good thought experiment, Xanix. But if you think of my analogy where we're talking about the stream and we just live in an energetic stream, and that energy grounds itself the way where all energy grounds itself, which is the ground that we're residing upon. So when
I
we're that
agree.
leaf, when we're that leaf that's floating in the stream, right? We're stuck to the rock, we get pulled up off the rock, we go back to the rock. That can perfectly explain this. There's no forces acting upon you when you're in free fall. Therefore, the Earth is accelerating up towards you. It's a paradox that the radius doesn't increase while it's expanding up towards each person that's antipodal to one another. You don't have to try to bend your head around and wrap your head around these crazy, fictitious ideas if you just understand that this energetic flow is what keeps us in this downward vector residing upon this rock in this energetic stream. And you're the leaf.
I gave that same example years ago, like a river.
Yeah, but you're missing.
There's a flow. Hang on,
critical detail.
Xanic. I'm not letting you interrupt me, sir. Just go on mute. So I gave this analogy years ago, like the flow of river with electricity current. There's a flow, you can measure it, of a current. It's very minute, but it's actually stronger than gravity, or what they claim gravity, which now there's people denying it, the 9.8 meters per second squared, like rate of fall. Like, I can't believe he said that. But anyway, there is a downward flow of vector, and then once something gets in there, it's going to go until it hits something, and then you come up with a rock hitting ground that's going to stop, or hitting water is going to keep going until it hits the ground. I mean, you come up with the density thing, but the flow does make it go in a certain direction, and certain things accelerate quicker than others, and then reach a velocity, or due to friction and the medium that it's in.
Is it my
You
imagination, or
almost
are you
did it,
still
buddy.
ignoring acceleration?
I'm not ignoring acceleration. Thank you. I even mentioned how things accelerate. If you drop something from zero into that flow, like in a river or current, or introduce a something that will be energized in a current of electricity or water or anything, it will go in that direction. Accelerate in that direction.
That's not how it works. The acceleration is going to be a change of velocity. If you're in a river flow and it's not changing velocity, you know the difference between change velocity and constant velocity.
What if you're above the river?
You can only hold on. You can only have a change. You can only have a velocity change if you change the magnitude, the speed, or if you change a direction. So if you want to change your river analogy to maybe a whirlpool,
No,
river
I
or
don't.
something, you might be able to figure. Racky, this isn't the time to jump in.
Yes, it is, because you're saying that everything's already in the flow. What if something's not in the flow, or you're holding it against the flow with another force, and then you drop it into the flow? It takes a while for that inner tube or whatever you put in the river to accelerate. At first, when it hits, it's not going to be going anywhere, and then it's all of a sudden going to be going the flow of the river.
Yeah,
or if you hang on, is this not the time for you to interject, as I destroy you?
I let you interrupt me. I'll let you.
Or if that inner
I let you
tube,
interrupt me. Go ahead.
Or if the inner tube, you push against the current and it goes upriver, and then you let it go, there's going to take some time for it to start accelerating with the current of the river. So now you agree with me.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not confusing anything. Don't use the negative
I totally agree that something dropped into the river will have to take some time and will accelerate until it reaches this terminal velocity. We're not talking about terminal velocity. We're talking about an acceleration that's constant. I mean, you drop the inner tube in and it constantly accelerates, but it doesn't. It matches the flow.
I didn't mention that.
Wait, just let me finish. Let me finish. It matches the flow. So if you match a flow, there is no acceleration. When I drop a rock,
I didn't mention
there's no
constant acceleration. You're talking about light. I'm talking about things dropped in a current, which
No, I'm
will
talking about
take
dropping
time and
something
they
at
will
9.8 meters.
accelerate.
Things you
Yeah,
can
I
give
don't, I
whatever
don't
number.
care
Whatever,
anything about 9.8.
oh my
I
God,
don't care
Racky,
anything
just shut up
about
for a
that.
second, would you please? Just
No,
give me a
I
break.
would like to
You're giving me a
explain
headache.
what you're trying to derail.
Just
Like you always
let me
come in and say
explain.
people are
Because you were talking
wrong
over me
and
the entire time.
how
Let me just.
you're wrong
I
is
need a minute. I
this.
need like 5 seconds. Promise. Okay. So all I'm saying is that you're going the same rate of the river, not accelerating. When it stops, yes, it'll take time to decelerate as it makes impact. That change in velocity, acceleration, is a force. This change of momentum is a force. We all know this. But you're not getting the same thing as napalm shows or even your shows. You drop a rock off a building, you have a constant acceleration. It's always 9.8 meters per second squared, all the way.
You just said that didn't happen. You just said 9.8 meters per square didn't exist. Now you're changing back that it does happen.
It
You
does
just said
exist. The ground
30 minutes ago that it didn't.
Brack, you're not listening. Really, this shows me
I am listening. I heard you say it doesn't exist. They got you to repeat it.
There's no gravitational fields. The gravity
Oh my
is
God.
acceleration. The acceleration is the ground going up. The acceleration of the
You're a
ground
clown
going
show,
up.
dude.
The
This
ground.
is a clown show.
Okay, I'll say it one time. I'll say it one time and I'll stop. The
Try
ground
and
is
not
accelerating
double
upward.
speak.
That accelerates.
Try and not
You
double
can't
speak.
stop, can you? You said you were going to
No.
stop. You thought you said
This
you
is
would,
ridiculous.
and then
You're
you're not.
ridiculous.
Just let me finish
For the
the
last
sentence,
2
Rakia.
hours since you got here, I've heard you
Let me
talk
finish
and
my
not shut up and
one
ask.
sentence. Let me get my one sentence so you don't
You don't have a one
misrepresent it.
sentence, sir.
Racky,
You keep going.
you speak obnoxious.
5 seconds. He asked for 5 seconds
He
and
didn't
he
give it to you
hasn't
without you
shut
talking
up
over
yet.
me. I didn't get more than
You
2
asked for
seconds. You
5
jumped
seconds,
in.
dude. Again,
Let me,
like 20 times.
Jeremy, would you please mute him for a second so I can just finish the one?
Can we please let Xanax spout his doublespeak nonsense for 2 hours straight without anybody having a
got it wrong
chance
4 times.
to review him?
Please.
Can we please do that? 2 hours. I've been listening to Xanax doublespeak. Even Geo came on and said, you doublespeak when explaining how you didn't doublespeak. I've heard him doublespeak since then.
One at a time, guys. Let's be respectful so it doesn't contaminate the airwaves.
One at a time doesn't work with Xanax. Y'all know that. But y'all still allow him to come on and interrupt. And then when someone interrupts him, he causes a big scene and says, give me 5 seconds. And he goes on for 5 minutes. It's double speak. Everyone has heard it. Even Geo's heard it. Y'all heard it. He just said that he doesn't believe in the 9.8 meters per square. He believes that the earth is rising towards the object that jumped out of a plane. After the plane took off from Earth, ground level, and went up to altitude and something jumps out and goes towards Earth again, he's claiming that that's not happening. The Earth is rising towards that object that just jumped out of the plane that took off from ground. I'm not letting him say that in front of what may be my aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews. That's bullshit. You go spout that nonsense somewhere else, not when I'm here.
Thank you, Racky, for stopping. Now we'll explain again that yes, the ground is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. That does exist. The ground is going upward because of the curvature of space-time. Don't get it. Don't confuse it. Don't misrepresent it. Don't get it wrong again. The objects are inertial that they're falling until they hit terminal velocity. Then that's another wrinkle in the story, your story, because terminal velocity means now it's not accelerating. Then it equates to what you got as far as the river goes, because the air mass, the resistance is now matched to the drag of the object, and so it's not accelerating anymore, like a leaf or something in a river.
Yeah, you can put a motor on a rowboat and have it not accelerate. I agree. But once you put the rowboat in the river and go upriver, and that's not deceleration.
I mean, deceleration.
Oh my God.
With the river, if it goes with the river and it's matched the flow rate of the river and it hits a rock, that is not analogous to an object being dropped off a building, which is accelerating the entire time until it makes contact. That is why we call it an acceleration. River is a constant velocity, which is not an acceleration. Constant acceleration, not velocity constant. Constant acceleration means velocity is changing.
How fast is the rock going on the building that you took up 9 stories or 20 stories before you drop it? How fast is it accelerating down?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, before you drop it, the same rate that it's traveling. Oh my God! So when you drop it,
you can measure it. You can measure that acceleration by putting a scale under it, and by forcing it to not you're not gonna like this. But if you force it to not fall like it wants to fall, that force keeping it from falling is 9.8 meters per second, and you get that number on the scale, and that will be times its mass will be a Newton value, and that Newton will be its weight. So it'll have weight on the scale, showing that it has an acceleration. Because if it didn't have acceleration, you wouldn't have weight. So now you getting it now, right, Kia? All your aunts and uncles listening?
Yeah, I'm getting that. You might be crazy out of your mind, right? If you believe that, if you believe the rock that you took up the building before you drop it, you're holding it over the edge, that it's traveling in a vector downwards 9.8 meters per second, you need to go seek help, sir. Because then after you drop it, you said it's still doing 9.8 meters per second square. Either you misspoke, you double speak, or you're crazy. You choose.
Can I make a comment, or is this a one-on-one? Or
no, I think this is perfect timing for Andy, because I think Andy's going to say what I was going to say.
Well, clearly,
probably not.
Clearly, there's someone here on this panel, and I don't think it's me, doesn't really believe in F equals ma.
What I was going to say is,
F over M.
if the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, then perhaps the antecedent for motion, for vector, is motion. Do you get that? Perhaps.
That's not at all what I was going to say.
I like that.
That's not at all what I was going to say.
I like that.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What I was going to say, though, instead was there's a lot of problems going on here. One of the problems being that, I know, there's a difference between proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration. And that's not really being made clear here. And also, there's, in the case of the 2 skydivers, antipodal, I posted a GIF that shows the problem is not even Einsteinian. The problem is it's a reference. It's back to our reference frame problem, where a lot of people just don't understand that in that description of 2 skydivers falling antipodal to the Earth, and it appearing to accelerate towards both of the skydivers, this is an improper statement in which wouldn't be made in physics, because we're describing an event occurring in multiple reference frames. And so, of course, if you try to do that and then you try to come to some conclusion based on that, it's going to be improper, because it's not an improper way of describing something happening. You're always going to describe an event in a single reference frame. Otherwise, you're going to end up with things that seem impossible. So,
no, you're gonna, if you don't use your reference frame issue, you're gonna come up with things that are impossible on your model. And that's why y'all don't do it. That's why you have to be outside the reference frame. You can't do both of them at the same time, blah, 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 and all that. Because it's crap. Now that people are catching on to your bull crap, and you have to say apparent here like Zanuck did a while ago, or you have to use a certain reference frame to describe your theory, because you've never, ever seen 2 skydivers jump out of the same plane and see the Earth rise up towards them. Ever. Never will.
I beg to differ. I made this GIF, the one I posted, and in this GIF, what's actually occurring is not impossible, because I've made it occur in this GIF. It's actually occurring. It's the same scene viewed from 4 different reference frames. And in the same scene, there's a reference frame in which the Earth is moving towards one of the balls, or one of the fallers, one of the anti-people, the blue one. And in another GIF, it's moving towards the yellow ball. But it's the exact, I didn't even do a different scene. All I did was the same scene, different reference frames. And so all that's happening is you're describing the same thing from different people's perspectives, and so you can describe it in different ways. But in actuality, yeah, both are true. It is accelerating towards the blue guy and is accelerating towards the yellow guy, but just not in the same description, not in the same reference frame. That's all that's happening.
Bollocks. That's what you say is happening. That's what's happening in the gift. The gift is not reality. You've never seen that in reality. Go outside and video it if you have. Climb a ladder and jump off, and you're telling me the earth rose to you after you climb the ladder? Or it depends on which reference frame. And y'all are so full of shit, man. Y'all don't even. There's no way y'all believe this. There's no way y'all are too smart for that.
It makes me think of those, you know, those huge like blow up things where the guy sits on it and then two guys jump on the other side and it makes the guy shoot up in the air. You know, those like kind of balloon things and then fires the one guy. Just makes me think of the idea like, okay, you're on the ground or you're on the balloon thing. You're just sitting on top. The balloon thing's on the water. You're sitting on it and you're just stationary, as it were. The other two guys jump and then boom, like a teeter-totter, like a seesaw thing. It makes the other guy fly up in the air. And then he flies back to the ground. So you're telling me, like, in the explanation you guys are saying, it is just so backwards to think of it anything other than what I just described. Meaning you're on the ground, you go up, what goes up must come down. You're going up from the ground that's stationary and back down to the ground that's stationary. And I'm not even talking about the Earth rotating thing. I'm just talking about on that local level, on that very basic thing. To try to assume that or try to claim that something where the guy launches up and then somehow like he launches up off the ground and then the ground also moves up to hit him. It's just so backwards.
Yeah, that would be an incorrect way of stating it. Like if I worked at Disney and Pixar and I had a GoPro and someone said animate everything that happens in this GoPro into an animation, I would take everything that the camera is seeing from the frame of the camera and I would animate it into a animation that can be seen on one screen. And what I would do is I would take whatever was happening to the camera. So if the camera was at the top of a building and it fell to the ground, what I would actually animate is the ground getting bigger and bigger as it falls into the screen. And I would do everything in reference to that screen because that's how reference frames work. And so if I have two cameras, one antipodal, antipodal to each other on the Earth, and they're both falling to each of those videos and animations, I would actually animate the Earth accelerating towards the screen. I would do that in both cases. What I wouldn't do is describe that event with one single frame because that would be confusing and impossible. So I wouldn't make an animation that would describe that event happening in both reference frames at the same time. But I can separately describe that event as accelerating towards the cameras in both reference frames, and both would be valid and both would be correct. So
who cares?
This is how the world works.
No, that's not reality. That's how your animation world works. But you take a rock, put it in your hand at ground level, and climb stairs 10 stories up, and then drop the rock, and you stay up 10 stories. You're saying the Earth is accelerating towards that rock, and you're accelerating up away from the rock? You're so full of shit, man. You cannot believe that. You can't sell that to me anymore. I used to think you really believed this shit, but now I think that you just make up stories and you like this perception of things. You like being, how people look up.
Just drop it. Drop it right there, dude. Was that talking about what people like?
It's the bending and warping of space-time.
No, it's not the bending and warping of anything. You guys aren't listening.
That's what Zanuck said it was.
I already told you that that's an incorrect way to describe it. You just described an event happening from two. You described an event happening from two different reference frames and acted like that was a way to describe it. It's not the way to describe it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You just said that.
No, I didn't.
You just said that the Earth is accelerating towards you and you're accelerating away from the Earth. You just said that.
I did not say that. I said I can be viewing. No, you're wrong. I'm viewing the person climb the stairs. I see him leave the ground, and I see the rock coming towards me. Here. You're saying the rock is coming towards me, and the guy that dropped the rock is going away from the rock.
That's
ridiculous.
To be clear about something that was said a second ago, rendering software does not model everything around the camera. The camera is an entity within inside a physical Cartesian model in the rendering system, and it propagates all the light rays to the camera. And if you move the camera, you're not moving everything in the model. That's what Pixar do.
Damn, it seems like Zanuck and Kosher are wrong all the time.
Pazza, that doesn't help though, dude. That's not the point. The point is if you were tasked with taking the GoPro footage and putting that into film, you'd be tasked with doing what was appearing to the camera. So whatever's happening in reference to the camera, you would be tasked with making that, animating that. That's my point, Pazza. There's no point in criticizing that. It's making my point more confusing.
Pretty clear to me, Coach.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that was my point. I agree with what you said, Pazza, but you're just confusing my point.
Okay.
Well, it's just all you have to bring in reference frames and all that to make reality, your reality. It's not reality. It's just a made up fictitious thing that you bought into along with all of that. Like it all fits into a great package. I understand it, but you cannot show me two people antipodal jumping out of a plane and the earth rising up to them at 9.8 meters per square. Can't do it.
I'm gonna take a back seat. I'm gonna take a back seat for a second. I want to say, Ricky, I haven't heard you in a long time, and I just want to say, it's nice to hear from you again. That's all.
Yeah, except for Friday when you said the same thing.
That's so sweet.
Thanks,
yeah, well, yeah,
well,
he didn't understand either. Yeah.
You might have forgot.
Listen to me. This horse shit doesn't work in real life. No, no court and a jury is gonna say, "Oh yeah, no, he didn't stab the girl. The girl, the knife didn't accelerate into the girl. The girl accelerated into the knife." Like that shit's not gonna work.
But there's no forces acting on that object that's falling. The skydivers included until they start hitting terminal velocity. We're not seeing it. We're seeing an acceleration, yet it's not backed with force or the forces acting on these objects. Meaning the ground has to be accelerating upward. Now I know you can't wrap your head around space-time warping. But that's the theory. Now, if you have a better idea, bring it forward. That explains it perfectly.
I have a better idea. When we drop a rock, it falls to the ground. The rock is the thing moving to the ground, not vice versa.
And you have to lift the rock up.
Then what force is acting on it, Rakia and Jeremy? Why do we measure no force is acting on it? If you see it accelerating,
there is a force.
Okay.
It's electrical current.
You weigh things, right, Rakia? You weigh things, there's a force. That's based on the acceleration. God. The mass times the acceleration is its weight. Put it on a scale, it has an acceleration. Magically, there's an acceleration there. What's causing it? Bending and warping of space-time. The Earth is accelerating
there's the magic
upward.
part.
Hold on. This might make it really clear in a nutshell. The Earth
I'm
is
sure it will
upward.
after 6 years of you
Rakia,
blabbering
can you
this
shut up for a second, please? The Earth is accelerating upward in all directions, and that's why we get weight in all directions in every area of the presupposed globe. We give weight of things by putting them on scales because the Earth is accelerating outward in all directions based on the curvature of space-time. Thank you for that break.
The Earth is stationary. You put a scale or something that has a current going down towards the ground, and it creates weight due to its mass, or however you want to put it. You can put it 9,000 different ways. You can call it gravity for all as I care. But when you introduce and call that magic, but introduce the bending and warping of space-time with the Earth accelerating upwards, which is causing weight when you put a scale under it, you're the one creating the magic, not me. Water flowing from higher elevation to lower elevation is pretty simple. A child can grab the concept.
I got a question for you, Zanuck. If you were to take like a Cavendish and use two equal masses, are they both accelerating up to each other?
I don't understand your question.
That's good, Moya. Came in with a banger. Good to hear from you, Moya.
I have two masses, equal weight on a Cavendish. Which one is accelerating up or towards the other one?
They're both accelerating toward each other.
Could we cue the Jeopardy music?
I guess actually that's not a bad answer.
Thank you.
In the equal situation, they are both accelerating towards each other.
I've heard a few things where like you're talking about situations where a reference frame would need to be specified, but like you're not specifying a reference frame and then just laughing and saying, ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Well, like of course it's ridiculous. You're not being specific, right? Because you know that the specificity makes it be not ridiculous once you start specifying reference frames and whatnot.
A reference frame
frames are
doesn't
very
change
real.
reality. It just changes the perception of how you view it. It doesn't
Exactly.
make something go faster or slower. It makes things appear to go faster and slower and how you view it, at what angle or what distance or whatever. Have y'all lost it, man? Every time y'all mention reference frames, y'all like wave the white flag and say, yeah, it's just apparent. It's just, we give up. What you're saying is correct. We're just going to babble on about how we viewed it from this reference frame, and it appeared differently. Two
So,
words
hold
that
on,
all
what-
you have to listen to, that all of them have to use, because that's how they have to describe it to be somewhat honest.
Yeah, so when Moyak just had this question posed towards Zanuck, and they came to this happy little agreement. Yeah, that's mutual mass acceleration towards each other, right? It's equal. They're accelerating towards each other. Why didn't any of you Globers jump in and say, well, which reference frame are you referring to? Which mass is the reference
It
frame?
did. That
You did?
right. That's what I was getting at. That's exactly what I was getting at.
And the only reason I agreed with him basically was because when I think about it, there's no way to tell which one's accelerating up towards you. They are accelerating towards each other. They're both doing the exact same thing.
Correct. They're always accelerating towards one another because they're accelerating towards the null pressure point between the two objects. But that's a whole nother deeper discussion. But here's the thing. Either way, from the reference frame of one of those masses, either one is accelerating towards it or it's accelerating towards the other. There's no mutual acceleration towards one another because it's
That's a good
reference
point.
frame dependent.
That's a good point.
And getting back to that reference frame comment, that just is a point coordinate system, and you're looking at that motion with respect to that point coordinate system, whether it's accelerating or not accelerating. So an inertial reference frame looks at the point coordinate system from an inertial perspective, and an accelerated reference frame is one that's actually rotating or accelerating, and you're looking at that same motion from that reference frame. So you can
we address what Napalm said, though, please?
You can transform that motion from either one, but there's nothing wrong with looking at motion and saying, I'm looking at it from the inertial reference frame, this is what I see. Or I'm looking at it from the southern reference frame, this is what I see. You
All
can look
right,
at that
we
motion
got you.
of the
We
rock-
got you,
hold on.
Zanuck. We got it. We got it. No, we got it, bro. We got it. Is anyone going to address Napalm's point? Napalm just laid it out pretty clear.
I'll
Well,
try
the
to address
point-
it. What was his point?
Go ahead, Napalm. Napalm, go ahead.
The point about no pressure, or the no pressure point, or whatever the hell he called it.
No, we got Cavendish. This was added on to your point. We're at Cavendish, two balls of equal mass. From one ball's reference frame, it's going to look like it's still, and the other one's accelerating towards it, and from the other one, vice versa.
Yep.
So Zanuck's answer of they're both accelerating towards each other is nonsense, because which reference frame are you viewing it from?
Yeah,
I was doing it from like a god. I was doing it from a god reference point.
I think.
Well, then if we're going to do God
That
reference,
was my
the
point.
Earth is not rising up to hit anything ever.
I'm inclined to agree with that. I still don't. I mean, other than the fact the Earth technically, supposedly moves some fraction of an iota in response to the falling object, that's millions of billions of times less than be measurable.
Yeah, but
so I would consider the object to be falling.
Right, but even if you believe the Earth's a globe spinning in the vacuum, the whole thing, if you were in God mode, or what you just called it, and you were in the reference frame of outer space, you would just see an object leave the ground and fall back to the ground. The Earth would not be moving to hit it at all. So if you're gonna,
I'm inclined to agree with you.
Yeah.
And I can't believe after all this shit, Zanuck invoked a God reference frame. Unfriggin' believable.
I didn't invoke it
Well,
at all.
I did. He just
Moyak did.
So both objects. So even when an object falls off a building, that little object has a bent curve space-time around it pointing toward its center, and then the Earth has the same deal. So there is a force accelerating what? The object to the Earth, or the Earth to the object? So the Earth is accelerating to the object based on the curvature of space-time. There's a little curvature around the object, but it's not really what you're not seeing. There's a factor. You could probably look at it from that perspective and see the Earth accelerating to it, but it's far outweighed by the Earth accelerating up to that object. Now, two Cavendish balls have equal bending and warping of space-time around them, and so they're both accelerating into each other.
Okay, so
And
we're
you can
on
look at
one
it from both
Cavendish
reference
ball.
frames if you'd like.
Yeah, you're on one of the balls, okay? And it looks from that ball, it looks like the one ball is accelerating into you, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Picture
and
we
then
had
the
two
other
Earths.
ball, it
Two
looks
Earths
like the other ball is accelerating into you, so it's like the same thing.
two Earths were going to run into each other. Just like instead of a rock falling off the building, we have another Earth, exact same size Earth, going toward us, and we're going toward it. They're both accelerating toward each other.
Can you answer Moyak's question correctly, though, or no?
Yeah, they're different, though, dude. Yeah, because if let's say you're in God mode and you're outside looking at the globe Earth, obviously the globe Earth is not moving to hit the guy. The guy's just jumping up like a little Mario Brothers dude. He jumps up, he jumps down. Now, if you're going to take the Cavendish balls and look at it from God mode, how are you going to describe the reference frames? Because in the Cavendish concept, both the balls are moving towards each other. That is actually what's happening in the God mode. There's not one of them moving to hit the other. They're both moving towards each other. So it breaks down the whole reference frame thing that you're trying to lay out.
I think the problem with a lot of this kind of discussion is the fact that we tend to review a reference frame in the colloquial and human context where we're talking about what our senses reveal at any given time. Whereas in a lot of times of science, a reference frame doesn't mean that. It means it's a mechanism for describing an interaction between objects and motions. So that I think there is a distinction between the two. You know, clearly if you jump out of a tree, in my mind, and I don't think that the Earth is starting to hurtle towards me. I have a framework of my understanding of reality in which I have in the very sincerest sense, a notion that an understanding that I am the thing whacking the ground. Yeah, I am the thing whacking the ground.
Then you don't believe in bending and warping of space time, then?
No, that's not true. That's not true. I can appreciate that is our experience, our referential experience of what reference to what acceleration and what gravity, what these forces that bring me to the ground are. But the science is actually using the word in an elevated sense, I think, and
what does it mean?
And it's trying to describe the interaction between objects and how this movement towards each other occurs.
Specifically, what does it mean then in science? What does reference frame mean in science if it's different from the philosophical meaning?
Because a perception which we have in our own lives, which we use to move around the world, is based upon how we interact with the world and how our movement for the world affects us, and how our senses are able to discern that.
What is the definition of reference frame? You said there's a special definition in science.
I think I wouldn't be able to. You'd have to ask a scientist. I think that's the message that I get, is that they are using it to talk about a mechanism, the way the mechanisms interact, and it's not necessarily a point of looking at one and thinking, oh, how would it? It's not entirely satisfactory to say, if I'm here in this reference frame in the scientific sense, what would I see? It's actually talking about an interaction on a deeper level, I think.
Yeah, but
remember, you're in all reference frames simultaneously.
Hold on, Zoe. Moyak and I came in at the same time, so Moyak, go ahead.
And I just think I need some kind of a graphic to show me how, like what Zanuck is talking about, what maybe perhaps science is talking about. I need some kind of a graphic to show me what they think space-time is actually doing to give this impression. Because when I look at it, I see the obvious: Earth did not jump. Earth did not suddenly move 10 feet to catch up with that ball. So I can't see past my colloquial look at it.
Hold on. I was going to go next, as Moyak and I came in at the same time. If two people come in at the same time, whoever gives way to the other guy, whoever gave way always should be next. I'm not saying just because it's me right now. I'm saying always it should be the case. Okay, so just quick question, Moyak, and then I was going to make my statement. Are you a bending and warping of space-time skeptic? Just curious.
Not particularly. I think it's proven through alternate means.
Okay, that's just a quick question. What I was going to say is that the thing about this, though, you can describe things in all kinds of theoretical ways in general, conceptual, theoretical. You could do it all day in terms of reference frames. Like Jeremy was saying earlier, if somebody's on trial for stabbing someone, are they going to be able to somehow give some kind of fancy reference frame explanation as to why, the other guy ran into the guy who's accused of stabbing the person? Is that guy going to be able to say, oh, well, his body just ran into my knife? I couldn't do anything about, what I'm saying? So I'm just, when it comes to like the reality of the situation, obviously a court is not going to say, you know what, you're right. Yeah, actually the other guy's guilty, et cetera. That's never going to happen because there's a reality. There is some real thing at the end of the day. You can describe things in all kinds of conceptual ways and all kinds of, and sometimes in my opinion, that can get pretty wonky and kind of far away from reality. You can describing it in that way. So I guess I'm just trying to link that with the guy, stabbing a person kind of concept, and the way that yes, you could describe it in different reference frames. However, in the reality of the situation, there is something that actually happened, which is why when Moyak brought in the idea of God mode, doesn't have to be the idea of an actual God, but just the idea of zooming out and actually seeing it from like a third perspective. And why is Zanuck interrupting? I'm not finished, Zanuck.
Gio, you're saying the same thing.
I have to mute him while I'm talking just so I can finish. Wow. Okay, what was the last part of what I was just trying to say? Okay, so my point is that when there is, so in my thoughts, when it comes to this, when it comes to physics and this kind of discussion, it's not just how many ways can we kind of mangle our minds to describe things in different ways. My interest in it is, what is the reality? What is the actual truth of it? What is the actual physical mechanisms that are the underlying physical truth, the physical laws or functioning of it that actually is relevant? I guess I'm done. I didn't really resolve it the way I wanted to because I was in the flow.
Well, the reason I interrupted a little bit is sometimes when you're in charge, you don't really hear yourself. You said the same thing over and over again. There are ways we can actually do this in court. For example, if you're in my car, because it's a great analogy, now we have accelerations and not. And you want to say, well, your window, I always keep on thinking about that. Remember that Reese's peanut butter, your chocolate ran into my peanut butter, your peanut butter ran into my chocolate. How do you prove that? Well, you would say your window cracked my head. You owe me that money. Well, no, you turn the car in the window accelerating to your head. So you're right. That you can show, because we show the car turning, we show you actually move toward the window, and the driver says, no, your head, you cracked my windshield. No, you turn the car and my head went into the windshield or the side window. So the guy that's guilty is going to be the car driver because he changed the surface to accelerate into your head. That's no different than what we're saying about the Earth. The Earth is accelerating upward. It's not a radius change. It is acceleration due to the bending warping of space-time. That's what Mayok's actually asking about as well. And that's why we can prove that, because we know this when objects are dropped, that they become inertial. What does that mean? There's no forces acting on them. That's demonstrable. We can show that. That's a paradox. If you want to really say that I have a fight here and I'm going to win this in court, show me how there's no force. How can things accelerate and not have forces acting on them?
Space-time has no physical meaning. That's why no one can wrap their head around it. To say that something is bending and warping towards you, and you can't even point out that thing as an independent variable, is the problem.
Now you're trying to get science on me. Why don't you tell me? Give me the paradox. Give me the answer on the paradox. Why something can appear to accelerate and have no forces acting on it? What's your explanation?
That's not a paradox. A force.
It is a paradox.
1 second. A force itself is a reification. Force is what?
What are you talking about?
Work done. That's a thing. And somehow now that's some sort of paradox that needs to be resolved. In reality, fundamentally, all you have is movement and rules of movement. Invoking forces and energies, that's where your supposed seeming paradoxes arise. And then on top of that, creating something called a fabric of space-time, which has no physical meaning. Only way it can be described is in mathematics, appealing to a B theory of time. In a B theory of time, there is no scientific method anyway. Wrap your head around that. In the B theory of time, there are no independent variables. There's no causation. The difference between causation and correlation completely evaporates. You just have an interlocked web of events, which need to necessarily be locked in place. Otherwise, you'll have true paradoxes, like the grandfather paradox and the other one, forgot the name, and the Andromeda paradox. You have them true paradoxes if these things aren't locked into place. So
paradox is dope.
I clearly gave you a paradox. talking around it and saying things that don't have any meaning. Look, forces are not work. You mentioned that. We're talking about something that for something to accelerate. Would you not agree? For anything to accelerate, there needs to be a force behind it. Yes or no?
Nope. I don't.
No. Okay, then our discussion ends right here.
It's not a paradox, dude. A force is a contingent description of something. It's not something.
It's not something that imparts acceleration and mass.
Give me the definition of force. Go ahead.
Something that imparts an acceleration in mass.
That's a custom, proprietary, contingent definition.
Come on.
A mass, which is a fabricated concept in the first place. That's a whole other story. But yeah, you're using
mass is any amount of matter.
If you're saying you need a force, hold on real quick. If you're saying you need a force to accelerate something, what's the force accelerating the ground up to meet the pebble? Because you're saying the when you drop the rock, that's not accelerating. So you say it's the ground accelerating. So what's the force causing the ground to accelerate?
It's an inertial force.
What force? What is it?
It's an inertial force. It's a force. So do you know what an inertial force is? You know the definition is Aurel. Do you know what inertial forces are?
I know what it is.
You don't know what it is. So an inertial force is a force without an origin. It is reference frame dependent. That is the definition of an inertial force.
That's
pseudo force. An Lambert force. These are special case forces that are reference frame dependent. And so that's why we can use those forces to describe certain effects like centrifugal forces and gravity.
You've just given it a name. In reality, as I said, all you have are rules and movement.
Show me a force. Show me an acceleration that doesn't have a force. Go.
You can't show anyone a force in the first place.
I can.
A force is a reified concept. It's not an actual thing.
It's not. It imparts an acceleration in mass.
That's your claim, dude. In reality, what you can observe...
just talking gibberish. I gave you a chance to answer a question.
Isolate a force. Go show me a force.
But if you just describe a world as an interlocking and intertwined, system like you just did, there's no descriptive capability within inside that. You're just literally saying it is what it is, and that's the end of the matter.
I think everyone would agree, and no one can show an exception of something accelerating that doesn't have a force behind it. If you have one of those, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. If you have an example of one of those, please bring it forward.
Dude, I'm saying that your entire premise is flawed. There's no one can show you a force in the first place.
No, I told you to show. Yes, a force is where you see an acceleration. It's a result of something.
He's not on the same page as you as to what a force is, man.
I understand.
He thinks it's some kind of like substantive kind of thing rather than a definition. Right? A force is the definitional thing.
It's a heuristic. It's not a real thing that exists in reality.
Okay, but there is.
Could you? One second, I'm finished. Could you encode Newtonian physics onto a computer? You could, right?
Encode?
Could you encode Newtonian physics onto a physics simulator on a computer?
Of course.
And so if you're in that simulation, you'd be calling all these things forces and this and that. In reality, they're just rules written in some code somewhere. And what you see is motion.
What is a rule?
A force is a definition. It's the time derivative of the momentum of an object. That's the definition of a force.
It's a reification. It's fine. It's not the reification of the
changing momentum is a real thing.
It's not a reification, dude. It's a definition. Do you not get that? We're not saying, right, that there's this substance that's a force, right, and reifying this force substance. That's not what we're doing. We're saying force is a definitional thing, right? It's the time derivative of the momentum, and momentum's a property, by the way. It's a vector that objects have.
Shall I pull up some mainstream physics and show you the existence of something called a boson or a force carrying particle? It's a boson for bosons. It's a reified concept. It switches back and forth from being some sort of
title. You're confusing a title
I would
that
finish.
we have given
Okay,
to something.
I guess you can just over talk me. I guess that's okay then. Fair enough. Go ahead.
It just sound like it's an exercise in just trashing all the terminology and just saying it is what it is. I mean, I'm not being disrespectful, but I don't know what you would gain from doing that.
I'm saying that there are paradoxes being created by this reification of concepts like energy and forces, which are fine if you're using them as a heuristic, but they are not actual things that exist in reality. They are either emergent from underlying rules, and then they act regularly, or they're simply just heuristic, just like completely built just for pragmatic use.
The definitions aren't contingent on where they emerge from. They are literally just descriptive mechanisms for the interaction between various properties.
Again, if it's a description, that by definition is a heuristic.
Okay, so we all agree when we drop things, they're not actually falling at 9.8 meters per second squared. What's actually happening in reality is the ground is raising up to meet that object. Is that really what you guys think? This is what Xanix's fighting for.
No. I mean, you measure the displacement between the object and the ground, and you can quantify it in those terms.
Jace, how about you, Jace? You're somewhat reasonable. You think that this is what's actually happening because this is what Xanix's fighting for. He's saying the ground is actually accelerating up in reality, and it's meeting the object that's in free fall.
This is a relativistic description, though, not just a standard colloquial one.
I agree with Sam, right? The most accurate description is what we said, Jim.
So the ground is accelerating, meaning moving right up to meet a free falling object. That's in reality that is what's happening.
In a sense, yes.
And there's nothing stopping you.
What do you mean in a sense? How would you hold on, Xanax? Because you've already had your go round and round in this crazy circle jerk we've been on for an hour and a half now. What do you mean in a sense, Jace?
It's dependent on reference frame. Right? Say I'm on the moon or another planet watching this happen, right? Then my reference is a little bit different of what's going on compared to someone who's on the Earth.
All right. I realize it may look like different things are happening from different reference frames, right? But as far as dropping something on Earth, what is actually happening in reality? Don't worry about what you can go and look. Oh, it looks like this from here and it looks like that from there. Don't worry about that. What's actually happening in reality? Is the rock falling or is the ground accelerating up to meet the rock?
The ground's accelerating up from that.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Just hold on. That's fine if you think that. And you also think we're on a spherical shaped object, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to drop something on opposite sides, antipodal to each other, we were to have two free falling objects, the ground would be rising up to meet both of those objects in this paradigm, right?
Not necessarily. You're going to have to specify reference frames, right? There's 3 different reference frames that are possible in that case that you just described. So what is happening is going to be specific to which reference frame you're in.
Yeah, I told you
just real quick. Can you reference
Jim.
frame? Can you fracture reference frame the physical world? Like it's just a general question because like you can reference frame like if 2 people are walking in a room, you can say, okay, I see the guy moving from right to left. The other guy says he sees the other guy moving left to right, right to left, etc. I understand that like the relative in that way, my left is your right is my left, etc. But you're trying to reference frame the physical world. The physical world is a cohesive thing, like physics, the actual way physics are. So it's just a general question. I'm not trying to interrupt what Jeremy was on. I'm just saying, like, just real quick, like, can you actually fracture it up and fractionate physical reality into some reference frame story?
Well, you're contradicting yourself, though, right? You're saying in the room example, which is physics. It's the physical world taking place with physics, the people moving around. You're saying you can make reference frames in that example, but then there's something beyond that, like if you start including other things where there's a limit where we can no longer make reference frames and
Correct.
determinations.
Yes, because
I don't agree with
one of
that.
them is human perception. Like with one guy's left is the other guy's right. It's like a subjective human perception thing. But if there's a ball in the middle of the room, you can't fracture and reference frame that ball. If both of the guys go and touch it, they're both touching the ball. So they are different. One of them is a human perception subjectivity of a perception of things. The other one is the actual physical world.
We can completely remove humans and just have graphical axes, right, and objects that will plot out directions on those axes, and you'll end up with the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I interrupted Jeremy.
In a second.
I interrupted Jeremy. I don't know because sorry, Jeremy. I meant it to only be a short thing, but if he wants to jump back in or if someone else.
Yeah. So listen, forget the reference frames. Right? We know that in a court of law, they're never gonna find someone not guilty because but from this reference frame, it looked like the girl ran into his knife. Right? So something actually happened in reality in that case where the guy accelerated the knife into the girl. Like that's really what happened in reality, and he'll get convicted of murder for that. Right? So forget the reference frames.
Shout out OJ Simpson. Shout out OJ. Yeah.
So when I drop
OJ's son, it was relatively his son that did it.
That being said, when I drop a rock, what is actually happening in reality? Is the rock dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared, or is the ground raising up at 9.8 meters per second squared to hit the rock?
Well, that's where our disconnect is, Jeremy, right? Like people like me and Kosho and Zanuck understand that these observations are reference frame dependent, whereas you guys are trying to posit like, yeah, maybe in certain situations there's reference frames. Overall, there's a universal reference frame that we can always reference and say that things are absolute from that view. And I don't agree with that. I don't think Kosho or Zanuck would agree with that. And that's where our differences are stemming from.
Okay, fine. So when we do drop something antipodal, we let two objects free fall and they're antipodal to each other. And then we get outside and we can see the whole globe Earth and we can see these objects falling. Can we then determine what's actually happening in reality, or is it still reference frame dependent? We still can't tell that the Earth's not expanding?
No, you know why? And here is what I want to say earlier. It's a real quick.
You can't. Hold on, Zanuck, hold on, real quick. You're telling me from that position.
Half an hour. I want this place. This gives you. I want to help you. I want to give you something.
Can I let Jace? You've had your go around with this.
One sentence, Jeremy. It's one sentence, literally.
I'm in the middle of something with Jace.
I know, but it's something you probably want to hear right now.
I don't. No, it's not. You have nothing to say. I want to hear.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm saying you can look at this motion.
Just let him get it out.
Thank you. You can look at this motion, either reference frame, and say, you know what, and both will be valid. I see this rock falling from the building, and I see it accelerating. Perfectly valid. Mathematically, you can show this. Or you can be the rock and see the ground is accelerating to me. Both are mathematically equivalent. Difference. Now, how do we prove that one is doing it versus the other? What a law thing. That's when we start looking at the forces required to accelerate something. And when we measure the forces on the object falling, there's none on it. That's where we have the paradox. And that's where we start talking about the Earth accelerating up to the object due to the bending and warping of space-time.
Made up paradox.
Okay, so Jace. See, I don't even remember where we're at. Would you agree that if you have a ball and they excel and one side of the ball and another side of the ball are accelerating in opposing directions, that ball would have to expand and get bigger?
Say that again. You have. Guys, say it again.
You have a ball. You have a basketball. and I'm going to draw two X's on the basketball antipodal to each other. And I'm going to have those X's accelerate in opposing directions. Would you agree that the ball, if I did that, the ball would have to be getting larger?
You have. I'm sorry, man. I'm not getting what you're saying. I apologize.
I have two X's on a ball antipodal to each other. Do you understand?
Okay, so you have an X at the North Pole, you have an X at the South Pole. Okay.
Yeah, of a ball. We're just holding it to basketball or a little globe, whatever you want to use. A ball. We have a sphere in our hand. Two X's are on it. I'm going to the X's, the ground that the X's are on. They're going to accelerate in opposing directions. Would the ball by necessity have to increase and expand in size?
You cut out. I don't know if it was just for me or.
Oh my God!
Does the ball get bigger? Jace?
No, Zanuck. We got two Jace. We have X's on the North Pole and the South Pole of a ball. I'm going to accelerate the ground those X's are on. I'm going to accelerate them in opposing directions. Does the ball have to get bigger?
If you have two X's on a ball, right at the North and South Pole, and then you accelerate the surface of that ball at both the North and South Pole, and you're viewing it from like a frame where you can see
just answer the question.
Ball.
Jace, does the ball have to get bigger?
And you're viewing it from a frame where you can see the whole ball, then yes, from that frame it would look like the ball is getting bigger.
Stop, man! You're answering shit I didn't even ask. Does the ball physically get bigger? Yes or no? We don't need your whole word salad.
Reference frame dependent, dude. That's what you're not getting.
It's not reference frame dependent. We have a physical ball in our hand. We're going to accelerate the ball out opposing directions from each other, the surface of it. Does the ball get bigger?
Yeah, but there's a reference frame involved with that, Jeremy.
There's no reference frame. This is physical. This is physical. Wow,
you're say the frame you're viewing that from. Yes, you're accelerating both sides of the ball. You can see you're holding the ball in your hand, so you can see the whole ball. So yes, the both sides are getting further apart from each other.
This isn't about reference frames. This is about physicality of objects. It has nothing to do with reference frames at all. At this point, we're just saying if I have an object on to two X's in the surface and you make them bigger, you accelerate them in opposing directions from each other. Does the ball have to get bigger? Nothing to do with reference frames. You can have a tape measure around the ball. It has absolutely nothing to do with reference frames at this point. Just to make that clear.
Of course it does. The ball has to exist somewhere, Jeremy. And that's a reference frame. Sorry to.
Yeah, I have a tape measure. I know, but I have a tape measure around the ball. So really, it doesn't matter where you look at it from. You're still going to read the numbers on the tape measure, regardless of where your bullshit reference frame is. Nothing to do with reference frame. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Where you're looking at it and taking the measurement is by definition a reference frame.
Yes, you have to be somewhere to look at.
This is how I know, Jeremy. They're full of shit. This is how I know they have to be a group that is just so full of shit, bro. This is how you know how they fight this. He's fought you every step of the way, and it's so simple. Me and you can
especially what you're looking for.
See, he can't.
Like a ball getting bigger doesn't have anything to do with a reference frame. Obviously, you have to be somewhere to look at the tape measure, sure, but it doesn't matter where you are. That you're going to see the numbers on the tape measure getting bigger. So the ball's going to get bigger, right, Jason? Can we just move on?
Jace, is that right? Yes or no? Yes or no, Jace?
Here's the problem.
Stop. Yes or
Here's
no, Jace?
the problem.
Stop. Yes or no, Jace?
The ball's not getting bigger
go.
in any reference frame. The ball's not getting bigger in any of the reference frames. The ball going towards somebody is not equal to the ball getting bigger.
We're expanding. We're moving. We're accelerating the surface of the ball in opposing directions. And by necessity, the ball has to get bigger.
Let me tell you something about the ball. The center of the ball, the other side of the ball, the walls of the ball, the balls. The entire ball is accelerating towards the person in that example. Not just the surface that's closest to the person. Just to be clear. The ball's not getting bigger.
You missed it then. It's antipodal. Two surfaces that span going accelerating away from each other. Hello?
That's not here's the thing. That's not happening. In any given reference frame, the reference frame you specify, the specified reference frame, in any single reference frame, the surface that are antipodal to each other are not going in two opposite directions. They're not going in opposite directions.
Kosho finish.
In any given reference frame, the 2 points that are antipodal are both accelerating towards the frame that you're talking about. In any given reference frame you're talking about, if the reference frame is and the Earth are accelerating towards each other, the entire Earth is accelerating towards that object in that reference frame. If you're talking about what's happening in a different reference frame, you're going to then transform the argument. The argument's now not describing what the Earth is doing in that reference frame; it's describing what's doing in a different reference frame. In which case, all the parts of the Earth are accelerating towards that.
Kosho, they still can't grasp the concept of change of direction rather than this change of a distance over time. This change of direction is speaking about. Bending and warping of space-time is the acceleration. It's not the Earth's surface physically moving outward from one another, even though the acceleration can be that or a change of direction. We're talking about a change of direction, and they're not accepting that. I've been banging my head against the wall with these guys for 3 or 4 months now. This concept.
Well, count me in the people that you're banging your head against. I don't get it.
It's happening in my GIF, man.
Yeah,
that's why I gave the
made a
analogy.
GIF. I posted a couple good videos about it too from a channel called Dialect, where he kind of goes over.
I think that's what I'm looking for.
More specificity, what relativity says is happening.
Yeah, that's
despite what the reference frames, what it looks like. What's up? Go ahead, Gosha. Go ahead.
No, so go ahead.
Despite what the reference frames may look like, oh, it looks like this from this point, it looks like that from that point. Despite all that, something is actually happening. There's something actually physically taking place. Either the ground is physically rising up, or the rock is, when you drop it, is physically falling down. Right? Can we agree on that?
No.
We can't agree on that. Okay, well, yeah, I was only agreeing to that so it's like a pacifying technique. I wasn't really listening to what you were saying. My apologies. But I was going to ask Mr. Moyak.
Do you do that frequently, Kosho? Is that why it sometimes sounds like you're not listening?
I do it.
Waiting to rifle off your thing, and there's like sort of a disconnect about in the combo sometimes.
Mad disrespectful, bro.
I do not do that often. I don't do it at all. But let me tell you this, Mr. Moyak.
Yeah.
So that was the first time.
GIF,
all right, yeah, we'll believe you. That was the first. Sure.
That was the first time, yeah.
But Jeremy was right in the middle of his statement. Why isn't Jeremy completing what he was doing? Why is Kosho asking Moyak something right now?
Yeah, they're trying to save each other from this fucking madness. This is madness.
Yep, keep going with him. Don't let him fucking run.
I mean, we can't agree that something's physically happening, despite what something may look like. There's just one thing that's physically happening. In reality, we can't agree on that. Really? Come on, guys.
First of all, I gave the analogy.
That's a question to Jeremy. Go ahead.
Can I just real quick? So I gave a really good analogy where you can actually start pointing fingers at what is the cause of this interaction. And the car taking the turn is such an easy way to describe an inertial force. The Earth moving upward is the same type of thing, but now you got to stretch your brain a little bit to try to grasp this very abstract concept of curvature of space-time, which if you picture everything in the world, everything in the universe moving through time, and this movement through time can alter based on space-time bending toward mass. Mass bends space-time. And that's bending, whereas normally we would just be going a straight line, being totally inertial, or near the Earth, and the space-time line goes into the Earth. So we start going to the Earth, and when we make contact with the Earth, because the Earth is solid, it stops. And there's a force that is a pseudo force acting on the Earth. That's us hitting the Earth. And there is a real force of the Earth acting on us. Now, you can look at these velocity changes from either vantage point, either reference frames. It doesn't really matter. The cause is what we're talking about, and the cause is the bending warp of space-time. Really breaking down your brain, trying to like envision how something can accelerate without moving outward. And that's
we
not
know.
what
Yeah,
we're looking at.
you're trying. Oh, let me jump in. I know you're trying to break down brains and get our minds to stretch. Just your wording says it all along. You're trying to break down our brains and get our brains to stretch. Lastly, you just said you're trying to get our minds to stretch to accept this abstract concept, the bending warp of space-time. You use the word abstract. The definition of the word abstract is thought of apart from concrete realities, specific objects, or actual instances.
Yes.
Awesome.
Can I elaborate on that, Gio?
No.
So I like the definition, and bending and warping of space-time is an abstract concept. It's not concrete. It takes a little bit of imagination to kind of understand how that could happen. But the proof is in we actually can measure. We drop things. I won't belabor it.
It's not concrete, but you can measure it. You just said it's not concrete.
Hold on. You weren't listening. You're just trying to like almost like you're waiting for me to say something so you can have a gotcha.
No, I am listening. Hold on. I am listening, and I directly responded to what you said. I actually am listening.
No, the measurement had nothing to do with that. The measurement has to do with measuring forces acting on objects we drop. We can measure no forces. We know things are inertial when we drop. That creates the paradox. How can it be inertial, yet it's accelerating? It has to be something else going on. That's where the abstraction comes.
I think you broke up.
If you have another explanation, Gio, of why you think, and use your imagination. Why else do you think something would look like it's accelerating but has no forces acting on it? Just seems
when it comes to physics, I'm not interested in imagination.
Exactly.
Well, then don't imagine it. Give me a reason.
Listen to me.
Hold
Holy
on.
shit!
Listen to you.
Sorry, Kosha. Go ahead. You got something
man,
good? This better be good.
I had a question for
All right.
Moyak. I got a question for you. I got a question for a bunch of people, dude. I'm gonna ask Moyak a question first, real quick. Moyak, did you see the GIF I posted? Let me make a point also, real quick, to Zanuck. Okay, well, look at the GIF I posted. It's got a green ball in it, but Zanuck, because even though I agree with what you're saying, Zanuck, I've always had a problem with this argument because we always come at it the same directions, each of us, and I feel like what you're arguing against or what you're arguing for is a higher level than even what's being disagreed with. Because even though I think they disagree with what you're saying, and I don't, I agree with what you're saying, they disagree with the entire concept of relativity, of the entire concept of this event occurring from two different frames, right? Like moving towards two people.
Let me say something. Hold on, man.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Please, Kosho, please. It's not that I disagree with that. You can view, it looks like different things are happening depending on where you view them from. Yes, I agree with that. You can make it look like anything you want, but in physical reality, well, one thing is actually happening. That's what you can't agree with. That's this is your guys' problem.
That leads me to my question for you, Jeremy, which is, in reality, you have no people. Okay, there's no people, but you have a ball in the space, and in that ball in space, you have a speck of dust to the left of that ball in space. Okay, now let me ask you a question: is that speck of dust to the left of the ball, or is it to the right of the ball, or is it above the ball or below the ball?
It's subjective.
Where's the speck of dust?
That's totally subjective.
It's subjective.
However,
right? Exactly, dude. It doesn't matter if there's people involved or not.
Left and right is subjective. No, it's only because left and right is subjective.
Going towards something or away from something is subjective. Or going towards something is subjective. If you're saying
relative by definition,
yeah, it's all relative. Something's going. Yeah, if you're saying that this thing's going towards this thing, it's going forward, it's going upward, or it's going downward. These are all subjective.
All right,
so
you guys are
going
saying
towards each other in either case.
Okay, so you guys are saying you don't know what's going on, if the rock's falling or the Earth's climbing up, or the Earth's accelerating up to meet the falling rock, because it's all subjective and it depends on where you're looking at it from. So you have no idea what's happening in actual physical reality.
Or we have an
I'm
idea
saying that
based
neither of
on.
those are invalid.
Do we know what's happening in physical reality or not?
Yes.
Okay, and you're telling me in physical reality the ground's raising up to hit the rock that's
Yes.
free falling.
Yes.
Okay, and we can get outside of Earth and look at this happening antipodal from each other, and that would be happening on both sides because that's what's happening in reality, right?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, no shit, Zanuck.
Well, no, because the point coordinate systems you're looking at, you're going to see an acceleration of one object with respect to the other. Obviously, the Earth is object. You don't know which one is accelerating to which based on just your observation. It's going to give you erroneous and maybe misleading results. So we have to do further investigation. You could say rocks accelerating to the Earth. Perfectly valid. I can look at it from the ground and see the rock accelerated to the Earth, but I can be on the rock itself and say, I think the Earth is accelerating to me. But you can say, well, anapodally, this Earth should be growing if that's going to happen. Every time something falls, it's making a motion outward. That's stupid. So
no, this whole thing is stupid. This makes y'all look stupid, dude. You have a ball in a glove.
You're over talking. Shut up.
Hold on. Just let him finish. Rocky, you can go next, please.
So we all agree with you until we get to the point where you say, you know what? We don't understand how something can fall and have no forces on it, have this constant acceleration. And then they come up with this idea that the bending or warping of space-time is causing this apparent force in motion.
All right.
And then the answers are there. And then they can
Okay.
backed up and then has predictive and quantifiable qualities, and everybody's happy. Except
Enough.
Hold on. Zanuck, please. Let's wrap it up. Are
No,
you
he's
done?
done. Rakia was next.
All right. Go ahead, Rakia.
Guys, you take a ball on the ground and throw it. You act upon forces on it to make it go up, and then whatever forces you want to say makes it come down. Let's call it gravity, just so they don't cry too much when you take their balls away. Gravity makes it come down. The Earth is not going away from the ball as you throw it up and going towards the ball as it comes down to you. This whole argument is so, I can't believe grown men are thinking this way or have to say these things for hours on end, repeatedly. Zanuck tells people they repeat things. Zanuck has said the same thing over and over again for 2 hours now. And it's ridiculous. Even in his own model, he's disagreeing with gravity, with all kind of things.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, well, you contradicted yourself several times.
When is something, Racky, let me ask you a quick question. If I throw a ball up, is it accelerating when it's...
I deny the question. Ask someone else.
Okay, Jeremy, if I throw a ball... Jeremy, according to Racky, if I throw a ball up, is it only accelerating down the entire time I throw it up? What happens when I throw a ball up, Racky or Jeremy or anybody?
It accelerates up, it pauses for a moment, and then accelerates down.
No, it accelerates down the entire time. And it's a constant acceleration too, by the way. It's accelerating downward.
Whatever pseudoscientific mind mangle you've got yourself in, whatever. You laughed because there's something to it. I just hit a button.
No, because I think you're funny.
No, it's like this also. If you are driving in reverse and you press your foot on the accelerator, you'll be moving backwards for a little bit. You'll stop and you'll move forward. And the entire time you're accelerating forward.
Correct.
It's the same thing.
It's a hard concept to grasp. You jump off a diving
board. It's the same thing. No, it's not. It's not the same thing as throwing a ball up and having it come down back into your glove. Saying that the Earth is moving up and down towards the ball and away from the ball. Bullshit. The ball is moving because you threw it. And the ball is coming back down because of whatever force you want to apply to it. Gravity. This is ridiculous. I think this is a joke.
I won't mind getting in.
This is a joke. I think this is a put on. There is no way you believe this. No way.
I mean, look, anything's better than screaming at each other.
Well, there's no way they believe it. There's no way they believe it, dude. Absolutely put on. Yep.
Well, can I make a quick comment?
Can I get in, Sonny? Because you've been talking for a while.
I know. Just the drop tower. If you understand how the drop tower works, they only had a dropping ability for a while. Then they got an idea that they would shoot this projectile out of like a cannon on the bottom and go up. It reached the very top, predictable, exactly where it reached up, and then come in a vacuum, by the way, and come down. They got to double the distance. The forces were exactly the same. They was inertial the entire time, always accelerating downward from the moment it left the face of that cannon to the moment it got to the very top and the moment it got to the bottom when it made impact on the ground. So if you understand how these forces work in acceleration, it may make a little more sense. But that object was inertial the entire way, up and down, and accelerating downward the entire way.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I saw Brian joined. Is Brian? Are you there, Brian? Perhaps he's not.
I'm pretty
Not
sure
here,
pretty sure everyone would agree to move away from whatever this has been the last bit here.
Yeah. Anything's better than people just screaming at each other. God's sake.
Just screaming at each other. God's sake. I couldn't get to my mute button, but I'm here, brother.
Oh, I think there's a bit of an echo on your open mic, maybe. But I was going to ask you to comment on. Well, first of all, I heard you on Quantum Erasers show with Rachie. You know, where she was claiming upwards acceleration. You didn't really get to speak on it. They sort of shut you down a little bit, and I thought you could comment on that a little bit, and just in general, because if as Dell's shown in his demonstration, if something's falling, if this bottle's falling with gases and liquids in it, there's no displacement of those gases and liquids, and so it doesn't appear to be accelerating at all from from all acceleration from any other vector anyway. So stationary people, this is an issue. The globe's got its explanation. That's why they invoke this proper acceleration. They've got their explanation of bending and warping in space-time. Whether you like it or not, they have this. That's their explanation for it. There needs to be an explanation for this.
Wait a minute. I don't think they have an explanation, though. We can't let them get away with feeling like they have an explanation for this at all. It's not an explanation. It's a contradictory, ad hoc, reference frame dependent reality.
That's what's hilarious to me, man.
Hold on,
No matter which model.
Brian.
Yeah.
All right, we got to fix it. You got a real big echo. Just so, I don't know if you can do something.
Yeah, Dave, I don't like it either, dude.
Well, it's not like I mean, first of all, if there's a varying rate of the fall, like Napalm pointed out to you earlier today, there's no way that they can have a varying rate and have Dell's accelerating upward work.
Well, constant velocity is claiming, so
whatever it is, doesn't matter. It doesn't work. But it just doesn't work. The reference frame thing, we can't let them just sit there like as if they explained it and we don't understand it. Whereas Zanuck's like, oh, it's really a hard concept to grasp, but you guys are having problems. It's not anybody here having problems.
You're not talking about Zanuck anymore, dude.
Well,
regardless, your explanation as well, Posho. If you're backing Zanuck on this, you got to explain how the Earth is accelerating in opposite directions at the same time. How is the Earth accelerating in the opposite direction?
This is 0% related to Glober's explanations, dude. This is two flat earthers knocking their heads against each other.
Yeah, you'd really love to go away from your.
So just leave our argument out of it.
No, we're not out of that because I didn't make my comment yet. You can't explain how the Earth is accelerating in two different directions at the same time, and you can't just move on from that point, acting like the last point was you guys are just can't grasp the concept. No, nobody's having problems grasping the concept that it's totally contradictory to reality to just say it's reference frame dependent.
He has explained it, though. He even went through the...
Oh, really? Go ahead and explain it again. I didn't hear your answer, Jay. How is it accelerating in two different directions at one time? Explain it to me. Go ahead, explain it.
He even went through the trouble of making a nice little GIF for everyone to help us grasp his explanation.
Well, new perspective.
And I made a GIF too.
Well, we've been on that for I don't know if you just got here, but it's been ground out for about the last 2 hours in terms of that. So I mean, unless you want to continue a little bit on that, but I think Brian maybe fixed his echo. He was going to respond to what Andy said. I mean,
I was listening to it, and the reason I came in is because I made the GIF that shows that the Earth would have to be expanding for it to be going in the opposite direction at the same time. And it sounded like the way the conversation ended was on their note of Xanax saying, well, you guys just can't grasp it, when that wasn't the case whatsoever. That's all I want to say.
Who said the Earth is accelerating two different directions?
Jackie, can Brian comment? If you don't mind.
No, I want to
If you
know.
want to go to
What?
Dell's argument, we can end that. I just want to make sure we end that with them not having an
Who
explanation
said
that
it?
makes sense in
Who
reality.
said it? Who said the Earth is moving in accelerating two different directions?
Nobody
It would have to
did,
be.
Shaky. It's just what
So
they say to
It would
try
have to be.
and
It's not about us saying anything.
it has to
That's
be.
why I didn't want to end
Who
it with
said
them
it?
saying it's just them saying it. No, it would have to be. If the Earth is moving upwards to
Who said
meet
the
the
Earth is
person
moving
that's
upwards?
accelerating towards it, and there's a person on opposite ends of the globe at the same time, the Earth would have to be accelerating in opposite directions at the same time.
Who said the Earth
By
is?
your model requires that.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
I don't
how
have a
doesn't it
model.
then? How can
What
it
do
be
I
meeting
have?
both people on the opposite ends of the
Stop
globe at
straw
the same time?
manning.
Okay,
The
then
other
explain
guy
it
was
without that.
trying to have a little bit. The other guy was trying to have a little bit of intellectual honesty and say that we do have an explanation. You can agree with it or not. It's still an explanation, and that you guys should try to come up with an explanation. But instead of doing that, you're trying to stifle that and just say that, oh no, they don't have an explanation. Just bring it back to that. Why don't you focus on what the original guy was asking and trying to come up with your own explanation?
Well, our explanation is obvious. The people are accelerating towards the ground and it's stationary, just like it seems, and just like it would work perfectly if there is no antipodal acceleration in the opposite direction. But you're saying it's okay to have antipodal acceleration because it's all reference frame dependent. Well, what about the GIF that I made where it's showing that reference frame where you're looking at both people, the cat and the dog there in this case, and the Earth has to be accelerating in the opposite directions at the same time, and you're acting like there was a perfectly fine explanation to that.
Well, one sec.
Perspective. What about
One sec. Look, for anything to be accelerating, it needs a mechanism. Okay, it needs some kind of push, something, right?
Right. And
it's very basic.
But the thing I want to get real quick is that even objects with no motion,
Xanax.
just sitting on a even with objects with no motion, sit on a scale and have the Earth accelerating up to them. Now, the Earth isn't moving; it's not accelerating outward as far as distance change. It's just providing this force. Because if you have an acceleration and you have mass, that's where the weight comes from. So it's obviously there's a force being created by this acceleration. And the acceleration doesn't manifest itself in the radius increasing of the Earth every time something drops. That's not what we're saying. So
You said the Earth isn't moving. Start from the Earth isn't moving, and then make sense of it again.
The thing is, there's a lot of people in this panel, right? They've got a presupposition about what the Earth is. Yes, but I don't see Brian that way. Brian's like, I think like me. Like we don't know. So we're just having an open, honest inquiry. That's why I asked Brian.
Here's what's funny, man. I hope I'm not echoing too bad, but what's funny to me is he just said that they have an explanation. So that's why I didn't even enter it yesterday on the chances, because I couldn't get an explanation, because the question is, I want an explanation of why if they say space-time bending is the reason, then give me an explanation of space-time bending. You know, you can't is the point. And any of these arguments goes directly against the globe, but especially that one. That's why it's funny to me.
What reason the sun is shining, Brian?
Because it's light.
Why is it shining? Why? What the reason it's light?
That's not the topic. Please
Right,
don't.
it is the topic. He asked for a reason.
No, it's not the topic right now. We can go to that one.
No, it
after,
doesn't
but
matter. He asked for a reason.
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
if he's pointing out that they don't have a reason for it, we don't have a reason for the sun shining, just like you don't have a reason that the Earth could be accelerating in two different directions. Fine. So there's no reason on either side. That's not a good point.
It's a great point. There's no reason.
Really? So how is the Earth expanding? How is the Earth not expanding but accelerating?
I don't need to explain it. It just is.
Okay, there you go. It just
Your
is,
perspective.
right?
Were you not here at the beginning? Because we're talking about a direction change.
Dude, I'm right here now. Explain it. You said the Earth isn't moving in your explanation. Do you get that? You said the Earth isn't moving. How could the Earth not be moving but accelerating towards the person?
The acceleration is caused by the bending warping of space-time. These objects that are in free fall towards the center of the, because space time is now bent, and because these objects now are running into something, there will be a force imparted on that. That being a Lambert force, or a inertial force. The force that the Earth has on that object that just hit it is a proper force. This is all due to the bending warping of space-time, due to a change of direction of objects. The object's direction is changing into the Earth, directly to the center of the Earth. That's what's causing this. That's what's causing this force, this acceleration.
If I say space-time can't be bent, it never has been bent. It can't be bent. It's impossible to bend. How would you prove me wrong?
By showing that an object falling doesn't have any forces acting on it whatsoever, yet it accelerates. Proving you wrong is showing that there has to be a bending warping of space-time for that to happen. Now, if there's another explanation you have, Brian, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear it.
Like that's a weak explanation. Like you have to top that explanation as if it suffices. That's hilarious.
You can't, because you don't even know what space-time is.
It's happening. There's no question about it. It has predicted quantifiable.
Zanuck, you're interrupting again. I don't know if you can hear it. Go ahead, Brian. Can we give Brian the floor a little bit? He hasn't been here in a bit. Everyone's been interrupting him so far. Go ahead, Brian.
I make it quick too. The honest answer is you can't prove that you could bend space-time, because you can't isolate space-time. You can't show me space-time. It's just a story. It's nothing more than a story. So when y'all invoke that, an honest person, and I could play you videos if you don't believe me, will say they don't have an explanation. There is no explanation. For y'all to say there's an explanation, you're going against scientists who back your model. You're going against mainstream. There is no explanation.
You're right. There is no explanation. They are just descriptions.
Well, I kind of, though I get what Zanuck is saying, I kind of disagree with how he's saying it. Zanuck, I think you're being like very vague by just saying like space time is bending and stuff. Like, what does that mean? Exactly. But right, like I would like to hear like Brian or someone, try to give their own, like without including any kind of, oh, your explanation doesn't work, it's not an explanation, yada yada. Just tell us how you think it works. We understand that you think our explanation or description, whatever you want to call it, you think it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense to you. We got that. You don't have to reiterate that to us. I just want to hear how you think it works.
I'll say this: I can replicate it 3 different ways that I know of. I can replicate weight, or or this, whatever, what's happening in reality. I can pretty closely replicate it with an acceleration in whatever direction, and I can replicate, and I'll get weight. I can replicate it with a relative density, like in a specific direction, but still I can replicate weight and change it, manipulate it, and I can replicate it with electrostatics. I'll be honest, I can replicate real world actions pretty damn closely with 3 different ways. When y'all invoke, and I know you told me not to do this, but it's hard not to, because your side is just coming from a mathematical standpoint. Space-time is basically a variable on paper, nothing more, nothing less. You can't show any real-world demonstrations that I know of anyway, but that'd be my answer. I can replicate real-world, actions with them 3 different
density,
methods.
Brian, you said density.
Relative density.
Well, you said, but I just already went over, belabored the point that we can put things in a box and drop it, match this acceleration rate that we think exists. You may not agree with it, but we think it exists. When we match it, put it on some kind of cable, make some kind of conditions where it actually is matched, like a vomit comet, for example. That's interesting. Everything has no preference of direction. There's nothing showing any difference.
Hold on, Brian. Let me go next.
Lead, balls, gas, dog, cats, people, they all float. Everything, there's no preference, regardless of their density, regardless of relative density. All floating, all accelerating the exact same rate.
Hold on, Brian. Let me go next, please. Please, let me go next. Go ahead, Zanuck. Finish it up.
Careful,
Zanuck was done. Zanuck was done. All right, good.
No, I'll just finish with this: that there is no preference. So anything you say you can replicate, I don't believe that you can do that, because we've already shown that things in boxes that are dropped will have no preference regardless.
I said vector dependent.
Hold on, Brian. Let me go next, please, bud. What the fuck, man?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Zanuck, are you done?
Yeah. Go ahead. Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know why we're asking Brian what his explanation is, because we don't even agree on the effect. So you want his explanation of the effect? We can't even agree on the effect. I'm pretty sure Brian thinks the rock is falling towards the ground. Or Brian, do you think the Earth is raising up to hit the rock?
I don't. I think that what I is a rock falling toward the ground, man. I can't prove other. But I did specify RDD that that's vector dependent. That's the only one I made that specification. If I'm going to replicate that, it's vector dependent. So I don't know why Zanuck went off, on that tangent.
Right, replicating something that these guys don't think is happening, because they think the ground's raising up to hit the free falling object. So we're not even talking about the same effect here, because we got a totally different effect going on.
It's coordinate system dependent. It's reference frame dependent.
It's not reference frame dependent. One thing's happening.
He just said it's vector dependent. The vector depends on the coordinate system, is what he's trying to say.
RDD is vector dependent. At all is, even if it was the ground rising up, even that don't work on a globe.
That's actually something that could work on flat Earth and not the globe. That actually could work on flat Earth, but not the globe. I know it's impossible for it to work on the globe, because you have to have the ball getting bigger. Because if it happened antipodal, the ball would get bigger.
So Brian, you said you can show this with electrostatics and with buoyancy and density, but let's just start with the electrostatics things, right? Like I can show a lot with electrostatics as well, right? And we can show the amount of electrostatics relative to the force that it causes, or the acceleration that it causes, right? And I would say, right, like there's a point there to what you said, but what I would say is that the acceleration that's happening, proportional to the electrostatic force, or whatever, the amount, the magnitude that's causing the force, is right. Electrostatics is clearly visible, right? Like magnets, electromagnetism, the magnets snap together, right? That doesn't appear to be what's happening when, right, the strength of the interaction when I drop a tennis ball to the ground, it's not on the same magnitude scale as like magnets snapping together and other kinds of electrostatic forces. So I would say, if you're gonna say it's electrostatics, that's something you have to account for, this big difference in scale for the electrostatic forces that we can demonstrate compared to these things of dropping stuff to the ground, or us being stuck on the ground, etc. Right? There's a big difference in scale that has to be accounted for.
Yeah, for one, I didn't say that is what's happening. And for two, if you're like trying to maybe in your mind collimate the electrostatics and compare them to, electromagnetics and all that. But three, like if I can make a magnet with say 5,000 volts, and then above my head up to 30 miles or so, I've got 2 million volts. I mean, you don't think it's even comparable at all? Just in one little spot, in one little spot, a square inch, well, not even a square inch, a square centimeter. I can measure a 2 million volt potential change between, in 30 miles from the ground up. So what about the whole entire field? You're talking about, 1 square centimeter. What about the whole field? It's at least comprehensible, ain't it?
Oh, like I said, I get the background point that's being made, but right, what I'm saying is, like, if you were to go in the lab and use those numbers that you just said, right, you'd get a totally different observation than us dropping like a tennis ball to the ground. It's on a completely different type of scale that these both electromagnetic and electrostatic effects are occurring at.
You don't think we could replicate that, man? Zach hated it pretty good. Austin replicated it pretty good just by changing the potential. He made shit float. He made shit go up. He made shit heavier. You know, I mean,
I know, I get that, and you're right, I could do that too. I could play around with electrostatics and make things float, make things heavier, lighter, etc. But what I'm saying is, right, that's fine as like a background kind of base, but it's not close enough to the things that the globe model claims is due to gravity, right? If you can get the effects in the lab that you're demonstrating to mimic more, not just like the direction that something goes up, but like the speed that it goes up, the force that it can impart on another object. If you can match those kind of things, then I think you would have a much stronger point. But what you'll find is that there's a huge like scale difference when you try
bro,
to
you're
do
just
that.
claiming reality for the globe, Joe. You're getting a little long-winded. You're claiming reality as the globe gravity when literally there is no globe gravity. You won't tell me what it is. You won't tell me what causes it. You're just calling it gravity and describing it with what we measure in reality and saying that's globe gravity. I'm literally, I mean, if I were y'all, I would at least claim gravity as maybe some type of electrostatic effect where I'd have some tie with reality. Like, I mean, y'all have nothing at all. What you keep saying, globe gravity. What is globe gravity? What's the cause? If not electromagnetism or an acceleration or
Let me,
what is
Brian.
it? Bring up. You
Brian,
tell me what it is.
and let me ask a question to you, to JAs, to everybody. Does anyone here even consider the fact that what causes the effect that we call gravity could be something that's completely unknown to man, unmeasurable at this stage through any instrument we have, and we're just chasing our tails trying to attribute it to things that we do know when it's actually caused by something completely unknown. Just like, doctors wouldn't have known that bacteria cause sickness before we discovered them under a microscope or whatever back in the day. They would have thought something was causing sickness, but they actually were wrong because they were unable to detect what was causing the sickness. Does anyone here even entertain that could be the case with gravity, or do we think that it's got to be attributable to something that we know?
Well, I'm with you. I don't know what bending space-time. I can't imagine it. I don't know. I know I can measure gravitation potential, and I know that it's somehow due to mass. An object in free fall wants to be in the lowest gravitational potential it can, means zero. That's what
Yeah,
I
I think
know.
you're right, Effie Evangelist. I think. Oh, you weren't done. Check you got.
Why? I don't know why. That's what happens. It will get to the
Okay, you
lower
don't
and it
know.
will
All
start
right.
accelerating.
All right, you don't know. We wrote it down. So I think you're
Yes,
right.
I
We
don't
may
need to
not
know.
know.
Why do I need to know?
Okay. I think you're right, Effie. We don't know what's going on.
Perhaps we will never know.
With this. Chike, were you done? My bad, bro. Go ahead, finish it up.
No, I don't know what caused it. How the mechanism work. I don't know.
Okay, but when you're
Yeah,
done,
you
Chike,
I
don't
know that
know.
there is some kind of interaction
We
there.
know you don't know. I already wrote it down.
all right, when you're finished, Chike, you just mute your mic.
I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Jeremy.
We don't know now what's causing things down. Yes, we thought all kinds of weird shit in the past about what were the causes of these effects. But I mean, we can't even agree in reality, like what's happening. Is the rock falling or is the ground accelerating up with these guys? Like, we're measuring two different things. You know what I mean? Normal people would think the rock's falling to the ground. Even these guys on the globe, when you can view both the rocks falling, and you can see the size of Earth, and you can see that it's not getting bigger and that the ground's not actually accelerating towards the thing. They don't even agree on this. I don't even know if they know what's going on in physical reality or not.
I
Yeah,
agree with you.
exactly.
That's what
Like,
we observed the rock falling, but it's coming up with a Earth is, at least we are able to have the discussion and throw out the different possibilities, man. I don't even know why they even jump in this conversation. They just make it up, measure it, name it, and call it that, and then question our discussions. It's crazy.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Hey, man, how did Rachel sound, by the way? She's doing good?
It was all right. I forgot why I even went on, man. I don't think that got brought up. Yeah, that's what Rachie discussed with them. But I was trying to go on there because Quantum Eraser had made the claim that the double slit experiment is not really an experiment. If we're going by the strict natural science, he at least admitted that. But he kind of just there's breath like experiment. Well, it's not really an experiment; it's a demonstration, and then just deserted it. I wanted him to elaborate on that, like we're all these conversations we've been talking about strict science, and but I do like quantum eraser and everything, but I just try and hold people accountable the way they hold me accountable.
Well,
Quantum
he makes
Eraser
some
told me.
claims.
Go
He
ahead.
makes bold claims that these experiments are not experiments, yet they are, because he takes one of the aspects of the independent variable relationships and discounts them. For example, he's very assertive that time is not an independent variable, and every scientist in the world would agree that time is an independent variable. He'll come back with, how do you manipulate
Let's not open
time?
that
And
bloody
that
can
kind
of
of
worms, Sonic. Please, let's not open that can of worms. Oh my God, we don't need to do that.
Question for Brian. Question for Brian.
Rachie held her own really well, I thought, Brian.
Yeah, man.
Damn straight.
She's made some good demonstrations, man. And it's to me, demonstration is king. So if you could show me something that agrees with what I witness in reality, then it's worth talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Brian, I have a question for you.
I mean, do you think time caught? Oh, my
Johnny,
bad, Chuck.
seriously?
My bad. I don't know. Go ahead.
A mod. Brian, you're a brave man. You made a model. Yes, you have the refraction model. Can you give the reason for your calculation?
Yeah, denser air toward the bottom and more
That's
humidity.
nice. That's nice.
And then less dense, less humid air, the higher we go. That would be
Hold on, why are you
my
changing topics? I wanted to respond to
I'm
the
not
same
changing
thing.
topics. He asked for reasons. I'm asking for reasons for his calculation. Is your model accurate?
Mad.
Is your model accurate, Brian?
Don't get mad.
Or is it's a close match? You come up with ad hoc explanation because you know exactly that it's 60 degrees per minute, and in the edges it doesn't work for you. You add the 5% Wi-Fi. Why not 4.95? I don't know. How do you came to
Wait,
these
you're calling
numbers?
my model ad hoc? Yeah, I admit it's
Yeah.
ad hoc because I'm going off of observations in the real world. What's funny is you don't admit your model's ad hoc. Any model
No,
that
it's not
models
ad hoc.
what we see in reality is ad hoc because if it doesn't match reality, then what's the point? Ad hoc by ad hoc meaning, yeah, we can measure what we see and model it out. So,
All right.
Yes, we measure it and model it out.
Yeah. Okay, just back to that time. Was that what QE's thing was about, time being an independent variable? Because I have some thoughts on that. If you do have time be your what's up?
Talking about like the strict definition of natural science, like the quantum experiments. They don't strictly fall under that. It's more of a demonstration.
That's not true.
Well,
That's
I'm just
one
telling you
man's
what he
opinion.
said. Man.
I know that's one man's opinion.
No doubt. Well, let me
Well,
just ask you a question. If you think time can be an independent variable, does that mean time causes this effect that we're trying to find a cause for an effect? So you're saying time is the cause of the effect?
Almost on cue of confusing the experiment with the hypothesis. In the experiment, which is where you use this independent-dependent variable relationship, both have the word cause, both have the word effect. Both are very different stories to tell when you talk about hypothesis versus the experiment. In the experiment, if anything affects the dependent variable, anything, that independent variable that affects it is clearly the independent variable because it affected and made some kind of impact on the dependent variable. It's that simple. If time you allowed, for example, if you allowed time to go by and something changed over the time, then time was the independent variable, and that had X effect to this experiment. Let this thing sit for a day and it got moldy. Well, the day was the independent variable. What happened was the effect, it got moldy. That was the
Okay, but
dependent variable.
okay, but as far as the cause for the mold, though, that wouldn't be time. Like if you're looking for the cause for why it got moldy, if you're looking for the cause for why it got moldy, it's not going to be time, right? You're going to need
No,
to do something else.
well, actually, part of it. I mean, so in the hypothesis, I will need time, I will need spores, I will need all these things, temperature, bacteria, whatever you need in your experiment. All those things are controlled in the experiment, and then find out the true root cause of something becoming moldy, or something growing, or something whatever, something breaking, something freezing, something the double slit. I mean, whatever whatever your experiment is, you make your ideas about why this happens, and then you back it up with experimentation. And in the experimentation phase, you have the independent variable relationship.
Yeah, and when you do the experiment, you have the independent dependent variable, which is stated in your hypothesis. I'm not confusing the hypothesis with the experiment. Your experiment is the hypothesis test. You state in your hypothesis what you're going to test, what your variables are, and then you go test it in the experiment.
Well, you don't really state in your hypothesis what the test will be. You develop tests that will all provide evidence to support or not support your hypothesis. If your hypothesis is that the plants grow with time, this, that, and the other, and it does come through, then your hypothesis is valid, and people will say, okay, that's a valid hypothesis, and you've backed it up with evidence. During the experiment phase,
can't be a quantification, bro. It can't be quantifiable. It's got to be a cause. Okay, the quantification. I mean, you're controlling differently if you want to explain it as you're using different amounts of time and doing that independently. But as far as the independent variable, you're trying to use a quantification as a cause.
No,
it's qualitative, not
Brian, listen very carefully.
You're exactly spot on,
growth
Brian.
is actually the best one.
It's
Very easy to understand.
Qualitative. Hold on, Zanuck. Hold on, real quick, Zanuck. Brian was exactly spot on. It's not about quantifying. It's about a qualitative thing.
Yes.
You're not worried about. You're worried about. Okay.
And I'm giving you that very clearly, Brian. In the tests, I have an idea about why plants grow. Dirt, you got to have nutrients, you got to have sunlight, you have temperature, this, that, and the other. Seed, how it germinates. All these things are hypotheses of why plants grow. One of the tests, I will let the thing sit in this situation, and it's controlled to control variables, the temperature, the soil, the nutrients, for 5 days. See what happens. Nothing. Oh, a week. Oh, something sprouted. 2 weeks somehow. Okay, so it takes this much time for this to happen. There's my one test. Not the hypothesis. It's just one test using time as an. Then we do another test. We talk about sunlight. It goes on and on and on. The point is, Brian, all the series of these tests all support or don't support the hypothesis. I don't know why this is so hard to understand.
You can record the time, Zanuck.
No.
Every experiment.
Okay,
Brian,
you misunderstood.
The hypothesis tells you what the test is going to be. You state your dependent and independent variables in the hypothesis, and it tells you what the test is going to be.
Damn, dude.
No, it does not. The hypothesis is your story, and the tests are the tests. The experiments are the tests. And those tests are controlled. They have control dependent variables are the effect you're looking at. It might not even be related to anything in the story of the hypothesis. It might be something adjunct to it. And then you have the independent variable, which has an effect on the dependent variable. Everybody in science knows it can be time. It's a very powerful independent.
Zanuck, if I'm trying to find out what causes water to boil, I can let it sit for 1,000,000 years. If I don't add heat energy, it's never going to boil. Time, you control it and you quantify it and you record it. And every experiment record the time. It's never the cause. Pop out.
Oh my God, Brian.
Yeah, no matter how much.
If you want to
no matter how many experiments you do. Hold on. No matter how many experiments you do.
That's not what we're talking about. In the independent-dependent variable relationship, Brian, the experiments are controlled. I have dependent and dependent variable relationships, and each one of those will provide or not provide support for your hypothesis. They might have nothing to do, not one word will be the same in your hypothesis as in the The experiment, however, could support or not support the hypothesis. Everybody still confuses it. I don't know why. It's a pretty simple concept. Just because I say it's an independent variable is a cause of an effect in the test. It doesn't have to do with
Example it.
It doesn't have to do, or it doesn't have to have anything to do with the actual hypothesis wording wise, but it can support it. Like
That's great. Yeah,
growth.
show us an example. That'd be lovely, please.
So I think plants grow for these reasons.
No,
I'm making
show
a
us.
huge elaborate
We don't
reason
want to
about
hear
what
about it.
plants grow.
Show us. Give us a link or a video or something. Don't talk about it. I don't want to hear it.
I've already posted it. If you want me to post it again, I will.
Do any kind of posting other than talking about this anymore.
Shut up.
Everyone's sick of your words.
Dude, your mouth.
No, relax. Guys, relax.
They try to use time in chemistry and say, well, we add such and such granules to the sulfuric acid, and then we wait. Dude, it's not the time, okay? You got to record the time. It's important, but hold on. If you crush up them granules to like nano granules, then it'll happen freaking instantaneous. Bro, time is not the cause. It's always controlled and recorded.
Not
Can I say
always.
something very quickly?
There are
Just very
a lot of experiments that wouldn't be true. That's why time is an independent variable. Many chemistry experiments. And if there's any chemists out there, they can back me up. Said.
I'm a chemist.
I'm an expert.
I just want to say I've done chemistry, and so a good way to think of independent variable in the experiment is in mathematics we have something called a function. So you have f of x, okay, and f of x is what's happening to the variable, and the variable is going to change the x, and then you're going to have a different outcome. That's the dependent variable. So whatever you're doing, whatever you can make an x and the f of x, that can be a variable. And so if I'm an independent variable, so if you can make time the x, and you say, well, the function of time will give me a different dependent variable. That indeed can be independent variable. By definition, if you can write f of x, then you can make that an independent variable.
Okay, I know, but when you do that, though, when you have time be your independent variable, that is never going to lead you to the cause of the effect you're actually looking for. Like if you're looking for what causes water to boil, time's never going to. If you're just you do an experiment with time as your independent variable, you don't know why water boils at the end. Same thing with anything. If all you have is time as your independent variable, you're not going to know anything about what your actual cause is.
Exactly. You're never going to get to the bottom of anything. It's a cop. To say time, then it means you're stopping your investigation instead of looking into it to get the root cause and say, well, why is it taking longer? What is the actual cause? It's taking longer than it should have. I need to find the actual root cause. And time is kind of a cop out. I agree with Jeremy.
I don't.
Not only that, can you ever take time out of your thing?
Yes. Listen to me. It's just simple.
How?
If you have any experiment, you can make it as a graph, a 2D graph, in which the x-axis of that graph is your independent variable. It's a thing that is changing, and the y-axis is the dependent variable. It's a thing that's changing. So anytime you can say, this is the thing that I'm changing, and I'm going to see what the effect is, this is the y-axis, this is an independent variable. There's nothing that, just because you have a problem with the word, you have a problem with the concept, it doesn't matter. That's an independent variable. Like if you say, I'm changing the amount of bark I'm using in my fucking potion, and this is the outcome, the y-axis, how many fucking inches my dick grew or something, it doesn't matter. So tree bark is an independent variable, and the dick growth is the dependent variable. If you use time as your independent variable, and you're saying, this is how much time I did this thing, this is the difference in the outcome, that's an independent variable. It doesn't matter how useful it is in your test. It just matters if that's what you used.
If you're
In the
using
chat.
time, then you got to go back and every single thing you tried, then you got to add time and vary the time. Every single. So when you're talking about rigorous experimentation, you're trying several different things. You're isolating each one, and time is going to be a factor in every one of them. And so time is a scale. It's a quantity. Okay.
No.
It's like saying
It's an independent variable in the experiment.
hold on. It's a dimension. It's like saying length is an independent variable, or width, or height. Time is a quantity. It is a dimension, bro. You're not. I don't know.
No, it's not that, bro. The thing is, in their paradigm, the question I asked was, can you ever do an experiment without time? Tell me one experiment in your paradigm that you can do with removing time. Please go ahead.
I wouldn't say removing it. I would say you can do experiments where time's not even a factor, like the boiling water thing. The boiling water thing, time's nowhere's in there. It's not
Yeah,
about
but
time.
isn't time passing while you're doing the experiment?
Time's, of course you need time. Of course you need time to do an experiment. I'm just saying it's not like in the any variables or anything. Like you don't have to. It's not like a thing you have to worry about.
No, but what I'm saying is you don't have a choice. This is what I'm saying.
Right.
So now you don't have
And
to
here-
worry about it. It's in every single experiment you do if you go with the paradigm of time.
Exactly.
Now,
Of course, you know my opinion on. Yeah.
Let me just say this one more
say
time. One more time, real quick, though. Let me just say this one more time. If you have time as an independent variable, let's just pretend you can do this and it's a real thing. If you do that, you don't know the cause of the effect. You need more than that. You're going to need
Agreed.
way
Yeah,
more
of
than.
course.
Yeah, you're going to need more than that. Like time alone doesn't do anything for you.
Let me elaborate on that real quick. And here's the perfect example is what they just said. And so if you're going to use water boiling and say you put it on a burner that's 200 degrees and it didn't boil, you only waited seconds and it didn't boil. Okay, if you leave it on there long enough, yeah, it's going to boil. But like he's saying, it's not the time. Okay, it's the amount of energy. So there's different quantifiers. Like time is how much time did it take for a certain amount of joules to be passed to a certain amount of water. You're not going to use the amounts of water as an independent variable. Of course, you're going to control them for every experiment and record them. But the point is that it's a certain amount of heat energy that's going to cause the water to boil, not the fact that you had it at a certain temperature and just let it sit there for long enough. So you're copping out. And
is that the question, though, Brian? The question is it a valid independent variable? In any case, though, it is. Even if it's not a useful one, it's still a valid one.
I think it's a quantifier, man. You can't get rid of it. Like as he said, it's in every experiment. You can run experiments by definition of the word independent. Yeah, you can do experiments and just try a bunch of things and change the time. But you got to literally do that for every single experiment you did and change the time. It's never going to.
Right, if you think that's crazy. Right, if you think that's crazy, tell them about the experiment where time's the dependent variable.
The effect. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that fucking crazy, dude?
That's the fucking crazy one.
Dude, let me just tell you how this works, man. If you can make it the X in the fucking graph, it can be an independent variable. If you can make it the Y, it can be the dependent variable. You can do different experiments and change the amount of time, dude. Easy.
Do you have an experiment where time's a dependent variable?
Yeah, like if you ate garlic, different amounts of garlic, and you went to the club and you want to see how long it took you to get laid, okay? The dependent variable would be the amount of time it took you to get laid, okay? The independent variable would be the amount of garlic you put in your mouth. All right?
Oh, this is definitely science, Kosho. It's definitely science.
Can anybody give me a scenario in which change takes place without time?
The quantifier, man. They're just adding quantifiers. You just said the amount of garlic and time is, and then put time as a variable. Like, bro, you also have to include the amount at the same time, and the underlying cause would be the damn garlic or something. You know, it's a quantifier, not a. You know,
You even got Brian at it now,
Exactly.
coach.
You can't have any type of experiment take place without the quantification of what we call time. So give me a scenario where time is not going to be passing in an experiment.
Yeah, no, we just did that. But
Oh, sorry. I might not have heard.
it's always passing in the experiment. Yeah, you can't do an experiment without time. But if time was your dependent variable though, that means it's the effect. So now we're looking for the cause of time. What? That shit's crazy, bro. You're not. Hey, Kosho, that was not the right one. You got a big.
Dude, the crux of this issue. Sorry, go ahead. My phone's all fucked up, dude. So if I'm talking over somebody, it says my phone's fucked up, man.
Go ahead. What's
look
up?
what Chunky did to us, dude.
No,
Chunky
listen
did
to
this
me.
to us.
The crux of this problem is that Brian and Jeremy, whoever else is gonna be on their side, just doesn't get it, dude. Because
I understand. We get what you're saying.
I'm telling you what the independent and independent variable are. It doesn't matter what you guys think they are. If you think they're the cause or the effect, they're the X and the Y of the graph, dude. That's it. If you can, every experiment you can draw into a graph. You can say the X affected the Y in this way. Here's the X. Here's the Y. That's all it is. That's all the independent variable are. Yes,
We get what
absolutely.
you're saying, Coach. We do get what you're saying, bro. In other words, you can keep everything the same and change the time. We get that, bro. But we're talking about that's a quantifier. Okay, you could do that with everything quantity wise. You got to record all the quantities of everything, including the time, bro. We're not. We see what you're saying, but as far as definition and natural science, the qualitative is what you're looking for, the cause. But here this is the road Chikey sent us down. He got mad just because he couldn't think of a reason, and just because scientists in his model, I mean, in the globe model, admit they don't have the explanation for gravity. Then he's asking me all kinds of shit about, well, the model you made, what's the reason for refraction and all this. He just got mad because in his world they don't know, they don't even have an explanation. And so I think they should stay out of that conversation. He just derailed us.
Well, what were we talking about? Does anyone have another topic, or what's up?
Yeah, I'm about to go into the HEB. That's the grocery market here in Texas. But I saw that Zanuck had arrowed me. He arrowed me into something he posted, and I'm going to go ahead and read the whole thing out.
Zanuck hit you with Cupid's arrow.
He did, yeah. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. It's very long. But I think he's trying to make a point. Let's just go ahead and just, because I can't read the whole thing, let's just say that he's saying the same thing I'm saying, okay? Zanuck's saying what I'm saying.
What's the X and the Y on the graph, if you don't mind? What's that? Well,
Give me
what are you
the
trying to say by
experiment. That's a good question. Give me the experiment and I'll tell you.
I'm going to give you the experiment.
Yes, go ahead.
What are you talking about? It's your thing.
The X and the Y is the independent and the dependent variable, respectively.
Double slit.
The double slit experiment?
No, the double slit experiment.
Did you say the banana split? The banana split experiment?
Double slit experiment.
Dude, you stumbled on
split
the
or
first
slit?
example. Stumbled on the first example, Kosho. Double slit. Go.
Show me the graph. I know what he's making
Sure.
a graph.
The what do you call that? The X, the independent variable is the number of slits you use, and the Y is the pattern you get on the wall. Okay? Let's do something simpler though.
Yeah, but what does that mean? X, Y. I mean, that's it.
No, that means that. Okay, so let's use boiling water. Okay, boiling water, and
Here
let's
we go with
use
the water.
anything we want as the x. Okay, so let's use time for the x, or let's use the amount of water. The amount of water for the x. We're going to use all the other variables as a constant. We're going to keep them all the same, and we're going to vary the amount of water that we're using. And for every amount of water we use, that's the x. Okay, and for the y, we can use time. The time it takes to make that water boil. Okay, that'll be the y. That's one example of doing that test. Another example of doing that test would
But
be
hold on.
varying the amount of
Ocho.
time it takes
Ocho,
to make
water
a
doesn't.
constant amount of water, constant amount of heat, a constant amount of whatever, keep it all the same, and we're going to vary the amount of time that it takes.
Hey, then
So
give me
the
the
time
null.
is going to be. Go ahead.
Where time is an independent variable, give me the null and the hypothesis.
The null, there's no. We're not going to use a null. We're using the constant, and we're using the dependent variable. A null would be like an outcome.
Right, the hypothesis. If you're using time as independent variable hypothesis, and then for your experiment, I need the null for time.
We can make, okay, you want to make it? We're going to make a hypothesis first. We can say the hypothesis is.
Kosho, do you see
the
how he's
hypothesis
conflating
is that
Kosho?
these are the requirements it takes to make water boil. Water will boil at this pressure, at this temperature, every time. You can say that. That'll be your hypothesis. At 212 degrees, at atmospheric pressure, it'll boil. That could be your hypothesis. Okay?
Yeah, so the time it took
I mean,
for water to get to 212 degrees.
Yeah, Fahrenheit.
You just answered your own question. The time that it took. You can vary the time
Atmospheric
every
pressure.
time, but if you want to know the actual cause,
So
the actual cause is
you would get the
heat
water to that
energy.
temperature and see that it boils at atmospheric
Kosho, do you
pressure.
see what's happening?
That would be your hypothesis. You would test
Kosho?
that. Say what?
You see what's happening? He's still conflating the actual experiment with the hypothesis, and that's a bad example of time being. Yeah, okay, listen. That's why the plant thing's so powerful. We can do experiment, control everything, and only see how much the plant grows, the dependent variable, with the amount of time. 1 day, a week, a year. That is telling you how much it's going to grow. It's directly related to time. It's a valid, and that's the test. That might not be the hypothesis of why plants grow, but it's part of it probably. But that in the test itself, the experiment itself, it is a critical independent variable. Maybe not in the double
I'll
slit.
give
It
you
might be
that.
very difficult. Probably very difficult
I'll give you that, Zan. But here's the thing: if you put the water on a burner, 300 degrees, okay, and just say that it's the time, okay. I mean, you put it on the burner, a 300-degree burner, and a certain amount of water, and you let it sit there. And then it didn't boil in 5 minutes. It didn't boil in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. You tried it with 1 gallon of water, half a gallon, 1 liter, okay. And then you all of a sudden waited 10 minutes, and you're like, oh, I get it. You just need to put water on the burner and give it 10 minutes. No, what caused it was the heat, the amount of heat
Yeah,
I
energy.
know, real quick, Brian, real quick.
Can I respond to Brian real quick?
Hold on, Zach.
He responded to me.
I'm
Brian,
almost done.
Hold on.
Can I
was
respond
almost
to
done. The point is the amount of heat energy it took to get the water to 212 degrees is the cause. It's the heat energy was the cause. You varied all this other shit, amount of water. That's a quantifier. The time, that's a quantifier.
All right,
Yeah,
real
you
quick.
know?
Okay, real quick, Zanuck, you're gonna go next. Just let me say this real quick. When you have time as a dependent variable, you're just seeing how long it takes shit to happen. When you do science, you're trying to figure out why shit happens. So figuring out how long shit takes to happen, that's cool. But when we do science, we're trying to figure out why the shit happened, not how long it took. I mean, that's useful, but hold on, I got you, Zanuck. Hold on, Zanuck's going next. No. Zanuck's going next. Hold on, Brian.
Okay, real quick, 2 things. Brian's absolutely right. In that particular scenario, we wouldn't have a hypothesis that would talk about time being oil. It actually might take time for the heat to accumulate and the energy to a liquid to be able to boil it. But that wouldn't be something we would determine by the hypothesis, nor would we be really using it much in an experiment, although we could, how much time it took in this particular experiment. Time would be the the determinant factor in one experiment, but overall, in the hypothesis, it would be a factor. But plant growth would be. Hey, you need a day for it to germinate. You need a week for it to start sprouting. You need a year for it to grow. But can I just finish, fucking crazy knuckleheads? One sentence without being interrupted. So we got plant, and we need a year to go by for this thing to grow 3 feet. Time is the actual independent variable in this test, and it is going to be part of the hypothesis as well. That time is part of why plants grow. Time, water, sunlight, and chlorophyll. You can't help yourself. You guys can't, can you? Okay, I'm going to go. So, and then, by the way, as far as time being a dependent variable, we're actually now dependent variable is what is getting affected by something else. And so, bending warping of space time or special relativity, general relativity, would be something where time slows down in the presence of mass, and that's what we know with. This happens with satellites, and there's tests that can actually validate that. So that's where time slowing down, time being changed via this distance from a mass tells it that it is the dependent variable and time is not the independent variable.
You don't put quantities in a hypothesis. Oh, I repeat,
you didn't listen to anything else.
You do not put quantities in a hypothesis. There, you don't know quantities. Okay, if you want to experiment around and stuff, but we're talking about natural science, the scientific method, with the strict definition of it. There's no quantities in the fucking hypothesis. You can say anything you want about time and all this, and amounts and all that stuff. You're not going to say, well, 1 hour of 300 degrees of temperature. That's never going to be your hypothesis. Quantities don't go in the hypothesis.
Brian, University of Berkeley says specifically that time is an independent variable in scientific experimentation. You are wrong. I don't know why you're going to die on that hill, Brian. You're wrong. Now, sometimes it won't be a cause or be an independent variable, but sometimes it is. You just can't open your mind up to say that, okay, sometimes it is an independent variable. And universities all agree that time is an independent variable. If you want to back myself, Brian, please, Brian, if you want to validate that, all you have to do is quick search. I've done it times myself. Is time an independent variable? Google, GChat, whatever it's called, and see what he comes up with. You'll find out that you're.
Zanuck waits for me to correct myself, and I quit saying it's independent variable because, okay, by definition, I can vary it. And I just said that quantities don't go in the hypothesis. Right when I correct myself, he goes back and says, Berkeley says time is an independent variable. I'm trying to get more technical, more, and point out why I'm wording it wrong. Okay, quantities don't go into the hypothesis, Zanuck.
We're not talking about quantities. We're talking about time. We're talking about time. Quantities. And the hypothesis can be. The hypothesis can be any story about what you think causes an effect. And the experimentation phase is the only place you have the independent-dependent variable relationship. Get it through your thick head.
Give me you're scientifically illiterate, bro. Give me an experiment with time in the hypothesis.
Zanuck, don't you begin the test at the model stage, not hypothesis? Theory, at the theory, where you have your formulas, you don't know the constants, maybe you don't know many variables, but you have the formulas ready.
Quantities. Once again, quantities. Okay, I want y'all to show me quantities in a
quantities you measure.
Not a hypothesis you just made up, but a scientific experiment. Give me a hypothesis from an experiment.
I will give you the hypothesis for quantity. I will give you the hypothesis for plant growth, and it clearly will have time in it.
Give me a paper, an experiment where quantities are in the hypothesis.
You're just talking around yourself. Dude, you're talking gibberish. You just got done saying experiment. You're using it synonymously. They're not synonyms. They're not the same. The hypothesis is, hold on, let me finish, Brian. It's getting to be a shit show in here, and you're just talking over me. I'm trying to be good, and you're making it hard for me. Please do me a favor so I don't get muted. The hypothesis is a story. Talks about all the things that encompass what causes this effect. The experiment will have the independent-dependent relationship, and they can add up to support or not support the hypothesis.
Okay, I just wanted to specify. Sorry, I interrupt. I never know one, dude. You really do waffle on sometimes. But what I'm looking for is a paper, a published paper like y'all love to ask for, with where the hypothesis has any quantity in it, not just time. Where in the hypothesis the quantity of an amount of a substance, of time, of temperature, any quantity at
Are
all.
you kidding me? All the
Yeah, and I'll
drug tests, all
I'll
the drug
reconsider
tests
everything.
have that. All the drug tests say
Oh,
1 gram of vitamin C does this, 5
I
grams of
just said,
vitamin C
don't
does
tell
that.
me. Show
Okay,
me.
dude, you know this. Any idiot knows this. Come on.
Yo, your hypothesis tells you.
Somebody says when you don't have something to back it up with.
Zanuck, I'm not just any
Oh,
idiot.
I'll bring it up. I'll bring 2 hypotheses back with quantities in it. I don't know where you got that from, Brian, but it's wrong, and I'm going to prove it in a second.
Yo, the hypothesis just clearly states it has a dependent and independent variable in the hypotheses. You're also going to have a null hypothesis. It's going to be the antithesis of your hypothesis. In the end, one of them is going to be true. Right? Now,
Yeah, don't get.
if you're doing every time you do an experiment, you need to have this hypothesis stating what your dependent and independent variables are going to be, so that it's clear, so that you know what you don't even know what you're doing an experiment on until you have the hypothesis. Like without that, you don't even know what you're doing. It tells you what you're going to do in the experiment.
Right. That's why he's going to look when he comes back with a quantity and the hypothesis as the cause, because then I'm going to make a null out of it. Now, I was going to ask him for it. I'm just going to make one out of it and make 1,000 of them with anything more than the quantity he came with, and say, so okay, so you proved that 1,000 grams or 2,000 grams caused it, and or 3,000 grams. You get like 100 grams.
Remember when QE did that with the Rainy Lake hypothesis? Shit was funny, but yeah, I mean.
What'd you say? The what hypothesis you did that with?
Remember they did that Rainy Lake thing. They made a hypothesis for it. They're like, why? And the hypothesis was like, why does the Earth look so flat? I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it was funny.
Oh my God, that sounds
Jeremy.
funny. Now I want to see it.
Jeremy, where is my observation?
Like your observation is we have the observations. We know that we have 2 static positions, and you don't need a theodolite to tell that the things are moving in the distance. Obviously, we can't draw straight lines to them, so it's really not necessary. I was just amusing you the other day, but it's not going to happen because it's not necessary. You don't need a theodolite to tell that the fucking one day you can see it, one day you can't. One day it's higher, one day it's lower. Like you don't need a
No,
theodolite.
you don't know that. You did make the observation.
I do know that because we can see that we can't see it one day. It's not there. And then the next day it's there, and then another day it's higher, another day it's lower. It's all over the place. You don't need a theodolite to tell that it's appearing to move. We know that they're static positions when they're not moving. And we know that if we can't draw straight lines to them unless the ground is changing or something has to be going on.
Jeremy, don't ever talk about no experiment.
What's up?
Post the line. All I ask you is to take the picture. You can't do it.
Say some coherent shit all wrapped into like one
people you have.
Just say please say the line.
Did you find one GP point with the people you have?
I don't know what the hell you're saying. Like, say something.
Back in the day, there was some GP point thing between the tropics. You said you have people. You got a GP point there? One?
Are you talking about the concentric circle thing?
No, I don't know what it was. Something about the sun circle or something. And you wanted to have the GP of the sun somewhere. It's a different day or few days.
Yeah, that's the concentric circle thing. Come to find out, that's a logistical nightmare, and it's not within my resources to perform that.
And I give you something you can do. Take a picture.
We already have the pictures.
No, you don't.
We have the pictures at the Black Swan.
I don't see I don't see no crosshair.
You don't need a crosshair. One day you can see it, one day you can't. You need a crosshair.
What am I going to point the crosshair at when you can't see the thing? It's not even going to be in
Horizon.
the
At the
picture.
horizon. At the horizon.
Who cares? The oil rig's not going to be in the picture. What are you going to count pixels to?
What's the
What do I care
working
about-
range of that theodolite? And you want to look at a crosshair at a horizon?
9 miles.
No, that's
9
not
miles.
what they
Well,
do.
we don't even know where the
That's not what
horizon
they do with the tool, right? It's not how the tool works.
I feel you. I hear
It's not a telescope, Chikey.
Are you suggesting tool abuse, Rob?
Yeah, 100% tool abuse.
I thought so.
I just didn't want to
But
say
the thi-
tool abuse. I said
The
working
thing,
range.
the
It
thing
means
you
it's
want
got
to
a
do,
limit.
In, yeah, it's
It
called
means it's got
infinite.
a limit.
Yeah, infinite. It's
No,
called.
no, you don't even know what infinite is. You can't even fathom infinite.
I
It's
can.
infinity,
You
Buzz
can.
Lightyear.
You can. Your
What is
narrow
it,
mind
Buzz?
can. You can't understand that it has no limit at all.
No, that's
No
why they
limit.
call it a working range, Chikey.
No,
It's
working
got a
range is
limit.
the working range
Yeah,
for
for the tool to do
idiotic
its job. Yeah, the
to do
tool
a
does a
job.
job.
Exactly. And my job is
Yeah.
different.
Hold
My
on,
job
guys.
is
Hold on.
different.
Chike.
Then you're
Hold
not
on.
doing
One at a time,
surveying,
that's
Chike.
all.
I'm not doing surveying. I didn't claim to do surveying.
We're counting pixels
You
here, Rob.
see, your argument for one by one. You try to tell me that I said something I didn't say. I want
This is
pictures. That's all.
You're trying to
This,
say that
Rob,
Don't
this
tell
is
me what I try
scientific.
to do. I want a picture.
Rob, this is scientific pixel counting we're doing right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jeremy. You got it under control.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to tell Chikey, like, he's trying to look through the crosshair to look at the horizon. Well, that's not what they do with that tool. That, like, to do that with that tool is straight tool abuse. You're not using the tool for what its intended purpose is.
File a
So
complaint.
whatever you do
Go to the
from
police.
beyond that, no, whatever you do from beyond that point is useless information.
It's your own opinion.
No, that's the opinion of the tool manufacturer.
No, listen. If I
Not
tell Bev,
not my
if I
opinion.
look at Bev's
It's not my
picture,
opinion.
shut the fuck up for a second and listen.
Yeah, I got you, Chikey. I got you. I'm listening.
Test. What happened?
Go he find where Bev is, and that's it about the
Everybody
distance.
cut out, and I come back, and Chikey's talking about Bev. Bev ain't here, bro.
And it's outside the rock.
Is Chikey cutting out? What's going on here?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
Chikey's cutting in and out for me.
Chikey, log off, come back in, and you can have a go with whoever you want.
He just wants to tell me about how he
Maybe
abuses
with Rob.
tools.
That would be good, yeah.
No, I'm good.
Carry on, Chikey. Tell me how you abuse the tool.
I found the distance of Bev from looking at the picture alone, measuring pixels.
Why are you measuring pixels?
Because it pleased me to count them.
But you must have some sort of purpose in doing
Yes.
so.
If one pixel cover 5 feet, I know every pixel cover 5 feet. I know the size of the tower. I know how much pixel I count. I know its size. I know what size I'm looking at.
Based on its angular size,
right?
In your visual scope that you're looking through.
Mhm.
So no atmospheric effects taken into account.
No.
Like air quality and stuff like that.
No.
No, yeah,
Do you
I
know
didn't
why?
think
Do you
you'd
know
want to
why?
take that into account. Why?
Do you know why? Because Bev is
No,
at
I don't know why.
100. Because Bev is at 120 meters elevation. Then I don't care about no atmospheric effects. Make no change for me.
Yeah, but it's those effects are in the photo,
Bottom line,
and you're
I
not
know the
taking them, and you're not
distance.
taking them into account.
Bottom line, take them into account. Don't take them into account. Guess.
Then
Do
it
a
doesn't
science.
matter. So what is the
Do a
purpose of
science.
pixel
Can
counting,
you let
bro?
me finish? You have to
Yeah,
step up.
I've been letting you talk, Shaiki.
No,
But
you
you're not.
talking
You're
over me
ignoring.
now.
You're ignoring
Now at this
factors.
moment you keep talking over me. So the bottom line is that I found somehow the distance for Bev just from looking at the picture. Tell me this, and without the crosser, I had no chance. Right? So how did that happen if it's outside the walking range? Maybe the walking range don't apply to my job.
So you're just abusing the tool. Okay, fine, no problem. Good for you. Must be a globe then, huh?
I am not abusing the tool. I'm using it.
Okay, sure, buddy. You keep telling yourself that.
What you open?
Anybody that knows what the tool, anybody that knows what the tool is and how it works, knows that you would not do that with that tool. Let me finish now. Would not do that with that tool in the hopes that it's somehow gonna make things curve away from them 14 miles away because the crosshair is above the horizon. But yet the tool is set up to be horizontal the whole way along its plane that it creates. That whole plane is horizontal.
Right, that's what I'm using. The plane and the angles marked on the tool. So you think the stadia here is not a angles, but they are angles.
Do you know what the stadia hairs are for?
Yes. To measure the distance from Bev to Bev from 32 kilometers away. That's what they for.
So you think the stadia hairs are supposed to denote 30-kilometer ranges? That's tool abuse, Chaiki. Anybody that uses the tool would not be shooting it 30 kilometers.
The angle between the top, the angle between the top and the bottom, the stadia here, is 10 milliradians. It's 1/100 of a radian. You can count pixels and see how much every pixel. What is the angle that represented by every pixel?
Sure.
So you have
Go
an
ahead
angle.
and count your pixels.
You have an angle.
It's
You have an angle. You have the size of the object. Now you need to work reverse the distance. Use inverse tangent, and you get the distance to Bev. Easy.
all right, perfect. So every day that we go out there, we're going to go out there 15 days in a row is what you got to do. And every day, the whatever you're sighting your angular size to 30 kilometers away is always going to be the exact same size, right?
At 120 meters, yes.
Every day that you go out there, if you go out there 15 days in a row, and you're telling me that every day you go out there and sight 32 kilometers away, whatever you're sighting is going to be exactly the same angular size every day.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I think you should check that.
I
don't believe it will.
but we have Jeremy here who can get me observer with the auto level.
Sure. Well, now you want to talk about an auto level. Auto level is not a theodolite.
I was talking about auto level all the time.
I heard theodolite.
No, that's the voices in your head. You can go over. You can go over the stream and see if I say theodolite. Every time you say theodolite, I say I don't need theodolite.
All right. Okay. Fine. Okay. Fine. But did you know that an auto level has a shorter working range than a theodolite?
Yet I found the distance of them from the tower pretty accurately.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. You obviously don't know what surveying is.
Obviously, you don't. You have no
No, I
clue.
do.
Not green clue. You have.
100%, I do. I can
And the
bust out
first
my
thing,
whiteboard. I can bust
and
out my
instead of
whiteboard
talking
right
on the
now for you,
subject,
Mikey, and show you how surveying works. Can you do that for me right now? Can you get on your little whiteboard right now and show me how surveying works and what they do?
what kind of survey? What kind of work? What do you mean by
Planar
work?
surveying. We're talking about planar surveying
surveying.
right now. Yeah.
So I'll give you a challenge. Me
Oh,
and
now
you.
you want to give me a challenge.
Me and you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Me and you will do a differential elevation transfer over 1 mile back and forth. Me with purposefully uncalibrated auto level. You with a calibrated auto level.
Yeah. I'm
and
listening.
the one who gets closest to his initial benchmark, and we'll make sure that we don't know where it is when we mark the one that we bring back with us, he wins. The loser paid the winner its expenses. My expenses will be quite big. It will be a flight. It will be hotel rent, accommodation, food, etc. Will cost you a lot of money to lose this bet.
But I'm not.
And then after we transfer, then you lost. Tell me that I don't know, so I don't understand.
Yeah, no, perfect, Shaky. I just want to reiterate what happened here. So first, I asked you to explain to me how surveying works because I can do it. And you said I have no idea how it works. Turned into you had a challenge for me, and then that challenge turned into you betting me something.
Yeah, what you want me to
And
spend money
me
on
a
you?
lot of money.
You want me to spend money on
You're
you? Come here, we'll do it here.
You're everywhere.
Expenses
you
of
don't even know
you.
what you're talking about.
It's not on you. If you
can't
win,
even
I
stick
pay.
to a
If you win,
single
I pay.
subject.
I pay your
Win what?
expenses. If you win this
what?
contest, the differential elevation transfer, we'll transfer one bench trunk up some hill and back to its origin, and the one who came closer to his benchmark, and that's easy to measure, even with
an
water level.
uncalibrated tool?
Me with uncalibrated tool. You can get the most calibrated tool you want.
Why would you do it with an uncalibrated tool?
Because it pleases me to show you that you know nothing about surveying.
I know nothing about surveying, but I'm gonna go out there with an uncalibrated tool. Listen to
I
yourself.
didn't tell you.
You're stupid.
Who said you? Who said you?
challenge somebody else
Who
tonight.
said you? I said I. Do you have problem with your ears? You take whatever equipment you want. Me has uncalibrated too.
Yes, you going out and trying to do differential leveling with an uncalibrated tool tells me you know nothing about surveying. I'm done with you. Thank you.
Take that challenge, you coward. Put your money where your mouth is.
That's like challenging somebody to a duel, Chaiki.
Yes, every
and knowing
time.
that your
Yesterday
gun is like not working properly.
Yeah, yesterday I did it to Witsit. He said something. I told him I bet him $1,000. Now he's wrong. and he whistled his way out because he knows if he put the money, he loses.
You're gonna lose automatically. You're going into it with an uncalibrated tool. That means
No,
your gun
I
won't
am
shoot
losing.
or something, or it's
The
gonna
only
backfire.
way I'm losing, the only way
You're
I'm
not.
losing,
Wow,
the
Chai.
only way I'm losing is that the gap between my benchmark and the elevation I transferred back is greater than his. That's how I lose. I'm not losing in advance. I'm losing at the end. If I lose, which I won't, I'll have Zenek as my
Already
roadmap.
lost.
You see, you take the challenge. Then I'll take the challenge with you, Brian.
Yeah, whatever, dude. I do this shit every day, Chucky.
Didn't do this shit, huh?
I do this shit every day.
Put some
Chucky.
money on it. Put some $10,000 on it. Let's milk you out. Let's see you then talk about they don't know, they don't know, they don't know. But I lost $10,000.
Chucky, you ain't. I'll whoop your ass 10,000 times, man. Chill out.
Yeah, well, I'll put it to the challenge, Brian. You have experience. It will be the first time. It will be the first time I'll touch auto level.
Have you used one?
Yes, of course. I can put my eye in the
Well,
vertical.
then you
No
know how
problem.
to do it. So why are you
Right.
arguing?
I don't know. I'm told every time that I don't know what surveying is, how to do surveying.
Well, that's because you're talking about 35 miles, bro. Anybody
I
who
didn't say.
auto level knows that that's fucking retarded, bro. Anybody who uses one, or
Yes.
a lot of people who don't even use one who've looked into it know that if you're trying to make measurements over 35 miles, over 1 mile for that matter, with an auto level, is fucking retarded, bro. It's stupid. In fact, it gives you a working range, a limit in the manuals that come with the
You
device.
still talking, Brian? You don't hear what I'm telling you? Despite the walking range, I found BEV distance accurately. How did that happen if I'm outside the walking range?
Because you're a genius, Chikey. A fucking genius.
No, because this walking range don't apply to my job.
Oh, I know what. No, let me rechange the answer. Because it's a globe.
No, because it doesn't apply to my job. I don't require millimeter accuracy. Yes, I'm good with hundreds of feet, and that's enough for me. If I go to 32.4 or 32.6, 200-meter difference, I'm good.
Well, then you got nothing to prove, Chikey.
It's hard enough to count the pixel there, and you can't see the base of the tower, so you need to kind of guess it. But you can decide on some place that it's the base of the tower. And you count pixels, and you have the angle. And Bob's your uncle, you know the distance.
You using pixel dust?
No, I'm using pixels. The picture is made of pixels. Its pixels cover a fixed amount of area at a certain distance.
Pixies come and sprinkle pixel dust, and voila, you got a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, is that for real? You think pixel dust is direct physical measurements of Earth's curvature? Is that for real? Is this real talk?
Talked about it. Who said anything about the curvature?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, super. So, yes or no, do you think pixels are direct physical measurements of the globe Earth, let's say?
Pixels are direct measurements. Yes, they have size, known size.
So I'll take a pixel from my computer screen, take a video of the Earth, bring it back to my computer, and then I can just use pixels to measure things.
No, that's not how it works.
Do you really think that anyone's going to buy that? Be honest.
I didn't say it. You said it. I didn't say that's how it works.
I'm asking, do you think anybody's going to buy that
No,
nonsense?
because you talk nonsense. Pixel on your screen.
This is what you were saying. You're saying you can use computer screen pixels to measure shit in the real world,
I
right?
didn't say computer screen. I said pixels.
How else do you get pixels
why you
other than a
strobing?
screen?
Why you
Hold on,
strobing? Why you
How
tell me
else
I
do you,
told some things I didn't?
how else do you get pixels if you're not using a screen?
From a camera. From a picture of camera.
Is it digital?
Yes.
So it's fucking computer. Okay, so a computer screen inside of a camera, right? So you're gonna call that direct physical measurements of the dirt you can hold in your hands. Like when you go out to measure something for real, like when you do like a foundation of a building, you get to touch the hell out of that dirt, right? Because you're directly physically measuring that.
I didn't talk about that.
You let me finish it. It'll be that. So how are you getting a direct physical measurement of the Earth that you're looking at through an image just from your fucking computer or your camera?
You know, a photon hit the Earth's surface. Earth's surface. Shut the fuck up! I'm in the middle of talking.
Rhetorical, bro.
Good fuck! I'm talking.
Listen, what
Jeremy, you need to straighten them up.
No, we're good. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
No, we're not good.
That's adorable.
So the
Go ahead,
photon
Brian.
hit the Earth, travel to the optics of the camera, hit the pixels, registers some kind of color or intensity or whatever. That's how it works. And I know how much each pixel covers because I know its size, I know the focal length. I use the tangent function, and I know exactly what is the size of the pixel, how much the pixel size represents a certain distance.
Okay, quick question, Chaiki. What shape is a pixel? It's a genuine question. Never looked at a pixel. What shape
Square.
is a
Square.
Okay, thank you. So it's not a sphere.
Definitely not a sphere, but it's not not rectangular. It's a square. Same width, same length usually.
It's flat
most
though, right?
cases. Of course, it's flat.
Okay.
I know from this 5 square inch, every pixel will hit this one. The one above it, the pixel above it, etc.
So if I can't have parallel straight lines on Earth, can I have parallel pixels?
Yeah, they are pretty much parallel. You know, it's very small angle.
Shit, if it's over like 60 miles, let's say if the picture is looking out 60 miles, you're using straight.
No, it has nothing to do with the distance. Only the focal length. It has nothing to do with the distance. It has to do with the focal length and the pixel size.
So distance is not a factor.
It's a factor of how much it covers.
Well, so are you saying that distance is not a factor when counting pixels?
Well, they are. They're not a factor. They need to be computed. What's the size in that distance? How much they cover in given distance?
In Bev's picture, how many pixels is it from right underneath him to Blackpool Tower? How many pixels?
How many pixels? I don't care. I don't count the pixels to Blackpool Tower. I count the feet to Blackpool Tower.
The pixels, though, could I count the pixels from, like, say, where he's standing to the crosshairs where they meet the rod, and then give you a distance for each pixel? Would they wouldn't be equal? Pixels are squares, then that'd be wrong. Isn't that to give you an idea of what I'm talking about? When you're talking about different distances and all that stuff, then the pixels wouldn't be accurate representations of reality if they're squares. To get some information, just general methods, like trying to use
That
Simple things.
it sounds
Simple
kind of
things.
fun.
Simple things everyone can do easily. Really not complicated. Give you a formula. You look at an object with known size. Like we know Blackpool Tower is 519, I think, feet high. You measure how many pixels it is. So we know how many, what's the size of each pixel. You measure how many degrees there with the stadia. You measure the stadia, you know it's 10 milliradians. You measure the
Yeah.
size of the tower
Got that.
in the angle of the tower, and you know the distance. It's very easy.
Yeah. Hour in there, then you just use half that in your ratio, man. But what I'm asking you is it's still a 2D representation of the real world, man. It can't be perfectly accurate. Like you might be able to get some accurate heights if you know the size of something and the distance and all that, but I don't know, man. What was you talking? What
Listen,
was you
Brian.
talking about? 150 meters. What was you talking about?
Listen. Next job you do, you take your auto level, you point it to a car, something that we know its size.
I know how to use the fucking.
Don't tell me
here.
the distance. Don't tell me the distance. Just the
I
size.
know you could. Jesus Christ. I
I'll
know.
count pixels. I'll count pixels. And I'll tell you how far you were from this object. To several objects.
That
So we
doesn't
have
mean
control.
shit, Jackie. So
Yes, it
you're
is.
not unique.
It
You're not
means I know
unique
what
in that
I'm talking about.
Hey, Chaiki, when
No,
you're done with when you're done saying something, you got to stop speaking for a while and let someone else respond. Okay, please.
I do.
Yeah,
No, you're
just
just talking every time someone talks. You just keep.
Oh, come on.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
I got a genuine question for him, man. So he's going to definitely have to respond to this. Are you talking shit, or do you know what's your evidence that Bev was 150 meters in that picture he showed to his auto level to with the Blackpool Tower in the background? Is that the one you're referring to? And what's your evidence that he's 150 meters high, or if that's even how high you said?
Because Rohit did the ray tracing and found his location. And Bev didn't deny it. Bev said, everyone knew where I am. I told everyone, which means his little echo chamber, if at all. When he was asked by Rohit, because I showed Rohit this picture, Rohit went to Bev and asked, where are you? Bev refused to answer. He got shy. He knew he did something wrong.
Is that the one with Blackpool Tower in the background?
I'll post it.
If he was 150 meters, wouldn't the crosshairs lined up with like way on a globe, especially in way? At least even if it was flat, if he was 150 meters, Blackpool Tower ain't much higher. So even if you want to say that the crosshairs are accurate to that distance, or if you want to say, I just don't see how you're getting 150 meters. I'll look at what you showed me though.
This picture, Brian.
You have no clue what you're talking about, Chaiki. Just pure tool abuse. Rob tried to explain it to you, but just went in one ear, came out the other as usual.
Oh, remember, this is the level showing that it's pointing above something that should be taller than it. Interesting.
Yeah, so just tilt the camera back down to regular view and you'll have it.
Oh, it seems like
It's
it's
an
level to me,
auto
dude.
level.
Yeah.
It's an
Sure,
auto level. Who does that?
calibrated properly? Sure. We're just gonna sit here and buy that then.
Yeah.
You deny the picture?
Yeah.
You said DP faked it?
No,
Go have
I don't care who
a word with him.
I don't care who took the picture.
So what?
I'm saying this does not show a globe Earth. How's that sound?
Sounds like cope.
Some denial to me.
So then you can't show the Earth's curvature?
Tell me
It
one
is shown
surveyor
clearly.
who puts a camera on an auto level. One surveyor. Just give me one real surveyor who puts a camera on his auto level.
I'm pretty sure you just like put the
When it's
camera up to
I'm
the
pretty
lens of the
sure
auto
you
level.
will not find a single surveyor in existence who puts a camera on his auto level.
I'm pretty sure
do
it's
you
as
know?
easy as like putting the camera up to the
Yeah,
lens
yeah,
of the auto
yep,
level and then
yep,
snapping a
yep,
picture, right?
yep,
Hold
yeah,
on,
yeah. It
you know
sounds
this?
simple.
Can you
Yeah.
shut up for a
That's
second? You
exactly
asked
what a
for
surveyor would
something.
do then, right?
You
All right,
asked
thank
for
you.
something. Let
Thank
me
you. There's your
answer, you
challenge. Find
idiot.
Guys,
one
Wow.
just
surveyor.
dial it back a bit.
Moderators.
You'll all get a chance. Just go easy, bro. We're
Dude.
here. We have all night. Take it easy.
I imagine that if it was to like
Hold
use the
on,
auto
hold on,
level,
hold on, hold on. Do you
it's
know
just
those auto levels that are automatic? They read the road by themselves. How do
Okay,
you
let
think
him
they
answer
do
now.
it? How do you think they do it? How did they read the road? How do they know that the measurement? Those auto levels. Maybe they have a camera built in them. Is it possible?
An
Go
auto
ahead.
level does
Then
not have.
I showed you surveyor with
I tried to
camera
Quiet,
respond.
on his
Chaiki.
auto
Let
level.
him answer, Chaiki. For the love of God, bro.
He will not answer.
I was
He
just
was
trying to answer,
answering.
and you start talking.
That's what I was trying to say, Chaiki. You need to say your thing and then mute your mic for like several minutes to let someone fully respond. You can't just keep going forever. It's just a domination tactic, and it doesn't allow conversation to happen.
No, and I'm willing to have the conversation about the tool.
Yeah, go
But
ahead, Russ.
what I'm trying to say is putting a camera is not how they get their measurements. They use their eyeballs and they look through the tool.
yeah, we understand that they look through it. Do
All
you
right,
understand that
perfect.
you
I'm
can
glad you
hold on?
understand that.
Do you understand that you could literally just put a camera up there, up to that lens and
Yeah, you
take a
can.
picture?
Yeah, you
So
can.
what's the issue there? Is that too hard to grasp for you?
No, that is not
Then what's the
hard to
contention
grasp.
here?
That is what I call tool abuse. You're not
Tool abuse.
using the tool the way it was designed to be used.
Oh, so we're gonna like cope with that argument then. So when I get
Not
my
cope.
telescope
You're the
out
one
and then
that sounds like you're coping, bro.
Yeah, you're muted. We're not doing any of that kind of whatever that sassy BS kind of stuff is.
I don't know, but
Yeah,
I know how the tool works. And these guys want to start doing weird shit to the tools to get some different results. I don't understand the logic.
What Rob is trying to say here is the tool has a recommended usage, right? You have a certain distance and you have to view it through the eyepiece. You have to use a measuring rod. There's procedures. You just can't slap a camera on it and take a picture of 35 miles and say, look, this is happening. You just can't do that, guys.
Well, I'll put a DSLR and do a eyepiece projection, and I'll get double the range of any surveyor around the world. I'll get much clearer
Go
and
tell a surveyor that you're going to do
result.
that.
I was talking, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Sorry.
Have you no control of yourself?
I don't. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So I'll have the double the result, 4 times the resolution any other surveyor see. I could be much more accurate with the camera on the auto level than any surveyor with his eye.
Ask a surveyor if he would do that to create a horizontal plane.
You know
with
what?
his surveying
What
tool. I'm sorry, Shaggy. That's just not what surveyors do with the tool. If you want to do something like put a DSLR camera on your auto level because you think it's going to make you see further and more accurately, you're wrong. That's not how the tool works. I'm sorry.
again? I said
I
you have
tried
no
this
clue.
once. This
You can
is my
keep
second
telling me
tool. The
I
way
don't know. I don't.
you were cutting me off for that time there, Shaggy.
Yeah, we agreed we're not going to give lectures here.
I understand. I'm just trying to, all I said was show me one surveyor that is surveying a site or something and sticks a camera on it to do his measurements.
Did he stick the
Well,
camera on it, or did he just put the camera up to the lens?
Well, I don't give a fuck.
What
Either
would putting the
way,
camera
that's
up to the
not how
lens?
the tool is used. You're missing the point.
Yeah, the
You're
tool is
missing
used
the
to
point, bro.
the tool. I understand. I'm taking a look here, right? I see no reason to think that putting a camera up to the lens would have any effect on what the auto level is presenting you.
Well, you're
Then
wrong.
go ask
You're
a
wrong.
I'm
That's
surveyor.
not
wrong?
how it's done. It doesn't
You're
matter
wrong.
what you think. What you
Mm-hmm.
think, you're
Ask
wrong.
a
So
surveyor.
you have
That's
evidence
not
to? So you
how
have
it's
evidence for
done.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go
Ask
ask a
any
surveyor.
surveyor.
I'm trying to tell you.
So okay, so taking a look at the tool, when I put like my telescope up there to the moon, and I can see the moon, and then I put
Yeah.
my little
Are you,
phone
are you
camera up to the
surveying?
lens. Hey, and I put my phone.
The
Hey,
bad
and I
analogy, bro.
put
I'm
my
sorry. We're not
and I
talking
put
about
my
stars in the
camera.
sky.
Hey, and I put my phone up to the lens of the telescope, and it gives me literally exactly what I was already seeing. It seems here that the auto level is simply just a lens, right? Like a telescope in a sense. And you putting a camera up to that is literally just going to show you or be able to take a picture of what the auto level is already presenting you.
Buddy, your opinion is irrelevant. Let me,
My
let me
You're
repeat.
missing the whole point. No,
Rob,
it's a
hold
bad
on.
analogy, Essie. We're not using it to look at the sky, bro. We're using it to survey, create a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay,
You're
so I guess when you take a look at the manual, it even tells you in the manual that there's Earth curvature. I guess what?
where
Okay, stand by. No
where
problem. I
does
can pull
the
it up.
Earth curvature, wherever it's
Yeah,
mentioned,
not in my manual.
affect the horizontal plane of reference that the tool is creating?
Say, run that by me one more
The tool,
time.
the tool
Mhm.
doesn't care what's underneath it. It's creating a horizontal plane of reference.
And how does it do that? If you're gonna say
By
you pointed at the horizon, then like I would not
establishing
trust you to build
vertical
even a
for the
county
plumb
road.
bob. You
Okay.
know nothing about surveying, and you're trying to tell me to put a camera on the back of a surveying equipment. Give your head a shake, bro. I know you're stretching, you're coping. That's what you called it?
So I'm still failing
Coping?
to understand how putting a camera up to the back of
Yes,
a
yes,
thing
you are
affects it.
failing to understand
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that
so
you
can you
don't
explain?
put the
Hold on, can you
camera
use all those years of experience with surveying that I know you have to explain to me how putting a camera up to the back of a surveying tool affects it?
because a camera is not your
In what
eyeball
direction?
taking
In
a
what direction?
measurement.
So
You're
again, that's
adding
not. Hold on,
you're
that's not
adding
an answer. Can you
distortion.
please? Hey,
You're
can you
adding
please
distortion that
hold on?
doesn't hold on. That's what I'm answering your question, sir. You're adding another layer of distortion between the truth and the viewing
Mm-hmm.
device.
So
Yeah.
how is it causing distortion?
Because
Well, I
it's
have a
another layer
question.
of it's another layer of something to look through. So automatically it's a layer of something else that
So
you have to
how is it
consider.
going to cause this distortion then?
And probably a curved lens.
How's
Well,
it going to cause the distortion
here.
here?
All right, here's a question. So if you have the crosshairs
Mm-hmm.
and you put a camera up to it, if you tilt the camera around, is it going to change what those crosshairs are up
No.
against?
Yes,
Hold on.
No.
yes,
Or
100%.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Because the funny
Doesn't
thing
happen.
is, because when I get my scope out for my AR
There,
and I put a camera up there, hey, am
have,
I
we
speaking or are you? Hey, all right, no problem. I can just get my scope out
I
right
don't
now.
know. Hold on. There's a lot of interruptions. Just hold on a second. Rob, I don't know if you could hear him. Just let him go and then go after. We got to go one at a time, guys. We can do mute. We can do mute and unmute if needed, but we got to have it listenable. I'd rather not have to mute and unmute people. So could try to just give everyone the space. Even if you disagree, just let them finish their thing and then respond. And all that. So go ahead.
So the beautiful part is if you've ever actually shot a gun, Rob, you would know that even if you tilt your head around with the scope, the way that those lines match up with the lenses, it's not going to distort it. That crosshair's constantly going to be on your target. You can move a little to the left, a little to the right. If you want to put money down on this, I'll go run right down and grab my 22 that has a 10 times scope, and we can play around with it in my room. You want to put some money down,
I'm gonna go
Rob?
after Rob.
All right, let Rob or SE or
Hold
someone
on.
respond now.
Yeah,
Just
Rob,
let them
please.
respond. You said your piece. Mute your mic. Let them respond.
Okay, all I want to say is that your scope on your gun is not a surveying tool. I don't care what you do with it.
Okay, what is inherently the difference between my scope and the surveying tool?
I'll tell you.
Precision.
My turn now. My turn. We're talking about using an auto level to take measurements. It doesn't matter what this guy says or how he says it or where he puts the camera. Cameras are not used when surveyors do their surveying. Period. End of story. There's nothing this guy can say that's ever going to change that.
So
Thank
you're
you.
not going to answer my question. So
Your
I'll ask
question
Rob
is
again.
irrelevant. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
So what came after your what came out of your mouth there was irrelevant, so I'm going to go back to Rob again. Rob, would you like to put money down on this? And again, the inherent difference between my scope and
Are you hard up for
hold on.
cash?
Hey, hold on.
Do you need some
Between
money?
my scope, between my scope and a surveying equipment is nil. They follow the same concept of a crosshair. Okay? The surveying equipment, this little auto level, the only thing it's good at, the only thing it's really like purposed for is auto leveling, and it keeps the same fucking scope system that my fucking 22, my AR, my 308 has. So again, do you want to put money down on this?
This isn't like a gambling site. This isn't a gambling live stream for money bets. Yeah, that's not what this is.
Hold on.
that's-
He
yeah,
is
that's
making
what
a
I'm
claim.
saying.
He
Chill,
is making a
I don't know
claim.
what's wrong with these
He is
people.
making a claim, Gio, that
Yeah,
this weird thing will
I can do
happen,
that.
and he is saying it for certain. So I want to see just how certain he is before I go downstairs.
All right. Well, this isn't a betting platform, so if you want to stick to the information, that's fine. But it's not
Sure,
a place
I'll go
to
grab my
ring
gun.
those bets on.
No problem.
The question on the table is: if you put a camera up into the device, does it change the results of the crosshairs? Because even though professional surveyors may or may not do that, it's still the question of whether that would change the result. And if not, then a camera could be a direct representation of at least what your eyeball is seeing. If it can change it in certain scenarios, then that would be problematic. I think we'd probably all agree on that.
Stand by,
Yeah,
boys.
but that's
I'm gonna
not
go get my
even the
gun.
question. He made it the question. The thing Rob was saying that it's tool abuse. We do not use the auto level for far distances, right? And then the camera came in, and this is all a mishmash of misdirection. The original question was, how is this instrument used properly? Not what can be put on it. Maybe I can put I don't know, flashing lights on it, but that's not how it's done.
So if I can find you into these manuals that shows that tower is well within the acting parameters of that device, what would you say there?
Show me.
You're going to find where it says an auto level could be shot at 35 miles accurately.
Show me an auto level being used to look at towers in the distance.
So again, the purpose of an
Show me
auto
what
level
part of the
is
manual
okay.
says
So again, I'll say it again.
you need to do more investigation in what an auto level does.
So,
I'm sorry, sir.
I understand that an auto level creates an artificial horizon for you to look at.
No
problem.
But I will be back, okay? Guys,
So-
I gotta bounce out for about 20 minutes, but I'll be back.
Are you gonna go get your coin purse? Because I'm running downstairs to get my AR.
You see how it's done, how
Nice
they
add-on.
shifted the thing? Dude, you're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. The
I'm ready to
original
do an add-on.
question was
Good job.
the operating limits
I'm
of an
actually
auto
telling you,
level.
I'll be back.
Your trickery isn't gonna work, bro. You understand? You can put cameras, you can put mariachi bands. It's not gonna change it. There's a certain way to use an auto level. End of story, bro. You're never ever gonna change that. No matter what you say, there's a proper functioning way to use an auto level. That means your eyeball. You need another person with a rod there, and you read the rod. Nothing you say will ever change that.
So what's the what is the not the failure rate? What is the word I'm looking of? What is the margin of error per distance with these auto levels?
Well, you seem to be the expert.
Well,
tell
no,
us.
no, you're the one that's saying that like, oh, it won't work with this, it won't work with that. You're full of shit. So please, like, tell me, like, if this thing isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing, obviously you know more than me, so you can tell me the
No,
there was
I
a
don't. I
margin of
don't
error.
care to talk. Listen,
Oh,
dude.
so
If I met you in
you're
a
just gonna
bar,
deny everything, right? Yeah, and
no,
like,
I'm
you
not
met me
gonna
in a bar,
deny.
you'd beat my ass, right? And then you'd
No,
probably
I
make
wouldn't
out with
beat
me
your ass.
afterwards,
I
right?
wouldn't talk to you. I wouldn't talk to a person like you. The
That's
only
fine.
reason you get to talk to me is if you come in here in this server. I wouldn't talk to somebody like you, bro, in
All right,
real
but
life.
to be fair though, you don't have to engage him, and no one does. We could move right along from Chief Squatting Dog's rebuttals of whatever he thinks he's rebutting in 1 second. We could all move on. We could start up a different conversation. We could do anything else. The reason that people are engaging with him is because people are engaging with him. So I'm just saying, nobody has to engage with him.
Oh, agreed. Absolutely. I refuse to engage with you because you have absolutely no idea about the auto level.
Yeah, you're funny, SC.
You're breaking up, Chikey.
Yeah, I need to clean my screen. I don't know what.
Even though you said you're supposed to pronounce your name Chike, for some reason I just keep saying Chikey. I don't know why. I've always thought of it
It's
as
fine.
Chike.
I told you it's fine. Chike or Chikey is the same.
Well, saying Chike sounds a little similar to a racial slur that it's a little similar to
Why?
that.
Why Chuck Norris is called Chucky? What would you call him? Chucky.
And just for the audience sake, well, I'll answer that question. An auto level has an operating range at about 150 to 200 yards. Beyond that, you can read the
I
the
told
line.
you.
And beyond that, you can read it, so it's absolutely useless.
So
there
I
you go.
tell you, I can double or 4 times the range.
Yeah, you
With the
can double,
with-
triple in your mind, bro. It doesn't
No,
work
with
that
the
way. I wish
camera. With the
Rakio was
camera,
here.
I can prove
I
it.
wish Rakio was here,
I
bro, to
can
explain
prove
it
it.
to you. Why
It's a
do you
simple
interrupt, bro?
adapter.
Are you
No, because you keep talking.
unbelievable?
I can prove it. I can prove it. You keep saying you don't have the proof. I can prove it. Can show
You
you
can
that I can
prove
see.
that you can double the operating range of an auto level?
Yes.
How
Yes.
how is that, Chikey?
How is that? I'll take a picture with a normal camera. What you
My
see with your
God.
eyes, verified what I see with my eyes, and then I'll show you a eyepiece projection on DSLR, and you'll see the difference in the resolution. I'll be able to measure a half a millimeter,
So
tenth of a millimeter.
So it says right here, if we actually do the math, it'll be off by 16th or like 16th of an inch for every 150 feet. So we can do the math there.
No,
my
you guys
understanding
can
of it, though-
entertain your fantasies, right? I'm telling you how an auto level works. I'm telling you the operating ranges. Now, you guys could add lenses. You can add puppets, Christmas lights, all you want. It's not going to change it, man.
Well,
Understand that. There's
just gonna-
operating procedures which you will never change.
Well, again, we can just take a look at the tools right here and look at their exact specifications and see again what their margin of like error is per distance. And these ones seem to be, oh, here's one that's plus or minus 16th of an inch for every 250 feet. Damn. So not very much.
Dude, I have a friend called Rakia. He does this for a living every day. Now, he tells me this thing has a limit. Now, he makes a living doing this. He hires crews every day. Who do you think I'm going to listen to? Him or somebody like you that obviously has no clue of what you're saying, sir?
Dude, it is literally a Google search away. And again, we have like 5 other surveyors that we've listened to that say the opposite. So I don't really care if you have like your friend or like a friend of a friend or a boyfriend or something. But again, we have like sources here that show
A
the math.
boyfriend? A
Yeah.
boyfriend, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're into.
You
I
know,
don't know who
I
you're
want
talking
you to
to.
keep talking. I want people to listen to people like you that have never touched this tool in your life. Never. but are claiming that you can go further than the manufacturer's recommendation. It's beautiful to listen to, bro. Go ahead.
It's actually kind of remedial and not that interesting intellectually, to me, to just listen to, to that. But to him, just, trying to make claims about it that doesn't actually fit into the way the tool is supposed to be used. I mean, the other thing about it, SC, and I think you would agree as well with this, is that the thing is, you don't just point auto levels off into random space over long distances and claim you're measuring things. The way they use them is in short, like you said, short distance with story pole and with cross-referencing other measurements, other sightings that are being used to match them to the physical world. So if you're building like a parking lot or a bridge or a foundation for a huge warehouse or something, that's very different, because what they're doing is they're taking multiple auto levels and cross-referencing them with physical correlates, physical correlates in the physical world, and then creating a horizontal plane of reference and creating, in terms of, for water, to get water to get slopes that are going in a particular direction and all of these things, so they're matching the measurements and cross-referencing them to the physical world, rather than this idea that, like, just because you can do that on short levels and match it to the physical world, with story poles and with actually, confirming it with the physical world, validating, doesn't mean that you can just take that same tool and just fire it off into space and claim that you're, measuring, hundreds of miles in some of these cases that these folks, tend to claim. So that's a very different scenario, to match it to the physical world versus just taking that same device and just shooting it all over the place and thinking that you're measuring things at those long distances.
Yeah, bro, that's exactly it. You can't take your snow blower to cut your grass, right? You can't do it. You're not gonna take your weed whacker to clean your pool. No, there's a tool for that. So yeah, I mean, this is clear cut. These guys are just trolling. Everybody knows that that tool has a certain distance, about 150, 200 yards. You need a story pole. You need two people. One of them has to wiggle the thing to make sure it's right, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's clear cut. I've seen people do it. I mean, you cannot, once you go past that, you cannot visibly read the markings. The markings are not visible. I mean, it's just the way it is.
It reminds me of almost like,
a limit.
Yeah, it reminds me of maybe this analogy works. Like if you're going to measure your desk, you have let's say you have a meter stick, and you're going to put, you're going to measure a 5 foot long desk. So you put the meter stick down, you're doing your best to mark it, to measure it, because you're within the range of what it takes to read that meter stick. If you were to then imagine this desk is outside for this analogy, if you were to then go up in a drone, thousands of feet in the air, and okay, maybe that doesn't work because you could zoom in with the drone. So maybe if you had a camera, but how about if you were to go up in an airplane to 30,000 feet? You're not going to be able to look all the way down and read the meter stick to measure.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly that. You're too far away.
Yeah. Like it's accurate at a particular range because it's been tested and calibrated. And when you have a story pole, and like I said, you're cross-referencing, if you're building a parking lot and you're trying to get a precise slope for the water to drain in a certain way, that has a purpose. It doesn't mean you could just take that, over the ocean and just measure, hundreds of miles and get some kind of accuracy.
Yeah, exactly. You establish your benchmark, and then you go from there, and you see the land underneath, what it's doing. I mean, it's very simple. It's not, I mean, it's very, very simple once you understand what it is. And once you see somebody using it, and you see that the letters get blurry, and you see like the distance as you go away, that it appears that things drop. It's like, it's all illusion. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not, I mean, there's definitely a distance where everything just blurs out, and you just can't make sense of it. Not with an auto level. You cannot read an auto level further than, I think the max we did it was 200 meters, which is equivalent to about 200 yards. And you have guys that are shooting over water 16 miles, and they're saying, look, there's 10 stories missing from the hotel. I mean, come on, man. That is definitely tool abuse.
We better watch out because he's going to get his machine gun. So
He got his weapon?
that's what he said he was going to do.
You said AR. Well, what's this? M16?
It's got some sort of scope, so
No,
you
you
gotta
said
watch out
AR.
with Americans, Checky. They got big guns, man.
The rifle is AR, he said. What's AR? M16? Assault
I don't know, what does
rifle?
that stand for? Automatic rifle, maybe? What does that stand for?
Automatic assault rifle.
It's an assault rifle, yeah. Hey, Checky, now that we're waiting, what are the gun laws over there? You guys allowed to have, like, automatic rifles? Private citizens?
No. You can carry a pistol if you get a license.
You can carry? Yeah?
You can carry if you have a license.
Okay, so it's course and all that, right? You gotta pick a course?
Yeah, you need to shoot a certain amount of bullets every year. And have a course, of course, before you get it.
Okay. Like
Hey,
here in
Jackie.
Canada, same thing.
Jackie, did you serve in the military?
But of course,
You did 2 years, right?
3 years, and then let's say from 83 to 2004, about a month every year.
Oh, you did like a reserve. The reserve, yeah.
The reserve, usually 2 weeks training or three weeks training, and then 3 weeks patrols on the borders or whatever I need to do.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. That's what's up, man. Good for you, man. Doing the good work.
You're going to do a patrol and you didn't do anything. You're a couch potato, you know. And you need to open the road. It's called open the road. They put a scout, Bedouin scout usually. They know to find footprints on anywhere in the dark, in the night. Say here. Say, how did here someone step here? Yes, he says you don't see the the straw here is broken here.
All right, I got that video.
Let's
And
go.
sure enough, dude, I really wish that he would have bet me money because I did what it did, or it did what I told you it'd do.
What did you say it would do?
Yeah,
The
you see it
crosshair
in
would
the
remain on point despite moving around the camera.
main surveyor videos also.
Yeah.
When you can't hold the camera steady. Camera moving, the crosses doesn't.
Because if it were the case that your eyeball had to be in the exact same position for every shot, nobody would ever hit their target.
Right.
Weren't we talking about modifying an auto level? Now you're saying something
Nobody's
else?
modifying it. They're just putting a camera behind it and taking a picture of what the auto level's already seeing.
Where's the video? Come on.
So where was I?
Let's say you have a video of somebody putting a camera, right? Because I know somebody that put a camera too, but what does that prove exactly? That surveyors do this? The whole point that we're trying to make is 2 points. There's a certain limit to an auto level, and you don't put cameras. They don't put cameras. They eyeball it, and then
Yeah,
they
but I'm
write
not
down
on.
measurements. That was the
But
whole.
I wasn't doing surveying job.
Yeah, so the thing I would say to that would be it would destroy the notion that the camera being put behind it is somehow like adjusting or what was the word that they use? Malforming what the auto level is seeing. Because the lens is acting as a distortion. Even though just showing this video I'm gonna post as soon as my little timer runs out. That
Well, the
shows
lens.
even when you wiggle the camera around and you look all around, you can see that the crosshair stays on top of the wine bottle.
Yeah, it was done with the phone camera, simple phone camera. Those have how it's called pincushion distortion, but that doesn't
And
happen at the center.
but hold on, and I guarantee you though, Chaiki, that the amount of distortion that would occur if what you're saying is true because the two different lenses would be far higher on my rifle just due to the sheer fact that the lenses are further apart than any auto level you got.
Yeah, I'm saying in the center it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You see in Bev's picture, it's bent a bit at the bottom and the top, but at the center on the horizontal plane of reference, it has no effect. Certainly not the point where the crosshair cross each other, which
It's
is the
also
only thing we care about.
it's also the reason, Chaiki, just for the people out there that don't have access to firearms like us pure-blooded Americans, is the reason why a red dot works so well because it follows the same concept of you don't have to be staring directly down it for the red dot to line up with your target. You can have it at any real angle and it'll still fucking shoot straight as long as that dot's pointed on whatever you want to kill.
Yeah, I wish I had it when I was in there. Not shoot through these little holes and the stud at the end.
Here, Chaiki, message me real quick so I can send you this video. Maybe you can post it for me.
Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I'm
DM
saying
me.
if you can message, I'm trying to do it on mobile. It'd be easier if you just like send me a hi or something like that, so I can get to the DMs on mobile easier than trying to click through all this crap for mobile. Here, I got it. Don't worry. Yeah, there we go. So we can clearly see that sticking a camera up there and wiggling the camera all around has no effect on where that crosshair is pointed.
But
And
it's
that
out
means
of
what?
walking range.
And
Oh,
that means what?
it just gets rid of that whole notion that putting a camera up to the back of it's going to distort the image because of the added lens.
I didn't say it's going to distort the image. I say that it's not done. People that do this job do not do this.
Done by us.
Well,
Yeah,
good
they
for
don't.
you.
Yeah, they don't need to put a camera up to the back of it. They're just eyeballing and writing down measurements. What about it, dude?
Not they don't need it. They don't do it. They never do it. It's not
Yeah.
part of the thing. It's not an issue. Never was, never will be.
Yeah, I imagine they wouldn't
Wait.
bother doing it. I agree.
Maybe
They're
they
merely
do.
just
Maybe
taking.
it's easier.
Yeah, they're merely just taking measurements, like with a fucking was it tape measure? Nobody's out there really taking pictures of like what they're measuring with tape measures, except people trying to prove a point.
You know what? Maybe today they do. Who knows?
Yeah.
Document their work so they don't say they were sloppy or something.
Now, say Montreal, have you ever taken a picture of something you measure?
That's not the issue, bro. I've
Yeah, it
taken many
is.
pictures. That's not the issue. No.
Yeah, so hold on. Have you ever measured a piece of wood and then in the process of you measuring it, you take a picture of what you're measuring?
It's not the issue.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Because you're
No,
saying,
we're
oh, the
talking about
surveyors.
auto levels and how they're used.
Yeah, no. Your
Yeah,
only
yeah.
contention is that surveyors aren't up there taking pictures of what they're looking through on the surveying equipment. So that's exactly what you're saying, as if it's somehow saying, like this fucks everything up somehow.
No, incorrect. Rob was trying to tell you how the instrument is used properly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just all there is to it. Now, you can say whatever you want. You can put cameras on it, telescopes. Maybe you want to rent a mariachi band while you're doing it. That's irrelevant. There's one way to use the auto level.
Mm-hmm. And how does putting a camera up to it fuck with it? How does it distort it?
Wait.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay. So, hold on. Let me ask him a question. So you have a bicycle pump to pump the bicycle tires. Yes. Can you pump a basketball with it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
of course. It's a tool abuse. This is for bicycles.
No, it's made for both, Jackie.
No, remember, dude. Remember, if you take a picture of what you're measuring as a carpenter, like if you have a piece of wood that you're measuring out and you take a picture of it, that's tool abuse.
No, that's not the tool abuse. The tool abuse is looking at it for a long distance. Maybe you misunderstood that part.
Yeah, so when we take a look at the tool and how it functions with just leveling itself out, and we understand the 16th of an inch for every 250 feet, when we go out 35 feet, let's do some math. Or 35 miles, I should say. My bad. Was that image 35 miles, Chaiki? I don't exactly know.
No, 32 kilometers. About 20
32
miles.
kilometers? 20 miles? Yeah, sounds about right. So let's do 20 times 5280. And then we can divide that by 250. That's 422 times. And then we can multiply that by our 16th of an inch. So we'll just divide it by 16. And we'll get 26 inches or a little over 2 feet. That thing would be off.
What?
So
what will be off?
A little, just 2 feet off.
Yeah.
What will be 2 feet off?
Well,
From what?
It would be that's how far it would
The
be
arrow?
off from the
The
center.
arrow?
Yeah, the air. That would be the air.
The crosser is pointing about 200 feet above where it should be.
Yeah, I'm saying that that's still well within the margin of error. I mean, it's well outside. I'm sorry, it's well outside the margin of error. It's the 200 feet above.
Far behind.
Yeah. So the margin of error doesn't account for what you're seeing. It's the funny part. That's what I'm trying to say.
You can double it and it still won't cover it.
Dude, you could multiply it by 50 and it still won't cover it. I mean, if you multiplied it by 100, then it might actually cover it there.
Yeah, but it has pretty good device, at least by the specs.
Yeah. So
0.3, I think, arc second of the pendulum error. It's like standing straight up. You won't see it, I think, even in more expensive.
I can see you guys advising the builders in Egypt how to build the pyramids.
I
Little
didn't
to the
advise.
left. Oh, I can double that. Pharaoh? Okay, Chaiki.
Well, the phone
You are
weren't that
the
accurate.
honorary geometer.
They didn't. They wasn't so accurate.
Well, we all know that the Hyperboreans built the pyramids, right?
Well, we
I
know
don't
the
think so.
Egyptians didn't, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. We know the
Well, at least
Hyperboreans
I
did
know.
it.
I don't want to say we, right? Yeah.
So how did you come about this mystical knowledge? Do you have
Say
access to
what?
like the Universal Almanac or something?
What are you referring to? Which knowledge?
I'm referring to like you said that you knew for sure that the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids.
Oh, that's me. Like that's my yeah. I think I know for sure. And why? Well, the regular stuff. How they tell us they build them with the stones and chisels, and there's no trace of any equipment ever. No drawings, no illustrations. Yeah, and I happen to think that there's an older civilization. I call them the stone builders that build worldwide. So we can go that into detail if you like, but I'll just give you a little rundown of why I think it's not mystical knowledge. It's through research.
Very nice, very nice.
So what's your take on the pyramids, sir?
No, I think
What
the
do you who do
aliens
you
built
think
them.
built them?
I think that aliens got their little tractor beams out and built them.
Okay, so you want to go funny now. Okay, gotcha.
No, I genuinely believe that, dude.
So you believe extraterrestrials build
Mm-hmm.
them? Okay. Be more specific.
Well, dude, if there's no tools that needed like that, if there's no tools around, then like obviously nothing was left behind. No tools, like then how'd they build them? Oh, aliens built them with tractor beams and lasers, dude. And then just all part of their ships, and they just took off. So of course they wouldn't leave tools behind.
Okay, why would they build them?
Why would they build them? I don't know, dude. Maybe they wanted to make thrones for themselves, or maybe they just wanted to show off their immense power to like the little peon slaves that they now had.
Okay, yeah.
God's
Stargate
building their own
SG-1.
temples. Yeah,
Yeah, I
dude.
can go for that. Yeah.
Yeah, God's building their own temples, dude.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's sure, why not?
You see the problem. You'll believe you'll jump on every nonsense, just not the simple reality.
What nonsense? What he's saying is possible. Why not? Why couldn't another civilization come here and build those things? Why not? Well, why
Why
is that
would they?
out of
What
your possible?
for what?
Or somebody from? I think it's somebody from here, from this land, right? But much older. But why is his idea not as valid as mine, Chaiki? We both just throwing. We're just slinging. You know what in the air. So why not?
Because nobody ever saw aliens.
Oh, you sure? How about the Indians? They saw the
100%.
Vimanas, flying ships. They have detailed description. How about the Greeks with Pegasus and Zeus and Thor? How about Thor flying? How about the Indians with the dragons? How about in the Bible, Ezekiel, the wheel, the four-headed angel? You want me to go on?
Who saw it?
Flying serpents are in fact found in cultures all around the world.
Yeah.
People say they see things. I need to believe them.
You asked, I told you.
Who sold them? Give me his name.
You haven't heard of the, what are they called, the Vedas, the Indian things where they have all these tales of the Vimanas, and you haven't heard about the Chinese with the dragons and all those stories. This really.
The world serpents, the
Yeah, they
several
have stories.
native. Yeah,
Sure, they have
I agree.
stories.
Stories are out there, dude. Maybe we just come from an old people that shared common beliefs and just scattered amongst the world, and we just carried our
Yeah,
little folklores and false stories everywhere we went.
and someone told them this dragon, and there was the dragon, but because in the manual it says a dragon.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki?
I've heard of the
Check.
Anunnaki.
Yeah. There's a detailed description of those dudes. Checky, look at text 1. Special from Antarctica, just for you, Checky.
Well, I thought Antarctica didn't exist, dude.
Well, wherever they say it is. Look at the size of it. No one said Antarctica didn't exist. No, if that's true, I'm not saying it's true, but if that's true, just imagine the implications of that thing. 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers.
Is it possible it's just a mountain range?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's one hell of a mountain, though. See, the only thing that doesn't get withered away is the stones. Machines could rust, disappear, buildings could crumble, but the stones remain. That's the only chance we have to figure out what happened in the past.
Got quiet in here.
You want to crank it up, Chikey? I get something going?
No, I will usually follow. I don't bring up subject.
You're not a host? You don't want to host us?
Well, I did when I presented my argument. So I have two angles on this thing. One, I showed that what level is not parallel to anything, and the other, I showed that you look down to a higher mountain. Let's do the same picture. And I have one that I showed that if you look at different 1,200 feet elevations at the distance, which I identified each distance, you look at different angle. They are not parallel either. What's going on? What happened to flat Earth, to simple Euclidean geometry? Parallel lines.
Were you guys just talking about pizza?
Nope.
Okay.
What, like the food pizza, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard any of that discussion. Why? What would pizza have to do with anything?
No, because I joined the other server and I thought I was in this server, so I thought that both servers were talking about the same thing.
That sounds like a rocking place. Pizza, huh?
Ever heard of Pizzagate?
Oh, that pizza. Yeah, yeah. That's a different kind of pizza. You're still showing that picture, huh, Jackie?
I was gonna say, what do we have? Is this like the seventh year of this picture, or?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think Chikey's been in it for that long, but
It's reaching there.
It's still a picture that's pretty damning that has yet to really be explained by anything like feasible.
What is this picture telling you guys?
Well, it's showing that like really high objects are somehow lower than a lower object, despite the trigonometry not really working out.
Wait, so that the top one that says 1,200 feet tower, what is that? Where's the tower?
Not really sure what that one's going
Of the
at. But I
tower.
look at
This argument goes like this. The observer is at 1,200 feet. Now I locate 1,200 feet at the distance, at 25 miles at the tower, at the turbine, and at the mountain. And as you can see, Neither of the points are at the same angle. So how come I'm looking from 1,200 feet to 1,200 feet at three different angles?
Wait, hold on. So
Is
the mountain is
any
1200.
one of those angles horizontal?
So the mountain is 1200 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. No. The mountain's not 1,200 feet. The mountain peak that's labeled is 1,750, is what he's saying.
Okay, and
So the lines there are just saying, oh, hey, this is what 1,200 feet would look like at the tower. This is what 1,200 feet would be at the turbines, and this is what 1,200 feet would be at the mountains. Now, when you actually do the trigonometry and you get the distance from the photographer to the tower to the mountains, trigonometry would say that there's no way that those mountains should be at a shorter observation point than that tower.
so are you accounting for
What are the
AGL? Are you
For
accounting
what?
for AGL? AGL.
What is
Not
AGL?
counting for now, no. I'm counting for
It's the
flat Earth.
altitude of the ground.
Say,
I'm
I can't.
assuming flat Earth.
Hold on. Say what?
It's the altitude of the ground.
Altitude of the yeah. So this is again like above sea level we're dealing with.
hmm If you place a straight line, which is at constant elevation above a plane, Euclidean plane, the distance doesn't change. The line remain parallel. So either of those lines we're looking at horizontal, meaning parallel to the ground, to the flat ground, water there. After the tower, there is water.
What are
Is
you
any
what are
of
you
them
expecting to see
horizontal?
here? What are you expecting to see? The turbines to be
So the way that the math would work at, if this was truly a flat plane, simple 7th grade trigonometry would tell you that those mountains should be appearing above the tower. But that's
yeah.
not what we see.
Yeah, because of the curve? Is that why?
Oh no, it's just a weird observation we need to look at and wonder and ponder why.
So why are the mountains below the turbines, right? That's your question.
No, why are the mountains below
The
the
tower.
tower?
Below the tower. The tower, which is 545 feet.
Right. You're
Right.
looking down from 1200 to 545. You're looking down, no doubt
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
Then you look further down to something you're supposed to look up to,
Well,
or
what is the
or close
distance?
to up. To
The
the
mountain.
tower is 25 miles, and the mountain is 90 miles
That tower is 25 miles.
away. Yes.
It's like zoomed in or something.
Sorry. It's a
Yeah.
very high resolution picture. You can blow it up.
Yeah, no, this isn't zoomed in. This is actually just a small part of a really big picture that is snipped so we can tell what we're looking at easier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why do you think the mountain is
Blow it up.
below?
It's a high resolution. It's very
Say
high
again?
resolution.
Why do you think the mountain is below?
Oh, dude, I got no idea.
What about you, Chike?
Because the ground is not flat.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because some kind of other shape. Now I know there are no corners anywhere.
What if I
So
told you
it
this
can't
that
be a
image was
polygon.
CGI?
Then I told you talk bollocks.
I mean, that's my only
What was his?
rebuttal right now.
Oh, what was his
Well, of course.
explanation? I didn't hear. What was
No,
your
I just
explanation?
said it's CGI, but you know, I'm just playing
Yeah,
around.
yeah. I mean, that would be if I was on that side, that would be the argument I would have to go with. CGI fake picture.
Well, is this the only picture of this spot? Can we do it like a side by side?
If I remember correctly, they took another picture in the same spot later after this one was taken.
Well, he took many pictures. He stacked them. He was testing stacking. This is probably the best frame he had.
Yeah, wasn't this the guy, the flat earther that took this picture and then gave up flat earthism after this? What was his name?
No. This is Stephen Chiefley. He's a professional photographer. Went up here, took pictures. That's it. Put it on
Well,
deeper view.
I remember there was that flat earther that actually quit making flat Earth videos after this one. He even said on his last video that he's going to give it up, that he was no longer a flat earther because this one
That's right.
changed
They're
his
flat
mind.
mooners. They're flat mooners now.
Yeah, flat mooners, yes. Despite the clear convexity of it.
CGI.
Of course, you have no other choice. You must say CGI.
Look, guys, I go outside.
However, this is a real place which you can go, take a picture, and show us that you see something different.
Well, here's the thing about the flat moon. I go outside right now. I see the moon. It looks flat.
That's okay. I'm talking about this picture. You can go there, take a picture, and tell us, you see, that's not what you see in the CGI. It's different. Go ahead.
So, what is the flat Earth rebuttal to this?
I don't know. I'm waiting to hear
It's
one of them.
CGI.
Yeah, I've heard
You
some
don't
people
understand
say,
perspective.
I've heard some people say that it was a fake picture.
Hey,
that it
Chaiki,
was-
can you steal man what I've said on this? Because I've given you at least, let's say, a solid 10 to 15 minutes of content. Let's see if you were listening. Can you steal man what I've responded to you in the recent times on this? Because I've never said CGI, and I've never said
No.
What was the other one you said? I don't know who has ever said any of that ever, actually. So yeah, I don't know if you're just lying or making things up or whatever, but I've never heard anyone say this has anything to do with CGI. And what was the second one you said?
Well, you said that it should be taken into consideration because the math, the trigonometry says that we don't see what we should see. That's what I remember.
Okay, that was one part. But the actual explanation for it, how about that? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, so you weren't listening then, or you just forgot?
Maybe I wasn't listening. I don't know.
All right.
Well,
you had an explanation. Why is it?
Yeah, I mean the thing is, we're not going to let Chief Squatty and just make up lies and say things about CGI and just try to make it just do some kind of slander, some kind of public slander that has nothing to do, while throwing the term flat earther in there, as if that means something. So everyone's an individual person. There is a truth about what the Earth is. There really are no sides at the end of the day. If people want to perceive sides because they want to assert their ego in some way, I guess they can do that, or try to make fun of people because they have a sociopathic problem. But outside of their sociopathy, the truth of the matter is that the Earth is what it is, and we each individually come to our own conclusions.
Can I ask you a question really quick, Chaiki?
However, if Chaiki didn't remember what I brought up on this, I can review it for him again, because it is a clear and direct, even if we just leave it at possibility of what the explanation is, it's very, very viable, because I can show examples of it at multiple places on Earth that replicate the exact same effect and show that it is not the surface of the Earth that is causing the effect, but instead the optics and refraction that indeed is causing the displacement of objects over distance. Objects that are at different distances that show at different visual elevation heights.
Can I ask you a quick question, Chaiki?
Go right ahead.
No, because that's not what you're not now derailing into this. I asked.
No, I'll answer.
No, that's not how this is going to work. If you guys
I'll answer.
If you're going to try to slander and make up information that somebody said this was CGI, when I've never heard anyone in the history of the world ever say this is CGI, then you guys will have to stay on mute while I actually explain an explanation for it, if that's what you'd like.
Look, Flat Moon said CGI.
You're interrupting me. I've given it to Chaiki multiple times, and he apparently wasn't listening. So maybe if Chief Squatty Dog, do you want to maybe listen? If Chaiki's not able to listen?
Sure, I'll hear
if he's gonna come in this live stream every day and present it and not listen to what the response is, then really we're not going to give him airtime to just keep repeating it and then not listen to what is responded, because that shows that he just has some kind of blind agenda that doesn't actually have to do with moving the conversation forward in a productive way.
Sure, I'll hear him. I'll hear you out.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up one image.
Can I ask him a question while you pull it up?
Hey, Gio, one rule for all. Goes to others the same. If they refuse to address what I ask, and they keep regurgitating the stupidity, they should be removed. They don't add to the conversation.
Well, we're not removing anyone. We're not banning and removing. We don't do that at all on this platform. We don't ban or shut anyone down for their viewpoints. However, we can host the show in a way that's productive and has good content for the listeners.
I'm looking for good content. I'm asking questions, and it's always derailed. You don't know this, and you don't know this. Don't tell me what I know. Address my point.
So, but hold on, Chikey. I need to ask you a quick question, please.
Wait, I need to answer a Geo first, but I forgot what he asked already. What was it that you asked?
Sorry,
I don't care. I don't care what people think. That's not my concern. They can think whatever, believe whatever they want. I'm not forcing. You notice I'm not trying to convince anything. I'm asking questions.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you bring it up in a condescending way. You just brought it up, and then you chuckled and said that someone said this is CGI. When you know downright no one has ever said that picture is CGI.
Flat Moon said CGI.
Well, I don't know who.
I think. Ask him.
Okay,
Flat Moon, did you say CGI?
He may have been joking.
I said, what if I told you that's CGI? That's what I said.
There you go.
All right, that's not a valid example. I don't know who this guy is. I think he's a Glober. Yeah,
Geo,
that's not,
I mean, are we gonna do a thought police here, or can we say what we want?
No, don't talk to police. You say no one said CGI. You said.
Jesus Christ!
All right, Flat Mooner. When you looked at that photo, are you actually claiming that that's CGI, or were you joking?
I'm not claiming anything.
Okay, then Chikey's claims doesn't hold.
Then it was a rhetoric question.
Okay, now I'm gonna post.
What if I told you?
All right, let's just move forward for the moment. All right, so I'm gonna post this image real quick. It simply shows it's only gonna take about 10 seconds. So this is the same location, same elevation on different days. You see two photos there of these oil rigs. Obviously, they look different. The refraction effects are different on these different days. So on the left, you'll see that of the two oil rigs, you have the oil rig on the left part of the photo. You have the oil rig on the left, the oil rig on the right. On the right photo, you have an oil rig on the left and an oil rig on the right. If you just take a gander with your eyes at the two oil rigs, you'll see that on the left picture, the oil rig on the left versus the oil rig to the right of it on the left picture, you see that the oil rig on the right is significantly lowered. It's also stretched as well, but it's significantly lowered compared to the other one. Now you look at the photo on the right, the two oil rigs, they're just about the same height. The oil rig on the right's a little bit lower, but roughly the same height. But now these oil rigs are at different distances. So this shows unequivocally, unless you think the Earth is waving or it's going curved and then not curved or something like that, unless you think it's wavering all around, in terms of the shape of the Earth, this is not going to reveal that, because this shows that optically on different days at objects that are at different distances, you can get dramatically different visible elevation heights. So essentially what Chikey is doing is, if you take the one on the left, if you were to say, hey, look at that, the Earth must be curved because that oil rig on the right, on the left picture, the oil rig on the right is lowered, it must be over the hump of the Earth. But then you look on the one on the right, you say, oh, well, I guess not, because look at that, it's equal to the one on the left. So what Chikey's trying to claim is that in that photo that he sent, because these objects are at different distances, he's trying to assert that the Earth is curved, which is what is causing that effect, in the same way that if you took the picture on the left with the oil rig, you could say, oh, look, the Earth is curved because that's lower. However, this picture and many others that we have show that at different distances, due to refraction, due to the optical effects, you can get these varying, I'm going to call it visible elevation that you can get. So that shows that it's not connected to any physical shape of the Earth, and any assertions around that would absolutely be flawed, faulty, and invalid. And this shows that indeed it can be, I'm not saying it always is or anything like that. I'm saying it can be due to optical effects.
Are you done?
Yeah, that's can I answer? Can I answer? No. Why? He asked me a question. He
I don't think
he addressed my picture. He asked. So the last time I'll say it, Gio, and remember I say it, and any other time you post this picture, you're just repeating yourself and should remove yourself from the conversation because this is boring. This does not happen.
All right. Do you have a response, Chief?
Well, I wanted to ask him a quick question before I really dive into everything you kind of said there, but I'll address the first the picture with
Well,
the
here's the thing. Chaiki's
so
brought that thing up multiple times.
so
I specifically have responded
okay.
with this reaction. He may have faulty memory because if he actually remembers what his response was, is he tried to say that at altitude at 1,200 feet, then the effect is not present. He just made a blanket claim and said, well, if it's at 1,200 feet, that refraction doesn't happen. And then we went to Canigou, which is at 9,000 feet, the world's record longest distance photography at 9,000 foot elevation. And there should be a 3-mile hump of water curvature that should be blocking the mountain, but instead we see all the way. So the Globe Earth proponents will invoke a massive form of refraction at 9,000 feet, but Chaiki's only rebuttal to what I said is, but at 1,200 feet, this just doesn't happen. So I don't know whether he forgot or just wasn't listening or selective listening. I'm not sure, but that is actually how it unfolded, and it is a rebuttal to the claims like the ranty one and this one that Chaiki repeatedly posts, trying to claim that this, is trying just to loop people into circles, saying that somehow this means the Earth is curved, when it clearly can be shown to be an optical effect. But yeah, go ahead.
So I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how you could say that, oh, they're almost the same, so I'm just going to count them as the same when they're clearly not the same height. The one on the right is still clearly below the other one. And remember, refraction applies to all things. And I don't remember the distances exactly, but if I remember correctly, the turbines and the mountain and the towers kind of follow a uniform distance between themselves, which is really hard to explain the exponential drop rate that you would see with that 1,200 feet marker for a linear equation such as the refraction that you're trying to bring up, because refraction follows that linear pattern. So you trying to bring up a linear equation to explain an exponential event, it's kind of like not really working out.
Does anyone think that was a valid response? Could anyone else in the room respond whether that's a valid response? Because that's one of the most invalid responses. That has nothing to do with that. So anyway, I'll respond to it, but I just want to say before this flies by in the chat, I just posted this, which just simply takes a comparison of the refractive effects at ground level of the oil rigs and just kind of correlates them. Chemo put thanks chemo. Someone put thanks chemo on there because chemo was this was being mentioned years ago, and anyways that was added. But it shows, if you compare, if you want to say that those the two oil rigs on the left are like Blackpool Tower, the thing that's closer, and then the one on the right, which changes elevation, is akin to, correlated in this analogy to the mountain. Now, what you said about exponential and linear, that's really not related. We have objects at different distances, and this optical effect is clearly able to be seen that it occurs. So just like this shows, if you can get on the same day, same elevation, or sorry, different days, but same location, different elevation, if you can get these variations to where those oil rigs can change that much, then if we look down at Blackpool Tower, this is the photo that Ranty claimed flipped him to the globe. Claimed it, obviously. He tried to make a whole hoopla about it. However, we can see right here, this optical effect is present. Therefore, to try to say that, oh, well, that mountain should be higher and it's lower, therefore Earth is globe, is incredibly invalid. Completely faulty logic. Unless you have some other way to validate the Earth is curving or something like that, if you're just going to go off this, the fact that we can see that this is an optical effect and can happen due to refraction would be a completely invalid conclusion just to claim that because that mountain should be a little higher, that the Earth is curved. Because just like in the oil rigs, you see that change, that difference.
So I'm going to ask you this. You're going to bring up refraction again. However, refraction again follows a linear equation, whereas the drop rate that we see with those things follows a clearly exponential path. So the equation doesn't work out with what we're seeing in reality. As for the refraction again,
linear would
hold
be a
on.
straight line, right?
Excuse me.
Yeah, linear would be a straight line, right?
It is a consistent change. Do you know what linear equation means, Rob?
No, straight.
Okay, do you know what the significance of a straight line is on a graph?
I mean, Chief, if you want to make an argument like that, you would have. By the way, I don't even want to call you Chief. I'm going to call you Squatty Dog because
That's
or
fine.
Squatting Dog
Well,
because
this is
it's
between me and Rob right now, though. I'm trying to see if Rob can answer my question.
Well, if you want to get into that with Rob, you
Oh
can.
no, I jumped in on Geo. Geo, I'm sorry. Continue. I shouldn't have jumped in.
Yeah.
No, you can. I mean, no, if you want to jump in, that's cool. I guess all I was going to say is he's trying to claim this exponential linear mathematics and just try to say, he's just sort of saying, quote unquote, it doesn't fit refraction or something, where I've clearly showed that due to refractive effects, you can get these changes in elevation visibly over distance. And so to make a claim about the Blackpool Tower differences in heights is completely invalid. And then he brought
can I
up this
address that
thing.
part,
So
though?
if you want to propose whatever you're proposing, you'd have to show distances, mathematics, or something. You can't just kind of blanket statement in it as
Will
if
do.
that correlates.
So when we take a look at those again, like you're going to bring up refraction, but is there any like pictures with the refraction, like like not even like different refractions, I guess, that would finally
Yeah,
put
you
it where
need
it should be?
different
Hey,
pictures.
Rob, I thought I was speaking.
Yeah, calm
Where
down.
it would
I'm just
finally
trying
be
to
in
tell you.
reality.
I see
So
where you're going.
excuse me,
You
dude.
need more than one
Hey,
picture, then, right?
anyways, like I was trying to say, right?
Well, let's let him finish, Rob, and
We
then you
see
can
the
go
black
next.
swan picture on
Sorry.
the left that has a low refraction compared to the one on the right. The one on the left, the one in the back there, is lower, as we would expect to see the math show. And then we have the one on the right where it is still lower, which is what we would expect to see in reality. Now you'd be hard pressed to find a picture where the one on the right is taller than the one on the left, because mathematically it won't end up that way. So when we take a look at the picture below that, you'd be hard pressed to figure out where that tower would be below the mountains at any level of refraction, because refraction again follows a linear equation, constant change over distance, versus the exponential change in distance that we see in the provided picture that Chaiki posted. So in one we have exponential, in the equation it says linear. So to try and use a linear explanation to explain a exponential event, kind of poor word, kind of a poor option.
Okay, if you want to move, let's let Rob go. But if you want to move forward, you need to show where you got anything you're talking about. You have to back it up.
Yeah,
So far, that's baseless. But go ahead,
Okay,
Rob.
so that's what I was trying to ask Chaiki for the exact distances, so I can actually show you with the equation.
Okay, so you've made a claim without. Hold on, he's made a claim without even having the math and distances.
Right,
so
right. No, and the funny thing about it is,
baseless.
no, can I please just say one thing about the fact that you're using these big words like linear and exponential and not even understanding that the linear part that you want to push is a straight line and the exponential part would be your curved line.
Oh man, you do know more than okay. So what is special about linear, Rob?
Straight lines.
Okay, on a graph, what does that look like?
Straight line.
What does that mean the rate of change is?
Don't know.
The answer would be constant. On a linear equation, change is constant over distance. Do you know what the difference is for any exponential?
Constant on a curve, right? So you're already going to put it on a curve so that it stays constant.
So hold on.
I get it. I get it. No, I get it.
In an exponential, hold on. In an
appreciate your
exponential
honesty.
equation, in the exponential equation, what happens to rate of change? Or I should say the slope. Maybe you. So yeah, it changes with distance. It either increases rapidly or it decreases rapidly. So if I remember correctly, that tower he said was 20 miles away. Those fans, if I remember correctly, were, what was it, 60 miles away?
Yeah,
Chaiki, are you there?
You shouldn't just shoot in the dark at numbers, bro.
So I'm trying to get Chaiki to respond. That way we can get the exact numbers, right?
I get you.
All I need.
Get you. You shouldn't do that. It's disingenuous.
Well, no. I'm just going off
Just
of.
shut up. Just shut. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me. Shut up.
So Chaiki, how far?
We're even here till now. So
Shut the fuck up.
So Chaiki, hold
Really?
on.
Hold on.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
Chaiki, you
Relax,
can't just
man.
you can't just come
We're
in the
having a
slides.
nice conversation, and you come in here like hot like that. There's no reason for it, man. Come on.
Yeah, you can't do that, Chaiki. All right, who was speaking, and then who's next? I was doing something.
No, I'll let Chief Squat and Dog go.
All right, go ahead.
I'm good, man.
all right, hold on. Let this squatting dog.
I was just trying to make sure that everybody understood that there's a difference between linear and exponential. That
Yes.
he's just mixing around, like throwing around, like
No,
interchanging them.
I'm
All right, let's
I'm
let
not
him
interchanging.
respond, and then Chaiki's next.
So I'm not interchanging them. I know exactly what I'm bringing up about the rates of change, which is again the inherent difference in the slopes of a linear equation and a exponential equation. So I'm going to ask Chaiki if maybe he can type it out if he doesn't want to like talk. But we know that the tower he said was 20 miles away. The turbines are how far was it away? Let me write it down.
Write it down.
Yes.
25 miles to the tower.
25
miles to the tower. About 45 miles to the turbine.
Okay.
90 miles to the mountain.
90. All right.
That's it.
So
is that 25 to the base of the mountain?
To the mountain.
To the peak or the base?
So
to the mountain.
Because I'm sure it's a pretty big mountain, right? It's just something
I think really.
To the mountain. It's just a hill. You can see a hill.
1750.
1750-foot hill.
Yeah. So let me get the little measuring tool out so we can actually
Your measuring tool for pictures?
So from the tower to the fan, yeah, you can measure pixels, dude.
Right now.
Yeah, you can measure pixels.
I wish I could look. I'm driving right now. I wish I could look at the picture, but I'll be home in like 10 minutes, and then I'll look at the picture. But I'll follow along. I'm following along.
I hope. So
I am.
The distance
I've seen this picture 1,000 times, so I know what you're talking about.
So the distance from the tower to the turbines is about 20 miles, and the distance from the turbines to the mountains about 45 miles. So the mountains are a little over double what we see from the mountain to the turbine to the tower. So when I copy paste this thing twice, it should line up a little over double the distance if we're following the linear logic of refraction.
Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. What are we copying and pasting?
I'll show you here in just a second.
Because I'm not watching. Remember, I'm not watching. I can't see. I'm trying to follow along. I just want to know what you're, because I know the picture. What are you copying and pasting?
I'm drawing a little thing here just to get a general little measurement of pixels.
Okay, so we're counting pixels on pictures is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oops. Let me see if I can use something else.
If anybody wants to say anything while he's drawing on his pictures, maybe explain what he's drawing for me. If anybody's there, like, that can follow along and maybe help the audience too that may not be watching, may just be listening. Normally I'm just listening. I don't get involved. Felt froggy today because I know the subject.
I really wish I could just copy
and I have an opinion on it.
Let's see. All right, now let's see if we can put this into a pixel counter. Oh no, I can just do this, no problem. So yeah, pretty much right at 3 times. Damn. All right.
So it's a globe then.
Well, no, it just shows that the rate of change is exponential, which
So it's a
doesn't
globe
follow
then.
the equation of refraction. So maybe there's another explanation out there for it that actually has an exponential equation. Geez, I wonder what else has an exponential equation that somebody else has proposed.
Not me, sorry.
Can we get some more examples of photos like that?
That's the thing. That's about all they got with it. Yeah, for that one.
Is this like their black swan or something?
Here,
They
I'll
call
even
it
touch.
They called it when Ranty went through all that. They tried calling it the white swan, but that didn't really stick. But
Aren't all swans white? So it's a globe. I look at this picture. The Earth is a globe. I got it.
I'll even mark right here where the mountains should be that are that 1,200 foot at
The
mountain should
mountains are
be. I
where
should
they are.
say. I'm sorry, not the mountain should be.
I
I'm
got you.
sorry.
I got you.
Yeah. So this is where the 1,200 feet should be at, and I'll even do this little number here with the.
if you
I'll
notice
measure
in this image, we see in a hemispherical field. So, of course, the refraction would be exponential and would have a curved component to it because we see precisely in a spherical range around us. That's
Well,
how
you
we
don't
see.
actually see around you. You ain't got eyes in the back of your head and the side of your
I mean,
head. You have 180-degree roughly field of vision, like, or 170 maybe. I don't know. I can see my hands off to the sides pretty far back. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I think it's like what is this, like 130, 100 something, 130
yeah,
degrees.
no,
and
I get it. But
what's the equation for that proposed? Was it personal dome thing that y'all keep bringing up?
I didn't bring none of that shit up.
Yeah, I didn't bring that up either.
I don't
Well,
know
you
what
just
the
posted
relevance
it.
of.
The being able to see and
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. So, but is what he posted false
Oh, I think
information, or is it
I think I see what
correct
it's trying to go on.
information?
It's just
That's
talking
what
about. I think it's just
or is it
bringing
just
up.
information?
I think it's just bringing up field of view, which again isn't going to be a factor in here because the field of view is just showing again like what you can see in your proximity.
No, I'm pointing out that our vision, I mean, our eyeball's a sphere, our lens is curved,
Can you
and we
see
see
forever?
spherically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, Gio. I'm just thinking, like, does that mean you can see forever?
I would say absolutely not. No, but certain.
Like
Yeah.
Superhuman vision.
Superman. Yeah, we're all Superman. Superman vision.
Like, because there is a vanishing point, right?
Yeah, like you can take this, like the basic perspective matrix with all those lines, like, you know, the way like train tracks converge, and then you could put the train tracks on their side. You get all of that. But you can also put that within a hemisphere. Just like that top image I showed, where like you're looking out, and when you look out directly horizontal, you're seeing your eyeballs are the radius between your eyes and the horizon. And then from your eyes to the horizon, that creates a radius. And then there's a hemispherical field that, just like the perspective matrix, denotes from that horizon point where your eyes are looking all the way to
It's
you.
because your eyeballs have a curved lens.
Yep.
And it refracts light really weird at the outer edges. I don't know if you've ever just stood and like stood up and down real fast. Like everybody could do it right now. If you look straight ahead and you're like it would be really easy to do if you had a beach, but you look straight ahead and you rise and slouch and just you don't look at the edge of your vision, but you watch the edge of your vision while looking forward. Like you use your whole peripheral vision and you will see distorted edges. It might be actually, you know what? That could be just me because I wear glasses. So whenever I need to see something far away, I have to wear glasses, and they got curved lenses. So I can't trust my eyes. I'd rather measure shit, make sure it's straight. That's what I do.
That's what I'm doing here, dude. I'm glad you
So
brought that up.
you're measuring pixels on a camera, an optical device, whatever, man. I would rather actually take measurements and mark shit down where I can get right up to it and look up to the millimeter with my eyeball, like real close, like.
Well, luckily we know the distances from the objects. Now when we apply this to a picture, we should know, with following a linear equation, where these things should actually be. And yeah, counting pixels, that's how you find...
Where should they be? They are where you see them.
No.
Like
If we're
I said,
following the
I
logic
wear
of a linear
glasses. I'm
equation...
blind. My eyes can't be trusted. I need tools. I'm not going to just look at a picture and be like, yeah, I live on a globe. Gotcha.
So
I'm with
another
it.
question. Another question. Do
Alright,
we
give me
see
another
the whole mount? Do we see the whole mountain?
I don't know. I don't see anything right now. I'm driving. Told you that already.
So you're not the one to answer.
The what?
So you are not the one to answer.
No, probably not. But I'm the only one talking, so just
Well, other may be listening.
at least we're not abusing tools right now. That's good.
Who's abusing
Yeah,
tools?
the camera don't have a range. Wah, wah.
It could be argued that this is abusing photos off the internet that are not validated.
Yeah.
They're validated.
Earth
No,
shape.
I just like, to be honest, we're talking about pictures that, like, what's the purpose of this picture? So we can all be ranty and go back to the globe? Is that what you guys are here to do? Chief Squat Dog and Chikey? That's what you want? You just want everybody to be like, yeah, it's a globe. Chikey and Chief Squatting Dog, they convinced me with the ranty picture.
I want you to come back to your senses.
I won't even
I have all my
bother with that.
faculties about me, man. I'm good.
Rob,
I understand. I
I'm living my
understand.
best life, and when I go for a drive and I get to chime in on this conversation, it just, I'm having a good time.
So, if we take a look here,
I know how water flows. I know how the tools that you guys want to abuse work. I've used the tools, and so it's cool for me. If you guys want to still think, yeah, globe, I'm good with that. Go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
So if we follow linear logic, just taking pixel measurements from the picture, here's what we should actually expect to see in reality. No, cool. I'm just kind of yeah. My job isn't to try. I'm not attempting to get you to not be a flat earther anymore. I'm attempting to debate other people that are on the fence and keep them like on the light side. But if we take a look at this picture.
So you think that if somebody was on the fence, do you think that what you've done so far would convince them it's a globe? That's your goal?
I mean, I think it'd be a better argument than showing them like actual factual, like mathematically backed up things versus making like arguments like some people do that math doesn't explain reality or some other things that I hear. Yeah. I think if like a sane-minded person were to hear my side versus somebody else's side, then they should go with my side.
Well, you should be a politician. See if you can get anyone to buy the story.
I'm not a bullshit artist, so.
Well, you said it, not me.
Yeah. But yeah, if we take a look here, if we're just following the simple linear equation that is the refraction argument, this ought be what we see. But we see an exponential change due to the difference being between the turbine and the mountain only being 2 1/4 times that of the tower to the turbine, but we see a 3 times difference.
So what is that?
Which shows that it is not linear, which means at the very least it should follow some exponential pattern.
So what is the explanation on the flat Earth side for this, like a scientific explanation of why this happened in this picture.
Well, the argument that was proposed was refraction, but we understand that the refraction used for atmospheric refraction follows a whatchamacallit, a non-exponential equation. So it'd be a poor explainer for this scenario here, or this observation, I should say.
Can I ask you for that equation? Hey, just quickly, can I ask you for that equation? I'm gonna write it down on my whiteboard here. I just got home, so I'm gonna bust out my whiteboard and write some of this down. You got that equation?
Let me see if I can pull it up again. Give me a second.
That would be great. That'd be great. And then I'll take some screenshots of it, and if anything, I can always turn my camera on.
Well, he tried making the claim that atmospheric refraction is linear, and this is exponential. However, atmospheric refraction is exponential. So
you're gonna post me that thing?
He's then? It's just important that if you're just gonna use like semantics and rhetoric to try to say something false to make it sound like it's right when it's not, that's pretty important to be clear that that's not the case.
So
yeah.
When we take a look
and we have direct photos in other scenarios, like the one I posted, which shows oil rigs at varying distances. So an object that's closer, an object that's further, and on the same day, same elevation. Sorry, different days. I always say that wrong. Different days, but the same location, same elevation. You can get what I was calling the visible elevation. The reason I was calling it that is because, kind of like what Chaiki just posted. If you take like two square boxes and you I'm gonna post it.
But the reason why this doesn't follow
Geo, take those red hold on, man. If you take those red boxes, you can see that there's like that they're at different heights visibly. Doesn't mean they actually are that, but the refraction effects can cause that, and we can see in multiple other scenarios like this one. I'll post it again. That shows that this effect happens. So whether you want to call it refraction. This one actually says, this little picture says atmospheric magnification, which I actually think there's a magnification component to this. It's not just as simple as the word refraction and whatever somebody might assume that is associated with. It can be put into that category, but I'm just saying it just shows, even to make it simple, even outside of that it's optical.
Yeah, can I ask you something for this, Geo, this photo? The one in the front that's closer, is that being refracted or no?
Well, there's always refraction. There's always refraction occurring everywhere.
I'm just talking about the height of that forward one is different than the height on the left side on the right. It's a little lower. So they're both being refracted?
Yeah, there's
everything's being refracted.
Yeah.
At varying levels and degrees.
So when we take a look, though, what you still fail to present, Geo, because you can show those two pictures side by side, but at the end of the day, they both still show that that the rule of trigonometry still follows, that those two objects, the one behind there should still be lower. Unless you can show me an example. Hold on. Unless you can show me an example where the refraction actually makes the object in the foreground or like the background rise above, where trigonometry should say that, oh, hey, this object should remain shorter in the distance than this object. Because at the end of the day, you're still running into the same scenario where the object in the back is shorter than the one in the front.
Yeah,
so again,
unless you can farther away.
So I agree, it's further away. It should be shorter. However, if he's going to bring refraction in the argument as if it's a disprover, he needs to be able to show that there's some refractive index out there that can actually rise the object in the back up higher than the object in the front. Whereas trigonometry would say that, hey, that's not supposed to be there.
Okay, I'm with you. I also want to point out that at the same time all of this rising and looking up is going on, that the water at your feet is supposed to be dropping away from you down. And you're talking about looking up.
Anyways, so at the end of the day, I don't even think it's a good explanation.
And then you want to talk about trigonometry with straight lines.
Yeah, straight lines, linear equations, constant rate of change.
Well, if you want to use
Constant rate of change
trigonometry
over a ball.
yeah, if you want to use trigonometry, we can debunk the radius all day with ease.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I still would like to see an example of where a refractive index could be present, where it would actually cause the object in the background to rise above an object in the foreground. But
That's not relevant because that's not what
it
we
is
see.
relevant.
Yeah.
Not what
Why
we
is it relevant?
Yeah, I wonder why we don't see that, Gio.
Because all we see in reality in these photos, well, no, I mean, I'm not saying we never see that. I'm talking about in this scenario. I'll post this one again. It's very straightforward. It sounds like you're trying to use like mathematical and rhetoric's claims without actually showing anything of any actual substance to try to make it sound like you're covering over what's being said. I just posted this again. It's really simple.
Or overcoming what's being shown.
Just let me finish real quick. You can go next. Yeah, what we're actually looking at. Just one more time. Like the one on the bottom is the I don't even want to call it the ranty photo, but it's the one that he made a hoopla about. Anyways, this is this Blackpool Tower photo and so on. And essentially, to sum it up quickly, they claim that due to the angular size and the distance of these objects, that if you doing the straight trigonometry, which, like I said, if we use straight trigonometry in other scenarios, we can debunk the radius all day in terms of long distance observations. But in this case, they want to invoke straight line trigonometry. So essentially, that mountain in the back should be higher. Just putting it very simply, I'm not trying to even get into the numbers. It should be higher.
It should be above.
Hang on, let me finish. Yes, the object, the object that's further back, as it were, a longer distance. That one is for planar trigonometry, for straight line planar trigonometry. That mountain should be higher. However, it is lower. Now they try to claim, because Earth's a globe, it's curving over, and that's why the mountain's down over the curve. Right. Now, when we then look, that's what they try to claim. However, when many other observations, an example, these oil rigs, which are being shown, which are at different distances, we can see that the oil rig on the right changes in relation to the oil rig on the left. In this scenario, it lowers. So we are seeing in the oil rigs, if you want to just call it refraction, any term you want to use, we are seeing the optical effect of them being at a different elevation. And in the Blackpool Tower with the mountain, exact same effect. The object that's further back is being lowered. So this shows that this is an optical effect and is not related to the shape of Earth. So anyone claiming it's related to the shape of Earth is faulty and is making an invalid assertion.
So here's where your logic is faulty and an invalid assertion, because yet again, you are still showing an example of something that should be lower, still being lower. And you can bring up examples of things that should be higher that still appear to be higher. What I'm actually waiting for you, which would actually be the only way to disprove this, is by showing something that should be lower, but is actually higher, or something that should be higher and it's actually lower.
That's what this shows. The oil rig on the right, the one on the right
still lower.
Is the one that is like
it's not
there's
the same.
There's two modes. So
yeah, there's lower
it's
and then much lower.
Man. That it's very straightforward. There's an optical effect that occurs that when an object is at a longer distance than one that's at a closer distance, that there can be effects which waver and lower and change the optical position of it. It's that simple, showing that since it's optical and it varies on different days, that it is indeed a variable type effect and not something that is consistent that would be related to the shape of the surface of the Earth.
So, again, you have in a picture where one is lower and a picture where one is more lower for two scenarios where they should still both appear lower. So again, not meeting any kind of actual debunking proof, where you're providing something that is lower that should be higher, or something that is higher that should be lower.
Okay, I'm going to pass it off. Would anyone else in the room like to respond to that? Thinks that's valid, invalid? Any actual response on that?
What he's trying to say is there photo evidence of further objects being higher than closer objects?
Well, hold on. That's not real. So what I mean is like linearly.
Well, let him finish. Let him finish.
That's what it is.
So no, like linearly, when we do the math on certain objects, sure, you can have like a huge object that is taller than an object closer to you. But linearly, when you do the math on certain objects at certain heights at certain distances, for objects, I'm sorry, not linearly. I'm sorry. I mean geometrically. My bad. When I say linear, I meant geometrically. Or trigonometry, or trigonometric. I'm sorry. When you use trigonometry to calculate the height of one object compared to another one, the object that is in the background that should appear to be shorter than the one in the front, unless you can provide me another example where it actually looks like it's taller, or one that should be taller but instead appears to be lower, because the only thing you're giving me, Geo, is, oh hey, here's an object that according to trigonometry should be lower than the object in front of it, and you provided 2 pictures of like proving that, because there's object in the background that is shorter, and then an object in the background again that is still shorter. But thank you for the double proof for my side.
Yeah, and it's not really a double proof for your side. Well, like, what do you mean proof?
It's not anything for anything, actually. He just made assumptions.
Yeah, you just
mixed together lower and higher.
You're looking at pictures, bro. This is why I said I wear glasses. I can't trust my eyes unless I'm really close to something. If I get real close, I can see real good.
Oh, I get what he's saying now. I get what he's saying. Need a picture with 2 objects. Further object should be equal to or higher in height than the closer object. If that further object is higher than the closer object, then it's flat. If the further object, which is the same size as the closer object, is lower, then there's something else happening.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is, if you can actually prove, because right now Geo tried to use this little picture of the black swan as proof, when actually it doesn't prove anything, because the object in the background is still lower, but even a modicum of distance, still lower. If he can show me a picture where the refractive index would actually cause the object in the background, which should appear lower, actually appearing higher than the object in front of it, that would be the only way that could logically debunk it. Because again, both these pictures still show the object in the background being lower.
What are the heights of those 2 objects? Anybody know? That's really important too. The heights.
I don't know them off the top of my head.
Don't get better looking being like, what are you talking about?
Fair?
What are you talking about?
If they were
more other stuff.
Oh shit!
Hey, what about
My bad, yo.
Hey, how about we look at those pictures above? You guys see those pictures above with the floaty boats?
I don't know. I always assumed that those were like photoshopped.
Well, the funny thing is that is an optical effect, and you can see floaty boats. But if you look at this one on the left, you can vaguely see a horizon farther back.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah.
I
mean, in terms of yeah, you
That's
don't
what
have
I
to.
call
Go ahead.
air effects. That's like atmosphere, like air, like that's just effects of the air. Like looking through it and having the way the light soars, like it's weird too, because like you could have stayed there all day, and if you would have watched the sun go across and that boat just stayed in the same spot anchored all day, it would actually change its position just from the way the sun went across. And it's just an apparent position too, because you're just looking at it. That's all you're doing. That's why I like tools that actually make measurements, not calculations. It's a big difference. Better way to go. You don't have to trust your eyes and pictures, because I could show you a picture of Godzilla. That makes Godzilla real. And the Earth's a globe. Good job.
So, are you gonna get out there with like your ruler, your 20-mile long ruler, and measure things out and measure the heights, like going up 300?
Is that what you need? You need to go 20 miles to find your Earth curve?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
I know
if you're gonna, I mean, if you're gonna,
I
like,
don't
okay, so if you're gonna bring up, we got to make physical measurements. I can only trust things I can do physical measurements. Then don't believe anything that any side presents you, because they're either using lasers, which are all subject to refraction, or they're not using their 30-mile long ruler.
I don't know why you need 30 miles.
Well, a lot of the pictures that they're presenting are
I
things that are
gotta
10s, 20s, 30s miles away. That one picture shows a mountain 90 miles away.
I got a statement for you. You want to hear me out for a sec?
Sure.
if the Earth, like with a capital E, like everything, when you think of Earth, you think of a sphere in outer space, right? If Earth is a spherical object floating through space, then the surface of standing water must curve.
Okay.
Right?
And?
Okay. Are you familiar with a water level? No? Yes, that's how this goes. Every time I try and give you guys a straight line, you can't, you just lose it. Usually turns into add-ons. Or I lose you guys.
You're good, bro. Your straight
got cut
line
off?
logic is too strong for them.
No, they just hate the tool. They don't want to abuse tools.
No, I don't hate
I'll
anything.
call out
Bob,
tool abuse in a second.
Rob,
I
go
don't know
on.
how to
I'm
take
familiar
measurements.
with water level. Go on.
You're familiar with the water level?
Mm-hmm.
So if I got like a 10-meter water level, I got a hose 10 meters on it, and I make a horizontal plane, right? Because I don't want any water to slide off it. I want it to like collect on top. So I gotta make sure it's perfectly horizontal
How you make sure it's horizontal?
with the water level. Because if
How do you
all
make
the corners are
horizontal?
the same, if all
How
the
do you
corners are
make?
the same, yeah. If all the corners are the same elevation with the water level, no water will flow.
You think so?
Yeah. If I put an angle to any of the, it'll flow in that direction.
Where is it horizontal? You have two ends of water level which you draw a line between.
Well,
Where is
I
it horizontal?
I pin one, and I can take the other one wherever I want.
Sure.
And everywhere that I mark it will be a horizontal plane.
You think so?
Every point, yes.
Yes, you think so.
All
Have
those
you measured it?
elevations will be the same. So I
Have
can
you
start
test?
pinning it. I can start pinning this grid everywhere I want. I could make a grid from the water level, right?
Have you tested this theory of yours?
So that's
Have
the
you
end of it. So
tested it?
I have to go.
Have you test?
No, I have done 10 meters straight line horizontals. Yes.
Have you tested
10
this
meters.
line to
Yes.
be horizontal?
Yes, because the water didn't go anywhere.
Don't tell me because. Have you tested it?
Yes, I just said.
Have you
yes.
made measurements and made sure
10 meters, yes.
it's horizontal? Have you compared it to a plumb?
Well, the plumb would be perpendicular at both ends, right?
That's what you think. However, have you tested it? Do you have
I haven't put
measurements?
plums to them. I didn't put
You
plums
can
to my
say
water level.
no.
No, I'm
You can
sorry.
say no, Rob. You can say no, I haven't.
No,
You can
I
say the
haven't
truth.
put plumb lines to my
So-
water level. Nope, I haven't done that.
So you haven't tested that the plumb is perpendicular to this line, or where it is perpendicular. You haven't tested it to be horizontal. You haven't tested it to be straight at all.
The purpose.
You just have a line that you drew. That's all. How do you know it's horizontal? How do you know that it's
Because
perpendicular
that's what
to
the
plumb?
tool's designed to do, man.
No,
Like,
it's
why
not.
would I not
The
trust the
tool
tool? I don't
design.
trust the tool is designed to create a horizontal plane.
No, the tool is
So the water
designed
won't flow. Because if the water shows lower, it's gonna want to go there because water finds its level, right?
Can I speak one sentence? The tool is designed to find
you
2
spoke
points.
it. Calm down, bro.
2
You're the one
points. Shut the fuck up. The tool designed to find 2 points of equal elevation. No horizontal. No other bullshit. The fact you chose to draw a line and think it's horizontal, it's on you. You need to measure it to be horizontal against the plumb. At the rate that we tell you. 69 degrees, 69 degrees, 1 degree per 69 miles. Do the math, it's easy. How to what accuracy, to what accuracy you need to measure it over 10 meters.
Okay, let him respond now, Checky. Let him respond.
Let me respond,
And don't
for
swear,
fuck's sake. You
Checky,
double-faced.
calm down.
You double-faced mode. I'm trying to say something. He's talking over me constantly.
Checky, you were going on and you swore at him in the beginning. Please, come on.
Just relax. I don't know why you're trying to do 1 degree, 69 miles. It has nothing to do with us just starting with a 10-meter water level.
Because that's what we say. Because that's what we say. That there is 1 degree angle between two verticals over 69 miles. Now you need to narrow it to 10 miles, and you see it's a very unmeasurable thing you can do. You don't have the equipment to do it. You have even if you had, you wouldn't do it anyway. So you have no proof that plumb is perpendicular to this line. Plumb is a physical thing. So is the water level. You can test it. Put the plumb, you draw the line, you measure the angle between them. If it's 90 degrees, it's perpendicular. If it's if it's 99.99, it's not. Or 89.99.
Okay,
I guarantee you this line is not horizontal.
Can we go back to just
except the center of
Checky,
it?
let him respond, man.
He's not responding. He stopped talking while I was talking.
I just let you monologue for so long, bro. Twice.
Me
And then you
monologue?
get heated the second that I start talking. Calm
Go
down.
ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
All I was saying is I just want to go back to just let's create a horizontal, right? And let's agree that we've created a 10-meter horizontal.
When you create a horizontal
The water's
properly,
not
I
gonna
will
flow,
agree.
right? The water won't flow if it's horizontal. The water won't run off.
Because of viscosity.
What do you mean?
Because the slope is not so steep that the little drop of water will roll down on it.
Where'd you get slope from? I'm making horizontal is no
No,
slope.
you don't.
Horizontal is no slope.
No, no.
Yeah.
Both ends leaning to the center.
What do you?
It's a slope to the center.
Horizontal is
It's
no
a slope for the center. Have you verified it? Have you measured it not to be a slope?
Have I measured what not to be a slope?
The
horizontal?
distance, this line, yes.
Yeah, my 10-meter horizontal.
I got it. Have you measured it?
Did not have any water running off it when it was horizontal.
Again, I said.
Drop one end, and the water started pouring off.
No, you can put water on the steep slope and they won't run that down.
So we know
Viscosity.
that water likes horizontal.
You want me to show you how I put water on the slope and they don't roll down? You serious?
It won't roll on horizontal.
So that's not a good experiment. You need to measure the angle between the straight line. The only thing that is the horizontal is the one that is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, straight lines.
Yes, So I want
Yes.
you to compare this line to a vertical and show me it's 90 degrees. Exactly 90 degrees. Not about 90 degrees. You have data? No, you don't. You have no data whatsoever.
Okay. But I understand how the tools work.
No, you don't.
I do. I've used. I know how they work.
No, you don't.
Okay. You win, Chaiki.
Because you haven't tested it. You haven't tested it. You think you know how it works. It looked like a straight line and horizontal. However, it's not, except at the center. At the 5 meter is horizontal. If you put vertical there, it will be 90 degrees. At the two
So it's
far
not a
ends,
straight line.
no. At the
So it's
two
not a straight
far
line.
ends, no. Who said it's not a straight line?
You did.
It is a straight line, just not horizontal. Every line, every straight line is horizontal. Come on.
I don't.
Be serious.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Every straight line is not horizontal. To be horizontal, it needs to be
No, but a
perpendicular to
horizontal is
vertical.
a straight line. Yes. A straight line doesn't
Yes,
have
I
to be
know.
horizontal. No. No, it doesn't. But every horizontal is a straight line.
Did I dispute it? Try to argue me, not yourself. Horizontal is a straight line. It is horizontal. At one vertical and one vertical only. That's how we define horizontal. I didn't say it bend. I didn't say it's not straight.
Are you saying that Rob cannot achieve a straight horizontal line of a few meters?
SE, you saw my
I'm asking you a
debate.
question. Don't get
Yes, you
triggered.
saw my debate with Bev. Bev went crying because for 2 hours he could not prove that they are perpendicular. 2
I don't know
hours
what
he couldn't
you have in your head with Bev and what you did. I'm
construct a
asking you.
proof. Couldn't construct a proof. And I didn't even ask for data, just logic.
Yeah, but
You have
Bev
no
is not
logic.
here right now. He's probably sleeping. I'm asking you a question. Don't you think that Rob cannot make a horizontal line for a few meters?
Not with the water level.
You can't make a straight horizontal line with a water level.
You cannot make horizontal line. You don't need to add straight because horizontal is straight by definition.
So you're saying we cannot make a horizontal line with a water level. That's what you're saying.
Well, you can make horizontal line with the water level.
He hasn't even used one that's 10 meters.
Thank you for talking over me.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night. So at the center, it will be perpendicular to vertical. No other place along this line, it will be horizontal.
So only at the center.
Yes, so this line is mostly not horizontal, except a point which has no size. There it's horizontal.
So single point geometry. That's what I predicted
Yes,
for
yes, 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 yes.
2023. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Point have a purpose. They define locations. Yes.
So Chaiki says that we cannot draw.
I got one. I'm sorry, SE. I got one thing to say before I go. So that little icon I used with the little bubble level, only the center of that air bubble is horizontal.
Correct.
Thank you. Good night.
You don't have to leave, Rob.
No, I gotta go. I gotta
Unless
go.
you
I'm
gotta go,
sorry.
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I would love to stay, but I have to go. But thank you, Chaiki. Only the center of that air bubble is horizontal to Chaiki.
Have a good night, Rob.
Yes. Good job. You got it.
Hey, I see. I'm gonna post this. We gotta have one of this where it says must be single point geometry again.
Yeah.
With
definitely.
that image.
This is one of my favorites. I post it all the time. Yeah.
No, did you see the image I posted in chat?
Yeah, must be gravity again.
Yeah, but
That one?
instead of gravity, have it say must be single point geometry again.
Yeah. I think that would be great. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
I was just
truly
thinking that.
amazing because that's what they have to say now. Single point, eh? Yeah.
Well, because when he said it a minute ago and you said, okay, single point geometry again, it made me think of that meme, and then I thought it'd be funny if that was pasted in there.
Yeah, maybe we can get it in there. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy to think that you can achieve a horizontal line. Wow, it's only at a point. Yeah, it's very telling because it's their ball. It's their model. They have to say that. Yeah, it's crazy.
And you yourself have to say they have to say it.
Well, I don't have to say it, but we were talking about it.
No, you have to say it. You cannot not say it.
What? It's like an impulse, like a twitch.
Yes.
I have to say it.
Yes.
Chaiki, you make me laugh, bro. I gotta say.
If you wouldn't say it, but you did say it. You will say it again because you can't hold yourself. You must say it. To comfort yourself for things you don't know and you have no rebuttal to, you have no logic, you have no data, you have nothing. All you have left is to say they have to say it.
But Chaiki, you said it, not me, and you agreed with me, bro. I said single point geometry, and you said yes. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. You actually said it.
Go ahead, clip it. You say I said yes? Go ahead, clip it.
And you're not the only one that said it.
The
Many
stream
people
is
have.
out there. The stream is out there. Go clip it. Say I said yes, single pointed geometry. I said yes.
Didn't you agree to it?
I don't know. Go clip it.
No, it's not really that important. I mean, it's not.
Right. Not important. But you say it anyway. If it's not important, don't say it. How about this?
You're making me laugh, Chaiki. I'm sorry, bro. You're making me laugh.
Well, it's funny, right? If you don't have anything to say, don't say it. Why say something you don't have to say?
It's the way you're saying it. It's like a comedic response. Like it's like it's like
I'm trying to.
You have to say it, huh? You have to say it, huh? It's like it's funny, man.
You can't argue about it. You will prove me tomorrow and you'll prove me today that you have to say it. They have to say it. You will keep repeating it because it comforts you.
Well, I mean, it's the geometric baseline that needs to be used if you want to assert you're living on a sphere. So it's like a necessity of the geometry. So in a sense, to say they have to say it, yeah, if somebody's asserting a globe, that's what they have. That's what they're going to have to go with. Yeah, because they can't go with the actual planar XYZ axes of reality. They have to make it a single point and warp it around a sphere, and then make assumptions about where the actual planar geometry aligns with the sphere, which is at a single point on the sphere.
Well, when have I mentioned the curved sphere? I'm arguing against flat Earth. Not a word on the sphere yet.
Well, I mean, you could just discover what it is for yourself, right? Do you have to argue against something?
but that's my opinions. I don't argue them. Once you got over this fence of flat Earth and realize it's not flat, we can discuss what it is. But you got
But
to
you
get
haven't
out of this
asserted
denialism.
you haven't offered any information in terms of cosmology that we could really glean anything from. Like you've offered a photo, haven't even said it's curved, but just say these things don't line up, and that's about it. So do you have anything else that you could enlighten us with about things?
I might have. However, the subject is Earth flat or not?
That's not
And I don't
necessarily.
want to go. I don't want to go to the sky, to NASA, to space, to dark matter. I don't care for them. Just what is the shape of the Earth, the surface of the Earth? Is it flat or is it not?
Okay. Well, I don't think anyone right here is asserting the term flat Earth. So I guess, maybe it's not relevant then.
Seriously?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, there's the term flat Earth is nowhere listed on this platform anywhere. So this is not
Okay.
there's no requirement to debate, and it's not about debating a flat Earth. That's not necessarily the
Sure.
goal of
So
anything. Hold on. I'm just saying we talk about cosmology, cosmography, which is the physical layout of the Earth. We talk about a lot of different topics. People do debate if they choose to, or if they choose to, but there's no requirement that somebody has to defend a flat Earth or defend a globe or any of those things. So I'm just saying, like, you've made your assertions, but I mean, is there something you could enlighten us with, or something in that sense, rather than just trying to say the Earth isn't flat to people that aren't saying it's flat, and then not even assert what it is? Is there something more that anything else you want to offer?
Well, we will see that in any discussion about orbits and things, they will bring up the ball, the model, the ball. Why you talk about the ball if you talk about cosmology?
Well, because the heliocentric spherical Earth is a model that has been pushed by the controllers, as it were, in power positions for decades. So that's the main one that's being pushed, and they claim that's what it is. The governments have it listed in the WGS 84 and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is part of the CIA and the FBI. These are the government officials, as it were, quote unquote, that are asserting that Earth's a sphere, and it's listed all over the, sort of the mainstream, if you will, if you want to call it that, asserted model of reality. So that's why people are talking about it, because it's the one that's being purported to be the truth, and that's being refuted. I mean, what the Earth is a whole separate question, but when you look at the history of humanity, it seems as though humans have always had the Earth as a planar, stationary, topographical, planar surface. That's why, like, it's often referred to as like a plane of existence, etc. And a lot of the words like airplane and a lot of other terminologies that are found, of a foundation.
That must have some fallacy name. Appeal to popularity, to public opinion. That's a fallacy. What you say now. I don't care what they did for thousands of years. I really don't care. I care about the truth. What it is, not what they said.
Right. So I've never asserted that I'm debating anything. If you want to have a list of fallacies, what I'm saying, would it even fit into that appeal to popularity? It could appeal to popularity. However, I'm not suggesting that I'm debating you. I'm making a statement. So my statement was, in terms of the globe thing today, what I'm saying is that if the idea that the Earth isn't the globe, then what is it? What I'm saying is that the entire history of humanity, the foundations of humanity in all ancient tribes, cultures, societies that have ever been recorded, seem to have the Earth as a stationary planar surface with some kind of ceiling, or the dome, or the heavens, some kind of the ether, many different terms and terminologies for it, but with the heavens, the sky, the celestial objects above, over a planar foundation. So what I'm saying is that makes sense, that since the entire history of humanity has that as the cosmology, then we're currently being told the globe, that a stationary planar, a topographical plane, that is the foundation. That's the default. It's also what we directly experience. It's the globe that's being asserted on top of that.
So you're committing a fallacy. You said it, you stated, said that something that is false, that's a fallacy.
I am not debating you.
Don't need to debate to be fallacy.
What about the ancient Sumerians, which depicted the solar system with all the planets and the sun in the middle?
What are you referring to?
The ancient Sumerian tablets. They have the solar system depicted in their depictions. I could post it. Where should I post this? Never mind, I'll post it here. No, I can't post it here.
Yeah, I'll give you the roles.
In live stream one text.
You should be able to now.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I mean, where's the assumption that that's a solar system? I mean, that shows a star and some kind of dots around it. Obviously, we see the sky with a lot of dots. There's also the wandering stars, which are all, moving in the sky in their ways, but there's nothing about that that indicates a solar system the way that the heliocentrics claim it is. That just shows shows a star, a dot with a star around it, and then some other dots.
No, this is just the solar system with the planets, no, not the stars. So the sun in the middle, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 planets.
Okay, well, first of all, the claim is that you can't even see Pluto, Neptune, or Uranus with the naked eye. So unless you're saying they had some kind of telescopes or some other way to see those. Secondly, they're not at the distances nor the orbits that those things are claimed. Whether there's 9 of them, I mean, I hear you on that part, but there's nothing, and they're not even arranged in the same way either. Like they're not arranged in the solar system pattern.
No, but when you said like all ancient civilization says it's a flat stationary, I just wanted to pull this up.
Right, but the Sumerians didn't think the Earth was a sphere.
They did it?
They essentially were flat earthers, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Here, I'll post them.
Yeah, the Babylonians were flat earthers, right?
But yeah, go ahead. I don't want to derail the whole combo.
No, you're good, man. No, this is the combo at the moment. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, the Babylonians as well. You see what he posted, Isa? He was saying that this
Yeah, it's a really cool image, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one with the sun in the middle or whatever.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, you're looking at it from the Earth.
Just above you?
Right. That's how I see it.
Seriously?
It's like even like real quick, even like the concept of Nut. You know what I mean? Like the concept of Nut, if you look at the Egyptian drawings, was like the sky over the earth.
Yeah, Nut and Geb.
Really,
in the form of a girl. Yeah.
The coolest part about it, I think, is I'm telling you, I think anyway, is the square and the compass. That's why I came up with, or whatever. Like it's like this. I look at it like my Zen koan about cosmology, which is you live in an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere. It's like paradoxical. There's nothing you can do about it.
So you keep appealing to popular belief.
I'm not appealing to anything. I'm appealing.
No,
well, I mean,
Gio.
other than my intuition and my senses, because if I were to, let's say, give a shit about heliocentrism and living on a ball, it's essentially useless knowledge because I can treat the Earth as flat and get the same results. So any of the postulations made by the globe are just impractical and irrelevant to my and your existence.
Yeah, but I was talking to Gio.
That's my favorite picture of the flat Earth.
Forgive me.
Kind of firmament-looking picture.
So where was that?
Yeah, the Flammarion, or
Hey.
yeah, I'm
Yeah, so
familiar with
what-
that. But yeah, what Issa said is a good point. That
I
I
have-
kind of think of heliocentrism in the globe. It's like a very kind of crafty, tricky way to basically explain the sky. At the end of the day, it's an explanation of what the sky is, because I mean they haven't validated curvature on the surface, etc. And the claim is that that sky is something different, meaning instead of the idea that it's a tapestry of celestial objects above us, etc., that they try to claim that actually it's this outer space and these things are
Well,
light
dude,
years away.
that's what trips me out with the idea of like their materialism has like totally overlooked the knowledge of the ancients in regards to like the square and the compass, because the square is to measure the earth is flat, which is like representative of man, and then you have the stars, which is the compass, or forgive me, the square is for the earth and the compass is for the compass.
So why do you
well, real
why do you
quick, the
accept
compass.
why you
Hold on,
Real
let him
quick,
finish.
I'm
I
just
thought he
gonna
was
finish
finished.
real
I'm
quick.
sorry.
It's just like the idea that the circumference of the stars and all the rest of that was symbolic of the soul. So like because materialism is trying to combine the two, it's taken the star position and tried to superimpose that onto man to try to like put the will or like the soul and the body together, as opposed to seeing them as distinct and different.
You mean like in the way they say they try to say we're made of stardust?
Well, all of it, like the idea of like materialism, and it's like postmodern materialism. That's the way I define it. It's postmodernism, and but it's materialism. And if you look at it through the lens of like the square and the compass, like they've tried to like superimpose what the study of the stars tells us onto the physical nature of things. And in one way, they belittle the magnificence of the soul and the stars, and they try to like bring it down to man. It's almost like, to me, it's the same idea as like God being, I mean, now this is going to be real controversial, but I'm just going there because I'm thinking and it's late. But it reminds me of the idea of the Jesus figure, of like Jesus being born and walking on earth. Like it's almost like blasphemous to me. It's blasphemous to me, that concept. And like in the same sense, it's like a materialist's attempt to materialize, you know what I mean? It's like, arguing about what sandals were worn. It's like this belittlement of the whole concept and the wisdom behind it. I don't know, man. That's just the way I look at it. Because you're like, with the stars, it's like they've taken the stars and the spherical nature of the study of the stars and angles, and like, tried to whittle it down to no, you come from a monkey. You know what I mean? All that, man.
We actually came from the pig.
Came from what now? Pigs?
Yeah.
Well, if you're a black nationalist, maybe you're talking about white people, right? Right? Yakub and shit. You know about Yakub, bro?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I was just thinking how we're so close to pigs. What if we came from pigs?
No, like I don't know if you've ever heard of the 5%ers. You probably don't even know. It's like hip hop shit. Like
The Black Israelites?
Well, like the idea. What's that?
Black Israelites? Is that...
Yes. Yeah. Like they some of them, but it's this concept of Yakub, and like Yakub made the white man, and like and like used like pork and used pigs or something. I don't know, something weird shit like that. They're on some weird shit. Anyway, that's totally left field, but I think it's really a high-minded idea about the idea of the square and the compass, like we were just talking about. And that's why I think, like, to to say one knows what cosmology or what the shape of the Earth is to show one's ignorance to some extent.
Dude, I do not believe anything Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Oh, come on. You don't believe you're related to the mushroom?
I think, yeah, that's. I like Terrence McKenna. You know Terrence McKenna?
I heard the name. Refresh my memory.
He's a psychedelic guy, dude. Just so good listening to him. Like, talks about crazy shit.
Yeah, do you listen to Robert Anton Wilson?
No.
Oh, bro. Yeah, you're gonna thank me later, dude. Thank me later.
What's his name?
Robert Anton Wilson. Yeah, he does. He's a really interesting character. He came up with like the Discordians. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but it turned into, in my opinion, retardation. But like the concept initially was fucking brilliant. And Robert Anton Wilson, he does these lectures, so you could like go on YouTube and find one of these lectures he's done, and they're really just fun to listen to.
Nice.
But he wrote like the Illuminatus trilogy. Like he's all about the Illuminati. All fucking dude, you're gonna love him, bro.
Is he like Jordan Maxwell?
Yeah, but like pre-Jordan Maxwell and more like who I want. Do you know who James Randi is?
The magician?
No, well, he's like he like debunks magicians.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So like he's like the James Randi of philosophy.
Oh, nice.
That's like I think a really good explanation of Robert Anton Wilson, because there's a lot of his shit that he's so into space kind of stuff, and he's in that whole world. Kind of has that like base position, like we're gonna go to the moon or something. But like interesting ideas, interesting, awesome things. And he's got a great line. He says like there's a dark, mysterious cult of intelligent, wise men that run the world, and it's me and my friends.
Nice.
And like that's the whole thing, man. It's like the idea of you are the Illuminati. You're the fucking tip of the. You know what I mean? You're the direct experience of life and all the rest of it. So it's like really just cool philosophy, but it can go a little left. Like some people took it all day down like Satan Street, but it's at its core, it's really interesting.
Yeah, I heard of Schrodinger's cat. I've never looked into it though, but looks like he wrote it.
He might have a story or something or a book on. He's got he's a writer. He's got all kinds of stuff. And to be honest, I haven't read too much of his works, but I've listened to his presentations and stuff, and read a little bit here and there. But he's just an interesting guy because he's kind of in the same vein as a Terrence McKenna,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so wild. Is like the incompatibility, like we were talking about earlier, like the Earth and the sky. It's like this incompatible, weird thing. It seems incompatible to us, and like that's where the ballers come in and say, "No, we know it all," or whatever.
Do you think that like everything and everybody has like tiny little universes in themselves, like little atoms that have life in those atoms, and it just goes on, big or small, and we're just like an atom in a bigger thing?
Yeah, like you ever the Mandelbrot sets?
No.
Like it's kind of like the mathematical formula for like like how like screensavers will have those kinds of, well, it's not even like that, but it's kind of like that. It's like this infinite inward progression kind of a thing through like these shapes. So it
Yeah.
always makes it seem like you're moving inward or outward of a shape, and then whatever happens, you extract or go inward. It's the same shape.
Yeah.
All right, like a debate, and like, but look up Mendelbrot sets. Pretty interesting shit. But it's like, yeah, I could see that theory. I don't know if it's true, but I think we kind of go through that. We go through one tunnel, and we get to experience it, and that's the choices that we make, or something.
You ever heard of that conspiracy that all the presidents, all the top people, they're all related to this one king. His nickname was like the Bad King. I think his name was John Lackland, and it's all blood related. Ever since like the 15th or 1600s, maybe earlier.
I think there's like a girl that did like a science project on that, right?
Oh yeah. The little girl, yeah.
I always found it weird. You ever heard of Judge Joe Brown?
No.
Judge Joe Brown, he used to have a TV show. He was a judge, but he also has like done these interviews where he talks about like Obama and like all these how like Obama as a kid used to hang out with the Bushes, and how he's like um, he was an heir to like the largest estate like in existence, and like the Bushes were friendly with him, but Judge Joe Brown, this guy, breaks it down in these interviews, and that's an interesting rabbit hole because it kind of you're like, wait a minute, if you don't know, brings up all this interesting history about Obama. Definitely recommend looking up Judge Joe Brown talking about Obama.
Are we still looking for his birth certificate?
What's that?
Are we still looking for his birth certificate?
Probably. Yeah, actually, I think that guy Judge, he gets all into that stuff, man. He talks pretty matter of factly about it, and he's a judge, so it's like interesting that he would be so matter of factly about it. And he brings up interesting points, like makes draws correct connection. Like it's just interesting.
You ever watched the 2007 Zeitgeist documentary? Did you say yeah?
No, I was saying, what did you say? I'm a little
The
busy over here.
2007 Zeitgeist documentary, where they talk about like 9/11, religion, and then the banking system.
Yeah, I've seen all that. Yeah.
What do you think about the part where they talk about how like Jesus' story has the same story like countless times before him, starting from the god of Ra, and it all has to do with like the solar system and the stars and stuff. You think that's valid?
I mean, I don't know. I think of it. Yeah, kind of. I do actually. You know. How about you?
Yeah, I think it kind of lines up. But I talked to some other people and they said, you know how like the winter solstice, the sun stops for 3 days and then it starts moving again on the 25th of December. The rebuttal I got to that was that Jesus wasn't crucified. When was he crucified? In Passover?
Well, yeah, it's like they get like, well, that's because it's the wrong religion, and you know what I mean. And, I mean, whatever. I happen to think it interesting that because it's weird that the Vatican, like, all of a sudden, like, instituted all the pagan belief system around Christianity. You know, like created it and like interwove it. Like, you know what I mean, where you have like all the saints. You know what I mean, like all the pantheon of like heavenly whatever's. It's kind
Yeah.
of like, you know, it's interesting. Like, and then like, you know, I mean, and again, it's just weird to me. I think something to consider is like the literalist, you know what I mean, sees it like, you know, there's actually these angels in the sky. And it's just interesting, you know, because I don't know whether that to be true or not, but it just seems fanciful. It seems like our ancients would have known this, and like, you know, it seems like we're missing a part of the language, a part of the story, as
Do you
opposed
think
to
it's more?
being so literal. What is
Do you
it?
think it's more like ancient aliens type scenario where these angels were just like other creatures or whatever that genetically modified us?
Uh, I don't think. I don't know, but I don't think so. I'm just, you know, I don't know, man. I just think there's like a creator, this impetus of like life. You know, I don't know what it is or whatever, but you know, it's worthy of all worship, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think, like, you know, like like I was kind of getting to earlier about the kind of the classical Jesus is the idea of like, you know, that it was a man that existed and all this, which is like I'm in no position to refute the existence of whether or not Christ walked the earth, but it seems to me it makes a great vehicle for moral lessons to be taught to further generations.
Yeah.
And that's what I see, like the Bible is the wisdom of the elders. And like, you know, it's the literalism that kills it. But it's okay that it's there because it's actually just how God made it to be. And it's not wrong. Like, you know, there's an exoteric side of religion, and then there's an esoteric side to religion. And I think that's what's interesting about, you know, exoteric Christians, because some of them are exoteric and esoteric Christians. Like, you can't, and you know, I don't know, man. When it comes to faith, you can't really, like, that's what America's all about, man. You know, you have a right to believe what you'd like to believe. Who am I to criticize it? The problem is when someone tries to tell you that you can't think something. Like, you can't think that the earth is flat, you know. That's what irritates the shit out of me.
Or if they repeatedly like push it on other people, it seems to create conflicts.
Well, you know, man, I read a an interesting quote though too. This is something that I think is going to have to be combated somehow. But isn't the idea of like, you know, there's this, I forget the quote, I screenshotted it earlier, but it's about how like society like gives you a lively debate within a range of topics, but then you can't deviate outside of those range of topics. And saying it without saying it, you know what I mean? Like, we don't talk about these certain issues. Even like I was in this other room a couple of days ago, And as soon as you come down certain avenues of conspiracy, it's like, oh, no. We can't draw those parallels. We can't talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, damn, that's a damn shame. And I understand the necessity of it, but it's a crime at this stage, because it's like, these are the things meant, that should be, even if we reference them subvertly or whatever the case may be, they need to be referenced. They need to be talked about. And it's unfortunate that we're at the point where we're censoring ourselves to abstain from talking about these, like, quote unquote sensitive topics, when that shouldn't be the fucking case. And and that's the real battle at this point, is like the idea of, like, that's why that's why flat earth was so intriguing to me, because at this point it's the forefront of freedom of speech, especially when these assholes rage against it without any fucking evidence or reason to, because it's impractical knowledge. Anything to do with the heliocentrism, Himawari, dark matter, relativity is the most useless goddamn knowledge in the world, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, so the idea that you're going to force people to think away is what pisses me off. Or even like to a certain extent with, like, radical Christians, man. Like, you know what I mean? Talking about, like, the metaphors of Christ versus the literalism of Christ. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing to me. Like, you know what I mean? It's like choosing, I don't know. And I just think, like, there's so much knowledge in the metaphor, and then certain people have been, like, convinced that, well, if you look at it metaphorically, then you're worshiping Satan. Right?
Yep.
I was like, what the fuck is that, dude? You're going to tell me that, like, God would have you not have knowledge? When God says that my people suffer for lack of knowledge? I don't know. But it's cool, because I think, like, it's like, how cool that we can know it. How cool that we get to entertain the idea. That's why I always found court so cool, because court is where the rubber meets the road in this spiritual knowledge. That's what I find so intriguing, because you could study all this shit all day, and it's, again, impractical, useless knowledge to some extent, right? Just more, you know what I mean? But it's not really, because it's philosophy, you know what I mean? That's what makes it useful. But in the same stroke, it's, like, useless in a lot of practical ways. It's like, have you read Nietzsche? It's like, if you're broke down on the side of the road, you don't want to deal with the guy that, reads Nietzsche all day. You want the guy who can come and fix the fucking tire. I want the fucking practical shit. I don't want to hear about the metaphorical, like, should I debate whether or not life really wanted me to go down that road, or should I get a fucking new tire on my fucking, car? You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
That's a good example.
That is good. Like the chop wood, carry water realities versus
right.
just carrying upon the waves of potentials. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's like, even like, it's kind of, or I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Endless analogies. I mean, they wrote the fucking Bible, for Christ's sake, It's the parable of all parables, man. It never ends. There's so many ways to try to talk about it all. It's cool as fuck. But I think it's interesting, like that materialist's insistence on, like, for the flat earth Christian out there, it's like, the materialist insistence on the Christ having walked the earth. And then on the baller side, it's the material insistence that the fucking earth is shaped like a fucking globe. And, like, it's this constant insistence. And this is what we used to call the global tendencies. Like, you might be a flat earther, but you got some glober tendencies, bro. Which is the idea, i.e., like, I used to always feel like, even with these topics, like, when you get too raged out, it's like, where's your hippie Kundalini flat earth fucking save the world spirit, bro? You know what I mean? Versus, like, getting all angry and acting like a glober we're all liable to it because it's a debate, but you got to be able to laugh it off also.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever find yourself yelling into your mic, maybe just walk outside, hug a
Right,
tree.
dude. Like, think what you're doing. It's like, dude, even like, it's like anytime like I get muted or like anything like that, like, I'm such a little bitch and I get so angry about it. I'm just like, I turn everything off and I'm like, you know what? That's right. I have a life. It's like, I don't need to be concerned whether or not Zanuck hears my profound point right now.
Or you can just control your temper. Say, I was muted. No big deal. They will take the mute off
I
in
can't
2
do that,
minutes.
man. I'm one way
Try,
fucking
try,
only,
try,
dude.
try.
I can't, bro. I've done it too many years out here on Flat Earth. I don't give a fuck. That's my thing.
No, not about the flat earth, about the mute.
Oh, right. Well, no, my thing
Well,
is like,
you say, Issa, you often say, like, where are your manners? You kind of say, I'm not saying you say that in a demeaning way to other people, but you just kind of say in a philosophical, playful way, like, where are your manners? In a generalized way. And so that's the way I think about it. Like, I mean, if there's ever any mutes that happen here that are like invalid, then yeah, I definitely want to know about them and not have that happen.
bro, I'm not
But like
trying
the
to
only
open
time we
up
mute is if there's extreme interruptions, just so the other person
bro.
can have a fair response.
Brother, you're doing everything right over here. I am not critiquing at all. I did it with over at the other channel too. These clowns muted me there, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I have a life. That's my whole point. It's just the idea, like, I don't care. I don't care to make, like, I don't have to. Like, sometimes I feel like it's like when I hear someone talking about law or money in a certain way and I want to say something, I'll maybe be like, just shut the fuck up. I don't need to come in here and, I don't know, there's like, and I don't mean to belittle anything or not that I would ever want to speak up and share what I think is interesting stuff with you guys, but it's like, why throw your pearls before swine? You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get to. And like, I've always, looked at it like that. Like, wait a minute. I don't even need to win this argument with you. Like, it's irrelevant whether or not you understand the profundity of you live on an infinite plane contained in a celestial sphere. Like, I don't need you to get it. I don't need you to get it. You're not supposed to get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like in Flat Earth and all this shit, it's kind of like, I used to always look at it. It's like a punk band, a small punk band that like we're all really into. And then there's like a bunch of people that hate that punk band. Do you know what I mean? And we're like, hey, dude, don't worry about it, man. Like, it's okay. And like, we're just over here jiving on the music. And they're all like, that band sucks. You're stupid for listening to them. We're just like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. That's how I feel about it. Like, either you're into ether and fucking, whether or not protons or waves exist or whatever, or you're not. Or like you've taken an extreme position on about whether or not there's protons and waves, and you need to chill the fuck out, dude.
Yeah, you can ignore the evidence and believe whatever you want. Got it. It's
And
religion.
there's definitely folks that like, just like you said, like they hate that band or whatever, and they're just like, no, you can't like this band. You cannot.
They're like that guitar player sucks. The guitar player sucks, and you're like, dude, he speaks to me. Okay, asshole.
I mean,
Dude, think if you were actually at a concert. Imagine you're at a concert, you're like drinking, you're smoking, you're having a good time, great music, whatever the genre may be, you're just rocking, getting down. And someone comes up to you and is just like, yo, why are you liking this? This band sucks. What is wrong with you? And like that would really bunk your vibe. Like that would bunk your buzz for sure. Just to have
Well,
some
that's why
dude
even like dude, that's even how you got to look at some of the people. It's like imagine like the live shows going on, and this guy's tapping your shoulder, and he goes, "That guitar player sucks." You're like, "Yeah, okay, dude." I don't fucking care, dude. I don't fucking care. Like, you know what I mean? And then like, if we want to like have a debate about whether or not his guitar playing on the solo, it's like, dude, you're a nerd. All right.
Well, I mean, that could be
Right
fun
the
though.
fucking
I mean,
way.
at the same time, like a lively, as long as like, there's consent, like both as in a way, like both individuals are like, all right, let's throw down, for those that are listening and bring the ideas to the table. I mean, I can, because yeah, like in that same way, the way I was saying, if someone was just standing next to you saying like this band sucks, this guitar player sucks, that would just be like of no value at all, really. I mean, you know, unless that person just had some rage they need to get out, but like arguably it's not even helping them either.
No, you know,
They're
it's
not
like worse.
they're not resolving their state of being
No,
at
no,
the
dude,
concert
I
yelling
got
at you
the
that
perfect
the band
analogy.
sucks. However, to debate on the set list or something could be fun if they're, you know,
No, bro, I got the perfect analogy. What it's like is like hanging out with your buddy that hates the band that you were just at the show at that he's trying to tell you, and he's literally playing you every fucking solo of the guitar fucking solo
like
of the
playing
guitar,
it
and
back for you.
he's trying to and he's telling you how it sucks, why it sucks, and he knows all the right riffs to play at the right time, and you're like, wow, that sounds pretty cool, and he's like, yeah, but it sucks, and it's like, wow, you pay more attention to this band than I do. You went so far as to learn every fucking song so you could show me why they suck. That's crazy. That you would waste and devote so much time to learning all this music on a band that you hate just to convince me that they suck.
And then to convince you as well, like going with this analogy, like that you should think it sucks too. Like you have to change your viewpoint that was a great solo into thinking that that solo is terrible because this guy's effort to like play the greatest
you
hits
see how easy
over
I
and
can
over.
play it? It's stupid. And you're like, yeah, but I like it, you know. And they're like, no, you can't like it. It's stupid.
However, I guess all analogies break down at some level because I'll say this: like when it comes to the Earth as such a, you know, is there also value in the breaking it down of what is going on in the world, you know, which can lead to either, you know, or do you think there's because like all right, like if this server specifically was discussing, like you said, a band that we all liked, then yeah, I know what you mean. Like having someone here just literally shitting on the party every day is not a good vibe. And I think there's some folks that perhaps, you know, are doing that even with the topics we discuss. But at what point, you know what I mean, do you allow all viewpoints versus like realizing, okay, like, all right, this guy just has some condition that he's just trying to suppress everyone or trying to shut everything,
Well, yeah,
put everyone
dude,
down.
you're providing an open platform to like discuss music, if you will. So it's like, you know, I'm all for like having people come, and I'm all for, dude, I think there's nothing more hilarious in the fucking world than when somebody comes in and says, you know, you're a fucking stupid flat earther. Like that's hilarious to me for some fucking reason, dude. Like I don't take like hardcore offense to those things. Like I think it's fucking hilarious. And I think if more people had that approach, like it just breaks the ice easier. It's like letting people believe what they want to believe, and then you get back to the band. Do you know what I mean? And that's how I think of it, because it's kind of like, like I said, like I don't know. I just can't. You know, there's people, and people are interesting. It's like I might like somebody and completely disagree with their cosmology. You know, but like, dude, this is like such a luxurious conversation. Like, what a first world problem to be a flat earther and be worried about it. You know what I mean? Because like that means you got food on your table. You know what I mean? All your other necessities are handled if you're over here worrying about particles.
Bosons and protons.
Right, motherfucker. And you're getting, you know, you little fucking like limp wristed bitch over here getting upset about because somebody thinks he sees curvature.
From an airplane.
Like, you know, and in return on their end too, when they're all pissed off that you don't see curvature, it's like, dude, this is like, you know, you're really upset about this right now, but like first world problems, you fucking diva. You know.
You
No,
think the flat Earth is the issue? Flat Earth is not the issue because flat earthers are not just flat earthers. They are conspirators about other things. It's a state of mind. It's not the flat Earth that is important here at all.
well, I mean, dude, people used to like burn people, like kill people because they knew how to make a fire, dude. As like a witch. They'd be like, you're a witch because you're using technology. And that's all we're doing is we're using technology and understanding the world better. And we got a bunch of fucking retards that are like, you're a witch because you're thinking about these ideas. That's all it is, dude. They killed Pythagoras, dude. You know what I'm saying? The same people that worship that motherfucker now killed that motherfucker. So it's like I got no respect for
No, I don't know
masses.
who worshipped Pythagoras.
Yeah. Well, a lot of ballers fucking love that dude. And the reason being, I'm not even gonna get into
He
it, but like
contributed to
point being, dude, they
advance.
hunted him down. One of the smartest men in the world, even according to regular history, fucking whatever the fuck, even whether or not he was real or whatever. Point is, the story goes, they killed him. And they killed him because they thought he was like a witch because he was fucking smart, dude. And that's just like the flat earthers right now. It's the fucking
Really?
resort. It's the resort of the masses to like try to condemn the intelligent people. And like, I'm convinced that like
Pythagoras
more
was killed. He didn't die of
Pythagoras,
old age. For
he
sure.
was they stoned him to death is what they did, I think, and they burned him at the
For
stake
what? For what?
for being actually for thinking the Earth is a sphere, if I'm not mistaken. But that's another point because he said the sphere. I mean, I don't know why they killed him exactly, but I know it's probably because he was pretty smart.
Well, Hebrew women were stoned for less, so.
Well, depends what they did, right? I was just saying that, like,
You must not see her hair. She must not go to some places that only men can go. She break the rules. Oh, if she sleep with another man, that's a certain death.
well, they're just, but yeah, I don't know, man. But
So, Chaiki, are you in the business of trying to like eradicate people from thinking certain things? Is that what you're?
Not at all. I'm trying to help them.
Okay, so you're trying to get them to see it the way you see it, basically. And
No.
you're kind of like
I'm trying to
Gargamel
see
from the
them
Smurfs,
to
right?
see it the way it is. Get out, snap out of this stupid paranoia they have about being lied to people by some governments or who knows what, Jesuits. Snap out of it and go live your life without all this paranoia.
Hey, Chike,
I'm sure they go into the supermarket, someone is lying to them.
Do you trust politicians, Chike?
Not really. Depends who's the politician.
Well, what are you, conspiracy theorist?
The one I voted for example, I know he's not always.
Oh, now you're gonna
keep
get it
his
all
word.
complicated. Look, dude, I don't want to
No,
hear the
it's not
conspiracy
complicated. I
theories,
know
dude. I don't want to
he's
hear the
not always
conspiracy
doing.
theories, bro. You just sound like you're
Listen.
bringing up some propaganda you got on some weird website somewhere, dude.
It's
Stop with your
not
conspiracy
propaganda.
theories.
It's not propaganda. You
Oh, it
asked if I
sounds like
trust
propaganda. Now
You
you're just
asked if I
arguing on
trust.
behalf of the
Did you ask
politician
if
you
I
voted
trust
for.
politicians?
Look at you. Look at
Did
you.
you ask
Arguing
me if
for
I
some
trust?
politician that you don't even trust. Oh my God, what a conspiracy theorist.
Ask me if I trust politicians.
Oh, you mean it's kind of more complicated than that? Is that what you're trying to say?
So sometimes some I do and some I don't.
Oh, now you're going to be one of those conspiracy theorists that sometimes it is, and only when you're right, huh?
No conspiracy. Sometimes I trust them. I know what to trust them on and what not to trust them on.
Right, but do you see like the kind of like? Do you see how I'm kind of like mocking you right now?
Pointing out the double standard.
Right, bro. That's what we're trying to get to here. I don't know if it's going
Well,
over
you
your head.
think you're mocking me. You're not mocking me.
No, I am mocking you.
You think you're mocking me.
Well, Chaiki,
It looks in your head. It looks to you like you mocking me.
Do you think
Ask
politicians
people who
lie?
listen if they think you mock me
Do you think politicians lie?
all the fucking time.
Okay,
Come on.
well, that can fit into the category of conspiracy because conspiracies usually are some kind of criminal act where one or more individuals, well, I should say two or more. It generally does seem to take like two or more, as it were, that are committing some kind of criminal act. Usually, either deception, it could be financial, it could be criminal. There's all kinds of different ways. So, if you're saying that there are politicians that are lying and involved in some kind of criminal something or even just deception in and of itself and anything to that sort, then you could then be thrown into a category of a conspiracy theorist because you're theorizing that there could be possible corruption going on. and I'm sure that you probably question other things. I mean, you really think these wars are all, up on the up and up? I mean, you know what's going on.
Look, we have a prime minister liar that is standing to trial now in court. So I know he lies. I know he's going to be convicted. But it's not conspiracy. It's all on the table.
Yeah, but before that happened, if you were on the cutting edge and you were aware that he was actually conspiring, and you may have said to someone, "Hey, I don't trust this guy. I think he's got to be doing something," and then you were right, then you would have been a conspiracy theorist, and you also would have been right.
Well, I don't think there is conspiracy because he does not conspire. He decides what to do and get people to do it. It's not conspiracy, no.
That sounds like planning a conspiracy, dude. That's exactly what that is. Hiring people.
What? No, conspiracy must be many people.
Hiring people to carry out some kind of criminal or deceptive or something illegal, whatever it may be. Yeah, that fits the definition.
No, he's not hiring. He's the prime minister.
Hey, Chaiki, have you had any success with your conspiracy, flipperoo? Have you turned anybody over to the other side?
Other side of what?
Well, you were saying earlier, that you want to change, that you want to get them to.
You want to help people. Have you helped anybody?
Not really. I don't think so.
Damn. So was it Einstein that said if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you expect the same results? What is that called?
Why should I expect the same results? People are different.
No, I don't think he heard you. Say it again. I think Riggs. I think he was over talking.
Yeah. What's the quote, guys? Was it Einstein that said that? Do the same thing over and over again and get the same result. It means you're what?
You're talking about like to expect to do the same action over and over, expecting a different result, but not ever achieving that result. Like, is that what you mean? Is the definition?
Yeah.
Like a definition for insanity in that sense.
Yeah, but we're dealing with a chaotic system here. It's not a fixed physical rules. We're talking about people.
Yeah. So then, you must have at least once or twice, converted somebody at least on accident, right? I mean, you can't have struck out every single time for how many years now? I mean, it's impossible that you could have just failed for
no,
how many years?
Impossible. Why is it impossible?
You see, you'd get someone who's on the fence, right? Wouldn't you at least get someone on the fence at some point? Like he was saying, like you've been doing it for so long, like at least there would at least be one, right?
Look,
maybe an accident.
You come to a flat earther room, they try to convert you to flat earther, right?
So do you think
indoctrination they yell indoctrination? Someone new come to the room, they try to convince him that Earth is flat. Why? Ask him question like me. Show him pictures. Ask him what he thinks. Why you need to push him into flat Earth? And then
most people don't think about these questions, Strikey.
Wait. I'm talking about those who do. And then if you dare to deviate from the script of the, let's say, server you're on, then that's a big no-no. Yes, you need to go with the group.
I disagree. We disagree on a lot of things here. Some people think the sun is in the clouds. Not everyone has not even everyone claims like what kind of concept the flat model could be. Geo's into the quadrupole, star rotations. I mean, everybody has a different interpretation or osmosis of
I don't know if you
relearning the model, right? So to say that we're all just conspiring to convert people, like, no, we like to discuss the topics, we like to point out the failings in science and try to re-understand them, and by looking over the whole of knowledge that we have or that we can gain. But I would say that the Globers are far more hell bent on conspiring to convert people, and I'd say that you're one example.
How many times Tony today said that he's not trying to convince or teach anything? How many times he said it? How many times I said it? And I don't think you got the Geo. Geo don't think our world is physical. Am I correct, Geo?
Well, can you address my point? Do you think that Globers spend far more time actually trying to convert and conspire to convert people?
I asked you a question.
Well, I asked you a question.
Yeah, I'll answer. All right, I'll answer Chucky's, and then he can answer yours. Okay. No, I never said that. The world. I mean, it's a bigger question if the world is physical, etc. But you asked me, do I think the world is not physical? My answer to that, if I just had to give a quick answer, would be no. I never said that.
You never said it? You told me once. I asked you how you know. You said you've been told by.
No, I wouldn't ask
the universe. I don't know by what.
Okay,
I wouldn't say spiritual, but metaphysical, maybe.
Well, that's a huge topic. I mean, ultimately, I think that the physical world is made of light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic vibrations that are all harmonizing and vibrating at a particular frequency. So, yeah, I don't think it's physical, and the mainstream model claims of atomism and all of that. However, the word physical is a word that we use to describe something. So if I pick up a rock, I would also describe that as, yes, this is a physical object. However, the explanation of what that rock is where I would get into, like I said, it's light and sound vibrations that are harmonizing.
And those are not physical?
Like I said, we can label that as physical, but the way that atomism describes what the physical world is, I do not think is the case, put simply. But there's a lot more.
So you believe the world is a harmony, some kind of harmony?
I think it's pretty rude, Chaiki, that I spent so much effort to distinctly describe what I was trying to describe and then ask you a question, and you literally just ignored the whole statement and question.
Let me remind you that I was in the midst of talking to Gio, and you decided to ask me a question.
Well, not really, actually. You guys were more engaged, and then you asked me something separate.
Yes, but I asked you something.
It's also, but it's a derailment of topic based on an initial straw man. Let's just move on and go back to what Riggs was saying, because that's.
I mean, I'm happy to let it go, but I just want to remind the audience that this happens all the time. Whenever I really nail down a point and I really flesh it out, and I flip the table where suddenly they're on the back foot. I get nothing. It's crickets, and they move on.
Ask your question again. Stop.
No,
bitching.
it's okay. Why don't you just go back and listen to it? I don't really want to engage with you anymore.
Either you drop it, or you ask the question.
You can stop being upset. You don't have to convert me.
No.
Chucky, you probably did hear him. Could you repeat it though?
I said, isn't it far more likely that it is the Globers that are specifically trying to conspire and convert flat earthers?
No.
Well,
Globers don't conspire. They don't conspire.
Really?
Convert to flat earthers? I wouldn't dispute. I don't know. Some do, some don't. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, the Globers, they show up like they're on a schedule. They show up in pairs. They show up in groups. And they specifically try to straw man and derail the argument with mainstream chat GPT talking points.
Riggs, he doesn't even trust politicians. He's just a conspiracy theorist.
Well, maybe we should convert him.
When did I do any of what you said?
You said that politicians lie, right?
No. He just said now that the Globers come and conspire, and they come in groups. When did I did it? You see me in rooms, right? When did I come in groups?
Well, no, he's just saying that it's far more common.
I didn't say you come in groups. I said that you try to convert people, And it is the behavior of the Glober groups in these communities that do actually conspire and do actually try to convert people.
How
And
do I?
you try to convert people too. You said so yourself. You want to help us. We're not here looking
Yeah.
for a doctor to help us.
Yeah, but my methods are different.
Hey, Chike,
My
you know who?
methods are asking questions, not
Yeah.
push
Hold
them
on one
into
second.
the conclusion.
Hey, bro, you know who Brian Mullins is?
Don't think so.
Riggs, you know who Brian
What does
Mullins
it
is, right?
matter if I know him or not?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not around anymore. I wonder why.
Tell him about Brian Mullins.
Yeah, if you don't know about
Well,
this, Mike, it's a big part of the history of
Do,
everything.
do you want to say it, Gio? I'll probably just make him scream. Go ahead.
No, I'm on screen. Why should I scream?
Well, you said brought it up. Do you want to mention? I mean, you're what we're now telling Chucky about that. Is that the plan?
Well, no, actually, I prefer just or I was just gonna say, you know, like case in point, Brian Mullins. You know, anyone tell the story, man. You know, remember Brian Mullins, bro. We love that dude. Forced the line and all that, and he got kicked out of fucking. And like, you know, it's actually interesting because when we found out who it was, because there was a bunch of ballers that conspired to get this guy's engineering license taken away because he was a physicist with an engineering license or whatever, and he was trying to do projects and promoting flat Earth on his YouTube video, and a bunch of fucking ballers attacked him and tried to get him fired and all the rest of it. So he left flat Earth because he was getting attacked by a group of ballers that conspired to dox him and get him off of flat Earth.
Yeah, like he was an engineer and he was making videos pointing out a lot of the false physics, you know, in the heliocentric model, and several of the sort of globe Earth proponents and so on, and ended up like calling the engineering board and essentially like reporting him for talking about physics that, you know, went against the kind of heliocentric ideas and all the globe and all of that. And there's more details. I'm just trying to be very generalized on it, but the end result is that, yeah, apparently he didn't completely lose his job though. I mean, there definitely was some turbulence. Now, maybe he stopped talking about it so that he kind of saved his.
It's irrelevant. It's
But,
irrelevant
yeah.
what he did, because the point is that these people conspired to fucking get his job fucking taken. And he had to go through the whole rigmarole. So that's where Riggs. That would be Riggs' example of.
Should I express my opinion?
Yes, in 1 second.
That was a nasty thing to do.
Fair, more power to you, brother, because you're right. That was a nasty thing to do.
Yeah, people need to separate this dispute and people lives.
On the flip side of this scenario, we cherish and try to value the qualified individuals that enter our spaces so that we can have the discussion with them and we don't attack their credentials in their professional life. I mean, we will express our opinion. We will express our distaste or distrust in the system. But we're not calling their jobs saying, hey, look, they're on Discord servers talking about flat Earth. You should fire them. You know, how many people have come in here with qualified credentials, or some kind of skill set or something where we have immediately tried to get all of their information to get them removed? Has that happened? I don't think that's a quality of a flat Earth. I think we come with a more genuine interest, without any kind of malicious intent. You know, that's an important note to say about this argument from both sides.
But there's an important caveat, and I think, to be fair, as flat earthers, let's say, I think on the rational side of flat Earth, if that's a thing, is the idea that there are some flat earthers that have gone after certain ballers that went after flat earthers, and there's different, you know, there's all kinds of shit. But that shit happens over the Yankees. That shit happens over baseball. That shit happens over fucking. People argue about shit and get retarded on both sides of any equation. And I think we have to take that into consideration. But the point is that on the flat Earth side, there's so many examples of where these people have fucking fired against an individual to get them removed and fucking off the internet, which is fucked up. And it's and the scales tip a lot heavier against the flat earthers in regards to that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to have to. Well, it's not that I'm sorry, but ideally, I don't like to talk about people that aren't here. However, he is a content creator that everybody knows about. So, and this was all on public live stream as well. This was a while back. I'm thinking 6 months ago or something. It was a time when Witsit had talked with FTFE, which was, I think he's only maybe talked to him once or twice, and as far as I know, and in those one or two times. Basically the FTFE character, he was basically saying, Craig, as it were, he was basically saying, I am going to get you. He literally was saying this on live stream that he was going to bully Witsit and just berate him and ridicule him until he leaves the internet. And he was literally saying to Witsit, I guarantee you in 1 year, you'll be off the internet. And he literally was boasting that he was going to, ridicule, attacks, do whatever he would need to do, essentially to conspire, as it were, to get Witsit to leave the internet and stop talking about this topic. And he said that publicly. It was right there on the live stream, like his agenda. That's what he wanted to do.
He's a bit crazy. I don't know if I'm not crazy, a bit crazy. I can testify for myself.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, he's too emotional, this FTP. It's to control himself.
No, yeah, when I was out early on, I kind of they come under it's weird how they all surround one channel and then attack whoever. It sucks to be under the pressure when they're attacking. Yeah, it sucks, dude. And I was gonna say something fucking else, man.
We get it every day here, and I mean, we're trying to have an open platform and not have it just be a shutdown thing where just start banning half the people kind of thing, because to have it be open. But I mean, yeah, as time goes on, it is it's just it's a fine line, a tightrope. Yeah, it's a lot, because being able to give everyone a voice, but then at the same time, some of these things that are going on. I mean, I wouldn't say the server's always getting on the attack, as it were, but yeah, intermittently, there's no doubt. There's groups that come in and really try to cause chaos and disruption in all kinds of ways. It happened just early this afternoon, actually. It was a whole hour or two that was happening. So yeah, it's we get that happening on the daily, and it's definitely worth considering ways to continue to figure out how to manage and navigate, as a community as well.
Yeah, I think just plow forward, man. That's the only way. It's again, it's you're it's like the leader of a punk band that everybody hates. Maybe you know what I mean. It's what? I'm just playing music. Fuck. But it's the mob is ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I mean, this topic, just cosmology, a lot of these topics we discuss, these different truth topics, there's a tremendous amount of resistance, as it were. So I guess you have two options: allow the resistance to be here and try to moderate fairly, and work with that, moderate as fair as possible, and allow the open and welcoming and allowing everyone to contribute their piece and so on. Or on the other hand, do the thing that some platforms do, where it's, essentially just not allowing certain people, you're not allowed, you are allowed, you're not allowed, literally going through and kind of selecting who's allowed and who isn't, in that sense. So
I think again, I used to.
Okay, let's do an exercise today. We'll wait for cosmology, astronomy talk. Someone will bring it up, and we'll see to what end. Is it to talk about cosmology, learn about it, understand it, or start call the global's liar and your models fail and all those kind of things? Is that a discussion? Is that a topic?
Well, the thing
just
is,
to bring it, just to tell the globals your model fail, your all physics fail, your all model. If you don't find dark matter, you're here as he said. Then it's done. It's done. You're done.
Well, it's just a matter of whether or not, like, we want to hang out with somebody. That's the litmus test isn't the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about the astronomy, cosmology.
Right, but like cosmology in general, like the idea of the shape of the Earth being a part of cosmology, but like
look,
the
Geo didn't
cosmology
want.
the cosmology of somebody is not the litmus test. Is my point.
What is the test? Which topic will be the test?
No, there is no topic that is the test. The topic is how do you talk about any topic.
Right. So I'm telling you that we'll not talk about the topic about what we know, what we think we know. We will talk about did the globe model fail or not?
No, but we already know why it failed for us. We're kind of over
That's
it.
fine. So why talk about it? Talk about the cosmology and astrology and astronomy or whatever.
We do. We talk about all kinds of things.
Yeah. Why mention the globe?
Because it's the standard model. That's kind of what.
So you admit that the topic that brought here are brought for controversy, not to talk about those topics, but to talk about globers. Doesn't matter which topic we're talking about.
Well, no, our point is that we're talking about the globe, not globers, and that's your problem. Is that you've internalized the globe?
Really?
So when
About
the globe,
globe?
hold on 1 second. So when the globe gets attacked, you feel personally attacked.
No, when people say globers,
Why
I
you're
don't
so
think they
sensitive,
talk about the
Shaggy?
globe.
That's why you're so
They talk
sensitive,
about the
Shaggy.
globers. I hear what they say.
Oh. Well, right. We don't really care what the globers say. That we can read everything that they believe on Wikipedia.
You speak for yourself. Don't speak for a group.
I'm fairly certain I could speak for a lot of us. That we could find your opinion. I can find your opinion on Wikipedia, bro, about cosmology.
What's my opinion about cosmology?
Should I look it up on Wikipedia and find out?
How would you know that I agree with Wikipedia?
How about this?
What's my opinion about cosmology?
How about this? Do you believe in Big Bang?
I know it happened.
There you go.
It's Big Bang with a capital B.
Right, Big Bang.
Science is not a belief system. Please
Dude,
stop the incorrect word.
Big Bang sounds like the first words came out of a monkey's ass.
That's right. Well, dude, that's the name of their god.
Big Bang.
Big Bang.
That's
Big
a
Bang.
scientific
It's
theory.
like, yeah, dude, you got to
It's
think
not
of
a
like
god.
an angry. You got to think of like
Big Bang. Big Bang.
Like an
Not a
angry
god.
Filipino woman.
It's
You
not
know,
a
like
god,
an
and
angry.
Big Bang was a pejorative name given to someone who didn't appreciate the theory. But okay.
Big Bada Bang.
Right, it's
Big Bada Bang.
like a Philippine woman. It's like we got to say it like a Philippine woman. Big Bang. You know what I mean? It's fucking.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead and disparage it because I mean, you guys have to disparage everything.
No. Listen to what I just said though. Prior to this, what I said was that, and this is why you're emotional too now.
Well, I'm not emotional. I'm just here laughing.
I can
at
hear
you
it in
for
your
being a
voice.
moron.
Nice try.
Just don't interrupt.
I tell you, it's either that or the Adderall, bro. Look, fucking.
Oh,
What
now
I'm saying
wait a
is,
minute. Stop with the Adderall bullshit.
what,
I heard
dude?
that
It's like
insult.
it's either that or the Adderall. I don't want to hear it otherwise.
How come he gets to insult me, but if I do the
All
same
right.
back to you?
Dude, you can insult me in a
do
creative way.
add-ons.
It's
Let's just go
completely
one at a
permissible.
time and pay
Gio, let us have this. Let us have this moment together, please. It's okay. Dude, if you can insult me intelligently and wittingly, I will laugh, but I doubt it. So what I'm going to say, I'm just going to say it again real quick. It's like the idea that when I attack the globe or any flat earther attacks the globe, you have identified with the globe and Big Bang and all the rest of it, so much so that you feel attacked, right?
No, I just laugh at you because my problem with you is
why would you laugh unless you felt like you were being attacked, bro?
Stop. Listen, I was actually talking, but apparently you can interrupt me.
It's irrelevant anyway.
See, you can interrupt me, but if I interrupt you, I get yelled at and banned for like 2 weeks.
Just be funny about it, all right?
Here we go again. See, you're still interrupting me, and
you little whiny bitch.
Dude, I think this is kind of a banter convo. It's all good.
Let
man.
it go, Gio.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean he can interrupt me, but if I get do the same thing, yeah. See, now here we go. Now this is mocking.
I'm just saying, go ahead. He just made one quick comment to the first part of your thing. Just carry on. Go ahead.
My problem is with your use of the word belief, because the Big Bang is not a belief. It is a scientifically valid theory based on evidence.
You said it wrong. It's Big Bang.
Again, listen to me. Yeah, so mock it again. Go ahead, continue.
What?
Shows your limited intelligence that you have to mock it rather than understand it.
Right. You got me.
It's
partner.
the Machian principle.
Nice. That was a nice tie-in.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, man, I don't care about the globe, is the point, bro. The thing is that, like, and I understand it, and I've tried to understand, like, grasp it and, like, make sense of it. To me, there's just this infinite conundrum between the idea of the flatness of Earth and what makes sense, and then the sphericity of the sky and this magnificent, creation that we live in. Do you know what I mean, man?
No, I have no idea what you mean, because what you just
I mean,
did
I thought it might go over your head, but I was
over
going to
my
give
head.
you the
No, it
shot, man. I
actually
was
made no
just going to
sense at
give it
all,
to
though.
you, try to reach out to you and extend the olive branch.
It just made no sense at all. You were just like babbling, but
Right. I gotcha.
I'm with you. I still try to get paid the benefit of the doubt, even amongst the
Oh,
happening.
dude, 10 minutes. Yeah, dude, I got 10 minutes of good manners in me. That's my litmus test, bro. I've always been that way. It's 10 minutes of good manners and jovial fun, and then it's righteous indignation.
well, I'm still just I always ask for evidence for the flat Earth, and you guys can't come up with any other than like it looks flat and water.
For me, bro. Looks flat.
Maybe we could do a whole event just for you, Paid. We could have all evidence for what is it you want evidence for specifically?
Evidence that supports the flat Earth position.
Well, can I ask something? Pisses me off about the globe is, like, let's say, like, if I do a test, this is where you guys are conspiracy theorists. Everything works in your favor. Is that if I do a test with, like, a light, like a flashlight and a mirror across the lake or something like that, or a laser across the lake, and I see my reflection, your excuse for this, which we could say, let's say to us might be like observable flatness, right, over a distance. Your excuse is then to reach into the realms of fucking gravity and pull out that light is going over the curve of the Earth, right? Is that right?
The Earth is measurably curved, so there's a couple problems with the laser tests over water. One, you always do it over water where there are temperature inversions. Two, you use a laser, a cheap one that spreads out, and you don't ever measure anything. You just look.
Yeah, but as long as I
you
can
observe.
see that mirror from, let's say, like a couple of feet above the thing, and that alleged drop isn't there, it kind of disproves the idea
Again,
that
you
curve would be there.
use a laser that spreads out. You're using
It's
it
got
over
nothing to do
water.
with me seeing.
You're using it over water, where interference or refraction is the greatest.
Yeah, so, like, but I'm saying if I'm seeing that light over like a greater distance than I should be seeing it, then that would be proof of
Ben,
flatness.
why
But then
don't
you're
you
gonna
listen?
say
Why don't you
that
listen?
gravity is making that light conform to the Earth. Is that right?
No, nobody says that gravity is making light conform to the Earth. That's just you on drugs.
Really? Okay.
That got a little laugh. At least there was like a half chuckle.
It's just. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like
we should start ranking insults like as 0 to 10, like how funny they were, and
come on,
only
that was
the ones that are actually.
Come on, Gio, I'm patronizing you, man. You can't give him a laugh on that one, dog. Come on, bro.
No, I'm saying you gave him a little chuckle.
That's a fucking patronizing one. Come on, bro. That's a different thing. That's like a different negative. It's like a negative scale, bro. Come on, fucking yo. I don't expect whatever. Maybe it's a positive because the fucking bar is set so low. I don't know.
Also, you had said the Adderall thing earlier, so it was kind of just a repeat. It was like it wasn't too inventive either.
But well, that's what it is. That's why it's interesting too. Like, I've always thought it's interesting with the concept of there's only two types of people, creditors and debtors. And creditors are always providing, and debtors are always complaining about what's been provided to them. And
that's interesting.
Yeah, but
so then would someone who comes to a community of people celebrating, exploring, discussing truth, discussing the Earth and all of these factors, if they were to come and tell everyone they're just wrong and they're thinking the
Well,
wrong way,
see, hold on. It
deader.
depends. No, it depends on the relationship, because let's say like paid NASA here, like, you know what I mean? He's coming and he has a position, and it's like, you know, his position potentially has knowledge, and that knowledge can be garnered from paid NASA show, which is, you know, whether paid NASA show, you know, whatever that knowledge may be, even if paid NASA doesn't know what it is that he gave you. So, like, you know, everyone's a creditor to some extent, but like, yes, there are creditors and debtors. I won't go so, you know, I don't want to be crass, but I will put it that way.
But
You
is
know,
it that
everyone.
some are just more on one side than the other, but everybody has both?
Well, it's just a matter of in what situation you're in. You know, everything's a contract. So, what position are you in the contract? Like, I'm the one, let's say, talking right now, but you're the one listening. So, who's really in the seat of power? Me, who's revealing something, or you, who's keeping things quiet? It's an interesting dynamic.
Seems like both could be.
That's right. That's fucking right. And that's it. It's whoever's doing whatever it is, right? And that's why it's the Mad Hatter, bro. When fucking Alice in Wonderland, man, when the Mad Hatter's sitting there with a broken tea glass, and yet it's still got a cup of tea in it. And she's like, "How do you do that?" And he says, "Because I said I did." And fucking, it's like that Mad Hatter, that fucking dude. Alice in Wonderland has a lot of legal ramifications to it. It's interesting way some people have broken down that book in understanding law. And how like he enters into the, you know, the mirror, and it's the alternate universe, you know, of everything. It's such a cool little way of looking at all of it. But I'm sure paid NASA Shill thinks that's stupid drug people talk, right? Did you ever read Alice in Wonderland? The paid leave? Homeboy left.
Yeah, look, a minute ago, but yeah, I'm looking now. Yeah, he often does dip like that. He'll come in for a drive by, and then he'll dip pretty quick.
Yeah, I think he gets a rush out of it before he goes to bed. Worst one out. Oh, I fucking handled those flat earthers.
Made some real headway today, boys.
Hey, yo, the craziest one, dude, is fucking Snack. Is Snack? I saw Snack is up here somewhere. Snack and them fucking. There was this one dude that we used to be around, and I used to be around, and was like just horrible, dude. And then Snack somehow, I don't know, Snack could probably tell the story better, but they caught video of this guy possibly working one out to Timmy. And they had the video of it. And that guy disappeared pretty quick, man. How'd that go against Snack? I remember. I don't know if you're there for that.
No,
But
that is the whole thing. No, the guy left his like webcam
yeah,
on.
you know the story. Okay, good. I don't need to rehash it. I mean, because I happen to like the dude. Like, it was funny because he was horrible to everybody, and I was just, you know me, man. I'm tolerant with the insults, so it's like if it's funny, it's funny. And he was actually really funny with his flat Earth insults, like one of the greatest flat Earth insulters. But then he would go down like too gross kind of a level, and it was like, you're disturbingly gross, and that's where he had his comeuppance a little bit. But funny as hell.
Sounds like somebody that starts with an M. A lot of people in here.
What we were talking about before, like, sorry, was someone else jumping in? I was just still thinking of.
Oh, I was just going to say there's a lot of people in here for NASA's run by globing.
His run by globing, drive by globing, the globification efforts. Oh, what I was gonna say is this, like, because I've often said this kind of like Issa, what we were talking about earlier. Like, if someone was gonna have a platform discussing some topic, and if it was like an enthusiast for that topic, like whatever it may be, I'll just basketball, let's say, and you're gonna make a basketball, you're going to have a platform to discuss and maybe live streams and whatever it may be, talking about all the players and all of that. If you had that, to have that community, have a whole bunch of other people that just like hate basketball, like they are anti-basketballers, and they come in every day to just tell you that basketball, is terrible sport, worst sport out there, and that they should stop being into basketball. At what point is it of value for that platform to have those people there just literally shitting on the party? Or is it worth having that in the spirit of freedom of speech and openness and freedom of, etc.?
Yeah. I like the better analogy of this. Look at it like this. We're all a bunch of Taylor Swift fans. Okay.
Let's go right to Swift.
And
all right.
We've got a Taylor Swift fan Discord. Right? And like these are the guys coming in that are just like, Taylor Swift sucks. You're just like, and that's where like, what do you think? Like, do it. That's got to be a new line. Do what Taylor Swift fan clubs would do. They wouldn't give a fuck. They don't care. Fucking give a shit, dude. They're fucking there to talk about Taylor Swift, nigga. They don't give a fuck about your lame opinion or whatever it is.
Yeah, you go to like a 14-year-old girl that loves Taylor Swift, and you start telling her how much Taylor Swift.
She doesn't give a fuck about me.
You're like, whatever. Just walk away.
She's like, you fucking loser. You fucking idiot.
I know, like, who is this guy? Exactly. A lost person. Doesn't think Taylor Swift is the best thing ever.
Like, dude, those girls, think about it like this. Those chicks have more courage than flat earthers, dude. They're just like, fuck you, dude.
That is funny. There's also the potential to.
I used to always think of, I used to have like the military general guy. I used to always talk about down at doing boot camp and shit. You know what I mean? Like I know flat earthers with more commitment than you. Fucking talking about. Dude, I used to have this whole little thing with the, just about being a general and using like flat earthers. It's like the fucking. Forgive me, off topic, and I can't think of the joke.
The general, I know flat earthers.
Yeah, like I know flat earthers with more commitment than you. Fucking that kind of shit. On fucking Facebook all day talking about flat earth. Got more commitment than the boot camp guys. I just.
Yeah, there are people. Well, that's the thing. We were talking about all that earlier. Like there may be like very militant globe earthers that really want to change people's minds or get them back on the globe and really convince them, like get them out of thinking anything other than the globe. However, you could also say that there are, even just to use the term flat earth in a sense, there's a lot of folks on that, just use that generalized term, flat earthers, as it were, who are, and in some cases very forcefully trying to do the same to the globers, like to get the globers to stop thinking it's a globe, in that way as well, convincing. Yeah. Now, whether you view it as, the truth, each side is going to think it's the truth for the other. So it gets into that.
Yeah, I wanted to do it.
I'm saying it does go both ways, and some people can get pretty vile about it going both ways. So yeah,
I'd love to do. It's like imagine like a Mr. Bean TV show where it's like, like fucking, I just see like, like the world has become like flat earthers, and like so all the globers are like, wearing army helmets, like, you know what I mean, like, in the bunker, you know what I mean, ready to go fight against the world because they're all flat earthers now. And like, you know what I mean? I was just thinking like Jem Panda and Mark Taylor like trying to drive a tank through London or something, like
Gomer Pyle goes to war.
Right. Because there's going to be like diehard globers that just, if the world went flat, they'll become the flat earthers, and they don't care. They'll be ruthless. They'll be worse than we are.
Wait, you mean that? Wait, you're saying if the whole world goes flat Earth, or are you saying?
Yeah, I can say like the governments came out and said like the Earth's actually flat. This thing, we didn't go to the moon. It'd be like Jem Panda and Mark Taylor, like driving in a tank or like in a bunker, like wearing fucking army fatigues. Like I could just see it as like a comedy show, like
You mean, and that they'd be actually debating the government and telling them the same stuff, like
Well, no, they'd be fighting the world because the world's gone to flat earthers, and they're just like, fuck it, you know, they're not gonna participate in a world that's flat earthers.
So you're saying they're just still gonna stay with the same same.
Yeah, still be Globers, and like
They're gonna get their Waco bunker kicking. They're gonna have a globe bunker made, a cement globe made, and they're gonna hide in it.
You know, trying to sabotage flat earthers and shit, take out the railways, you know what I mean, like that kind of shit, you know.
Or maybe they'll say flat earthers took over the government, so now that they're fighting for the real stuff.
Right.
They're all lying.
They're all lying, but it's because the flat earthers took them over, or that's quite a narrative. It's crazy.
I saw it be a funny TV show.
Well, like, okay, you know how some globe earthers will say that, like, they almost feel like in some cases that flat earth is like a cancer that's taking over, and they think it's like misinformation and it's false.
So dramatic.
Yeah, it's so dramatic to the point like we need to save the kids and the people from this, you know, idea that is as ancient as mankind itself.
I just like to point out the irrelevancy of it all. I just think that's like makes it all kind of a little funny because you're like, yeah, that's cool, but it's like stupid because you're not going to Mars. When are we going to Mars, buddy? Like, oh, not yet. Okay.
Next year, man. And then the next year, and then the next year.
Yeah. But also, you're gonna kind of have to like, I don't know. I mean, just it's so irrelevant. It's just such useless knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
know.
Like, yeah, or I was gonna say real quick is like, and I just think this is the way I've looked at it lately is like the idea that they've answered a question that nobody asked, and they're like ungrateful that they're trying to answer this question that nobody asked. That's I think the nut and bolt of it right there is they've answered the question that they worked really hard to answer that nobody asked them to answer, and they're like, "You ungrateful bastard!" And it's like it's useless. It's like it doesn't matter.
You're saying that if they pose a question they think they answered, they want to get you to see it through the same answer they have.
Well, it's like this. It's like how about the clearest cut is like the idea of like
that requires the person consenting to actually caring what the answer is, and for that person's answer to that question. Assuming that they don't have their own way to come to that their own conclusion.
Well, I think like gravity is the best example of it. It's like you know gravity being just weight, and you ask them like, man, what like what causes weight? And they're like, well, we got to go into space, and if you're traveling at this fast and you're going this great, you know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden like this. All of a sudden, you're talking about gravitation, which has no practical use in the real world. And like, I just don't, and like, well, it's like relative density explains it, all the necessity to be, everything it can be answered through that. If I'm not mistaken.
The equations all already existed for what they call gravity before they even came up with those theories. Meaning the way that things actually do fall. Like when you design a car or something, like you're going to design a race car, then you definitely have to know your physics, how to get the tires and the transmission and all the fuel burning the right way compared to the, environment and the conditions and all that.
Well, yeah, it's even like, like G-force is a real thing. You know what I mean? Like the idea of like, forces of moving through space and turning and shit like that. Like, but like, but that's what I'm trying to say is that like, to answer this question of gravity, they take you to gravitation. And it's like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Like, there may be a step before that. Not that you're wrong even. But the problem is that you say, well, maybe you're wrong, or maybe you're right, but there's a step before that. It's like I guess they do kind of, they acknowledge relative density. But like, again, they try to complicate it. And then again, answer a question that nobody asked.
when relative density solved it. They're already over on a tangent on some shit that you don't need to know. It's kind of weird. Like,
yeah.
and it's all mathematical and theoretical and useless. So it's like, okay.
Right, like the actual thing of what the things falling to the earth is, yeah, and we study that and can measure it and use it for calculating things like trajectories and vehicles and all kinds of engineering and things. But yeah, you're saying the explanation for why that's happening is virtually useless, you're saying, in terms of the practicality of it.
Well, the explanation of like trying to put Earth into the same category as a ball falling is just weird. And again, it's like I think it's like I don't know, it's that weird materialism trying to put the sphericity to everything.
I think of magnetic fields as having that quality to it, though, like a toroidal field. It's like sucking everything to the center and then expanding everything out from the center. It's like this pulsating vortex. Like, that is a pattern. It just seems
Right,
like
but even then, that's useless. Do you know what I mean? It's interesting.
toroidal
Do you know what I mean?
fields,
And I
though,
don't mean like. Do you know what I'm saying, though, bro? As interesting as that is. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, essentially, it's like in regards to gravity. Like, it's an interesting theory, and it is just as interesting as the globe. You know what I mean?
What if it's the key to tapping free energy?
Well, that's energy. That's not necessarily the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying a toroidal field, and because you were saying if that's
I mean, I think like electromagnetism is
It
what's up.
has mechanical consequences. Like it's certainly something you want to hypothesize and test and try to learn and discover like what is, you know. I wouldn't say it's entirely useless.
No. I don't mean like toroidal fields being useless in the sense of regarding electricity. What I'm saying is that in regards to cosmology and the theoretics of how like gravitation could be explained through magnetism, I'm saying whether you explain it through toroidal fields or fucking dark matter, it's useless. Brother, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to like. I'm trying to say if you're gonna discredit the one, you have to discredit the other in your own mind in order to.
Well, I know what you're saying, but
they're both useless. But they're both fascinating.
I philosophically disagree. I mean, I don't know how else to back it up, but I think that if something has possibly a mechanical consequence, or some kind of, you know, like the guy who invented the LED, he probably thought he was just, you know,
No, I'm not saying
thought it was fucking useless, and then you know now here we are today, and there's all kinds of shit.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's useless in the sense of like understanding a toroidal field in regards to electricity and stuff and the practical use of it in that way. What Geo, I think, is proposing is that he's trying to explain gravitation through the means of a toroidal field, which is completely fucking possible. I'm not trying to poo-poo it out, but it's kind of what I think. But at the same time, I'm also willing to recognize that even if I knew what the grand shape of the universe was, essentially it's not going to help me. What was it? Carry water and fucking... You know, what's that line there?
Chop wood, carry water.
Right. It's irrelevant knowledge. That's what I mean.
Well,
I don't mean it. I mean it in the sense of like we have to be able to look at all the cosmologies in that way.
I mean, I do have a lot of thoughts on toroidal fields and cosmology. However, when I actually had brought it up, though, it wasn't even quite in relation to that, although that is a whole interesting thing in and of itself. But I think it was because we were talking about, you were saying that they want to make it into a ball that's falling and we're all clinging to the ball, like in terms of the whole materialistic thing like that. Because, yeah, that is their model. It's like a ball that's not only it's like basically they, essentially it's falling at millions of miles an hour through the universe and all that, bending, warping space-time, and all this stuff is clinging to the ball. I was just saying that they want to do that with the Earth and try to put it in this vacuum and put that whole thing to it, that whole spin to it, literally putting a spin to it. And all I was saying, what I was actually linking with the toroidal field thing is I was just saying that a toroidal field has the centrifugal and centripetal vortexes, meaning it's like sucking in, and also it's going from the outside of the edge of the toroidal field to the center, and then from the center to the edge. That's the centripetal and centrifugal. So it's going from the outer to the inner to the outer, and it's like this pulsating vortex. And I was just saying the part that like pulls to the center, that is the part I think geometrically and like energetically they're pulling from that kind of conceptual thing of the sphere that pulls inwards, and then trying to make the whole Earth that thing in their whole kind of space-time model spin on it all.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, they've used a lot of ancient ideas in their thing. But again, like, and I guess, forgive me if I mistook your saying about that, but I guess just to reiterate my point, it's kind of like the idea of like all those explanations of like, things that aren't practical are useless, whether for better or for worse in philosophical senses. I think they're great for philosophical things, but I mean, practically, there's no reason to fight over it, is I guess my point. You know what I mean? Like they do. They fight over it. Like they want to force that on us. You can't be like them and then try to force that on that. You know what I mean? It's all hypothetical and theoretical.
Well, you could say it's useful for celestial navigation, like the position of the stars and how they move.
Well, hold on 1 second. Because either model can use, I mean, like, essentially you're just getting angles with celestial navigation, but what we're referring to is, like, let's say this grander scale of, and again, like this, I guess it could reiterate my point. The idea is that if I'm going to do celestial navigation, I could treat the Earth as flat. The overall knowledge from your perspective that the Earth is a sphere is completely irrelevant to how I would actually get a measurement to the star. I don't need to know that the Earth is a ball to use celestial navigation when I treat the Earth as a plane and have a reference on where my stars are and what they're doing. So the thing is that practically I could treat the Earth as flat. I don't need to know anything more or anything beyond that for practical purposes.
Yeah, but if you want to calculate the distance to the ground position of the star, you calculate its difference from straight up, multiply that number of degrees times 60 nautical miles. That's what I'm
Right.
about.
Right, and that 60 nautical miles or whatever, or the degrees, could also be seen as like on a level plane as well. It works on both models.
That's a linear relationship. Like if you're twice as far, if the angle is twice as big, then the distance is twice as far, right?
The angle is, well, no,
Yeah.
if the angle is like, I'm trying to think of like an angle to a star is lower, then it would supposed to be further away.
Right.
So if I'm, my point being is that like I could take a rough estimate, plus you're always recalculating anyway. And I'm just trying to say that every time I take that measurement for that star, and because I'm always constantly recalculating, then that would mean that I could treat the Earth as completely flat, even if, let's say, the Earth were a ball and all the rest of it. And that's my point, is kind of that I can practically disregard the sphericity of the Earth using celestial navigation, and even so much so that, like, let's say within 600 nautical miles, I know that the variance of whether or not I put curvature in or not is like a fucking 100 fucking like forgive me, like 1 mile. So if you're always correcting that, this big drastic spherical difference never comes into play actually. So it's
Well,
like for
I'm
all
saying
intents
that
and purposes, I could treat the Earth as flat.
I'm saying that by using that degrees times 60 nautical miles, that formula itself is inherently based on a spherical model.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's the case, because you're talking about the angle to the star from your position
in the celestial sphere. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily like, I mean, I get why you see it that way, but I'm, in for all intents and purposes, I do not need to take into account any sphericity to use celestial navigation. You know what I mean? Because, like, I mean,
well, yeah, you can say it's not a sphere, but by the mere fact of doing degrees times 60 nautical miles is admitting that it's a formula based on a spherical idea.
Right, but the sphere is the dome above your head, man. Like, the sphere is the angle from the flat baseline to the sphericity is the 180 degrees from in front of you to behind you. The idea that you have to superimpose that upon the Earth is kind of what we were getting into earlier about this necessity to superimpose it. Where I'm saying that and even if the fucking Earth is a ball and we're floating through space and special relativity is legit, I don't need to know that.
I can, for all intents and purposes, treat the Earth as though it's flat and stationary.
Right, and you could just use the GPS.
Well, I mean, I could do that too, but I mean, like, I also know that, like, let's say GPS may be operating differently than one might presume. I mean, for the longest time, people thought that their phones were talking to satellites. You know what I'm saying?
Well, who
like,
thought that?
What's that?
Phones use cell towers and satellites.
Right, but I'm saying, like, a lot of people thought their phone was going directly to a satellite, right? And
Well,
that's
it's
not what
receiving
happens.
from satellites, right?
From a fucking ground position place too. It's coming from the tower on the ground. It's my point. You're going to a tower, not directly to a satellite, right?
So, no, if you're out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, your cell phone can still get its position.
Right, but you're also using a satellite phone, right?
No.
No?
No, you can use you can get your position with your cell phone even if you don't have cell phone services.
Well, I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting I could use that, but I'm saying, like, if I wanted to communicate with somebody in the middle of a fucking ocean like that, I think you'd need like a sat phone or something like that.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Well, yeah,
okay.
they
That's what I'm talking about. So that's a completely different thing, though. What I'm saying is most people think the layman used to think that their phone in their pocket was talking to satellites, and we know that that's not the case. My point is that there may be other things that we think that aren't necessarily the case. So my point again is just the idea that GPS, regardless, could work on a flat and stationary plane, and I can treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. And for someone to then try to superimpose and almost necessitate that I believe that the Earth is a ball, which is a bunch of pointless, useless information to me, is weird as fuck, dude. Because I could treat the Earth as though it's flat and stationary, and will go through my life as a way where I can do anything and everything else that someone who thinks the Earth is a sphere can. Like, it's not useful knowledge is kind of what I was getting at. And I think the interesting philosophical point. Now, granted, whether it be the truth or not, that's up for debate, right? That's why we're all here. But
I see what you're saying. That truth is useful sometimes, but it's not always. It's maybe
it's not that it's well. See, here again, you're superimposing what you consider to be truth, man. You know what I mean? Because, like, and this is what gets me about how unscientific this is. And you sound like someone really rational, and actually, I enjoy talking with you. Actually, Al Hazen, right? The scientific method, the idea of being an enemy of what all that one reads. And so the only thing that you have as evidence for the claim that the Earth is a sphere is hearsay, and that's unscientific. And that's like that's why flat Earth wins, because it holds the position of not knowing, and that's why we beat everyone. But because you guys take this concretized position of knowing what the shape of the Earth is because of hearsay, you can't say that it's scientific.
I think it's rational to believe it based on the authority and hearsay. Hearsay can convey truth sometimes.
I agree. And, and there's no, I get it. You know what I mean? I have friends that seen a big buck, and I'm like, I believe you. But I just also think, like, it's still hearsay. So it's almost unscientific to take the position as, like you said earlier, like, to say that it's truth. Like, come on, my brother. You know what I mean?
I mean,
there's better words. Like, I would much more readily accept the idea that, based on the evidence presented, to me, it makes sense that the Earth is a globe. That makes total fucking sense to me.
Yeah, that's the way I would put it. Right.
Right. But to say it's the truth is almost offensive to science, man.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's not true in the same sense as, like, logical proofs are true, or if there's a number of prime numbers or something like that.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. Exactly. And that's our point, really, exclusively almost. And that's what's weird to be condemned for it. Is like,
yeah, okay. I'm happy to say that I think the Earth is a globe and that there's strong evidence for it. I don't have proof for it, but I'm happy to say that I think that that's the truth.
Right. And God bless you, dude. And I'll kick the shit out of anyone who says that you don't have that right. You know what I mean? And, like, I just think, like, to utter the words to be so bold with our words, bro, and not consider history, and to say that it's the truth is almost a denigration to the fucking great men who came before us, bro.
What about saying something like it's my opinion that it's the truth?
That's righteous as fuck.
Okay, well, what would you say that it is true that the Pacific Ocean is made out of salt water? Or would even stuff like that you have to kind of, like, couch?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I've been in the Pacific, so, like, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like, it's like salt water and fucking, Hawaiian Pacific P. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, what else is in that motherfucker? I don't know, bro. There's more shit. How about this? You're right. There's water and salt. There's also a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I mean? There's also like a garbage island somewhere out there.
Yeah, there's also an island that lies at Texas made of
Like,
trash bags.
We're like, so it's like we're both right.
Yeah, the reason I mean, we both agreed the ocean is made up of salt water. I was just trying to determine if that was something you would say that is true, or if you'd still
Oh
say
God, yeah, no, I'm not that
quite
diehard of a crazy flat earther or anything, like, you know.
I'm gonna go with that too, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone on Earth who wouldn't agree. That's unless they're perhaps.
Well, no, you're gonna get your oddball that's like, well, actually, it's aliens' blood, and what it is you don't understand is that, what you don't understand is the Palladians and Tiamat and fucking, fucking Enki.
Platians. Sounds like somebody on a plate.
Right.
Or how about you could like say you don't believe that it's like the word salt, like that's not what that is, that substance, as it were. Like
Right.
a name for it or something.
But even still, it's like, that's that shit's like pedantic. You know what I mean? Like, I think is my point, and I guess to bring it kind of back home where we were earlier, kind of the crux of the matter, is just the idea that, like, dude, this is something I will forever hold over the Globers, is the idea that knowledge you're so worried about that I fucking believe in is 100% useless, asshole. Fuck you. Because, special relativity doesn't help me get electricity. Fucking, it don't do shit for me in the practical world, bro. So it's like, and this is what I was kind of even trying to stress with you, where it was like, and the alternative, the alternative one, that's useless too. Because essentially it's just like, you can essentially just operate as though, but this is my point with flat earth, is that you can operate as though the earth is flat and motionless and do everything a fucking glober can do. So it's irrelevant knowledge. That doesn't mean we're all not interested in it and don't know it. You know what I mean?
But from the perspective of, like, in terms of ether, if you're referring in a sense the original, when I say original, I'm saying before space-time and all that. Not that I don't even think that ether really relates directly. However, I do think they hijacked a lot of things that they built into their quantum field theories and etc. And it's all rooted on ether in that sense. But, like, okay, if you're saying that both would be useless to know about. However, I would say with ether though, what if there's ways in which understanding it's the medium, the nature of this, that it has like psychic connecting points in it, like psychically, spiritually, through our souls, through energy, like on that level. You could get into like just the components of like the free energy that could be tapped into or activated in some way, and various other things. Like, what if you could make, like, however they built some of this incredible architecture, what if you could like modulate the ether in some way that would be able to carve out incredible 3D printed type stones, or build things
Well,
like
yeah,
pyramids.
I think that's what's cool, is that it's got to go in all directions. Like, how cool that, there's probably going to be people that are doing that. It's like the cymatics. Have you seen this, like, cymatics and bubbles? They've been doing like cymatics and bubbles, and it's just really wild, trippy shit. But and all that stuff is cool, and I think like all of it's totally awesome. You know what I mean? The problem is this divide between the two camps. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think is, and that's why I think, like, you got to remember at the bottom of this, it's that they want to divide and conquer. So the trick is, like, the litmus test is not the shape of the earth. The litmus test is about the fucking, like, that, I think, coming to the position of, like, if you're gonna say that you know something that is unknowable, you're fucking crazy, man. And like,
my question there would be: is anything unknowable? Is there anything that can't be known ultimately?
well, everything. Like, check it out. I love, there's a good analogy. Like, you have an infinite amount of things to learn and a finite time to do it. So learning everything isn't the fucking thing. Because there's no way you could learn everything. It's about learning the right things.
Right. You got to comprehend how things are actually done.
Well, what's
But
useful knowledge? What's useful knowledge? And i.e., like, you know,
right,
this idea of the globe. Like, dude, if I use my sextant, pull it out, I'm using the Earth as a plane and the fucking stars as this to find my angle. And then so what if I use an almanac or something to help me out? I don't think this spherical bullshit means anything. You know what
what
I
if
mean?
you get the quiz wrong? Like if they're like, "Hey, take this quiz. I got 5 questions for you." And what if you don't really care and you get them wrong? Like, what's the score for that? Like, who? Like what? You know what I mean? What? Like,
Well, it's
there's
not.
no.
I mean, this is the thing, though. It's like I mean, regarding celestial navigation, the score is if you get where you're trying to go. But the fucking point is that you know, I think, and you know, this is where I have to give the globe credit. And this is something I had to get taught to me almost, was the beauty of the globe and the celestial spheres relationship. And that, you know, that's something that's really interesting. You know what I mean? Because the celestial sphere is its own thing. And if you want to understand it, the globe is a good model to kind of wrap your head around it. And I think, I just don't know if that's what exactly it is. But it's a good model. It's like, you know, it shouldn't be thrown out also. It should be, you know, it shouldn't, none of these things should be, you shouldn't get rid of these ideas. None of these ideas should be gotten rid of.
No, because without the wrong answer, you wouldn't know the right one.
Well, like you would, I would want the ability to choose, is the point too. This is why I'm convinced that the globe is the best cosmology for the state. Because the globe is the secular cosmology.
It's the best sold idea.
Well, it's the most, like, there's no religion, it's secular, so that it still gives you the opportunity to choose. That's why I always thought flat Earth was kind of a cool vehicle regarding law, because it's the essence of freedom of speech. The issue is, do you know how to you know, like, to exercise your rights, to assert your rights? Like, you know, it's like I've said before, if you're a parent and the principal calls you into the fucking to talk about, you know, your little Johnny said something about flat Earth, and what are you teaching him flat Earth at home? You know, like, the first thing you say should not be, "Well, have you seen Eric Dubé's 200 proofs?" Like, that's not what you should say. You want to say, "Excuse, you know, like, what do you like? Are you trying to tell me how I can or can't raise my child? Are you trying to tell me what I can or can't teach my child outside of your school? What?" You know, that's a different question than trying to convince your principal about fucking flat Earth.
I found this news article from the 1920s that there was this whole school district in Illinois, and they were teaching flat Earth to all the students, and it was like a whole district in Illinois in the 1920s, and there's these articles on it. It's pretty interesting, yeah. And basically, this I forget what they called it. Like, there's, like, you know, like the dean. It's not the dean though. There's a name. I'm forgetting what they called it back then. It's not. I'd have to think about it, but chancellor or something. Maybe it's not chancellor though. But it's like there's some name like that. Kind of a. It is one of those old, like, British type names, European rooted kind of terminologies. Whereas these days we use principal and these different terms. Anyways, but she wasn't just a principal of one school type of thing. She was the actual, like, overseer of the entire county, and apparently she was like full blown flat Earth. And so they taught flat Earth, like, and back then, because there wasn't, like, federal education, you know, if there was a whole school district that was teaching, you know, because it wasn't all, like, homogenized to all be the same thing. Now it's all the globe and the science books that are only printed by certain companies that have the validated information, quote unquote. But back then, that wasn't quite the case. So the globe thing was being pushed into schools, and they were telling the teachers to teach it. But in this particular school district, she was like, no, we're not teaching that. You know, she thought it was a false, you know, a lie, and it's false. So, anyways, yeah. So, and they use the term flat Earth as well, And in the article, it's saying, like, that, like, all the pupils were raised with flat Earth, as, you know, the Earth as a plane, and, you know, kind of with the North Pole in the center and all of that. And essentially, it said in the article that all the students just fully accepted it. You know, no conflicts, no issues. You know, and they all believed it. It was that, you know, just straightforward. So, pretty interesting.
I think it was interesting that it was in that Bonanza episode, that TV show or whatever, where like the girl's teaching the kids about the Earth being a ball, and then the preacher man comes up and he's like, "You stop with that nonsense. The Earth's flat." You know,
Right.
the
I
TV
remember
show.
that. Exactly. That clip is, dude, it's very, there's like a lot of symbolism in there. Yeah, they're basically calling her like a heretic and for teaching the globe, yeah. But it's also kind of mocking flat Earth too, right? If I remember correctly.
Also kind of shows that like flat Earth has been around here for a while, because everyone's like, no one thinks the Earth is flat.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but I just had to because you're really tickling my funny bone here, and I want to introduce myself. My name is Paul. I came over from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm really enjoying your conversation. If you don't mind, I'd like to touch on a few points that I didn't hear anybody bring up, and I want to know how you guys feel about it. Or if not, just fucking mute me. It's cool. But when the gentleman brought up the Pacific Ocean, my response to that, and I'm surprised nobody said this, would have just been, there's no real Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. It's all really one ocean. It's all one body of water. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Maybe it's just too obvious to say. What was the other thing? Fuck, I'm sorry.
That's a good one. Yeah, bro. Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. Just taking away the kind of association with calling it that name, and that it is, seeing it as one connected body of water. And in a sense,
Even though,
that response makes me think of like, it's like not accepting the labeling of it in that sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even the lakes and rivers, a lot of them spill out into the ocean. So what do we say about that?
You know what though? The only problem with that, brother, is that it's too pedantic, and you're dealing with people that are trying to be quote unquote rational, which I understand your position.
Yeah.
But it's too like when I said to the guy that I agree with him about that, and that I'm not some crazy flat earther out there. You know what I mean? Like it's
That's what you meant by that?
Kind of, because what I mean is like it's for all intents and purposes, we all know what the Pacific Ocean is. So he's referencing an ocean that's on the west coast. You know what I mean? Like that's all he was referencing. Like I think to take it to too broad of a topic kind of like takes you into hippieville. And like there's like if you're honestly trying to talk to someone, like sometimes, especially when someone's quote unquote logic and reason based, that kind of stuff is not that it's wrong. It's just it's too
muddies the waters too much, so to speak.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's too pedantic. It's argumentative. You know what I mean?
I don't know what
like
pedantic means. I'm sorry.
Like pedantic is like a little wordy and like just to like argue. To be argumentative and like but it's like
but I agreed with him essentially though. I wasn't arguing, right? Because I did. Yeah,
I just say it in the sense of like that's the only reason I personally wouldn't go in that direction.
Okay,
like, you know what I mean? Talking with someone in like that sense is because like I just think it's too vast. Like because yeah, I don't know. I mean, just something down the line, man. I don't know, brother.
No, and I hear you. I was gonna say real quick, I hear you on that, Issa, and I do resonate and hear what you're saying on that. However, I can also see it from another lens, which is why I kind of reacted positively to it in terms of like freedom and sovereignty. To be able to not have to, kind of like that, like like don't label me, man, kind of thing. Like don't label in that sense, like having the ability to just be. Like for nature to just be what it is without having to even go with that sort of tradition or standard of using those quote unquote letters, that language, those sounds with that physical area of the sacred earth.
I always think of a good line from Gandhi. He said, God speaks to the hungry with bread. And so, like, the idea of, like, if that guy's asking you that question, I know, like, from his standpoint, and I would have to laugh and agree with him because it would be funny, is I'd be like, shut the fuck up, hippie.
Well, that's really,
I'm a
That's
dick.
kind of silly and not
I'm the
really
worst.
conducive to having a good conversation.
That's my middle name, brother.
Okay.
Fucking,
Well, nice to meet you.
yeah,
I'm
man, nice to meet you
anything
too,
but
brother.
a hippie though. I'm anything but a hippie, bro.
Oh no, I got you, brother. I'm not trying to even. I'm just saying, like, if I'm that guy and I hear somebody say that to me, when I've just asked them, "Is there salt water in the Pacific Ocean?" I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, I can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? Because
I
like,
think
that's
that
all
would
I'm
kind
saying.
of that make that person look kind of
I'm
weak, in my opinion.
I
Anyhow,
don't
if we can move on from this, because the other quick thing I wanted to touch on, and then you guys can get back to it. The thing was when somebody mentioned we shouldn't throw away the globe. I disagree because it is a lie, and it was given to us by the Jesuits from the Catholic Church. Also, nobody's born a glober. Everybody's born a flat earther. If you were never indoctrinated with the globe, it would have never entered anyone's mind ever in your entire lifetime, because there would have been no, observation
Yeah.
ever.
When you say get rid of the globe, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I don't think it should be a topic for debate anymore, I guess. Or maybe I should have said maybe I should have started by asking what did you guys mean by it? You know what I mean? So I don't know.
My thing is this: is that
It's a fair question.
like, to say to like get rid of the globe, it's almost like burning books.
Okay, I see what you mean.
So like, in that sense, like, and
Well, I'm not saying we should have to bury it. I think we should use it as an example of lies and control and deceit, and so that we don't fall for a deception like that ever again. We could do that, right? But to entertain the idea that it's still a fucking possibility is detrimental to everyone. My opinion.
No, I mean, I used to be really hardcore on that position myself, but I've since toned it down. I just think like the globe it's a good thing it's a secular cosmology.
Nah, no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
I mean,
it was invented and sold to us by the Jesuits of the Catholic Church.
I mean, you're right. I agree.
So how is that secular?
Well, who is the defined God of like other than Big Bang? Who is the who is like the God of the globe in your mind?
Well, for me to even try to understand it is kind of ridiculous, right? Because it is so out of my realm of understanding, being just a human. I have some ideas that I could, speculate, like the Holy Trinity and what that looks like and how it operates. I don't know. I can't. That is beyond all of us, right?
Well, I mean, like, it's the globe. Let's say is like has a religious connotation to it. What I'm trying to say, like, it's secular in the sense that there isn't really a religion attached.
It is a religion because it's all based on nothing but belief.
Well, I believe. I mean, I agree with you.
It is a new religion to destroy all the old religions.
Right, but it's kind of like godless in a way, for better or worse.
But there's no such thing as godless. You know what I mean? That's deception.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but the secular part of it for society is, I think, something beneficial somehow. I think that the globe being the secular cosmology for society is okay, so long as you and I have the right to believe what we want to believe. Do you know what I mean?
Nah,
And
dude. No.
so long,
'Cause-
well,
no.
and so long as the, let's say, like the very system that proclaims a globe also will protect your right to be a flat earther. If you know what I mean, if you know, let's say, what you're doing in a court of law, let's say, or like in any contract. So like you live in a secular system that might have a globe cosmology, but it
I
also,
don't live in a secular system, though. If I go to court, I have to put my hand on a fucking Bible. How is that secular?
well, doesn't the Bible say not to put your hands on the Bible?
Do I have a choice when I walk into a courtroom?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, they ask you, would you put your hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth?
Yeah.
Couldn't you
And
say?
what happens if I refuse to tell the truth?
Well, maybe you shouldn't refuse. What about if you said that I'd love to affirm that what I'm going to say is true? Because you could say that too, right? So you don't have to put your hand on the Bible. And you could
Yeah,
even say to the judge, you could even go
I
like, Your
understand.
Honor,
Yeah.
you don't have to be
I
like,
understand where you're going, but it's in the reality of this court system. You can try to be as slick as you fucking want. In the end, they're gonna win because
No,
they're so fucking corrupt. It's even if you're right, even if I'm right, even if I say I am not that corporate fucking fiction on those documents, and I am right, and it's real, and it is law, it is there, but they fucking ignore it anyway, don't they?
You think the judges don't know that you're not a corporate fiction?
Yeah, but they don't give a fuck.
What are
They're
you
still
doing?
gonna what?
Well, you might want to ask yourself, what did I do? And you might want to really consider, what did I actually do when I was in the courtroom? What did I actually do versus what you think you did?
Well,
And
I don't know because
consider.
I'm not an expert in this field. I've heard about, I've looked into it, but I haven't really taught myself. So I don't want to. I'm not gonna let you corner me into a position where I can't get out because
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know all the ins and outs of how that would work. I just know it never would in any way.
Well, that's to say that God wouldn't give you a way through, right?
Well, see, that's funny you mentioned that because I've been in a situation where my life was in severe danger, and it was a possibility that I was never going to come out of jail for a long, long time. But I knew the truth, and I knew I was innocent. But everybody around me just, for some reason, thought they had me dead to rights. Even my fucking lawyer. But I knew when I was laying in jail, and I was reading the New Testament, and something went off of me on a light bulb, and I can't remember. I'm terrible at quoting scripture. I have a terrible memory when I'm reading shit. I can't memorize shit. But this is what happened to me, and I've read the Bible before, but I've never this part never rang out to me the way it did in that jail cell. I started to understand what faith actually was, and I realized that in my entire life, I never really applied it or had it or even understood what the fuck it was. So then I did, right? And I prayed, and I applied that fucking faith. And this is what that meant to me and what it told me. I knew that Jesus had my back, and I wasn't in danger, and I was going to be all right. Why I needed to sit down for some reason. I need to experience that for some reason. I haven't figured out why yet, but I knew there was no way that he would have put me in that fucking position and not get me out of it. Because I didn't deserve to be there. And I fucking knew it. So then after I was done giving that problem to him, faith is about, now that I've done that, that problem no longer fucking exists in my life. I can no longer give it any fucking thought. And when somebody brought it up to me and said, bro, so what, well, I'd say, dude, there's nothing to worry about. We are gonna beat this fucking case. It's no problem. They got, you know what I mean? It fucking happened when everybody around me, including my own lawyer, said, "Whew, boy, I don't know. It doesn't look good."
Yeah, I swear to yo, God knows, man, miracles happen in them courtrooms, man. I don't know, God knows, bro. But I'm saying, like,
Right.
and this is what leads me to the initial point of like,
Okay.
yo, I think that you know, like, to think that God would not give us a way through these problems is to say that the Creator would put us in a position we can't get out of, and I think that's lack of faith. And I think you know more than anybody in this fucking room probably right now how important that faith is. So it's like the idea of like fucking like, because I've been in, you know, some wild places myself, and you know, it's just interesting how even like the courts and everything like that kind of responds to faith in a weird fucking way, man. I don't know what it is, and this is where it gets really almost goosebumpy to me when I start thinking about, like, you know, with court and learning, like, let's say what a priority security interest holder is, and a request for a charging instrument, and all these rules that are in play that you have the right to exercise your rights on.
Mhm.
And like once we start understanding like the language of the courtroom, like you see that the Creator has made this so that essentially once we become equipped with the information, I've always likened it to kind of like the prodigal son returning home. You can go to the courtroom, you can walk through the fire because you're doing it with grace, with manners, with faith, with understanding that the judges are righteous as fuck. You're not fighting the system. Even if the judges are corrupt as hell, they can't be corrupt in your case. And only God knows why. But they stick to the letter of the law every fucking time. They're really fucking awesome. They're really. I think we've got like
Well,
it's just the first sip of the night. Like there's a. Go on, brother.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, go on.
Oh, so I don't 100% agree with that because I have been convicted before in a court of law, and I was the judge gave me a extra severe sort of sentence because of a past crime that she thought I didn't serve enough time for. So that's fucking, you know, what is that? That's bullshit. That is not how is a past crime that I already paid for. Now all of a sudden I'm paying for it again. And she fucking said that shit right in the courtroom during the sentencing. She said, "This is why I'm giving you this because of what you were involved in a few years ago, and you only did this much time for." Like, come on, man. That has nothing to do with the situation I was in that point in time.
Like I don't know you well enough to speak on these issues. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Well, it's not about me. It's about the
But
fucking judge and what you said about judges that
well,
they
yeah, no,
always,
I was gonna get to
you know.
that. Like
Okay.
I mean, like I'm of a biased perspective, and I'm sure at this point in your game, you probably have a biased perspective too. And I don't mean to like disrespect like what the fuck the strength of what your feelings about this topic is, but I would dare say that the judges, when we come correct, are the most righteous fucking people out there, man. When we come correct. You know what I mean? Now, granted, I don't know what happened in your case. She might have been an evil cunt. I really don't know, bro. I don't want to speak to it because I don't know enough about it. But you
Hold
know
on.
what I
What do
mean?
you mean by when you come correct? What do you mean by that?
I call
Because
them
there's a
correct.
lot of judges on benches right now that have political bias.
Yeah, no, I get it. But what I mean is like there's an order of operations of a court system. Now, this is like a 10-hour conversation I can get into, and I've been
Are you
talking about
saying
it
if
for
like I step into the
8
courtroom
years.
arrogant and disrespectful? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean like it's like the idea that like maybe you know I'm just trying to say I don't know the judge. I don't know your case.
Okay.
My point is that
Right.
in theory, okay, from
Okay.
what I've learned and what I've seen in the courts is that like they do everything by procedure. Now, granted, if you've got an attorney, there's a lot of things you can't do. But the point is that let's say if one were to operate a court case in such a way that like you know that if you were to do it in an educated fashion with grace, with understanding, with paperwork, with procedure, with all these things, My point is that the good Lord may have provided us a way through this madness. And I think once we kind of like endeavor to understand his system and his earth and all the rest of it versus oppose it so easily, when we try to understand it, we get a better result. And so, like, you know, something to think about. You know what I mean?
No, I agree that we've been given a way out, but I don't believe, or the way through, but I don't believe that is just accepting the lie that he didn't create. He created a flat, stationary, non-rotating realm, flat Earth.
You know, I've always looked at this, man. If you allow me
I'm
1
sorry?
second, is I used to look at it like this: when you go into a courtroom, imagine the judge is a flat earther, okay? And the thing is that you can't give up the goose that you're both flat earthers, because everybody in the room is a glober. So you can't like out the judge as a flat earther. But I tell you, man, it's one of the best analogies I can think of, because you're going in there. The judge is already a flat earther. If you going in there and trying to tell him about how the earth is flat, he's looking at you like, dude, can you shut the fuck up? Because you and I know it's flat, but all these people don't need to hear it. But if you go in there and you had like correct, proper process, and you're there, you're talking correctly, it's going to go over the heads of everybody there. You know what I mean? Like you and the flat earther judge can be best friends because you're playing by the rules. And all I'm saying is that, and I'm not gonna belabor the point because I've spent years and hours talking about it, and I will maybe hopefully another time. But I'm just saying that there's a way through, my brother. Is that, you know what I mean? And I think it's worthy of our consideration.
I mean, Issa, would you even see in the perspective that the judges are like they're playing like an archetypal role, like in that sense that they are, no matter what their personal lives are, maybe there is corruption in some of them, whatever it may be. But are you suggesting that the fact that they're even in that role, they've been called to that profession, that whole world, they've gone through whatever life journeys to come to that role? And are you suggesting that because they're kind of holding that position, that's why I mentioned it almost like it as like an archetypal position, like a field of art, like an archetypal field. You know, it's like coming to your father, coming to your mother, but at the same time, there's the larger like archetype of the father, archetype of the mother, and in that way, there's like the archetype of the judge. And in that sense, are you saying that when you come to that's you know, when if one comes to that situation, how they're bringing their own like morals and ethics and getting right with themselves will be reflected in that exchange, and that if it by having a practice of trying to be as right with yourself as possible, then perhaps that's when justice is served in the correct way, you know, versus if you come at it sideways or corrupt or whatever that may be, that's more likely when something would go against you or play out in some additional negative pattern to kind of continue to offer that person the ability to refine that within themselves.
If you're coming in there and you fucked up and you're not owning it, like there's ways to deal with everything. I'm not gonna get into it, but like if you're morally wrong, you know what I mean? Like you've done something wrong or whatever it is, and like you're not gonna show any remorse for it or anything like that. That's gonna hurt you.
Yeah, definitely.
And like, you know, but if you like, let's say,
if you're
but
guilty, yeah.
there's a great line from Ambrose Bierce, you know, the Devil's Dictionary, and he's got once law was sitting on the bench and mercy came a weeping. Clear out, he cried, disordered wench, nor come before me, you know, creeping. And he goes on about like, you know, and he like the idea is that the courts do not show mercy. Okay. But if you came there and your paperwork is correct and you've settled, let's say, the bill at hand, and you show remorse, they have no grounds to fuck with you. Because if you come and all your paperwork's correct sometimes, but your moral shit isn't right, they could fuck with you on that. If you fucking come with your paperwork right, but I don't know, man, there's like this is why I said to you, it's like that spiritual work. The court system is where the spiritual work is, where the rubber meets the road.
We're forgetting one thing, though, bro. We're forgetting one thing. The court system and its structure has been so twisted and fucked up with legalese and all this bullshit. They are setting you up for failure already. And that's okay. So back in the day, right, when they first started doing this, when they were drawing juries, the juries were supposed to be made up of the accused party's family and the victim's family members. And what was happening was the courts were no longer getting convictions because the families would work it out together. So they were losing their control. So then they stopped doing that, right? And then they were bringing in all these fucking legalese, and they had these rules say, so the detectives and the DA, they gather their evidence, right? And then they present their evidence. However, if they uncover evidence that shows that you're fucking innocent, guess what? They don't have to fucking present it. And if you know they got it, and they don't say the right words in that room to say witnesses, there is no way for you to get your lawyer to get that evidence in the court.
Right, but see, this is the interesting thing, right? Like, it made me, for some reason, the term cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, cleanliness is like kind of implies like meticulous observation of your environment, so you can clean it. So, fucking, in the same sense, like, if you're, like, for instance, like, if you're knowledgeable about these subjects, and that's the trick, is that, like, if you get an attorney in the corpus juris secundum, it says that you're a mental incompetent and you're a ward of the state.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, see, but isn't that the problem, though?
Hold on. You said it's all corrupt and twisted. They told you what it is. You got an attorney, bro.
But I can't speak in legalese, bro.
No. But
you can't.
Hold on. The point is, whose fault is that? Are you gonna blame somebody, my brother?
Well,
hold on, bro.
okay.
You live in the age of information. It's at your fingertips.
I know.
My point
Okay,
being,
I'll explain that too.
I'm only pressing you. Hold on. I'm only pressing you to be a bit of a dick because I know you want to know exactly what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my point is that you know the deal, brother. If you want something done in this world, you better do it yourself.
Okay.
And so, same shit with this. When it comes to our freedom, how dare we lean on other men who don't give a fuck about your fucking freedom? So, like, in the corpus juris secundum, man, it says that attorney. It also says that attorney is an agent of the court, not the client.
Mm-hmm.
So that motherfucker is there at the judge's behest. You're gonna do whatever the fuck. Now, there's ways to get rid of that judge or to get rid of that public defender too, because they'll try to keep giving you the public defender too, right? So,
yeah, that only works for so long, though. You can only do that so many times.
Well, no, what you do is you just motion the court to accept that if the attorney doesn't want to vacate the case, then he agrees to stand as surety for the defendant. And I guarantee everyone's going to have a heart attack when they see that paperwork because what you're saying. What you're saying.
Let me go back even farther. Okay, let's go back farther. Let's start over. Let's start
Let me
over.
break it down because, like, I want to explain something first because this is going to nip a lot of your questions in the bud. The U.S. citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. So when they asked you were you a United States citizen and you said yes, why did you think that you were going to get fucking any protection?
Well, obviously, because I was
saw
ignorant.
it wrong. You saw it wrong,
No.
though, right? Well, I'm just saying. Did you say you're a U.S. citizen?
They
said. I know they asked you. They asked you, bro.
I don't remember. I don't remember being asked that question, but I'm sure I said yes, bro. Yeah.
And it's no fault to you, man. I'm not trying to be a dick to you.
Yeah,
right now.
I know.
I'm just saying
because there's a good reason too.
My point is, there's a good reason to think all this mistaken shit. My point is that we have no one to blame, and we've got to get ourselves out of this hole. The point is that there is a way out.
I know.
That's the point. And like, this is where my thing is, like, when I hear this desperation, I mean, even myself, man, whatever it is, it's like, like at the point of desperation, at the point of hyperinflation, even, we have a way through this. In fact, I was listening to a brother that came in, I think last night or something like that, talking about all debts are paid. Gio, remember that guy? I was listening to you guys, and you were trying to get me into the conversation, and I couldn't get into it.
Oh yeah, I remember.
But the idea of like all debts are paid and shit like that, the idea that you could, this is what that discharge shit is all about. It's like, that the debts are already paid. Therefore, you're discharging the obligation of the United States to have to make the payment because you're a child of God and you're going to forgive the United States for what they owe you. The problem, he has everything in verse. So the idea is, you gave the birth certificate over to the federal government, which means that you're the creditor.
Well,
They
my
gave
parents
you
did. I didn't have a choice.
whatever, man, whatever. It's not anything like that. It's like the idea that you gave them something of value. So you're the creditor. They took that birth certificate and they made dollar bills out of it because it's an indented deed. So they took that thing you gave them and they created dollar bills. They gave you a U.S. citizen card with a name and a number on it. It's only to be used for banking. Now, you take that thing and you have access to the funds in you know what I mean, to the world. You can go get a job. It's socialism. You can go get a job, work. Everyone eats. You know what I mean? You're helping
Yeah,
society.
I know that now, bro. But at the time, that was never explained to me before I signed them documents.
I
So,
hear you, but no, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all good. And dude, even right now, it's all good. Like you can always.
Yeah, I know because I know where I am and I know
that
regardless, I know how the end is going to be.
What-
So I don't fear
check this.
shit anymore.
Let's check this philosophy, right? Because there's philosophy and there's all kinds of shit, but the philosophy is the most important in a weird way. Like if I ask you where do you live, I don't want you to dox yourself. Please do not do that. What I'm saying, but if I ask you where do you live, what would you generally say?
I would say I live on a flat.
How about this? Just say East Coast, left coast, East Coast, right, whatever. Just put it that way.
Midwest.
Okay. So like my point is that this is like when we define ourselves as Midwest, right? Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I believe in the Bible.
So the Bible teaches us that we're spirits in a body, right?
Yeah. So you want me to say I live inside my body? Yeah. That too.
Hey yo, isn't that the most right answer?
Yeah, absolutely. But motherfuckers don't understand that. So
Hey. Do you think the judges you think the judges don't understand this, Nick?
They understand it, but it's not going to mean anything to them. It's not going to hold any weight.
Whoa. Hold on. This is what I'm saying, dude. Is that, dude, they're not going to understand it if you walk in there like, I'm a son of Adam and I'm a king. You know what I mean? No, they're not going
Yeah, I get that.
They're not going to be into that, dude. What they're going to be
Yeah, I
into
know.
is you coming in there using the Uniform Commercial Code, the language of the Uniform Commercial Code. And under that language, if one were to come in as the priority security interest holder, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to present a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, or upon proof of the claim that failure to provide that instrument wouldn't be a denial of equal protection. You know what I mean? I motion to dismiss the case. There's ways to move in this thing, man.
Bro, I know, but by the time I learned all this, it was too. I'd already gone through all this systems,
man.
And even in the last one, I was trying to get help and learn this, and at least get somebody by my side. But there's no lawyers that handle it. There's no, you know what I'm saying?
I got a question for you. For you. Are you all free and clear of that shit, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now is your time to study. It's always time to study, bro. So now's the time where you get a Black's Law Dictionary. There's a book called Brian Bloom's Contracts, Examples and Explanations. Learn about contracts. Learn about contract law. Learn about agreement. There's a thing, even like I love to talk about, or the way I've kind of learned about is the 4 doors. It's so important. You've got acceptance, conditional acceptance, argument, and silence. That's the only ever way you're going to answer a question, or what I call offer. Everything is an offer. So like everything is an offer, and you got 4 doors to go through, and they're either 2 of them are honor, and 2 of them are dishonor. And acceptance and conditional acceptance are honorable, and argumentation and silence are dishonorable. That's why everyone loses with an attorney, because they argue. That's all they do is argue. Well, that's dishonor. That's what gives the court jurisdiction over the case.
I believe that with arguing with Globers too.
You know, I used to get into the idea of using, and I still do it at times, it's like the 4 doors when I'm arguing, you know, debating with someone. You know, and then also the best way to debate them is to show their own hypocrisy to them. You know, it's like that guy we had in here earlier about the fucking politicians, and like making him realize that he now sounds like, there's something I love doing with Globers is like, I'll be like, well, at least we all agreed that Christopher Columbus discovered America. And then they always go, then what they do is they always go, well, actually, it was discovered by the. I go, oh, really? It's more complicated than that. You know what
That's
I mean?
good,
Like,
bro.
what are you,
That's good.
conspiracy theory? And that's where I always just kill them with, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Stop with
genius, dude.
stop. Yeah, I go like, stop with your hippie shit, dude. Christopher Columbus discovered America. I don't want to hear your bullshit. You know what I mean? Because they get all like academic with it. They're like, well, actually, the Vikings. And you're like, dude, shut the fuck up. Christopher Columbus discovered America. Shut the fuck up. Like, because it's always more complicated, except when it's their conspiracy. You know.
Oh.
But
no doubt.
My point being is that in the same stroke in court, it's like when people get all defensive. Flat Earth is such a great arena for learning how to debate and use these ideas. You know, how to debate somebody. So nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too.
Fuck yeah, brother. What's your name out here?
My name's Paul.
Right on. What's your handle though?
What you mean? What's my handle?
Well, like, you know, name of your Discord account here.
Isn't it? I forgot.
Is it Paul? I don't even know. I can't.
Yeah, I forget. It might be because I think I changed it. I don't remember what the fuck it is. Everybody just calls me Paul V.
Got you, brother.
Here, look, I'm on my phone.
I got you. Hold up. I got you, man. Yeah, Paul V. I got you, bro.
Hey, check this
Cool,
out. Well, I guess we don't have to go there because I wanted to back up a second and explain to you real quick that I agree with you on the you know, there is a way out and a way to maneuver, and a lot of the things that I went through in my life and the roads I went down and how I ended up where I was strictly because of false organized religion, the heliocentric fucking lie, and the government, the fake bullshit government structure. All those things. Well, that and I guess yeah, no, fuck it. I'm gonna leave it right there. It's a little deeper than that, but those were the biggest issues.
I mean, you know what? I look at like Flat Earth. It's like Flat Earth is like that line about art. You know, it disturbs the comfortable and comforts the disturbed. You know, it's comforting knowledge.
Wait, that went over my head a little bit. I gotta think about that. Wait, say that again.
I think I said it backwards even, but it's the idea like art. You know, it's the quote is about art, but I think about it with Flat Earth. It's like Flat Earth. It comforts the disturbed, and it disturbs the comfortable.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. But that's truth. Truth hurts, and truth is supposed to be
You're right, brother. That's why,
disruptive.
hey, brother. That's my point,
Yeah.
brother. Is that it resonates with us because we don't fit in with this sick shit, and so you know it comforts us. Whereas these people that are comfortable with this fucking lie, it disturbs them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just what it is.
Look at
It's
that,
good
bro.
for us.
They're not that comfortable though, bro. They're fucking miserable. They just don't know why, and they
Well,
put up with it because they can't figure it out and they can't see where it's coming from.
Well, my point being is that, like, if one like feels that you've pierced through this veil and like learned, let's say, about a different cosmology and can open your eyes to it and accept it even, or at least entertain it. You know what I mean? It separates you from the masses because they're just disturbed utterly by it. They can't handle it at all.
Mhm.
You know, we're lucky that we have these ideas floating in our heads to think about. You know, it's luxury.
It's a gift.
Right. And like some of these people rage against these ideas. I can't imagine raging against an idea.
Well, it's not just an idea, it's truth.
Right, but even still, like cosmology, like kind of we were getting into earlier, it's like because nobody knows for certain, to say that you know is insane.
To say that I know.
Like, how can you know the unknowable? And if you're going to say that you know the unknowable, how could you not be insane?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, yeah. However, is it so unknowable? Because I say this because the creator is all powerful and can give us those he can awaken us at certain stages in our life, and he can touch us in a way that it resonates so hard in us. We know that the creator, the flat, it's not a belief. It's fucking as fact as the flat earth. That can happen in your life. Now, I can't give you that. I can't make you feel that. Only the creator can do that for you. And I can't, demonstrate it. I can't, there's no, you know what I mean? I can't really verify it for you because I'm not the creator.
Well, that's why I use the word idea. You know, the idea being that like you're proposing an idea and then like somebody's going to rage against it. That's what fascinates me. It's like why? It's a fucking just an idea. That's amazing.
Okay, I agree. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
dude.
It's like,
I'm the same way. It's just crazy to me.
I mean, I have my convictions about the shape of the earth, but I'm also like, skeptical enough to not believe something that I can't know. You know, almost like just to feel safe about it. You know,
But
that's the difficult part is
yeah,
recognizing you don't want to like it's like I had to learn, man. I went hard flat Earth, and then I had to like realize,
well,
like
I
well,
stick to the verifiable things that are verifiably proven, observed. I don't fuck around with ice walls and out ponds. I don't go down that road.
It's funny people say that, and it's like, nigga, there's pictures of fucking ice walls.
Yeah. All right, right, dude. I don't do all that. I don't claim no entire. That I have no idea. Nobody does. Nobody's seen the entirety of the earth. I don't know if there's a fucking. I know there has to be a container, right? But I don't know what it is. Dome shit. Like, fuck. I don't talk about none of that shit. I will speculate. I'll speculate with you, and I'll say, "Hey, this is just speculation. Check this out." But because that's fun sometimes. But yeah, I hope I'm not talking too much, man. But I like coming here. I like meeting new people. I want people in here to get to know me.
Yeah, man, you're all good, bro. You're in the right spot. This is a friendly place. You can have it out with some Globers too. It's great.
I clock in like 3 seconds over. No, I'm just being stupid. Go ahead. I'm being stupid.
So I've been in the 24/7 over there for I think 3 years. So I know how they operate over there. Do you guys have a different sort of thing over here? Like how do you guys move over here?
Personally, I'll just speak up real quick. This is not my server, it's Geo's, but like I just want to like big up 24/7 in their own right. Like Helio Skeptic is a friend of mine personally. Like I got, they're awesome people over there. I've heard there's a little bit of what, people are, I don't really know. I haven't been over there, but I've always felt welcomed and I love all that crew. This crew
Yeah, I know
over
what you're
here
talking
is,
about, and I don't get involved in that shit. That's not me.
and
'Cause
this
I don't,
crew,
yeah,
over here is pretty more like on the, we like, I don't know. I think, just more chill, not so much of a position
right.
having, that's something I feel comfortable about over here. It's like, but everybody has their own opinion. This is a great little place, man. And I love 24/7 too. Big up,
Yeah, I
shit.
love it there too. But
I haven't been there
I like,
forever. I love Helio. I love them cats. Like,
yeah. He
I
hasn't been
know them
around
for
lately. He
years.
got a new job and shit, so he's been busy. But new old job. But yeah, like what you were describing that's really going on right now. I don't follow no man, so and I'm not really on YouTube like that. I don't watch motherfuckers videos anymore. I don't watch. I just when I want to talk about shit, I go straight there because and it's it's not because I don't like nobody. I don't really know. Like I don't know all of them involved. Because when I was coming up and learning shit, I don't think they were around. And actually, when I first came to 24/7, yeah, it's really changed. It's totally different from when I first got there. It's changed a lot in 3 years.
I don't even know, man. Yeah,
And a lot of the people, that I used to know over there are fucking gone because I took like a 9-month break, and I had to step out for a minute. And when I came back, it was I don't know, dude, it was different, but yeah, but I don't know, man. I'm not trying to get involved in situations. This shit ain't me.
The only other side of
If I got a problem with somebody in here, if I got a problem with you, I'm bringing it directly to you. I'm not gonna take it nowhere else. And we can hash it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. It should be all good. Yeah, it's cool, man. There's some good ballers that come around. If you like debating all the topics and shit, it's pretty cool.
Nah, I don't get down with that.
Yeah,
I like having real conversations with real people that are curious and shit about the topic. I don't want to I ain't got no time for somebody that ain't ready to learn. And teach at the same time. Somebody that's ready to learn and teach because I'm gonna be learning for the rest of my life.
When did you get into flat Earth? Oh, you said about 3 years ago. You said, right?
No, it happened in longer than that. It was like 2015. It was during I was locked up and I was listening to my radio and I was listening to Coast and Edward Henry was the guest. And so he was talking about his book. I got his book, read his book, got some more books. Eric Bay's book, a bunch of others. The Terra Firma by David something, I can't remember. Like there's like another 100 proofs Earth's not a globe. And then and that was like a couple like 'cause I wasn't really into social media and YouTube and shit at that time. And then so that was like a couple year process. And then I went to YouTube and I started watching some videos, Eric Dubay, Dave Watt, like all the big names at that time. In those days. And then Robert Pisano. His videos really resonated with me way harder than any of the other ones.
That's awesome, man. You've been following all the shit. That's cool, man.
Yeah, and I was able to. I never got exposed to the bullshit either. I got this like the straight hard dope right away, and especially Robert Pisano, right? And he was doing shit that nobody else was doing. And I was like, man, this dude, I gotta meet this dude. I gotta talk to this dude. I gotta contact him. So I reached out to him. He got back to me. We had a conversation. We talked for a while, and he told me about Discord. I'm like, Discord? What the fuck is that? And he was like, explained it to me, hooked me up with Jose, and I've been down ever since.
That's cool, man. I haven't heard from that Bassano in so long, man. He's a fucking legend, dude.
Yeah,
You know, just because he was so early in it and so outspoken and wild, bro. That guy's fucking wild.
Yeah, he is, dude. And he ain't, you know, he would go out on limbs sometimes, which I don't mind. But he wouldn't like make ridiculous assertions, but he wasn't afraid to fucking explore shit that other people were scared of.
No, he was wild. He's like, I'm living on a tropical island. Y'all never gonna find me. He's like doxing everybody. It's wild. Fucking dude is. I was around for all that shit, bro. Fucking that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, dude, he's awesome. Man. There's so many awesome people. I've met, you know, I've been on a lot of calls with him too. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so at that time though, he was telling me he was done with the Discord. He ain't got time to fucking argue with Glovers all day, so he was trying to move on. But he thought at the stage I was in, it'd be perfect for me. Yeah. So
that's awesome, bro. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, he's fucking. I always had respect for that guy. I know he was having it out with a couple people I was familiar with, and I was like, oh, it sucks. And that's the thing. It's like that's the thing that always kind of irritated me, and I realized it's just people are people, man. Like, you know, you try to get all the flat earthers together, and then before you know it, everyone wants to kill each other.
yeah,
Like, what the
well,
fuck?
there's too many chiefs, not enough Indians. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess you know everyone. You know what the thing is too? It's like everyone thinks when you first get into it that either A, you're gonna do the experiment that's gonna prove flat Earth, and B, like, like that you own, like that people own flat Earth. You know, this
Yeah.
is like one of the things early on. Even like this is why I think even I don't know if Pisano went there, but like the idea of like where people were concerned with like Mark Sargent and like you know and these guys like patenting you know the map kind of a thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the idea where it would be like flat Earth TM, you know, trademark. Like, you know, like this idea that there would be, and I used to have this song, you know, watch out for the marketing schemes, like you know, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
this idea of like you know watching the corporatization, and I think Snacks was early on and waking me up to even the idea. Because for me, I was aloof. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where you start. Like, this is where the Globers get off with trying to get a new flat earther. Like, you know, and they're like, "You've been lied to. It's just a big CIA conspiracy." And these, you know, Mark Sargent, CIA, and Patricia Steer. That just means she's a man. Fucking all this crazy shit, dude. And you're like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And like, before you know it, you're not talking about the shape of the Earth. You're talking about whether or not someone's a dude.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
Where does this
Yeah,
go?
you're in a whole nother drama at that
Yeah.
point.
I don't fall into those traps, bro. Because I like when I was watching those videos and shit. I knew I'm not slow, man. And I'm not gonna follow nobody. I don't care how many fucking followers you got. I don't know you. You putting out cool information, but there comes a certain point where there's only so much you can teach me, and then I'm done with you. And I need
Well,
to
yeah,
start.
you know
I need to,
something?
you know what I'm saying? I need to blaze my own trail.
My
What's
theory
up?
was this, right? My theory, like, is my overarching everyone's a conspiracy, like everyone works for the government kind of conspiracy. And yet the government's good and the Illuminati's good and they're here to help us. So bear with me, okay? Fucking
Yeah.
but this idea of like, you know, like putting these group of characters out in front of flat Earth and then having them all rip each other to shreds. What it does also, it effectively destroys the idea of a guru, which this is a good thing because there's, you know, like we can't have no gurus on flat Earth, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no gurus on flat Earth because like everyone's gonna try to be like the leader of the flat Earth movement or whatever. It's like no. No one owns this. No one can claim it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I can
And
see
like,
that.
you
Yeah,
know,
we gotta have yeah, man, you gotta call shit out when you see it and hold people accountable and
right, but you
you
get
know
before you know it, you're lost in the sauce talking about people and not the ideas that brought you here.
right. That's why
Yeah,
I
man.
haven't been entertaining any of that shit. And I never steered no one away from any YouTuber. I just don't because I'm not new to this. I'm not new. I learned about the moon landing when I was in fucking 5th grade from my grandfather, and he went through. He started with that, then went through the whole, pretty much his whole lifetime of lies. World War II, he was over there. JFK, everything. I was learning all that since grade school. And then everyone after that, my eyes was always open. 9/11, Oklahoma. I go on, name them all. I know them all. And then, but the problem was, I fell out with God because of the first 8 years of my life I went to fucking Catholic school, and that was some bullshit. And then I knew space was fake, and I knew the government was fucked and corrupt and doing all kinds of crazy shit. And all the histories I was learning in school was fucking bullshit. But I was still forced to be there and forced to learn it. And I wanted out. And I started I also did deep dives into ancient aliens and shit. And I started believing in that because I wasn't a flat earther yet. I still believed in space. And I was like, fuck, maybe the fucking ancient aliens and all that shit, maybe that shit's truth. And maybe I don't live here. Maybe I came from up there. I fell into that fucking trap hard. And I was miserable and confused. I dropped out of school, started slanging D, and got into that, fucked my life up. It fucked my life up until I came back to reality, got the flat earth, got my feet rooted firmly back on the flat earth, got creator back, which I always knew. It just reaffirmed everything for me. It opened my eyes to realize what the thing I was doing that I thought was my way out of the system was just a trap. So I don't know, man. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to ramble, but I like telling my fucking story, and I'm a very open, honest person. That's what I'm about. I'm a fucking man. I got I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks of me. I'm the truth. I don't fear none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Is that all right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's good to meet you, brother.
All right.
It's
You
late. I
sound
gotta be quiet when I'm at. So.
like you getting sleepy.
Well, yeah, I gotta be quiet. I should be sleeping. I should be in bed, really. But I got over here talking to a motherfucker. So.
All right,
So
wait,
yeah.
man. Don't stay in here for me.
Oh no, man. It's good. I enjoy it. It's good, man. It's been a while.
Trying to think if I forgot anything. I don't know, man. So we all have different journeys. We all ended up here. Shit's wild. We all have these unique experiences, but we also have a fucking shit ton in common.
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm gonna probably go on mute and I might bounce in a little bit. But yo, nice meeting you, brother.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you too.
Yeah, good shit.
Anybody
Bless
else around? Anybody else want open up their mic and chat, or y'all you guys gone? What's up? Otherwise, I'm gonna bounce. But it was nice meeting everybody. Don't be shy, man. When you see me around, fucking introduce yourself.
Right on, brother. Be good.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Yeah, man. I'm right out.
Hey, Gio, thanks for setting me up in here. You listen?